We are live streaming. Okay, and this is a bit earlier than usual, and I tried to actually start at the top of this hour to gather everyone, and the Skype would not start. This has nothing to do with Comcast. This was Skype, which is part of Microsoft, and it was not kicking in on my laptop, and I thought I was going to have to basically.
Is that why you needed it reinstalled, or is that something
Oh,
completely different?
the funny thing was I uninstalled it and reinstalled it on the PC because of a fuck up that had happened with that. So I was, when it comes to what was going on here, I just had to, I thought I was going to have to do that on the laptop. And oh yes, someone please, Jameson, if you would, good sir, get me the link and put it in the text box. Bless you. Jameson is acting as the executive producer for tonight. As a matter of fact, he is essentially the executive producer from this point forward, and Derek Talley is the acting producer on Sundays.
Oh man, that is such a cool title. I'm the executive producer.
Yes, you have bragging rights now. You have bragging rights now. Of course, both of the gentlemen can actually say that, but because that's how Derek Talley was.
I usually just say I work for a vampire, and then people just stop asking questions.
There you go. There you go. And I had my share of blood this weekend, and of course I will bring up on the. I have no shame about bringing this up on the fuck. What did I just do? Shit. Oh shit. Go back to ongoing call. Please work. Okay. Do that. Tap on this. Okay, there we are. That's so fucked up. I really hate this shit. Skype sucks cock. No, it sucks ass. It just fucking sucks ass. And everything sucks ass. In terms of electronics, none of this shit that uses the digital crap works. The digital crap is all hypersensitive, and you wind up going places you don't want to go. None of you youngsters can understand what I'm talking about, but back in the old days, we had switches, we had buttons. You could never go any place you didn't want to go. Electronically, you go everywhere. It's not in the positive sense. So.
I actually remember those days because I was one of the first people on my block to have a computer.
Don't want to go. None of you.
1993. So I remember when AOL still had the CDs.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I remember that for sure.
I remember the floppy disk, and you would put one floppy disk in the Tiger.
Floppy disk. Yeah, go on.
I remember the oldest diskettes that were not even like oh man, there were these other ones that weren't floppy disks. They were like these bigger, wider ones.
Yeah, like the soft. They're like literal floppy disks, like the soft ones. You're talking?
Yeah,
That's
I remember
really
those. Those I'm
really
talking about. Yep.
Okay.
Whoa, yeah, those are ancient history right now. Like...
Oh my god. Yeah. And here I was. I just enlarged my window to 100%, and then I had to shrink it down again because I'm working with the Facebook, which of course makes it so that the promotional banner it's outrageous. I don't think none of you understand this because none of you put up these promotional banners. It's one of these things that if you're putting up like this post that you share with people and then you tag it and then you have to change the details on it, and it is tiny. It is fucking tiny, and you have to make it tinier, and you have this incredibly limited space to work within because of the tags that you've tagged everybody in takes up all the space. They want you to see all the tags you have. Okay, give me a second to stop bitching and I'll get back to work. Okay, and now live and burning bandwidth, and
yeah, I see the. So we are live. I see it. So
yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Now and burning bandwidth live, and okay. Let me see how to phrase this. Okay.
But yeah, I can give like a bit of background on what I've been doing this week or what the whole deal is.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah, so like this week is starting on the 17th. of this month was the beginning of the Vedic festival to the goddess. It's called Navaratri.
Wow.
And Navaratri is like 9 days of the goddess. So I'm in the middle of, my celebrations of like the 9 days of the goddess. And on the first day, I went to the ocean to, give my salutations directly to, the ocean, which is like a representation of, the goddess, and like, she's fierce, but at the same time she provides life, and like it's very symbolic. So I went there and I did that, and I sent some of the photos to you, Douglas. They were like totally out of context, but
where, in the messenger?
Yeah, there was at some point. I could send them again, but what those were at Marin Headlands, like you can basically access all the old.
Oh yes, it's the bunker. Yeah, that was that bunker. Yeah, and did you notice that what they spray painted on it was Japan?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes. I that didn't pass me up. Yeah, that's why I sent it to you.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. I figured you'd be happy to see a derelict building that the U.S. Army used to own, and it just says Japan.
Oh yes, I'll bring that up. Yes, it was incredible. Yeah. There was an old World War II bunker set up by the military for in-depth defense. The term is in-depth defense, in case the Japanese invaded. And it was like somebody had spray painted on it so that it dominated the entire bunker. Japan. Yes. So that was incredible. Yes. Yeah, thank you. And you know that it was done without thought, that somebody had not done it. I don't think they did that ironically.
Almost certainly it was just like a random tag. But, right. They definitely got the spirit of it. That's for sure.
Yes, that's incredible.
I kind of wanted. I had a Sharpie. I wanted to go put Japan won the war, but I didn't have enough like paint.
There's not nearly enough to make it visible. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You have to be a real they were our actual artists.
Yeah. These are people.
Some of these taggers are really good. Yeah.
Thank you. These are people who literally dedicate their energies to it as an art form. Yes. So please go on with what you were saying. Yes. Thank you. I did.
But I'm glad you appreciated that, because when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, Douglas is gonna like this one."
Yeah, and I knew you probably were cognizant of what you were photographing, but I wasn't sure. So you verified that you were. Thank you.
I mean, to me, I enjoyed it just to see like, okay, this is like the permanence of America right here,
Yes, or the impermanence.
Derelict, the impermanence. There you go.
Yes,
infinite impermanence.
Yes,
a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Thank you.
Called Infinite Impermanence.
Oh, cool.
That's perfect. So there you go.
Yes.
So I was celebrating like the 9 days of Devi, and I'm still in it. Like I'm still feeling, like right at night you can see, like if you go outside when the sun goes down, you'll see the moon, and she's doing her thing. But what this festival is for is it's called Nav Durga, or the nine divisions or the 9 aspects of Durga, the divine. One of the aspects of the goddess. So in the Vedic tradition, I mean, there's like hundreds of goddesses, and each one is an archetype for a specific, there's of course Kali, everyone knows Kali, and then you have Durga, who is like the original form, like the most powerful form, and she represents what's called Shakti. Like Shakti is like the power of the universe, like the inherent like force in the universe. It's like it could be translated multiple ways. In German, it would be like Kraft, Kraft, Kraft. It's like the original force of like the universe, and just as an aside, when I got the German tarot deck, like the Rider White Tarot, and the strength card, quote unquote, they call it strength in English, terrible translation. It's in German they did a better job. It's called Kraft, or force. It's like the force of divine. That's what like the strength card is. Where it's the lady, she has a line. It's a lady and a lion, which is the representation of Durga, she who rides the lion. So all these symbols kind of coincide, of course, as anyone who knows symbology. Like they're what's called ubiquitous, or like they're the same everywhere. Like these symbols, like go back thousands of years.
That's incredible.
So that was the divine.
Yeah, that was divine. The ignore the belch that took place from somebody that that I don't know who. But, anyhow,
that was nice though.
Yeah. Anyhow, in terms of the divine and Devi, yes, that's fabulous. I mean, it's incredible how seriously.
Yeah, and it's funny in the West that you said Devi, like they take that and make devil, but it's actually the root word is Devi. It means divine mother. So it's funny how the English does that.
Yeah, it's intrinsically misogynist.
Anti-feminine.
Yes, intrinsically misogynist. Thank you. Yes. Oh my fucking God. That says it all. Okay, just gonna give a check here. I can't believe I got all of the tags up, or I'm using that graffiti term. So our lady Sarah Shields is in there. Says, "Yo, Jameson." Yes, and she says, "Sounded good, Douglas. Laugh out loud." So Jameson's asking, "What's poppin'?" And Spartan O Negative says, "Hello, brother." Yes, hello to Spartan O Negative. He says, "I see you monetized. Awesome." He's got the gin. Yes, and guess what? They allow like a fucking $36 limit on what you can put in the chat room. So we got to rely on PayPal anyway until that changes. Why do they put a limit on the money that
it should be higher? I mean, the fruit guy gets $99 donations, so I mean, there's got to be a way to raise it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Help.
What was his name?
What? Who? Which? Oh, Spartan O Negative. Yeah. Who just said that? What he said about he just belched and then he feels we've heard it all psychically and shit. I mean, is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about?
I'm talking about the super chat. Like on super chat, you can, like I've seen donations of up to $99.99.
Just that small? I mean, I don't understand. Why is there a limit on the fucking donations people can receive in the chat room? Doesn't, like, YouTube get a cut or something? I mean, like, what?
I don't know exactly. That's a good question. You would think they'd let you donate $1 million.
Yes. I mean, so, talk to, Selena about that, who we can't bring on tonight because she's lost her voice temporarily. So,
I think there was something that Trump did that fucked up the monetization on YouTube.
Wow, what did he do?
Possibly.
I mean, he pulled into TikTok and everything else.
All I know is that a lot of YouTubers were really like complaining about it.
Well, the YouTubers had plenty to complain about forever. And I think that might be that might have happened years ago then. What's impacting us now with this bizarre little limit might have happened years ago. So I know what you're saying, that I can only imagine that it can go higher with time or with points or something but we're part of this partnership program now. And Spartan O Negative says, "Oh no, my belch, absolutely, you heard it." Yes, there you go. Yeah. He's convinced he projected across the bandwidth. That's fine. And so we've got a lot of concurrent viewers right now. We've got 5 minutes to the top of the hour. So as far as I'm concerned, run the chat room donation limits up to the $36 mark every night, and just then we can try and go to PayPal from there. But aside from that, somebody's beeping that the bomb's about to go off, right? What is this? Yeah, who's got what? It sounds like
I had to disarm the bomb.
Okay, there we are. Yes, which I can imagine plenty of people have set off. So what we'll do is at the top of the hour, we will start with Pac-1 Morales, and then we'll go into the recent unpleasantness, and then basically segue from that into Peter Moon talking about his book incoming and his, oh my God, his Chapel of Extreme Experience. He's managed to set up from Morocco. He'll give the details on that. And then after that, he'll pretty much stick with us per his convenience and tune out when he feels it's, whenever he wants. And then Brendan is going to kind of dominate the night, talking about a lot of things to catch us up on, aside from the recent festivities, which he takes so seriously, which is incredible and positive. Chris, I'll bring up that obviously people are welcome to ask questions about my birthday, and I'll bring up what I feel is acceptable for the public to hear. it already gets sketchy enough when I talk about my blood supping, but I'll kind of touch into that, and this is where Brendan and I have this friendly clash where we kind of agree to disagree on baseline humanity, on which I feed having the right to eat meat or not, and he just feels that mankind has. It's like freedom of it's like
I mean, I could put it into perspective. It's not that the meat eating is bad. It's just it's like in the universal standpoint, it's like the intention behind it. It's like, what's the point of farming millions and millions of animals? Like, I work at a grocery store and we throw away chickens, like just throw away just leftover, stuff that people could eat but they never ate and they never bought. That's my critique, is like the system itself, like just factory farming, like slaughtering millions of animals. Mm-hmm. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with like, if you need to eat, then you can hunt something. I mean, I've talked about it before. It's called like the Inuit paradox. It's like how are those people more healthy than like when all they eat is meat and blubber, mm-hmm. compared to the Westerners and the people in the rest of the world that eat just nothing, just a bunch of junk food. And they're dying of heart disease, while the Inuit, like, they're living to like 60, 70 in like harsh conditions. It's like, it has to do with more intent. That's where the universe comes in, as far as divine.
Well, I also think it has to do with the amount of activity and calories they're burning throughout the day, because the Inuit are actually going out and they're moving, they're hunting their food, they're doing stuff. Yes. Whereas Americans don't act shit. Bodies we have were meant to be in motion. Muscles are a beautiful thing.
Right.
Burning calories.
And it would be a different thing. Like, I wouldn't be so critical of the meat eating if, like, more people, like, most people have never even slaughtered an animal, right? And, like, had to, like, gut a fish or something. Like, that part of the whole experience is out of their, completely out of their view,
Right.
Whereas you, Douglas, you know what blood looks like.
This is
but yeah, I'm not gonna go off on it too much. Right
No, I appreciate it. No, I really do, and I appreciate.
It's the intent behind it. It's like, what's the point of slaughtering millions of animals for like that are just gonna get thrown away?
No, I get
instead of being practical and just like you eat you eat food when you need it, as opposed to just slaughtering millions of animals for money. That's my critique.
And believe me, you're not alone in this. Obviously, this is very much a Buddhistic perspective in many ways. Many Buddhists, as you know, and right. As you know, there are creatures whose very biology seems to change with philosophy, as that cat that you bring up as the ultimate example.
Exactly.
So so we'll kind of delve into that actually in just a brief tangent.
You're not getting my cats to eat rice or anything. Carnivores, man.
Yes,
and they are going to be fed like carnivores.
Right. Yeah. Right. And this is how it is for the majority of cats, and it would be abusive to do otherwise. But there are exceptional cases.
But that cat, like the cat you're talking about, the Buddhist cat, like it actually made a conscious choice.
Yes.
So, like it sounds weird to like normal people, but it really did. Like, it actually converted to Buddhism. So
right, that's right. And so we'll speak a little bit about that, because I think that's important. It is the top of the hour, and we will dedicate this particular episode to I think that we neglected to dedicate any of the last episodes to Cousin Luz, so we're going to do that, and we're going to have Pac-Man Morales give his full name, of course. And I want to open the hour with that. I want to thank everyone for all of the love and all of the support they've given me through the past 48 hours in which I have checked out of this world and basically was enjoying my birthday. And I do want people to understand that, believe me, it was brought to my attention just how many people said things, and I do want to get to everybody's messages and certainly give them the attention they deserve.
You guys should watch Earth Girl like June.
Earth Girl.
That was one of my messages.
Oh, right. Okay. So I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, so it's going to take me a while to even comprehend that. And so what I'm going to do is just let everyone know that we'll gradually be delving into that later in the evening and probably get wilder with it, especially in the company that I'm keeping. But we'll start tonight with, of course, Pac-1 Morales, and all of us have agreed to let Pac-1 explain the incredible transition that he had from a major clusterfuck to a transcendent experience in memory of his cousin. And he's going to need to put this into some perspective. By the way, before he comes on, I just do want to tell two people how much we miss them. Aside from my mistress and manager, Selena Khan, we dearly miss Derek Talley's presence. He is, of course, at work, and he is trucking. But, of course, every night we miss Brendan Zogit, who is with us. And of course, we hope that Brandon Young out there, whom automatically, when I brought up that Brendan Zogit was going to be on with myself tonight, everybody asked, Brandon Young? And I said, no, they sound alike, but we miss Brandon Young too, and hope that he'll, be joining us again quite soon. And, of course, Daniel Arola is out there, and we love him dearly, and he's usually quite busy. Jameson Reese asked him if he would come on, and he's more than welcome to do so. As a matter of fact, before I bring Pac-1 on, just a quick check with everyone in the chat room and see that everything is going as well as it can, which it seems to be going well. Daniel Arola is watching the sunset in Houston, which is no surprise whatsoever. And with that, we are going to turn to Pac-1 Morales. So good, sir. Tell us everything. First off, give us a debriefing on, very shortly what happened with your cousin, and then what, what's been going on in terms of everything afterwards. So God bless you, Pac-1, for everything you've been through and your entire family. And Pac-1 now takes center stage.
Thank you, Douglas. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Brennan, JMO, Peter. So, backstory is I have a cousin. He's more like a brother. He was, a mentor of mine. He owned a restaurant in the city of Burton, where we're from. It's called Poco Loco, and he was a great man. He did a lot of things for a lot of people, out of the kindness of his heart. He'd go the extra length for anybody. So he had recently just started a food truck of his own, and they had their first event. And the day of their first event, he went home, wasn't feeling very well, was very tired, went to sleep, and, basically never woke up, I guess you would say. So he was in the hospital. He was pretty much like on, would it be life support, or I don't know, like oxygen. He had like tubes in his throat and in his nose and stuff like that to keep him breathing. What seemed in the beginning to be possibly seizures or strokes or heart attacks, or a heart attack after toxicology, seemed that he could have possibly been given something, could have been drugged. And unfortunately, one of the drugs that was in his system, they don't just do the toxicology for that. They don't have the test for that. And really, my aunt isn't trying to, say like, put her son like in any way, shape, or form, make it seem like he had a problem or anything like that. So she's not further investigating anything. She doesn't want to make it seem like that. She just she looks at it as God called her son at at this time. She was by his side every day while he was in the hospital. They did a trach on him because he was starting to kind of what seemed like, at first they were calling it thrashing because he had no response. He didn't wake up, wouldn't open his eyes, wouldn't. Well, then he started doing thrashing, and then he started kind of opening his eyes, like when they would suction his lungs. He would almost like look at them while they were suctioning his lungs, but they still kind of said it was just involuntary movements. After they got the trach in him, it was only a couple of days later that they were going to do a peg tube, a feeding tube, basically, so that he wasn't able to eat because the damage done to him. He wasn't really able to chew or, you know, and be conscious. So they end up canceling the PEC tube, and on the day that they ended up, the day after they canceled it, they took him off all support, pretty much put him on like hospice or comfort measures, you know, because his chest just kept filling up with mucus too bad, and the machines weren't able to get it out. His body it wasn't responding properly. It was shutting down. So after they took him off everything, 24 hours later, which would have been this past Saturday, he passed away about 5:30 p.m. It was very hard for me because of the fact I used to work for him. And then when I stopped working for him, I went into business for myself, you know, doing catering and mobile food. And he helped me the whole way through, you know. He let me use his kitchen at his restaurant, all his equipment, you know. He would close at 9 p.m. I'd be there till about 5 a.m. cooking, you know, for myself, you know. He never asked me for anything, you know, and never, hey, you use my time, you use my fryers, you know, nothing, you know, just always wanted to see me succeed. And he's a major part of everything that I did as far as, you know, business wise. Drop of a hat, something was wrong at my house, he'd be there to help out, you know. He was a carpenter, like he was a traded carpenter and a contractor. So he was always there for everybody. You hear the stories all the time now, you know, since his passing, everybody coming forward, you know, all the things he's done or how he's helped them, you know. So he had a special day at his restaurant called Taco Tuesday, and it's where Taco Tuesday started becoming like a phrase, you know. Well, he took that phrase and actually did, you know, sold tacos for 90 cents a piece on Taco Tuesday. Meat, cheese, lettuce, tomato, you know, hard or soft, or flour, however you want it. And pretty much capitalized off that, because whereas everyone else is selling their tacos for $1.60 with cheese, you know, he, you know, cornered the market on that day, and his business was just always incredible on that day. Since he passed, it was very hard on not only, you know, his friends and family, but also his employees. And everyone decided that this Tuesday we were going to open up the restaurant, and that they were going to do a Taco Tuesday for everyone. I guess upon opening, I don't know, a couple things went wrong, I know, in the kitchen. And then the cook that was in there had ended up walking out and said he just couldn't do it. And that was about 2 p.m. yesterday. So I get the call from my aunt, you know, that they didn't have a cook at the restaurant, that they were slam packed. So I'm about 2 minutes down the road, hopped in my car, took off, got there, and their dishwasher, who's this 18-year-old kid who, you know, it's just literally, I did find this out to the end of the night, his second day ever working there. The first day was like his orientation day. He had only worked 4 hours, and just to learn everything that was around, where everything went and stuff like that. He was the only one trying to cook all this food by himself. And there's 3 waitresses up front just going crazy, and he's just slammed with tickets. There was no meat done. There was no rice. I was like, oh my gosh. It was so crazy. And it was like, all right. I was like, stop taking orders. We're going to knock out what we have here, and then we're going to shut down for about an hour and a half. I'm going to get everything stocked up. So it took us about a good hour to clear out all the tickets that he had. And this is all to-go food, you know, just stupid orders like 24 tacos, 36 tacos, 50 tacos, you know, and then the occasional like dinners here and there that were, you know, on that kind of day, kind of annoying because you're trying to just knock out tacos, but, you know, it was for loose, so we had to get it done. So we cleared everything out, and I closed up, and I cooked about 90 pounds of ground beef. I cooked about, I guess it would be maybe 6 pounds of rice. That was after, so about 3 pounds of rice, I'm sorry. And then I cooked beans, and I got, you know, I just stocked everything up, and we fried hard shell, did everything we could, opened back up, and wow, there is just the tickets didn't stop. There's pictures on Luce's on my Luce's Facebook page of the car line just completely hanging outside of Poco Loco. Like, you couldn't park anywhere inside of the parking lot. You couldn't park at the oil brake change place next door. There's this little baby Saab dealer that's kind of like kitty corner behind it. People were parking there. There's like further down the road, there's like a AT&T, or I don't know, like a phone place, I don't know, and people were parking in there and walking down, and it was cold. It was rainy, windy yesterday.
Jesus.
And the love was just so incredible. I mean, and the whole time it was like, while I was there, I was making orders and stuff. I just like, whereas you would get frustrated or anything, because you see all like the average person working to get paid hourly or something, I feel would just be pissed the whole time and miserable. But for me, it was like, I was like, man, overwhelmed with joy, man. Like, I was happy making all these tickets. I mean, it was like bringing back all memories of, of Luce, like how many times I've been in that kitchen working with him,
Right.
And so we're pushing everything through, and it gets down to about we're running out of cheese, we're running out of lettuce, and a lot of people that were on my Facebook had showed up to show support and stuff too. So one of my friends was actually in the front, and she left her spot in line to go run down to the produce store because she was parked down the road and get me lettuce and cheese so we could continue making orders. And we just, it was astronomical. And the love and support at the end of the night, where we're breaking down, I'm cleaning up, and I just, I'm like, man, and I wish Luce could have, like been right there at that moment and just, been able to talk to me and be like, man, that was crazy, because like that's what would happen at the end of the nights like that we're, busy. And it was just like, oh, it was, I felt so good. I felt so good and happy, and like, just like, but at the same time, really, really missing him.
Right.
But it felt good. It really did. It felt really good to be there last night. And it's just, yeah, it was intense. And the support, it's just the support and the love that he had that really made it worth everything. It made it worth my whole day. Like, because I dropped everything that I had planned yesterday, and not because, I feel that it was important or anything, because at that moment, nothing was more important than, getting things right for Luce, So, yeah, that was backstory and my experience yesterday for Taco Tuesday.
Oh my God! Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful, and I'm just overwhelmed as much.
Yeah,
as
wow, that's like, you're a savage for doing that, by the way. Like, I know how that goes. I've worked in kitchens, and like, for you to do that on a dime, like, that's savage. Like, that's next level.
Thank you. Yeah, it is.
Kudos for that one.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, and of course, you did it because, of course, as you know, Cousin Luce would do it for you, and that's exactly why. And of course, this is something that, and what happens from here? I mean, like you said, the cooks just kind of walked. I mean, is this because now that they feel that he's dead, that there's that his mother's not going to continue the business, or what was behind that?
There's a little politic issue going on in there now. As I've said before, Luce was a very laxed boss, whereas, as long as you didn't have nothing going on or whatever, he didn't mind if you were outside, just chilling outside. He built a little deck and like a shed and a deck, like, for his employees to hang out, during the day when it was slow or, whatever, and they'd be back to chat. And his mom's there, and she's like, no, like, that was my son, this is me, like, I'm not, there's things that can be done, and some people don't want to do things, some people do. Her 18-year-old niece is helping her run the restaurant now, so I guess you got, these people who've been working for Luce for 5-6 years or whatever. They're like, I don't want this 18-year-old girl telling me, there's just egos and just all sorts of just, it's crazy. It's just, it's a change. And she's got her hands full, but I told her, they're gonna take the rest of the month and stay closed till November now, just to revamp everything, get things in order. And I told her I'd help her, when it comes back to talking to the back of the staff, or getting everybody, helping set things in order for, I can help, make things more efficient. Because when you have people that essentially are to start this bit, working here and have never been trained or anything like that, there's easier ways to do things than just coming from someone with experience. I don't know. It's crazy. It's just it's all nuts, man. But it was yesterday. It was like, man.
You made the best of it. I mean, yes, you turned a situation that was lead into gold. So that was definitely appreciated. Oh, my God. And with that, of course, I want to thank everyone for this. By the way, I feel that we should transition from there to Peter Moon, and then we're going to go from there to kind of the situation. I want Peter Moon to kind of tell us about the incoming book that he's got, because I want everyone to know something before I even go to Peter Moon here, because I was going to provide the shout out, and I will provide the shout out again after solicitation tonight, which comes much later in the program. But basically, Pac-Man Morales donated $100 to myself, despite everything that he's going through, and that's profoundly appreciated. And this is something which has reached myself, and I want him to know that. And we had a bit of a transition there where everything was convoluted during the transition from the Elena Shea incident and what devolved from that. And as far as I understand it, we got all donations from Pac-Man Morales every time he donated, but it was very convoluted, and it took some time until the Lena Shea basically wiped the website and we restructured it. And so Selena Khan is responsible for restructuring it so that things work. She actually made it so that things worked, and then they were not working. It was kind of odd, but everything is stabilized now. Privately with all these gentlemen, I'll happily go through all that stuff, and probably publicly at some point in the near future I'll go through everything that happened, just because that's the nature of the beast that I'm in. I'm a person who has no secrets. But we have some unpleasantness to deal with, as always. Coming home from my birthday, it's right back into the shitstorm in some senses, and but in a sense it's a birthday gift, because it gives me just another victim to batter into submission, because these are the kind of scumbags that just demand that kind of beating. But aside from that and the fun that I'll have with it, I think it's more important to start with something a bit more positive before I go down into the gutter where these people drag us. So Peter Moon is going to tell us about some positive things that have been happening with himself, because I think that it's important to get those out. He's got a new book coming very soon, and he was able to establish within his own home a kind of chapel of extreme experience, a kind of dream machine from Morocco, no less, where there's a kind of, how would I say it, a higher quality to that in every sense than getting a cardboard tube but with a light bulb in the middle of it, manufactured for you here. So, so Peter, tell us a bit about everything, and I want everyone to know, of course, that you can follow Peter at skybooks.usa.com. That's essentially where you're going to go to buy what he has, which is everything. He's kept everything he's ever published in print. So skybooks.usa.com is the most important thing to remember, but you can learn more about him at timetraveleducation.com, and you can follow him personally at his Facebook timeline, which of course I actually publish, and then for some reason it just does not translate when it's cut and pasted onto the various promotional banners. For some reason it's very insidious the way Facebook does that, but they don't allow for transferal of their own links, which is preposterous, through cut and paste. So there you go. Nevertheless, he's got a timeline, which if you look up Peter Moon, it's the guy with, well, he can tell us. What are they going to find on your timeline that makes it stand out, Peter?
Well, Facebook, I don't recommend people go to my Facebook page. I recommend they go to timetraveleducationcenter.com or to buy books, skybooks.usa.com. Facebook is, I was offered a $10 free ad on one of the Facebook pages I have for John Ford, the man who has been incarcerated for over 20 years without due cause.
Oh my God.
But that's another story. I mean, Cuomo has the thumb on that one. Not just Cuomo, but everybody in New York State. They don't want this guy released. But what I was going to say is they offered me $10 worth of free advertising. I was tempted to take it and put in the ads how crappy Facebook advertising is.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Those.
I think it might be good if you had like some huge marketing thing where it's just you're just throwing money around, where you've got a big budget and you've got a good then it might work. You have a product to sell or something.
You'd have to have thousands of dollars to make it work at the corporate level to make Facebook.
No, not thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Thank you, thank you.
Billions.
Yes.
And then you're permeating
Touche.
an audience.
Yes.
You're putting out so much ads that it can't be stopped. You're going to see it everywhere. And then if you like it, the problem with if you're trying to promote a book or something, they cut they cut it off.
Yeah, they do.
It's interesting. I was able to extract every email from my Facebook account 5 years ago or whenever it was, and right after I did that, they prohibited you from doing that.
Right. That's right. Yes.
And now you can go through and look at each individual person and cut and paste the email. You can do that if you have the time and tenacity to do that. I'm just about to reach the maximum of friends, 5,000 friends. I would imagine at least 1,000 of them at least are not real people.
Yes.
I don't know. And certainly most of them are not capable of, or interested enough. So it's not a very good medium, and I find it, less and less relevant. It's I use it to communicate with you,
Yes.
and perhaps with some friends and family. Occasionally, I will communicate with public people. And the most irritating thing about Facebook is people sending me videos or links
Thank you. Yes.
without any explanation or reason. I consider this extremely rude and stupid. I am like, my profession depends upon promoting my own work. I would never dream of doing that. Where I might be considered relevant to, bodies of people who like my work. I'm not going to do that. And if I do it, I'm going to explain why I'm doing it.
Yes.
If I have something that, I think people should look at. I just posted something that I heard on the news, and I looked it up. The Montana National Guard is now being employed by the governor of Montana with the endorsement of the president to inform people they have COVID-19 or to act on COVID-19 issues. So you could have, if you're in Montana, and there will be other states doing it, you could have the Army coming up and saying, you've got COVID-19,
So is this just arbitrary, or is it based on?
It's part of, it's, you wouldn't think, well, it's using the Army to protect people from COVID-19, supposedly. But what the frightening part about it is that the Army can come to your door.
Yes, that is.
And it could even violate, what is it? I think it's the Fourth Amendment, search and seizure.
I forget. Yeah, it's something. I'd have to look it up to tell you.
I think it's the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, doesn't come to mind immediately.
intimidating.
Yeah.
John Rappaport, who has some very cogent statements on the science of COVID-19, has taken arms against Trump. I mean, he doesn't hate him as much as Biden, but still, he considers him, now he's basically calling him a sellout on the COVID-19 issue. And what is it? But the main problem with John Rappaport is that he, will fill in for Alex Jones. And he's basically a journalist, and I suppose he goes on Alex Jones because he gets a mouthpiece. Alex Jones, I don't even remember what he's doing. He's like really flaming right now. Super flaming on whatever he's talking about. He's going nuts. And but anyway, back to yes, I had worked on it's been over 2 months. On August 12th, I received a lamp from Morocco, a beautiful lamp that I had ordered. It cost me about $200. That's with the shipping, so I think it was pretty good. You couldn't buy this in a store.
Right. It's
basically looks something like Aladdin's lamp, but it's something you hang from the ceiling, and it's got holes in it. So when you have a light bulb in it, one of those clear light bulbs, it shines out, and when it's dark, you have spotted lights all over your room, it's beautiful. It's subdued lighting. It's beautiful. It's not good to light up the room, but it's a very nice lighting effect. It's remnant of the Dream Machine of William Burroughs. The problem I had with this light was that what's called a flush mount, where you mount it to the ceiling or push it, so it's not just hanging there with an electrical box, was too small. It was like 3 inches or 3.5 inches. And all electrical boxes are virtually 4 inches. So I found a box, they make one that's 3.5 inches, but the flush mount, it leaves, you can't do it. It just, unless it's perfect. No, you're not, it doesn't work. So I, complained to the guy, and he said I would have I told him I needed a certain piece, not the flush mount, but some other piece to put in between it. He asked me to draw a diagram. I did. He says, you'll have it in 5 days. He was full of shit. So I had my friend with a 3D printer was going to print one out for me.
Oh my God.
This was excruciatingly detailed on his part.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. He was going to do it for free. And this guy, so finally the company the brokers, Etsy, they're a huge company on the stock exchange, ETSY. Yeah. They broker all sorts of stuff from all over the world. They sent me this thing and they said, how did it go? I said, it's no good. It's horrible. Now I'd already written they'd already written me that I said it was horrible back in August. And this guy in Morocco got all upset. How can you say this? It's ruining my story. I said, listen, you didn't give me the right. Mounts don't work. He's outraged. He says, I'll give you a piece, and if you can write me a good report. I said, sure, I'll write you a good report. Just give me the piece. So basically, he didn't send the piece. He lied. He says, you'll have it in 10 days. And then when they came at the last minute, I was also able to notify American Express and stop payment on it.
Oh my God.
Which, and this guy was so outraged. I don't even think he knows I stopped payment on it. He's not that smart, or not that savvy, I should say, to American business practice. So he said, he started getting outraged at me and saying, and making all these accusations. He even accused me of blackmail and trying to cheat him out of his land. So anyway, and he kept shifting this. I said, why didn't you send it? I said, I wrote to you and you didn't answer me. And he says, well, it was going to cost me $70 to make the piece, and they said you'd have it in 5 days, 10 days. They said you'd have it, but it's due to COVID that you didn't get it. All these fucking lies. And finally, I kept answering him and kept putting his stuff back in his face. And you know what? The son of a bitch sent the part. He didn't send the part he said he was going to send. He sent a new flush mount, which was 4 inches, which intimidated me a little bit because I had to take the rings and take them apart with pliers and reattach them, which is okay. I didn't know how that was going to work. It worked fine. I got it up. And I closed the case. He'll get paid. It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful, and I can look in the evening if I want. Well, I have to shut the computer and the TV off to fully enjoy it.
True, yes.
And you see lights. Now, the difference between this and a dream machine is a dream machine rotates.
Right.
And it creates alpha state by battering your eyelids.
Yeah.
So it's designed to make you trip.
Right.
And when I say trip, I mean trip out.
Yes.
There's like an original episode of Star Trek that has one of those.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, might be a better. At the same time I bought this, I bought 3 Moroccan lamps. Now, candle lamps, and they have again the dots all over them. These were actually shipped from Cyprus. They weren't that much money. I mean, the shipping was the expensive part.
Right.
But I think I got 3 for like $190 or $100, which is like $30 a lamp. And I got 2 for the living room, and I got 1 for upstairs because I figured my wife would take one upstairs anyway. So,
yes.
So I got 1 for that. They say, okay, just didn't add much to the price. So, I can have this lamp, but if anybody likes this idea, and I've never seen any lamps anywhere that are like this other than Moroccan lamps, where you can look them up, and you put a candle in it, and the candle pulsates, and you get a pattern over your wall if it's dark. Sometimes we'll go to sleep with it in the bedroom. It'll last. You can get a candle that'll last, a small candle. These small little candles that'll last 4 hours. So it's a neat mood. You kind of have to be in the mood for it or create the mood, but it's like going into a different energy with just these lights, and I'm creating a whole mood for my living room, which is currently under construction. It has been for a long, long time, but I'm turning the corner on this, and it'll look very interesting, which only encourages me when I redo the upstairs to make it even more like I don't want to call it what do they call it? An opium den?
The first thing I thought of was kind of like a postmodern hippie. Yeah, kind of like fuck the lava lamps. This is kind of like a
lava lamp wouldn't work. I think that's too cheesy.
It is. It's tacky as fuck. No, this is great, and it of course, my mind, of course, goes towards the erotic. I mean, the first thing I think of is that this would be a very sensual. That this puts the ladies in a sensual mood. Yes.
It would be a that was not my intention. I was just very drawn to Moroccan stuff for aside from having been there as a young man. That really wasn't. That gives me some sort of flavor for it, but there's just something very unique and appealing about it. But so that's a project in progress. But it's so indicative of the dream state, and the dream state is very important. Yes. And while we're talking about dreams, I will share with you a dream I had the other night, and I posted it on my Facebook. I had a dream that I watched. I came outside of a house. I don't know whose house it was. It was a, neighborhood, middle-class neighborhood type house, nice area. And George Clooney, who I have no particular resonance with he's just a movie star. I saw him one movie. He was very funny. I forget about it. It was very funny. But he's a capable actor who as a super reputation in terms of movies. I dreamt that he was murdering somebody, and I was a witness to it, but I kind of had blanked out.
Yeah, I was curious about your post for sure.
Pardon?
Oh, Brendan was curious about your post.
I saw the post and I was wondering what was that, so I'm glad to hear the explanation.
Yeah. So I mentioned in the post that it was a dream. I had this dream, and in fact, I had woken up and I came down and posted it in the middle of the night, and I was surprised at how much response I got it in the middle of the night when people should be sleeping. And if I said something about something else, they might not have responded, but people really wanted to chime in on George Clooney, and people were not. Nobody was positive about George Clooney.
Wow.
Well, it's because when you're a big star, people are going to take, or big anything, people are going to take shots at you.
Yeah.
And of course he does. Now, what I thought was interesting is the first thing I did when I came. Now I witnessed this murder in the dream, but I really hadn't seen it because it was kind of like if you missed a touchdown in a football game, you turned your head, oh, they scored a touchdown, you got to wait back for the replay. But there's no replay here, so I missed the actual thing, but I was just witness to it. I said, what the hell is this about? And then I went downstairs, looked up George Clooney, and in the last 18 hours or 5 hours, whatever it was, they were talking about he was coming to heads with a divorce with his wife, who is part Lebanese and part, I think, what's the other country? I think it's from North Africa.
Yeah,
but she's an international lawyer.
Yeah, same. But she's from the same Mediterranean area as the lamps and Cyprus, and where you were getting the other lamps from. So it's all kind of seems to fit into that theme. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, and she's an international lawyer who was allowed to practice in the UK and in New York, or in the United States. She's worked for Amnesty International. And she's supposed to be a very good arguing on points of law. I think she dealt with Milosevic. She dealt with Julian Assange.
Wow.
When you read her profile, and then people start making transgender insults on her, like she's a transgender, because she's beautiful, but she has a kind of a look that makes her look a little masculine.
Interesting.
I don't think it's really right or fair to start poking at her for being a transgender, because I don't think
that's right. I noticed that. I even have some people, of course, and this is the kind of people who are on Facebook. This is one reason why Peter Moon and I have such a contempt for Facebook as a venue, is that it seems to be a flypaper for these kind of people now, these kind of personality profiles. But yeah, there's a person who's a friend of mine on Facebook who was going through that entire George Clooney's wife is a transgender bullshit, and I was just appalled. This is something I keep seeing, whether it's Michelle Obama or this lady or any of other people. But go on, yeah, it's just part of a madness.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like it's interesting. It's very politically correct to be pro-transgender, to be pro-gay, but if you talk to people, if you get a good sampling, unlike the presidential polls, you'll find that people don't really like this stuff. And some people will be intimidated by the narrative that we're told to believe. And it all amounts to a lack of understanding of the phenomena. I would say the first time I ever heard of hermaphroditism is I read about it in the newspaper, which was probably the Tampa Tribune. It was in Florida where I read about it, and I mentioned it to people, and they thought I was making it up. I said, "You're full of shit," because I could often talk about offbeat things or things that are out off the normal radar of people.
Right.
And I read in the paper, and it talked about the situation of hermaphroditism. It really wasn't associated with gays, with a possible exception of Gore Vidal's Myra Breckenridge. It wasn't, which is about somebody changing their sex. And so this whole subject is it's unwieldy for people. But as far as George Clooney goes, it seems that he's having a problem in his house. You know, she doesn't like L.A. where they live, but she thinks, well, COVID's going on, it's best to stay there. He wants to take the kids, he has twins, to Italy, where he has a villa, and he's had that for some time. He used to get press for his nude swimming parties that he'd have there. I think Walter Cronkite participated in one back in the day. I think.
Who the fuck would want to see Walter Cronkite nude? But go.
Like, you look like a walrus.
There's a horror story by that name, Walrus, the movie, which, yes, that now you could almost recommend it on basis of what you just said. Thank you, yes.
There's a movie called Walrus?
Yes, it's a horror story about a very abusive journalist who drives someone to suicide, and then this is to set him up as someone that you have no empathy for, and then he basically goes through this horrific experience where he falls into the hands of a madman, a mad doctor. This was before Human Centipede, and it never got any press, but it was a very bizarre film about he fell into the hands of a mad doctor who converts him into a human walrus, of all things, simply because the mad doctor had a positive experience with a walrus, where a walrus helped save his life when he was stranded in the Arctic Circle. And so he's converted.
Nice to repay the species.
Yes.
It's interesting that my book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, starts off with a, it's called A Transmission from a Parallel Universe. It's a fictional scenario, but it's about a group of people that are part seals.
Wow.
They're half seals and half human. And there's also, and Teddy Roosevelt makes an appearance because he's all connected to Montauk, having brought his Rough Riders there and being, one of the most famous people to live on Long Island. I turned him into a walrus. Teddy Roosevelt looks like a walrus. He reacts like a walrus.
And he deserves it. He deserves it. It should have happened to him the way it happened in the film. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, and I used the seals because this book is called Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. Right. And I was playing off of the we might call the dream machine association between a seal, which is like something that you open, seal or a protective seal, and a seal as an animal, and all the attributes of a seal. Why is it called a seal? Because it sees all. The Illuminati eye, the see all, and there's also the Navy SEALs, which Teddy Roosevelt started basically.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they weren't necessarily called the Navy SEALs, but
understood. I know what you mean. He started the roots of that.
Secretary of the Navy, Assistant Secretary of the Navy.
Right.
Or Secretary, and then his fifth cousin followed him. FDR, as you well know, was Secretary of the Navy.
Right.
So I was just playing with that, and that set the tone, and what created the whole. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but
understood. And by the way, I can't.
But it's just that when I was going through my divorce, my daughter had an attorney assigned to her by the court, and because there was a custody dispute. This was after the divorce, and there were some issues coming up that she wanted to live with me because she was being treated much better by me, and the attorney was suggesting that I was making her a trained SEAL. She says, how do I know your daughter's not a trained SEAL? In other words, iterating what I told her to iterate, which was of course ridiculous.
Right.
And there was no concern for my daughter.
That is so bizarre.
Only concern for protecting the rights of the woman in the situation, which was my ex-wife.
Right.
You know, that's very prejudiced against men in this county. I have a friend who has spent much of his adult life being an advocate for men in Long Island, having suffered it himself. He knows more than attorneys do on this subject.
That's so strange.
He's hired by attorneys, even though he's not an attorney.
Right.
But in any case, she in front of my daughter, she said, "Well, how do I know she's not a trained SEAL?" And I remember after we got out of the car, my daughter goes, "I'm not a trained SEAL."
I was about to say, that's so psychologically abusive, but to do that,
the attorney was really worse than anything. She was a scumbag. She was a scumbag who got paid.
Right.
She got paid for like nothing. And then we had a court date. She didn't even show up.
Oh shit!
which worked against my daughter.
Oh my God!
I mean, it is a nightmare. But what you've got to wind the court out of your life.
Yeah.
And as much problems as I had, I did never begrudged my ex-wife for, you know, any of the money I gave her was spent, or the equivalent thereof was spent on my daughter. So I didn't begrudge that at all.
I understand.
It was, but you know, there was some abuse that took place. But when my daughter says I'm not a trained SEAL, this inspired me to start right there with this 7 SEAL book. I wrote this story out, and my two friends, this was right around 9/11, my two friends that were with me that saw 9/11, they said, "Oh, you should go forward with this. You should go forward." And that's how the book got out. It's a tome. It's over 465 pages or something like that. It's huge. And what was it? The book was a process of exorcising the entities or demons associated with all the work I'd done on uncovering Montauk. Mm-hmm. And there is a lot of substantial stuff. In fact, I'm supposed to be promoting the new book by Radu Sinamar, but some stuff has come up today that on this very subject, and I can't really speak detailed or eloquently because it's not coming from my wheelhouse. I will say this: when I got involved in the occult investigation of Montauk, I was told to put in the book Montauk Revisited by my dear friend Chelsea Floor. She says, mention the Monastery of the Seven Rays. She says, because these people might come out of the woodwork to talk to you. I'd already was communicating with the OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientis, and had, that led me smack right into their leader, or outer head. So she thought, put this. Now, I didn't know what the Monastery of Seven Rays was. I think George Hunt Williamson was associated with it, I think. Right. But now I'm hearing 30 years later, almost 30 years later, the Monastery of the Seven Rays was very much involved in 11th degree sexual magic.
Interesting.
Yes, I wasn't interested in this. Now, if the books of Kenneth Grant, he was acclaimed to be a successor of Aleister Crowley.
Right.
There's some real good scholarship in there when he gets into etymologies and stuff, and obscure, right. And he gives a big scholastic, if not magical, pat on the back to Michael Bertiel. Michael Bertiel is an 11th degree SOB. And if you want to see, it's torturous and it's amusing at the same. What do you call morbid entertainment?
Yes.
A guy named Max Schnebling, I think his name is Max Schnebling, just like it sounds, Schnebling. Schnebling. He's got all these YouTubes, and he talks all about, well, I went to this Wiccan priest, I got involved in Wicca, and then the next thing I know, I'm in the OTO, and now I'm here, now I'm in, 32nd degree Mason, now I'm a Rosicrucian, now he's in all these societies, and people criticize him and say it's impossible for you to go here and there, and no, but if you listen to what he says, there's no way he was not involved with these, and he was involved at the higher level. Although, how did he access this? He's not a particularly bright guy. Okay.
You're talking about Kenneth Grant.
No, well, he's not. He has nothing to do with Kenneth Grant.
Okay.
No, this is Max Schnebling.
Oh, Max Schnebling. Thank you. I got it.
Now, but he ends up talking about, and then he gets. Then there was something he posted on Michael Bertiel, who got involved in all of this Haitian stuff. He went to Haiti, where he got involved in all of this African stuff. And I wouldn't let's say that he's speaking for Africans.
Understood.
For all Africans, but certainly. And anyway, the Schnebling guy writes this comment about how he went to Michael Bertiel for, initiation, and basically he got sodomized. And a friend of mine knows somebody who went for him for initiation and got sodomized the hell out of him. And I said, the problem with this is, I said, you see this in it's as if these secret initiations are to basically get somebody to, leave some breadcrumbs like Hansel and Gretel or some candy on the trail. And then they get into the witch's house, and instead of in the witch's house where they're going to cook Hansel and Gretel, they're going to sodomize you.
Oh my God.
Stuff you like a pig or whatever. This is the whole purpose of these societies. So it would seem, if you followed certain threads. Now, that's Crowley. It's like you initiate the person. How much shit are they going to take? How much truth are you going to give them? And then you size them up for the quote-unquote kill. And whether it be carnal pleasure, Luciferian initiation, whatever you want to call it. And even you see in the case of Hubbard, who was following the trail of Crowley for sure, people feel as if they've been effed in the A, So it's almost a quote-unquote rite of passage to have this happen to you. It's almost like a hazing initiation.
Right.
To get initiated into a secret society until you see that it's all a bunch of BS.
Right.
Or you're one of them, so you go off and... Like, I think Crowley formed his 11th degree when he pretty much saw what everybody else was doing, and he says, shit, I'll do it my own. I'll do it my own way.
Right. That's pretty much it. What I want to do is... basically, of course, I want to kind of do what we have to do, and it's kind of unpleasant, but at the same time, it's a fun, just abuse of this individual who needs to be brought to the public attention, and this is simply for the future. Don't want to go into that right away, but I first want to add some depth to what Mr. Moon is saying, and then sometime in this hour we're going to, because we're already near the top of the hour, sometime within this upcoming hour we're going to transfer over to Brendan Zogit, and we're going to go deep into much of what he has to share with us, which is quite a bit. But one of the things that I want to say is that Michael Aquino brought up a lot about Kenneth Grant, or what could be brought up about Kenneth Grant, because there's very little, as far as I understand it, from my liaison with Michael Aquino, that is actually known about Kenneth Grant, as he seems to have taken care to provide as little information about himself as possible. And most of what is known about him comes only through his relationship with Aleister Crowley, whom, if I remember correctly from my liaison with Aquino, from what I can recall, he first met Aleister Crowley in 1944 during the Second World War, when Grant was only about 20 years old. And Crowley was 69 at that time and would be dead in 3 years. That's why he was involved with creating a homunculus of himself is the correct term for it, an alchemical term, which I'll get into in some other transmission. But during their brief association, Grant believed himself to that he inherited the spiritual mantle of Crowley. And Grant did assume leadership of one branch of the OTO after the Master Therion, Therion. I'm sure Peter Moon could.
Yeah, that's Crowley's magical name, Master Therion.
Yeah, and that was what Aquino was saying. But the way Aquino would speak of it sometimes I would think of this as like two different people, and I think that the reason for that, like Therion was different, or Therion was different from Crowley. And the reason I think that Aquino would speak of them differently was because Therion later became the name transferred to the homunculus, and so but
who's homunculus? Who's homunculus?
Crowley's.
Crowley's?
Yes.
Because he had different identities. It's like wearing a different hat.
Yes.
Today I'm the Secretary of State. Tomorrow I'm the Secretary of Defense.
Understood.
And that's the way he was. He was also Father Perturabo.
Yeah.
Or however you say it. But
or any number of other things. Yes. And but at the time, Grant, I think, became essentially the man that many of the Thelemites, the followers of the teaching of Aleister Crowley, considered the most legitimate leader of any Crowley group functioning in the world, even maybe today at this point. But he's certainly perhaps the only one with a direct imprimatur, so to speak, from Crowley himself. And so Mr. Grant's opinions could not be ignored in the occult world. And that was one of the things that Aquino brought to my attention. By the way, Jameson Reese informs us that Kenneth Grant would go on to form the what is it Jameson is saying here? Feel free to speak, Jameson, about that. What is it? He went on to form the
IoT.
Yeah, the Illuminati of Thanateros. Thank you. Okay, which is kind of a spin on the death word.
It's important that I finish saying something on this.
Oh, please, by all means. Yeah.
Is that what? In fact, my friend was reading in this book by Leo Zagami. Now, Leo Zagami is a whole separate story, and one I can only. He's somebody who defected from a quote unquote Illuminati type group in Italy. Mm-hmm. And I first encountered him when he was demanding to speak on a friend of mine's radio show. Like, why don't you have me? And he started telling me, it's like if you contacted somebody, I'm Douglas Dietrich, I worked at the Defense Department. I know more information than anybody else knows. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, you don't do that.
No, it's not.
And I told her, I said, I told her how to deal with him. I said, excuse me, I'm not aware of you, and basically just,
fob him off, yeah.
Yeah. In other words, he's coming on like gangbusters. Like, who the hell is this person? He had a real, I need to be paid attention to issue. So I could never take him too seriously. But over the years, he's gotten on YouTube, he's gotten his message out, and he's a lot like Max Schnebling, except the difference is he's not such a victim. He's not such a victim. He was part of one of these families, and he spilled his stuff out. He's an informer, but he's not as broken free as say you are.
Okay.
But you still got these stupid attachments with
yes, the baggage.
But the thing is, he wrote this book, which my friend was reading, and he says he spelled it out. And basically, what my friend was, he said, why couldn't I put this together? He was basically saying that all of this sort of nodal, I forget what they're called. They're like nodal points that Kenneth Grant writes about them to a certain extent in the book, Cults of the Shadows. But it's about points in the body that are used, and it's sort of written from a tantric angle to program people. This is all about.
Are those MOV zones?
That's not the word I was told because I haven't read it, but it was, I think, with a D or something. But I just forget the word. But the point is there are certain points that people are programmed with on the body. They're trigger points, and they're tied to sexuality. It's sort of like a black tantra, and that was a revelation. I will probably have an opportunity to read this. I'm not super interested in it.
Understood.
Because my mind is on other things.
Understood. But just out of curiosity, Brendan, does this remind you in any way of Kundalini or something like that? If he's with us,
Kundalini is a separate energy.
Okay.
Many of these people have their Kundalini siphoned off, And that was sort of the whole thing with Montauk programming, was to siphon off the Kundalini energy and redirect it into, into some sort of channel it into some other diabolical form. It's an art.
It's to some degree a vehicle of consciousness by redirecting all this energy so that, upon dying, you could achieve some form of immortality.
Well, that's if you're talking from a spiritual perspective. This was not towards that. It was towards executing the orders. And Michael Aquino was probably very astute on this subject. He would have had to have been.
Right. And so yes, thank you. And so are you finished with that particular?
I wanted to make that statement. Yeah.
Right. No, it's definitely appreciated. Yeah, it's definitely appreciated, and I think the important thing that I want to bring up to kind of just add as a bookend to that, so that we can come back to it in the future, because Peter Moon will be back with us, maybe even the next transmission, so that we can go deeper into the subject. Was that it was Kenneth Grant who Michael Aquino was insistent on was the only one who really brought up the connection between H.P. Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley that no one else knew about.
Yes, and that's exactly what Peter Levenda took everything from.
Yes,
in his book called Dark Lord.
Yes, he stole it from Kenneth Grant. He was just plagiarizing.
I should also note that Kenneth Grant's Illuminati of the Thanateros, they had a subcult called the Cult of Lam, where you would focus on Aleister Crowley's Lam. And so what I wound up doing was I had no idea what would happen, but I indirectly initiated myself into it. And what winds up happening after you initiate into, after you follow the instructions on the Illuminati of the Thanateros' Cult of Lam, what will happen is you'll be visited by these beings, and it should be interesting to note that these beings will sodomize you.
Interesting. So with that, we're going to kind of segue it to the unpleasantness with Jameson Reese telling us about this this, God, what the fuck was her name again? Chirashi, Anne Chirashi.
Anne Chirashi. What I found out was I had there's this guy on YouTube I follow who I guess he was part of this cult, and he was bent on exposing it. They call themselves the Temple of the Majorian Temple. I actually had an interest in initiating into their program at some point, and I had backed out simply for the fact that I realized I have a lot of shit going on in my life right now, so there's no way I'm going to be initiated into anything. But I more or less found out how to take someone's email header, and I could trace where that email was being sent from. And so I found out that Anne Chirashi is actually in California, based on where I was able to because I was able to trace the header, and I was able to get the IP address, and the IP address was coming from California.
Okay, and explain to people, because not everybody hears every episode, and some people don't hear the entire episode. Just give a debriefing on Anne Chirashi. Who is this bitch?
Basically, this was a supposedly African woman who wanted to learn from me about what you would call, she wanted to learn from me magic. And she had donated some money to Douglas. Then she started going on this rant about where she was talking about all this stuff that was exposed by Richard K. Cole, which was bullshit. She was basically espousing his lies and saying, "I want a refund. What's this? What's all this? This doesn't make any sense to me." And then what's funny is the last email she sends me. I told her, "Yeah, you're actually in California. I checked your IP address," and she said, "I'm in Australia, mate." I'm like, wait a minute. What African woman used the word mate?
Thank you. Unless
that's clearly Stephen Outram.
Thank you.
He is so full of shit.
Yes.
It's not even funny. And he tries to send this picture of some sigil, and I didn't even look at it.
By the way, the
account.
Even though someone may be living in a different culture and they may pick up some of the mannerisms, it's not the normal thing a woman would say to a man.
No. That's a dead ringer. That's something that guys seem to say to each other in that culture.
Yes.
But it's not something that I think women say to each other.
Or to men. Culture. No. That's totally abnormal. That's not what would happen normally. It may be like in some situation where we're getting really obtuse, where you get like what Derek Talley was saying, that in certain, like in Chicago, I think he said it was, or Detroit, where he said that certain people, like if men are even talking to their sisters and they get angry at them, they'll say bro. Like it's just something like, but you're talking about something so obscure. It's not what someone would say to a person in a different culture if they're a female in Australia talking to a man. It's just bullshit. So the guy's just,
especially someone someone who's claiming to be African.
Yes.
This just does not make any sense. What is in so here's an African woman with a German man living in Australia. How the fuck did they get to Australia?
These things happen, but at the same time, it's just, to me, it's a pastiche. It's just basically it's very contrived. It's very contrived in the sense that they're trying to look cosmopolitan. They're trying to look.
What Aquino called a nigger bitch avatar.
Yes,
basically.
an MBA. Yes, thank you.
And that's exactly what he's trying to. That's exactly what Outrim is trying to play off of, and it's so full of, it's just so full of shit that I could see through it.
Yes, and it's conceivable it might actually even be Lilith Aquino. It's probably Outrim because he does own a lot of property in the West Coast of the United States. And the reason he does this, and I know this for a fact, is because Stephen Outrim, of course, told myself as much when he was asking me for sex for money. And when he asked me to prostitute myself, he brought up the fact that he could take me to one of his properties here on the West Coast, anywhere that he could take me up the coast if we wanted the mood to go up towards Washington and Oregon. And he had condominiums all up and down through the three left coast states, California, Washington, and Oregon, that he purchased and that he uses when he comes here so he doesn't stay in hotels. So even though he checks in with customs and whatnot, he's pretty much covert. No one knows he's here or where he's staying because he just stays in the current condominiums that are unoccupied on any of his properties up and down the coast. So it's very likely Stephen Outrim while he's hanging out here in California, or it could be Lilith Aquino herself, because even though Stephen Outrim is the kind of shithead who would ask about magic, because he would be into that, Richard K. Cole wouldn't even have that level of sophistication to ask about magic or pretend to ask about it. He's just too stupid. But that brings us back to where we're at now. I'm going to do something that I don't normally do because I'm going to assume all the men are still with us. I'm just going to go on the screen share for a bit. And of course the audience cannot see this, but all the gentlemen who are with me can. And so what happened was that while I was with my surrogate son and partying, he did the favor of basically, as he always does, keeping unpleasantries away from myself, but then bringing it to my attention when he had to, when I was coming home anyway and back into the shitstorm. And he mentioned that we've really got him running scared. Basically, I pointed out the fact that Richard K. Cole Jr. is introducing himself as former U.S. Marine investigative researcher, as a professional. So this is obviously a person who's not only abusing the U.S. Marine Corps logo, because
he's employed.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's employable, which is a far more important
working for a living.
Yes, and so he needs to be employed for a living. And I brought up the fact that he needs to be reported to the Veterans Office of the Inspector General, the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General, to reopen his case, since he's admitted he's employable. That he says he's this crack reporter, this basically a private investigator. He's a private investigator slash crack reporter. So he needs to be working for a living, not living off my tax dollar or yours. He's basically living off our tax dollar to spend all day attacking myself. So when I brought that up, he ran, like a little shit-faced little boy to his boyfriend, And his new boyfriend, since John Victor Lillier died, is a new dirty old man faggot by the name of but by the name of, what the fuck is this guy's, John McKenzie. So John McKenzie is the new faggot boyfriend of Richard K. Cole since John Victor Lillier died. And this is John McKenzie with his incredibly, I'm being very sarcastic here, incredibly erudite series of videos. Now, all of them are him essentially sitting in his car. You see, the old one is when he's in his home, but that's before he brought home the big, jolly, fuzzy grizzly bear guy from the bar.
You stole my idea about the mobile studio.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, that basically, he's in. Normally, a guy would be speaking from his living room in front of the fireplace, but this faggot's doing it in his car because this is where he now lives, essentially. Since the big roly-poly grizzly bear he brought home, forced him to rim his ass every night that he came in the door, he finally said, "Oh, you gotta stay in the car." And now he found someone who's, he can visit in his car in upstate New York, which is, of course, Richard K. Cole Jr. By the way, this photograph of Richard K. Cole Jr. that everyone is going to see whenever anyone looks up Richard K. Cole Jr., you're going to see an incredibly faded photograph that is from the Vietnam War era, that is not even a Desert Storm era Marine Corps uniform. That is a Vietnam War era uniform. It is not Richard K. Cole Jr. And he keeps claiming that this is him because he was never in the Marines. There is no Marine Corps photo of Richard K. Cole Jr. So he's using this old, faded Vietnam era. He calls himself Gunner 65 because he was born in the year 1965, people, which means he's 1 year older than I am. So there's no way he could have been in Vietnam. So, obviously, this is a phony who hangs out with other phonies. And so this old faggot, of course, is basically now attacking myself. So he's got these things to say that he's threatening my audience with, which is, of course, the very definition of terrorism. The first thing he did was he tried to make himself...
shit for the curse jar.
Yeah, there you go. And He basically is trying to make himself look like a professional reporter. He's trying to appeal to the Christian goodness in everyone. And, of course, they all come up with this. When you catch the child molester with his pants down, he's always saying that, look, I was just trying to show the kid something, it's a terror. This is where we're at. He says, no one should wish suffering upon anyone, including you, Douglas. As for Richard K. Cole and JVL, by the way, I didn't even know who JVL was. I totally forgot until Peter Moon reminded me, oh, that's John Victor Lillier. The guy's fucking dead, who killed himself because he was, of course, going to have everything taken from him and go to jail because he was basically frauding everybody about being in the military and getting paid for it. He says, I find them credible. Yeah, the man who killed himself because he was heading to prison because they took away his pension and his disability because he had defrauded the U.S. government per both. And he says, you, not so much. Richard detailed your history of lies and deceit. No one at the FBI is not going to take you seriously, Douglas. Oh, like the double negative there? No one at the FBI is not going to take you seriously, Douglas. I think he slipped up. Talk about a Freudian slip. Then he says, you thrived on being a public figure for years. Your past simply caught up with you. Notice there's nothing specific here about what the lie is. Okay, what's the lie? Of course, he would just say, oh, there's so many of them. But they always stop with that. And anyhow, when I saw this, by the way, actually, I had seen this on my cell phone when I was taken over to the estate. My son is married to a man who we reference very pointedly only as sugar daddy because we're protecting his identity. But when I was taken over to the estate, I actually took a look at my cell phone and I saw this and I thought this was an ad or a notice from one of the music channels I subscribe to because, I subscribe to these like Nightcore and, techno music, various channels for music, and they usually use terms like this. Dear cultist, your fearful leader forgot to inform you. I honestly thought it was one of the artists just being funny. Yeah, and I just clicked it off and went to party. And then later my son informed me it was this idiot. It said, dear cultist, your fearful leader forgot to inform you. You will be committing a federal crime. By this, there's no reference here as to what the fuck he's talking about. So he presumes that everyone is listening to the full episode and that everyone understands what he's referencing, which presumably is the fact that I'm telling people to report Richard K. Cole to the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General. By the way, it is not a federal crime. It is your civic duty to report someone who is living off your tax dollar fraudulently. It's like, this is welfare fraud. All the Veterans Administration is a giant welfare state. These are not people on a military pension. A military pension is a totally separate deal from the Veterans Administration. The Veterans Administration is civilian. Civilian. It's not military. It is a civilian welfare distribution agency of welfare funds. So these are people who claim, oh, I'm fucked up, I can't work. And of course, sometimes their claims are valid. Most of the time, they're not. And in the case of Richard K. Cole Jr., it is definitely fraud. He himself is saying he's an ace journalist, private investigator, and therefore he is employable. Right now, your tax dollars are paying for him, so he doesn't have to work. Put him back to work. Call the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General and inform them that you're tired of this man living off your tax dollars, and he's said he's employable. There is evidence out there on YouTube he is employable. John McKenzie, his boyfriend, is proving he's employable. Therefore, get him employed. Get him back on the job market where he belongs, like everybody else. We can't all be out of work. Millions of people are out of work while their tax dollars are paying for this guy to eat. Fuck that shit. He's got a chicken farm.
All he does is eat.
Yes.
He's like a fucking he's like an ugly tub of lard.
Thank you. Thank you.
You should show, I really think you should show your audiences the pictures of him. He's just horrific to look at.
Thank you. I'll do that.
He looks like something from a Lovecraft novel.
Thank you. Thank you. And then the guy ends by saying, "Happy birthday, dipshit." And this was his highlighted comment. This was his highlighted comment. So these are the same guys. And and this is the point. These guys can't stop themselves. They're asking for mercy, but they can't stop being offensive. And so instead of being, it's like, what's the first rule of a parasite? Don't kill the host. If you're asking for mercy from someone, don't offend them. No, but they have to go on the attack. And they have to make the attack predominant. And then they're saying, oh, don't do this. Don't do this. But then they try to intimidate you, saying you're committing a federal crime. That's like saying you're committing a federal crime for reporting a federal offense. It doesn't make any sense. This is why he tripped up with his Freudian slip of the FBI is not going to take you seriously. He says it in such a manner that there's no way they cannot take you seriously. So that is the situation where we're at. So do indeed report this individual and call the FBI about him. I will give those numbers out later, sometime after solicitation. No need to go into it now. And I
noticed a pattern about these guys is that they tend to always shoot themselves in the foot whenever they say something.
Yes, they contradict.
Everything they fucking say is like something. It's like once you catch it, it's like something's wrong with their brains.
Well, there's something. What would you say about some dirty old white faggot who's sitting in his car all day, and here's his voice. Oh, hi.
Saturday.
Hi. Look, today's Saturday. He tests himself so he can check his sanity, right? I mean, it's like people need to be told that. I mean, this is the guy's intro.
Dropping beads. They drop beads. They let you know who they are. They demonstrate their vulnerabilities. This is a characteristic
Thank you.
of Satanists in general.
Thank you. Yes. And
Aquino was no exception.
Yes, true.
He was much more powerful, adept, and clever than most, but he still left a trail of embarrassment.
Yes.
It's just that people weren't smart enough to understand the embarrassment or to isolate it.
That's a very important point. Peter Moon had a girlfriend who basically read Michael Aquino's book, which was called Extreme Prejudice. And she related to Peter Moon that it was nothing more really than a collection of foot bullets. It was just basically Michael Aquino talking about all these crimes that everyone had exposed. and basically re-exposing himself more than anything else. And it was like he couldn't drop it, which would have been the wisest thing to do. But there was an element of Aquino that was wrong-headed and just somehow just not right. There was
and keep in mind, she was a court reporter for special victims.
Thank you.
Special victims are exacerbated situations where, you know, the court, the lawyers on both sides have to dig in and almost deprogram the witness to get actual testimony because it's such a horrific situation. And so she had a lot of experience in dealing with this stuff as a reporter. So it's like, you know, she was not fooled for a minute. Other people aren't necessarily so astute.
Thank you. That's an excellent way of contextualizing it, and it's one of the things that we'll ultimately cover again at some point. But that it kind of gets that out of the way, and basically that's my fun beating him up. I mean, you're talking about a dirty old white faggot who's sitting in his car all day and spewing. And this guy thinks that somehow he's going to reintroduce himself to replace me, which is why he stole my title. You can take a look at his videos, and you can see that John Mackenzie's channel, Points on the Curve, it's got, basically the very title is stolen from the term I use all the time, which is arc of narrative. I use it so much that it's practically the subtitle to my program, which would be Critical Omissions Arc of Narrative, where I always bring that term up as in ARC, as in electrical arc, as in arc of character development, not as in ARK, with like Noah's Ark or the Ark of the Covenant. And of course, so that's why he used the term points on the curve, since he realized most people are, well, they're not literate enough to get the reference. So he just made it simplistic. And so you can see by his videos that he has far less out than I have, because he's just started. Effectively, he's just starting. And so, like any loser, he wants to parasitize off myself. The irony here is that very few people, statistically or demographically, know about me. And yet these people consider this, myself, to be a primary threat that needs to be taken down. So they dedicate everything to myself, to the point of just attacking relentlessly. And so when you're confronted with what they say is wrong, they say, oh, mad, outrageous claims, which then should be self-evident in terms of their ludicrousness or laughable ridiculousness. Obviously, if I say I'm the son of Adolf Hitler biologically, and that the Japanese won World War II, and these are both just absurd on the face of it, there would be no need to assassinate my character. I would be self-evidently dismissible. This is not the case, and this is why they attack, and they attack, and they attack. The beauty of it is, this idiot has just lost all focus, which is what Richard K. Cole has, which is a monofocus. He's focused on only one thing, because he is a military fraud. He is focused on trying to portray myself as a military fraud. And with this John Mackenzie, I don't know if he's got a military background or not, but he's obviously gay and personally involved with Richard K. Cole, because no one other than a physical intimate would put themselves out to attack someone publicly like he has done. He tries to portray himself as this detached reporter. But obviously no detached reporter would wind up personally attacking someone on behalf of their interviewee. That is something where they're obviously intimately involved, where he's trying to say, oh, don't report on my lover, or he'll be out of a job, and then he'll be living with me in the car. Well, I think that's where both of them belong. And so let's make certain they get in the car together, and they can drive off into the fucking sunset with Richard K. Cole, and, they can switch the wheel while they give each other blowjobs. So that's Richard K. Cole Jr. and John Mackenzie, which, by the way, my son did confirm. That the gay network is pretty tight. And they are identified, John Mackenzie and Richard K. Cole Jr., as lovers. So it is well. The interesting thing is, these guys are faggots. They're not gay because they keep saying they're not. They keep portraying themselves as these straight, heterosexual, MGTOWs, men going their own way. Well, of course, they're going their own way because there's no woman in the world who will have anything to do with them. That's why John Mackenzie's alone in his car. because there's no woman to take care of him because he's such a piece of shit, such an asshole, that no woman will go near him. So he's stuck with Richard K. Cole Jr. And there you go. That's the men so repulsive, they're gay by force of circumstance. Those are faggots. That's what we're down to. With that, of course, we're going to bring Brendan Zoget on for the night. I want Pac-1 Morales and Mr. Moon to both kind of, say a few more things, and we're going to turn it over to Brendan. Pac-1 Morales, if he's still with us, I do look forward to, any input from him on this, any observations, and then I'm going to ask Peter Moon a specific question about the latest episodes and if he's had time to review them. So Pac-1, if you're still with us, because I know that you've got the family and everything, and any minute you could check out.
Yeah, so... Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, thank God.
Okay. Yeah, let's sit here. I don't know. That, Richard K. Cole guy's fucking weirdo. I don't even fucking friend request to me and shit.
He does that to everyone that's on my Facebook friends list. He just, but specifically anyone I have on the program in particular, he'll Facebook friend them, especially if they're former military. Then he'll think that somehow he's going to appeal to them because he's in his little graduation uniform. By the way, Pac-1, do emphasize to people that any picture you see of a young man who looks like he's out of his fucking mind, what he thinks is a piercing gaze, but it's just totally blank. 1,000-yard stare without the trauma behind it. Just let Pac-1, just let them know that is not a normal picture of a Marine. That's something that they get even before they graduate, where they just put them in that uniform for the picture for their yearbook, and then they move on. Thank you.
Yeah, nine times out of 10, you're like what's going on right before that picture? You're usually getting fucked up in the sand pit or something.
Yeah.
That's the first day you actually get to grow your hair out, and they just fuck you up all day because you got to take a picture. So yeah, he looked like he just got his ass handed to him in boot camp or something. I don't know.
Thank you, and that's all he has to show the world. That's it. Yes, thank you. Love you dearly, brother, and
Yeah. If I could do just one more
Please.
thing, they did do a GoFundMe for Luce. If I could read off the.
Thank God! Please, by all means,
Yes.
and also link that to my Facebook timeline, please. Okay.
All right, absolutely. So it's GoFundMe.com/F/Luz LUZ Martinez MARTINEZ Taco King UTM as in Mark _ source SOURCE equal Facebook, and that'll take you right to the GoFundMe.
Okay, and as soon as you tag that to my timeline, then I'll and also do me a favor, put the link right here in the text box. That'll be the best. Put the link right here in the text box, and then that way I can read it out when I'm doing solicitation. And wonderful as it can be, considering the tragedy of the situation. I take it you're going to be working with Luz's mother a lot in the near future, and or maybe I'm wrong, but I'm certain you'll be helping her a lot with moral support. Certain you'll be there.
I'll help her with every step I can.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go on, please.
I was just saying that's without a question.
Yeah. I notice here he's wearing his crown, and oh my God, I just want to cry looking at this. I mean, these were, of course, much happier times, much better days, and he, as you said, he was a carpenter. He could have helped Peter Moon with his lamp just like that. He could have just had it up there in just a minute, as opposed to everything Peter Moon was dealing with. But oh my God, and do let people know you wouldn't have gone into the business at all without his inspiration. Honestly, I think you were in a very dark place that he pulled you out of with everything that was going on.
Absolutely. In life, I absolutely was in a very dark place when I started working for him. So yeah, he pretty much helped me fall in love with making food and being proud of doing that, and he supported me every step of my way, and just, I wouldn't be where I'm at in my business if it wasn't for him. So absolutely. He's a great man.
Well, God bless you and God bless him. Our prayers go to him, and we know he's ascended, and we deeply support his family. And thank you again, dear brother. And I'll be calling you again on Sunday. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Douglas. Love you.
Love
See you guys. Talk to you later, J-Mo, Peter, and Brendan.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good luck.
Good night.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, and I'll say goodnight for J-Mo because he's away at the moment. But God bless you, and my best to your family. Okay, and he has 2 wonderful children, and that was Pac One, who's welcome to join us anytime he wishes, if he just happens to be in area. And Peter Moon, I'm just curious, did you have any chance to review any of the time-stamped videos I provided? And whatever you've heard, I'd love to hear.
I had some chance. I've listened quite a bit. I got a little lost with the Cunningham episode because I wasn't sure who he was in the beginning of the context, because there was a lot of chit chat, and I tried to go forward, but right. I was expecting to listen to the vampire stuff. But what's very important in what you relayed about, Douglas was talking about the Chinese may turn their heroes into non-heroes, and they become invisible heroes because you can't have a big personality. And what's very stunningly important in what you've said, and I don't think it was highlighted enough, although you did say it, was where communism and capitalism meet. Yes. This is a major nexus point, because you have the Chinese, who are capitalistic and communistic. You have the Russians, who went from communism to capitalism, and then Putin has taken them back towards a totalitarian sort of combination of the two for the elites only. It's always the elites in both civilizations. And I think you mentioned Vietnam had the same issue.
Yes.
Communism and capitalism. I don't think North Korea has caught on to the capitalistic part yet.
No.
And now we have elements of communism seeping into the United States of America. And this is very, how far it will go remains to be seen. How far it goes remains to be seen. But this element of mixing the two ideologies so as to control, in other words, you want the communism because you can control everybody, and you want the capitalism so that you can make money or control things. You control things through both. They're both systems of control, political control, both of which are ruled by Capricorn. And we're now living in a time where Saturn is in Capricorn, and it's about to conjunct for the third and final time with Pluto and Jupiter. And this is on November 13th after the election. So there will be a nexus point astrologically on November 12th or 13th, whatever that is. But what you had to say about this was just really, this is the whole crux of everything, where those two ideologies meet. The art elect is, of course, in the middle of it all because of its connection, or I should say, Zh's connection.
Oh, I wanted to say that I believe the art elect must have, and I use this metaphorically, this term, must have a hand, so to speak, or influence on the Taiwanese suddenly getting involved with Facebook as the minders for Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, that's astonishing, and most welcome. But that's incredible. Do you have any idea how that happened, or?
Well, I sent you that because I heard it on Fox News.
Okay.
I heard it on Fox News.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I wasn't paying too much attention to Fox News.
Understood.
Except that I heard that and I go, it was Tucker Carlson.
Of all people. Oh my God.
What the hell is that about?
Yeah.
You know, well, he's just reporting what he's fed. You know, he went off. He has gone. I heard him. It was a show a couple weeks ago. At the end of the show, where he was talking about aliens and UFOs, and he was aligned with the whole Tom DeLonge theme.
Oh shit! Oh my God!
Like, so they're saying, oh yeah, and like he's taking the subject very quote unquote seriously, but it's all along that whole Tom DeLonge. Nick Pope was interviewed, and it's just the standard stuff that you know better than,
right?
And your audience does too. But it's like, you know, Fox News is going to tell us is now opening their minds. And I would also point out that it was Fox News or the Rupert Murdoch people who put forth in the 70s or in early 80s UFOs Are Real documentaries.
Oh my God. I didn't know that.
We're talking about Condor. They all had names. The Aviary, they called them. And this was a documentary leaking UFOs Are Real. And it was, I remember seeing it when I, first had my house on Long Island with my wife. We watched it. And it was, kind of interesting. This is before the Whitley Strieber phenomena started occurring. Mm-hmm. It was setting people up. They probably talked about Barney and Betty Hill and all that.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, my God. So they were all part of it. I remember the Aviary was identified with mind control projects. So that this is definitely that on a social level, social engineering. And so the one thing that I will say, and we'll go into this more in the future, I want to say something about Kenneth Grant, and then I'll let Peter Moon take his leave at his leisure. But hang out as long as you want, Peter, and always interject whenever you feel it will be constructive. But definitely, I want people to understand Peter is on the East Coast, as different from Brendan Zogit and I. So the time for him is much different. It's just 3 hours ahead of us. And when it comes to the thing that we were saying on the latest video prior to tonight's, the transmission preceding tonight's, Peter Moon tried to listen to it, but the Cunningham thing kind of is like, I hate it when this happens, but I can understand it. It was kind of like a glitch, kind of like glitched him, and kind of like broke the narrative for him. Believe me, I do get back into the vampires, and when I do, it's at a historically, well, just let me put it this way, an unprecedented level.
I have it marked, and I did hear it the earlier
parts of it. Okay.
Drive on vampires, which the main problem with absorbing the information was that it was so voluminous.
Yes.
And it wasn't necessarily, like, say, if the way I would take that, like if I was going to write it, put into a book, or even assimilate it so I could lecture on it myself, I'd write it all down, and then I would cogitate over it, and then reassemble it as if I was going to give a college lecture. That's what a professor does. He reads all this data and then he presents it.
Right.
And you're reading a narrative of that tends towards a volume of data.
Thank you.
And it's interesting, but as they say, it's a lot to digest, and the hardest part is contextualizing it and connecting all the dots.
Right.
So, and what I did say is, it seems to me that the big connection between the vampirism you're talking about as a subspecies of the human race is the main relevancy today. Because my first instinct is, okay, do I really want to listen about vampires? No, I don't. But when I listen to it, it ties directly into the Silicon Valley madness that is going on at the top of the food chain. Yes. And that's what these people, the Bill Gates types of the world, these type of people are either that or they're feeding that. You don't have to be that to feed that. Also, the one question I want to ask you, I've seen people that echo characteristics of what you described. I don't know that they are full-fledged vampires, but energetically they are, and they might be related to them, but I don't think they would fit the description. I could be wrong. They could be hiding, but I think they're close to that, but they're not that.
Right, and I think you also got the message, so to speak, or the historical disambiguation between the rabies spread by the species of vampire. Not that all subspecies of vampire are rabid, not that everyone who is a true vampire is rabid, but the rabies that does emit from some who become carriers is what I was addressing within the context of the history of the Russian Revolution when I was going into the latest transmission. So I don't know if Peter...
I think Renfield, the character Renfield in the original Dracula movie, might be more
reflective
to the vampire.
Right. Reflective of that, right? Is that
than Bela Lugosi himself.
Yes, interesting. Yes, in that regard, very much so. Yes.
Also, sometime we can have a discussion on Porphyria, because I've written about that as well. Mm-hmm. Not in the context of vampires, but in the context of blue blood.
Right. Which is another subject that is very important. Crystal River, of course, has in essence blue blood to extent at least. And so the one thing I do want to say, however, that is important when it comes to and I like the way Peter Moon recalls it when he first said the Cunningham issue. The first thing that went in my mind was who, and then I realized he was talking about the senator who shot down Colonel Toome. And for me, of course, the far more important individual historically is Colonel Toome. So just so that I can clarify this for people so they understand, and Peter Moon has got the general message, but one of the important things to understand was that throughout communism, there is the phenomenon that most people in the West cannot even begin to comprehend, because communism is, quote-unquote, a proletarian movement to the extreme. At the same time, of course, that is fallacious. It is itself just a mask for the elite that controls the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. Whoever monopolizes that is obviously tiers above in terms of quality of life than the proletariat themselves. And because of that, they are almost bound by circumstance to avoid popular heroes. So popular heroes are oftentimes fabricated, and they fabricate a person who did nothing, like what I was bringing up about Kirlian, the man who developed Kirlian photography, quote unquote, who was made a hero of the Soviet Union because they suddenly realized through his technology they could apprehend vampires, the subspecies of humanity that otherwise was fairly hard to distinguish or identify, and yet everything else Kirlian did was worthless and if anything destructive. Certainly his wife died of cancer from her exposure to all the radiation that he was exposing her to through everything he did with his tinkering with his garage level technology that, other than the identification of vampires, produced absolutely nothing for anybody. And the Soviet Union made him a hero because he suited their purposes, was non-threatening, very much like the Americans making Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a hero. It's not because he's not a good man, or not that he should not be honored, but he's non-threatening. And that's why he's chosen above Malcolm X. He's the black man who never fights back, or certainly is marketed as such. And so when it came to someone like Colonel Toome, who's an honest-to-God war hero, who then strikes 14 kills, and I put into perspective just how difficult his robot kill was, his kill of a drone, which Americans could not do. Americans could not kill their own drones, which I described in the Battle of California, which took place when two planes tried to kill an American drone, and these are American planes trying to shoot down an American drone that went rogue, and they wound up, wiping out half of California, so to speak. I'm exaggerating, but you get my point. And Colonel Toome was able to down one of them. So we're talking about a man in a very primitive plane, and was able to do what he did. And because of this, if this is where the controversy does come in, that will be somewhat of a mystery. From what I saw, Colonel Toome survived, but then it's a mystery as to what happened to him after the Vietnam War, whether he just kind of went into retirement, went into a deep black program in Vietnam. But in terms of if he was shot down by Cunningham, then the communists themselves would never have admitted it, because it would have been a blow to morale. So they would simply have said that Colonel Toome has survived, even though the plane that Cunningham shot down, he claims he didn't see any parachute jettison therefrom, and that it hit the ground. And yet, at the same time, if he did survive, it's not that he would have been acknowledged in his survival because of the potential threat that he manifested in potential popularity against the communists themselves. So this is where you get the term secret heroes. It's one of the factors in the convoluted communist logic, where they have cosmonauts, for instance, who serviced in their military Soyuz. You had the Soyuz space station, and then you had what the Russians called the Solyuts, and these were armed military space stations. Aside from the Russian space station that crashed into the ground that everybody remembered, there were manned military, armed and armored space stations that you never hear about, and the cosmonauts who manned them are like secret heroes. These are secret heroes of the Soviet Union. Nobody knows them. Nobody knows their names. So this is what communism produces, and the Americans took advantage of this so that they now claim Colonel Toome simply did not exist. To show you how far this goes, and this is an aspect of what I was trying to point out, is what I'm dealing with someone like the Richard K. Cole Jr., who claims he's a professional historian now and therefore needs to get a job. But when you take a look at, there's this historian named Boniface, who's a professional historian in the United States. And this, I remember his last name. And I'm trying to look him up now, but all I'm getting is Saint Boniface, and that's not who I'm looking for. But in terms of the historian named Boniface, I'll try and find out his full name later. But there's this clown who's basically come up with the stance that he's published that Colonel Toome is a psychological product of an American psychological malfunction. That because the Americans had such a hard time in the Vietnam War, that they came up with this delusion, this fantasy, like a mirage of Colonel Toome. I mean, this is how far the Americans are going now to deny that Colonel Toome existed. And then you get someone like Cunningham, who's a known criminal, the Senator Cunningham, who quote-unquote shot down Colonel Toome, and he's now saying Colonel Toome never existed. So who did he shoot down, and doesn't that mean he's no longer an ace? So you have the guy who claims, oh, I'm an ace, and he's the guy who helped form the Top Gun school that trains your American airmen, and he says the top base of Vietnam that he shot down doesn't exist. I mean, this is where we're at. At this point, how can you say the Americans in the military ever tell you anything that you can trust? This is why when they tell you they won World War II, how can you trust that when you see a bold-faced lie like this that is so how would you call it? Self-contradicting at the very least. So Peter Moon, hopefully that puts that in some perspective, and hopefully it makes even more sense now than the sense you made from it. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, it all fits together. The other thing about the vampires is that, well, I know, I think I did address that. It's just part of the whole schematic that you have to offer. It's complicated, so that's why we need to get some pieces of the chessboard on the table.
Thank you, and you're the master at helping us do that. God bless you. You have a blessed night, and give her love to Paula as well. I get the feeling you're kind of tired, so
slowly fading away. I'll be up for a while. I'll listen for a while, but I'll sign off now.
Sounds good.
and say good night to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, and always appreciate it. And now we're going to bring, that was Peter Moon. And remember, everyone, go to skybooksusa.com. And everything he's ever published is still in print, and he's got a new book coming out soon. And so, Brendan Zogit, thank you so much for your patience. And it's all yours now, son. And Brendan, rip loose, cut loose with it all. Yes, I can hear you. I guess the one thing I did want to bring up that I'll bring up next time is that Kenneth Grant was the guy who started the connection between Howard Phillips Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley, and it's one of those things where here's where my argument would be, is that he was trying to argue that Lovecraft was essentially a natural adept, that Lovecraft was presenting the occult in such a manner because he was basically natural at this, that he could somehow, as an atheistic kind of like non-believer, somebody who lacked faith in almost anything, that this man was portraying magic in such a way that he worked it naturally, like a natural-born psychic. But here's where the problem lies, and I'm sure both yourself and Jameson Reese can address this. Grant's theories depend on this notion of natural magical ability. There is no such thing. There is the kind of genetic ability to tune in to the cosmos we see with the Black Africans and Vajahudun in the Caribbean, the people of African descent. This is very different. Otherwise, you cannot be a natural adept any more than you could be a natural computer programmer or a natural neurosurgeon. Adepthood requires not only native psychic ability, but careful study, discipline.
It's a discipline.
And unwavering faith.
Someone and Lovecraft being so abhorred by the supernatural, he loathed it because he was someone who you would call a material rationalist.
Yes.
So there is absolutely no way he would have any adepthood in magic.
Thank you. That's the problem. He could not even pass the faith hurdle, and it takes unwavering faith to make your magic work.
What he did have, though, I think, and I think this is what Grant really meant, is I think that what Grant was going for was the fact that he had the capacity as a channeler. And, you don't...
Thank you.
It doesn't really require faith to be able to channel things. There are some people there are people who are born with more of a affinity to being able to channel as mediums than other people.
Yes, thank you. And otherwise, raw magical aptitude without practice will not make you an adept any more than a high IQ without study will earn you a college degree. Just so people understand this. And so with that aside, we can get more deep into that some other time. And as we near Halloween, that would even be apropos. So, but right now, our man Brendan Zogit is here to take us into the ring, to use a pun, and tell us all about. Aside from that, start off where you mentioned it while we were kind of coming up to open the show. What you've been doing, everything that's been going on with the Asian Indian festivals, and we were talking about, of course, food and diet and everything else. But let's go into your history first. I'm sure we'll dive into the other stuff later. We'll all come to that. Or come back to it. So.
Right, yeah, like the history of just what I'm doing.
No. I'm just talking about. I'm sure that later on, as the night progresses, we'll get a bit more back into what I was doing with partying and blood drinking and all the rest of that. And then we can talk about vegetarianism and the difference between industrial grade slaughter.
Nanospheric seas.
Yes.
Nanospheric sea.
Thank you.
You'll feel
it.
Yeah.
I'll feel it immediately. Okay, I may well do that.
Yeah, really though.
Okay.
And it has like phosphocholine in it and like things that help the skin. Like I could tell you right now, like it's like the best supplement you could take for skin. Like
wow.
Anyone who's like super vain that needs their skin fixed.
Amazing. Thank you.
You should try it.
Well, it definitely will be.
But we'll not give away our secrets, actually.
Well, definitely appreciate it. God bless you. I love you dearly. And he was kind enough to send me this, and he's only because he has a little spending money now that he's employed, and they're working him to death, and they're working him overtime. And oh my God, I hope you're getting all that shit. Are you getting overtime for what you're doing? I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like mandatory. It's like I might as well go to Japan and work. Like,
holy shit! Holy.
Because in Japan, if people don't know, like for the most part, jobs like it's like mandatory overtime, but they don't actually tell you have to. It's just like if you don't do it, like you're looked down as like scum or something.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how it is now in America when there's like less jobs. It's like if you don't work like extra hard, like they're kind of like, oh, we don't need you.
Yeah, they basically say there's all kinds of honest men looking for work. Yeah.
Right.
Oh my God, that sucks. Oh shit! And yet you've got these people at work who show up pig-faced, drunk. What the fuck? What's going on with that?
Yeah, they finally fired her. Like they had no choice. It was just too much. Like going like. She like threw away a bunch of like of the tools and stuff and like tried to sabotage the deli before she took like 3 weeks off.
Oh my
like,
God! Holy shit!
Yeah, when she came back, they were like, "Yeah, you're fired."
Oh my God! Holy shit! Why did she bother to come back?
That's what I was wondering. I don't know. Like, she took 2 weeks off and then like basically called out for the week before that. It's like at that point you might as well just not come back.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God! It's like it's crazy. Yeah. So go on and
people are cracking under the pressure, even though her job wasn't that hard. But,
yeah, comparatively speaking, I mean that's just awful. Oh my God! And are there any others like that at work? I mean, come on, take advantage of this time, bitch, gripe, vent, cathartic.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of crazy. It's a grocery store. I mean, it's like it's just terrible. It's like the worst horror you can have. Like, anyone who's done it knows like customer service isn't fun, but just imagine dealing with people's food. Like,
well, imagine being a vegetarian and doing that. So I do want people to know that
I could go on about that.
Yeah, Brendan Zoga is in hell. This is like Brendan Zoga is like now with the Cenobites in the Pinhead series. Yeah, where he gets to see people torn apart, and but they're animals.
Yeah,
but they're
it's like the
him.
equivalent. It's like the equivalent, because like I would consider like chickens and cows and stuff, like I would consider them my friend, or like something that I would like, like it's like seeing one of your good friends just get fucking like his head cut off or something.
Yeah,
it's just like so I have to deal with that every single day. It's like, oh, okay, like
Yeah.
So from my perspective, yeah, it is like that.
Oh my God,
because they make me like shred the chicken. Like you take all the cooked chickens and you shred them for salad, and it's just like, oh my God, yeah.
And this is
horrifying.
This is why Brendan Zoga is, the beauty of it is, and we have to give him credit for this, he's not militant about it. But he's pointing out the industrial scale waste that comes with the industrial scale slaughter, that comes with the industrial scale industry of meat. And so
it would be one thing if it was sensible, like, okay, like we need this much meat and then we're going to kill this many cows. But it's like now it's just like as many as they produce, like it doesn't matter if it sells. It's just throw it away. If it, like we have an entire box that's like quote unquote for tallow, like the trimmings, but like the meat department, like they just put entire like fresh cuts of meat in there and stuff. It's just like, oh, it's junk. Like we don't need it. So like that is where like the universe will actually work against humanity and say like, putting pressure that like, that's why there's like worldwide fires and crazy storms. It's like, the universe is actually putting pressure on people to be like, okay, you need to figure shit out. Like,
well, just to point this out to people, one of the series that was profoundly influential in my life was the, of all things, the Steven Spielberg series, DSV, Sequest DSV, or Sequest DSV 9, something like that, and it became influential to me only after Steven Spielberg left. And once Steven Spielberg left, then they tried to militarize the series, which is what made it interesting. And when they did that is when they brought up that very subject. It was something that, we're talking about a series that was in the 80s, maybe. Yeah, about the 1980s. And what was interesting about it, and no, I was not in it for the celebrities that were in it. It was the subject of the military conflict that was developing that made it fascinating, but it just wasn't enough to carry the public. They couldn't get into it. The geopolitics of undersea exploitation. But one of the things they brought up was that beef was outlawed for that very reason, because of the greenhouse effect. And this was in the 80s.
Right.
And they were...
Right, they've known about this for years. That's the thing. It's like... And I could go on about like just killing the cow itself. Like if people just stopped killing cows, like just that one, like you can eat anything else, like that would fix a lot of shit. Like exactly like what you're saying, like greenhouse effect, just like the negative energy generation. Because like more people, like everyone drinks cow's milk, right? Yeah. Everybody in the world basically does.
Well, I mean, I don't. I mean, most Asians are lactose intolerant.
Right,
so...
most Asians don't, but a lot of people do. I mean, like most people, generally, they've drank more cow's milk in general than their mother's milk. So therefore, the cow is more your mother than anything fucking else. So why are you going to kill it, you know, and eat it and grind it up? Like, the cow is more your mother than any other creature. Like, it supported your body, you know? So, from the Vedic perspective, that is obviously the worst thing you could possibly do is eat cows. Like, you know.
Yeah.
And the cow is, in the Vedic, it's Bhu Devi and, like, cow are the same. It's, like, the same entity. So, like, the cow is, like, a fractal of the earth. So, like, doing any injustice to the cow, that's why they hold the cow, you know, to, like, a higher level. Like, even the Egyptians had, you know, they worshipped the cow. I mean, the Minoans, like, they worshipped, you know, the cow during the time of Taurus, even perhaps, like, that long ago. And it's always been a revered animal because it represents, like, the earth. Like, any part of the earth that it's in, it takes on the characteristics of, like, the earth. So, yeah. So that's why the cow is especially, like, I don't like slicing up, like, beef or, like, you know, dealing with dead cows because that's just not cool, you know, in my view.
Understood. Yeah, and by the way, Jameson Reese, if you know how to block that guy, or Brendan can go in and block him. I'm sure Brendan knows how to do it. There's a Mahakala 888 who's just a total troll, and so both of you gentlemen are welcome to block him. He's just in there, just putting in shit, and
and he doesn't know about, like, the real Mahakala, like.
Thank
the
you.
Goddess of Time, like, yeah, obviously, like, that person doesn't know about, like, the Goddess of Time, which it's currently, like, I just saw, like, a golden sunset, and now, like, the moon is out next to Jupiter, Saturn conjunction, and that's, like, the true Divine Mother, you know, like, that's why the festival's taking place. It's, like, the waxing moon, and she's going into a full phase, so that's, like, why it's important. Yes. And what were you saying before that, just before I get into, like, the story?
Oh, just get into it. Yeah, just get into it. I think we've held you long enough. Honestly, I feel so bad.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, so go on.
But I do have to go at some point to, like, take care of some things. But I'm gonna
take the phone with you. You know, keep us with you. You take us with you on the ride. That's what we want. I mean, God knows. So I need you to buy as much time as possible tonight, anyway, because obviously I'm not prepared for shit.
I'm sorry, Douglas. I wasn't prepared for length, but I can see.
Oh no, but you can.
Oh,
don't worry. Together, you and Jameson can make it work. I'm sure the two of you together are. You both get along far better than than others do with Jameson. So that's fine.
I could relate to a lot of what he's saying. So
oh yes, and I understand. I understand. And Pac-1 said that to him as well earlier today on the Facebook. So they had to. Is he there? I mean, he's not talking. So but I think he's there with us. Anyhow.
Yeah,
oh, good.
I'm here. Sorry.
Good. Yeah, so you did see what?
I was just finishing up dinner.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm kind of getting used to a scarcity, which is kind of like not eating as much as I used to because, kind of hard financial times.
Understood.
So, it's kind of odd because the good thing is that I have protein powder to make up for whatever protein I need because I walk a tremendous amount of my day.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, just getting used to it. It's probably not the best idea, but I've literally gone through 3 of these Rain energy drinks.
Well, no, that. Ooh, what do you say to that, Brendan? Oh.
I mean, I feel it. But it's not the best choice.
It's not, but there is there's to some degree you can get intoxicated off of caffeine.
Yeah, definitely.
I had an experience where I used to hang out with this dude, and it's a shame I can't get in touch with him, but there's this guy I used to hang out with, this guy named Angel, and I remember one time he had at the time he was like homeless, so he had like stolen like all these You ever hear of those like shots, those energy shots that have like, I don't know, they have like 2,000 milligrams of caffeine or some shit?
Oh yeah, those are sketch, dangerous, but
So
I'm sure they work.
we down like 4 of those, and
Oh,
then all of a sudden
Holy shit!
I started to see like these white vibrating jagged lines when we were in like a Barnes and Nobles, back
Holy
when they
shit.
still allowed you to sit down and read books in those places.
Wow,
You
yeah,
know,
those were the days.
everything is just different.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I was tripping balls
Holy
for
shit.
caffeine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's possible. I definitely.
Needless to say, I had to go to the emergency room later on that day.
Right, I was
Oh,
about to say like there had to have been some.
wait.
Yeah. I wound up getting rhabdomyolysis.
Oh my god. Oh my. What did you say? You wound up getting what?
Rhabdomyolysis.
Oh my god. What is that?
I have a condition called myoadenylate deaminase deficiency.
Uh-huh.
So what happens is if my muscles go too long without the adequate intake of food or some kind of sugar, they start to break down. And what happens is the broken down muscle winds up clogging up the kidneys.
Oh,
So the kidneys have like creatine, have high levels of creatine phosphokinase. And so the only way they can deal with you when you have rhabdo is give you IVs to get fluid into your body. So I was probably dehydrated as well, because caffeine does dehydrate.
oh my god. Well, thank you for sharing that. And by the way, I found out the name of that idiot who wrote that, one of the many idiots who is coming up with this revision of history that Colonel Toom did not exist. And he refers to him, of course, by the American denigrative, which is Toon, like Toontown, Toon. And it's the so-called historian. Actually,
TOMB, like tomb.
that was the original, alias for Colonel Toom, but it's Roger Boniface who traveled to North Vietnam, and so Roger Boniface is the name of the historian, who's like one of many, and and the reason I found that out was through this article, which is actually written by a Dr. Michael Hankins, to find out the name of the historian I was looking for. But these are all white Americans now who are coming together, and they're saying, oh, and if he did exist, he was Russian. Yeah, in other words, he had to be white. This is the
Why
kind
is it that these guys can't get? Why is it that these guys cannot? It's almost like they have an inability to not use racial pejoratives.
Thank you.
They have to degrade someone. They have to bring someone down on the basis of race, which doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. I mean, well, there you have it.
If your only value to the human collective is the fact that you're white, that doesn't contribute anything.
Thank you. Thank you. In and of itself.
You would probably like have something to say about this, but I think it has to do with a lot of like the spell binding of words, like the spell of the words. It's like like calling someone white or black, like that's not a real color. Like white people should be called like transparent or something. You're like a transparent color, or like have like no color.
Well, you're still be white if you lived in the Unterland, if you lived underground.
Exactly.
The sun, and if you evolved that way. But it creates a situation where people, when they hear like, "Oh, I'm white," that like subconsciously translates that they're like pure, or that they're like on a higher level. Like they just take on the idea of white or something. I tell people that I'm ultraviolet, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, I'm not white, I'm fucking... on the rainbow body, like, there's no, sorry.
Oh, but by the way, explain to people, Brendan, so that they understand that you really aren't white, not the way people understand it, and that...
most people just assume, like, they can't tell.
Yeah, and that people assume things about you, and this is what Peter Moon has said, of course, about his own case. But there you have that, and in terms of what you were going to talk about tonight, you were going to tell us about the ring and the history of the ring with Charlemagne and everything else.
Yes, that was one of the interesting ones. But at first, I wanted to continue like praising Debbie,
by all means.
It's like her day.
Yeah,
so like I can't.
Please. Oh, take your time.
I just wanted to explain to people like what the Debbie is and like why she's important, and so to do that, I'm going to use the aspect that was exalted on your birthday, like the 20th. Her,
Thank you.
like that specific energy or that specific aspect of divine, the facet of like divine, was called Ma Kushamanda, and she is one of the avatars of Mother Goddess or Durga, and she's eliminated darkness, of course, by giving birth to light. So she's like one of the more lighter aspects, because then you have like Kali, which means dark, like that's the black aspect. This is like the light aspect, and her name is Kushmanda, and she created the Brahmand, which is the universe or the universal egg, with her divine smile that radiated incredible energy. And since she resides in the center of the sun, she symbolizes light and energy. Hence her name, Kushmanda, meaning where Ku means little, Ushma means warmth, and Anda means the cosmic egg. And then the depiction of her is she has 8 hands mounted on a lion, she who rides the lion. She holds a lotus, a bow and arrow, a kamandal, a discus, a mace, a japmal, which is like a prayer bead based bracelet, and a kalash, which is a big sword, in her left hand. And since she has 8, she's also called the Ashtavajya Devi, which is like the 8-handed one. But she governs the sun. This specific aspect of her governs the sun, and the devotees pray for getting rid of disease and illnesses. So that's why like the 20th was extremely important this year, because that aspect of Devi, like she destroys like illnesses and disease, and like,
wow,
you know, that's what I see this festival as, is like Divine Mother actually coming down. Like in the Buddhist terminology, it's like Tara, like stepping off of the lotus to like rescue her children. And like, so that's the time we're in right now, is like, you know, if you take the proper steps, like Divine Mother can actually help, you know, even this situation, even like the human created situation. So that's why it's important. And that's just one aspect of the 9. And so that was that, you know.
Wonderful.
But I can get into more detail. Just give me a second here to
Sure, take your time. There's no rush.
navigate.
Yeah.
Because I'm using like an Indian website to pull these up, and like they just spam me with ads, like straight, like.
Oh, that's so Indian.
Like,
that's so Asian Indian.
Like it just spams you with ads to like, you know.
Oh my God.
Like I might just have to go off of memory of like what I know about Durga, you know. And Durga means like it means inaccessible. Okay, it means inaccessible. So she's like in any situation, she's like that inaccessible item, or that so far out, so deep, so far, so, you know, so beyond like our level, that like she's like basically like, you know, that's what it means, like inaccessible. So, you know, that's why it's important to acknowledge her when she manifests, like during these times, for me at least. And why Durga is important is she is the combination in the Vedic like literature, or the stories, the mythology. There was a demon basically ruling the solar system. Once again, this happens, I guess, periodically throughout the universe. So this demon ended up doing enough austerity and doing enough practice, like yoga practice, to get enough power to where he even kicked like the gods out of heaven. And he basically ruled like multiple levels of the multiverse. Like he was that powerful. This specific, in the Hindu, they're called Asur, like the Asuras. So he was like such a powerful like demon that he was able to do that. And he got basically a wish from divine, like Brahma, who's like the creator, you know. So he got a wish, and wished himself to have, you know, immortality, to where gods couldn't even kill him. Even the gods couldn't kill him. So he basically sacked heaven, took the gods out, which is like, that's echoed in the Greek mythology too. There are stories of that. And basically after that, the angels, or whatever you want to call them, the devas, like they go to like divine, like Godhead. It's like Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv, like the 3 aspects. It's called like the Trimurti. And they basically said, okay, like the situation in like the universe is pretty bad right now, like you guys have to help us. And even the gods, like the 3 gods, said, okay, like, and these are the highest gods, of course, in the pantheon, like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv. And they said even that situation was even beyond them, so they had no choice but to invoke like Shakti, or like the pure power of Shakti. And that was like basically what they did, is they did like a fusion dance, and and like basically united all three of their different lights, you know, of creation, like their ability, creation, destruction, preservation, all merged and created the form of like Durga on the lion. And she was basically the backing even beyond the gods, like, you know, there's like God and creator. She's like the substance even before that, and that holds that even.
Wow.
So she's like the ultimate. You know, so they basically sent her avatar in, and she slayed this demon and rescued like the multiverse. And you know,
this is incredible.
That's like the symbology behind it. Yeah.
This is obviously the inspiration for the Marvel and DC comics, with their multiverses, just going into these kinds of. I mean, what brings to mind
definitely where you have like beings like Thanos and all these. You know, yeah.
Well, actually, Marvel and
I forgot what
DC's
they're called.
inspiration for the multiverse is the fact that they have shitty writers.
There's that too. Yes, there's that too.
Sorry.
Touche.
Their writers are fucking horrible.
Yeah.
But I would say they're using like the quantum multiverse where it's like infinite possibilities. And I'm speaking of it in the sense of like realms.
Right.
Where it's like there's the Earth realm and then there's like other realms. Like, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, the demon who's so powerful he can kick the gods out of heaven reminds me very much of the Monkey King. And of course, the Monkey King.
Yes, Monkey King.
Yeah, is very much the tale of that. And in terms of,
it's based off of like the Vedic, like the Hanuman.
Yes,
you know, myth and
yes, very much so.
And even Superman comes from that. I mean, like you can see like old Indian like drawings of Hanuman flying through the air with his arm out. I mean, it's the same imagery. Like
yes, yeah.
Superman, like Hanuman. You know,
yeah,
like they straight stole it. Like
right.
Just no leotards and underwears on the outside of your clothes.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm still waiting for that style to become fashionable. You know, I can imagine, you know, seeing some dude like with his pants hanging low and like his like boxer shorts on the outside. Or some chick with like a G-string outside of her jeans.
You know, that's a combination of two very bizarre aspects of Western culture. One of them was the strong man in the circus would always have the short pants, and they wanted to give the impression that Superman was like a strong man, and so the circus element was there where he had these pants outside of his spandex, and it was. And then Marvel Comics, if anyone takes a look at the old drawings of Marvel monsters, and they had these like comics that were devoted to like one shots. Every issue was like a one shot, a different monster, very similar to, you know, like what you have in Ultraman in Japan, where there's a different monster of the week. Or many shows in Japan do that. The Marvel Comics was doing that with each issue, and then they all are wearing boxer shorts. It absolutely is. When you look at it as an adult, it's preposterous. And they do this because they just thought it would be indecent to show the monsters without something covering the genitalia area, even though, you know, it's just weird. It's just weird. But in terms of what was the other aspect you brought up about the Asian Indian culture that reminded me of something else as well? But it's these are
Hanuman flying and like various things.
Well, there was that. We covered the Monkey
goddess
King
story.
Oh yes, that was the other part I wanted to bring up about
the demons ruling the multiverse.
Yes. Whoever's familiar with the Monkey King novels, they're actually novels written by a Chinese author so long ago that they've gained the reverence of Chinese myth, but they were really a kind of series of novels. And but in terms of the novels, the entire emphasis was the journey to the West, which for the Asians, for Chinese, is India. And so that was the whole point that Brendan is making. He is Hanuman, the Monkey King, the monkey god. But
it's the same character.
Yes, it's the same character. He's just signified. And so, but he's trying to get home, hence the journey to the West. But it's presented in a Buddhistic context. And, of course, we could go from that back to the cat and back to physiological changes that occur in a species based on philosophical adaptation. In other words, a cat, which is a true carnivore, and has to eat meat.
Yes.
You cannot give them vegetables and expect them to live or thrive. They'll get sick and die.
It wouldn't eat it. It wouldn't eat it.
Yeah, it wouldn't eat it anyway. Or if you force it to eat it somehow, which is difficult to do for a cat, it's just going to get
some of them are sick depending on what you give them. Because there are some foods that certain animals can't eat. I know that you definitely wouldn't want to give cats or dogs garlic.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
And I've seen some like multivitamin, like some dog multivitamin with garlic in it, and I was like, "Are you guys fucking out of your minds?"
Wow. Ooh.
Garlic is poison for dogs.
It's
like making a caffeine drink for dogs and cats because caffeine is like fucking poison.
Holy shit. Holy
but
shit.
then again, we're a species who puts poison into our own bodies. So.
It is. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, willingly.
But by the way, I saw that in the. There is a. Let me see if I can look that up because it's actually in its own way an excellent film. Let me see. Rutger Hauer, and of course this is what Rutger Hauer was stuck with after Blade Runner and Tannhauser's Gate.
Oh, have you guys ever seen that, Douglas? Have you seen the movie? It's called The Art of War, and it has like Wesley Snipes in it. Like I saw that the other day, and parts of it, and I was like, it like revealed a lot of stuff about like the 21st century in Asia. It's like
wow,
it's one of those B movies from back in the day.
What's it called again?
It's called The Art of War and it has like Wesley Snipes as like he's like the star.
Oh, okay,
he's like a secret agent.
I never saw the film, but I remember it, and it was supposed to be about the near future at the time it was produced, because it was produced in the 20th century, was it? Not the 21st?
Right, like the 90s, probably.
Okay, but it was about the 21st century? I didn't know that.
It was about, like what happens in the, the transfer between, like, this century,
Interesting. So
I gotta go more into the film
So it was science fiction? So you're telling me it was science fiction?
Well, no, it was contemporary. It was like a spy film or something.
Okay. All right.
With technology involved, and there's like hacking and stuff going on, and
okay. All right. So the film that I'm referencing is Omega.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I love these. I mean, this is what the three of us can do. The three of us can do this that we can't do when the adults are around. We can get into shit like this for hours at a time, and we can be free flowing and organic about it. It was Omega Doom, which is a hideous title, by that I mean a stupid title. Anyhow, you just hear those words, Omega Doom, you don't even want to look at this thing. But
Doom.
Yeah. Oh, isn't that awful? Yeah. But yeah,
that's like an '80s metal band.
Yeah, yeah, it's just,
right.
Yeah, there you go. What an awful title, but it was made in 1996, and so it was basically it's a robotic version of those old Western films. Is really what it is. It's an old Western film, but everybody who's in the film is non-human. There's not a single human being in the film. They're all androids, and that's fine. You don't care. They all look human. And of course they don't have any budget to make them look really robotic, so you go with it. And but the interesting part of it that I found relevant actually was that they showed that these mechanical they're biofacsimilacra. That's what they are. They're essentially sophisticated biofacsimilacra, everyone who's portrayed in the film. In other words, what people would consider at one point a sex doll or because there's no other reason to make an automaton look human except for sex or for infiltration. So they show that. They show that to a great extent. Or if you want familiarity, like a tutor for your children. So they show that as well. So I mean,
my question is this: what about making an automaton just to see it evolve? That's my interest.
Well, there you have that, and you kind of see that in the film as well. And so, but in Omega Doom, one of the interesting things is that instead of alcohol, which is a toxic humans would drink to get high, the biofaxes are drinking water, and they can only take so much water at a time, and they get a high out of it. So I thought that makes sense. There's a sense to that.
Right, it like short circuits you, kind of like alcohol or something.
But thank you. Yeah, that was it.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So there was a sense to it, and so that was very creative, and I enjoyed that. And there were several elements to it that I enjoyed. So it's a recommended film. It's a Dietrichonic film in that sense. Recommended, and so people do check it out. It's but then I'd like to hear reviews of it. So yes, somebody here said it perfectly. It's basically a remake of Yojimbo, which is what many westerns ripped off. So Yojimbo was from 1961, so it's a remake of Yojimbo, and so there we have that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm famished. I'm going to I've done enough puking to purge myself earlier before we got on bandwidth. And I'm going to grab something to eat, and I'll be back. I mean, snacks. I'll have snacks, which I'll gnaw on while I'm on mute, but I'll be back in just a few minutes. So I want both these gentlemen to handle it, and they're going to do well, I know it. And Brendan, just go on with what you were going to say with many things, Asian, Indian themed or otherwise, and I'll be right back, and I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. It will be a few minutes, okay?
I was hoping you'd you'd be at least listening when I was talking about Charlemagne, because I feel like...
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, don't start till I'm back. I'll let you know when I'm back.
I'll do that later.
What I want Jameson and yourself to do then is just burn bandwidth. Burn bandwidth till I'm back. I'll let you know when I'm back. And, all right. Be back soon.
Well, I found out something interesting. There's a guy on YouTube by the name of, I think his name is Anton Petrov, but supposedly scientists have discovered that where our solar system is located right now, there was actually a supernova like millions of years ago. So I'm wondering if a lot of the energetics and a lot of the a lot of the things going on in the world where everything's moving at such a rampant pace, and leaders are doing their bullshit and people are just really angry. I wonder if we're not picking up that residual energy from that,
Quite possibly. It's a possibility, because Earth is in the ancient traditions, Earth is the middle ground. All traffic from dimensions goes through Earth, so it's in the Scandinavian Nordic, it's called the Midgard, right? So there's got to be a reason that Earth is important, it's Midgard. It's the middle of all the realms, and stuff always going on here.
It's literally like a portal or gateway, and what's even more interesting about it is that I think we take the Earth for granted a lot.
Absolutely.
And that is one of the reasons why it's important to ground oneself.
Yes, thank you.
Constantly. All right.
And the body's electric, so any appliance, you never dream of not grounding it, when you plug it in. So it's even your house wiring's grounded, so why not ground the body too? No one ever grounds the body.
Exactly.
And that's why there's a lot of misfirings going on of electricity zapping in the nervous system. It's just residual charge or something. Yeah.
Well, there are a lot more people nowadays suffering from neurological problems.
Right. And that has something to do with it, is if they were to ground, that would release, because I've gotten a lot of benefits from it, clear thinking, less irritability. It has its benefits, even just passively doing it 10 minutes a day. So.
Yeah, and the earth is just a very pleasant construct. The trees, I mean, it's right. The fall is very beautiful right now in New York. I've been able to venture out into Manhattan and walk around Manhattan a little bit, and it's just a completely different feeling than the summer. It's not because of the heat so much. It's just I think it's because we're nearing that time where there's that thinning of that veil. And so I feel sort of this sort of spiritual connection that sort of isn't present in the summer and spring for me.
Right, exactly. And towards the winter time, those are the more spiritual signs anyways, like Scorpio and Libra, and they're more the sun is inside of a more spiritual kind of vibe, for sure. And then you have all the holidays that are dealing with the other side coming through, and Halloween or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh wow. I'm just looking around to see what we have as far as the news is concerned.
Right, there's quite a bit going on, I'm sure.
Oh yes, there is. We have.
Classic.
I am just pretty much just browsing. Okay, Pope Francis becomes the first pope to endorse same-sex civil unions.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. Like, at least they're getting better, or whatever, But I mean, yeah, that's strange.
All right.
It says here, his quote was, "Children of God have a right to a family." That was his quote. He said homosexuals were children of God and have a right to a family. So, I mean, it's hard to tell with the Pope, though. Like, is he being genuine, or is it just, like, because they're losing people in the church, or, like, what's going on, It's hard to tell. Like, if it's a genuine thing,
Well, I think they realize now that they have a vested interest in becoming more inclusive of the LGBT community, because a lot of times religion does people who are, part of the alternative lifestyles a disservice, because they say, "Oh, it's sinful. God didn't make us to do that, and this, and this, and this, and that. Everyone has to be a straight heterosexual man,
right?
Right, and a woman."
Well, I mean, I think at this point, it's like that situation's ending. Like, it's not, and even like marriage is ending too. I mean, like even like not just the arranged marriage, but just like regular marriage. Like, no one's falling for that anymore. So it's like the whole system has to be renovated. Like, across the board. Like, no one can just have like.
Marriage is more or less a business partnership.
It is. Yeah, modern marriage is a joke. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's business partnership, and as you know, the real marriage is alchemical. That's like it's an alchemical term. It's not a it's not a real term other than that. Like,
I think the real marriage is something that a lot of people miss, and that's when you are.
Yes, that's a whole being like a whole being, not just two people. Yeah.
That's when a male is in touch with his anima and a female is in touch with her animus, and that they finally become one, where they're not like unconsciously working against one another.
Right.
So that's when a human being becomes a self-actualized human being, and then that's when someone becomes. That's when one leaves spiritual high school.
Right.
Which it seems like a lot of people are still stuck in. Or at least in America, they're still stuck in preschool.
Absolutely. And it's like, it's even in the textbooks. Like, I'm taking like a psychology development, like human development class, and like a stage of development is like gender roles. And it's like, like, I get it that they're observing that as like an outcome, but like they shouldn't make that like one of the stages, like discovering gender roles as a stage or something, like that's.
Because the problem,
that's kind of even cheesy too, because like every culture does it differently, and like males do different things. So it's like even having that classification is kind of crazy. Like,
the idea that there are roles is absurd, and I think the idea of roles is something that's patriarchal.
It's like a play. It's like literally like when the beginning of a play, it tells you like who's in the role of what character, right? So it's like programming people,
like, And I think the reason why, the reason why it's patriarchal is because males just want to be able to have sex and be sexually dominate whenever the fuck they want to fuck, That's all it is, and it's messed up. It's messed up because, I say, if a woman wants to walk around, carry an AK-47 and beat the shit out of dudes, let her. And if a guy wants to go ballet dancing and wear pink and paint nails, let him.
Right.
Fuck it. Right. Why should it matter?
I mean, yeah, a lot of it's just like, totally programmed anyways. I mean, like a lot of the different things going on, and like what, why do, like, back in the day, like everyone wore what we would call dresses or robes, like, at like a certain point in history, like everyone wore the same type of clothes, but now it's just become like, oh, why are you wearing that? And like, if you go out in a robe, like you look like a fucking weirdo or something, it's like, but that's like the most comfortable clothing, like clothing that doesn't cling to your skin and isn't, like they're.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. What's this? Like wearing robes, like clothing.
Okay. Yeah, and
You know.
what brought this up? But I'm
No,
trying.
we were just talking about punching the we were just punching gender roles in the face
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
because
yeah. Go on.
we're not conservative. We're not conservative Bible beating Trump supporters.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my fucking God. Yes, it is like, honestly, it's one of those things. I'll go into that later. I'm happy to report that my son's multi-billionaire husband is going to vote for Biden, and I'll let people know why he came to
Well,
that.
when I was in the Bay Area, like I'll give it. I mean, of course, like everyone had a Biden placard in their yard
Oh, yeah.
because they have like an interest in not collapsing California. Of
Thank
course.
you. Thank you. By the way, I'm trying one of your lipospheric vitamin C packets now. I'm just opening it up.
Oh,
and-
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta put it in a little bit of water and then just.
That reminds me. I got to take my vitamin C too because that actually amplifies
Please
the.
do.
Yeah. There we
It
are.
does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And by the way, what do you gentlemen think about nutmeg? Because I've been when I was partying throughout the weekend. I was hearing horror stories.
Nice.
Horror stories about the nutmeg from idiots who just did too much.
Nutmeg is like taking a lot of Benadryl. It's a deliriant. I say if you're gonna do nutmeg, why not just go right to Datura?
Yeah. So our lady.
What was the horror story you heard? Like,
Oh, well, Selena Khan sent me a bunch of nutmeg, and so I made sure not to do too much of it at once, but I do notice a bit of an effect with it that tends to be more towards a, I'll just put it this way, it's just kind of like, it just makes you feel kind of like you're out of it, kind of like,
it's like a body high.
yeah, definitely you feel it systemically. By the way, I couldn't get all of this vitamin C out of the packet, so I'm just squeezing it into my mouth, what little there is of it, and that has almost a
that's
strength.
fine. Well, okay, what you do is you use the rest of that and like apply it to the skin. Like, I'm serious,
Oh, okay.
directly. I swear.
Cool.
That's how I do it, and like it'll like reverse any like wrinkles or any kind of like even I had 2 fat scars from work and they're like almost gone.
How did you get the scars
like,
at
the
work
shit's
from?
no joke.
The meat cleaving and shit?
From getting burnt on like the lamp, like the laser lamp.
Oh my
it's like
God.
a lightsaber and shit.
Holy
that like
shit!
keeps the chicken hot.
Oh my God!
And if you touch it once, like it just like melts your skin. Like it's like within seconds, it's like 1,000 degrees or some shit.
Holy shit!
Also, these assholes, like these fat people, can get their chicken and shit all crispy.
Oh my fucking God! Oh my fucking God! That's terrifying.
Sorry, I had to vent.
No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's terrifying. I mean, and the description is apt. It's a fucking lightsaber. Holy shit!
It's like that hot. It's like white hot. Like it's like glowing white and shit. Like,
oh my God!
It's like,
and so you were reaching in for the chicken, and you're burning your. How do you avoid this? How do you is there protective gloves?
You just have to get used to it. No, there's no glove. It's just like you just have to make sure you don't hit it.
Oh my God! That fucking sucks.
Wait,
That
what?
fucking-
It's like just like at my work, I got burnt on a lamp, like a heat lamp for fried chicken, because it's like it's like 1,000 degrees and like
Damn.
it's like a lightsaber. You just touch it and it melts your shit.
Oh my God! I mean, that's so frightening. And
people see me burn my arm and like see the cloud of smoke and they're still down for the chicken. It's just like,
Dude, they don't give you a pair of tongs or something to use?
well, we have tongs, but it's like in the case is like shorter than most people, so it's like you have to reach into it, and so it's just,
Damn.
But by the way, gentlemen, so there's this I don't know how else to describe him. This isn't the word. I don't know if there's a word for it in English. There's this gentleman who is named Turner Chevy AJ. Shout out to him if he's listening. I would be surprised if he actually listens. I think he's just a friend on Facebook. Nice guy, it looks like, and big white guy, nice beard, and all I can say is, I don't know him. Turner Chevy AJ, country folk music type aficionado, apparently. So he keeps. I hope he's aware of my gender, but he keeps poking me on Facebook. I don't know if people are familiar with this, but the Facebook has the finger.
I don't know. Yeah, I think the poke means that they want to say something, but they're shy or something.
It's this odd kind of just a need to be acknowledged. It's like, acknowledge me, and so he pokes me, and he does this while I'm transmitting. I notice, so I poke him back, and this isn't the word I'm looking for.
It's like, acknowledge me, senpai.
Well, I think it's. I hope he knows what gender I am. So he
probably doesn't care.
Yeah, there. That's true too. And for Shauna Bandow, shout out to her if she's listening. And love you dearly, Shauna. I'm going to at some point delete the Korean beefcake she put on my timeline as a kind of good morning to everybody. And there's this for people who are curious, they can go there and see it because it's in the upper left-hand corners of my photos, which are, of course, ridiculously classified as photos of you. And there are two people who are not me. One, they were both put up by Shauna Bandow. One is a Korean beefcake type with muscles, and the other is a chick. And the chick I don't mind. The beefcake I do mind because it's kind of repugnant to me. This is what people may not understand. Shauna Bandow sees myself, and she may see my son, and she may see some illustrations, and she may get this idea like Asian pretty boys or like effeminate Asian, kind of mystique or theme, and then she puts up this like Korean like muscle boys, which they're not like grotesquely over muscled like you have on the stage with.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. At first I was like, okay. I was like, is that I when it said Shauna Bandow was with Sora Ayo, I thought you two were like partying or something last night. And I was like,
no.
Oh, dude, Douglas, you look ripped. So I was like, so I liked it. Then I was like, wait a minute, that's not Douglas.
Thank you. And but you know what's repugnant to me about that body type, and this is what Shauna may not understand, or what many people may not understand. I don't think many people may get it. Okay, it's the kind of effeminate type of young men I hang out with are food. They're food. They're blood. Their blood is sweet. It's not like that. They're maintained in the estate of a very wealthy man who has his own reasons for maintaining them in terms of blood transfusion. And therefore, they're kept very healthy, and they're kept free of steroids and various other things. When I take a look at a beefcake like that, he may not use steroids because he's not that overbulked, but nevertheless,
it doesn't look like he uses steroids.
Thank you. But nevertheless, he looks bulked enough where it's distasteful to me. I get a bad taste in my mouth because, I think of steroids. That's what comes to my mind. So it's like. Yeah, so there we are. So hopefully people understand.
Well, there's this woman who I find attractive. This I guess she's an Asian bodybuilder. I don't know why. I guess women with like muscular thighs just appeal to me. There's this chick named Yuan Herong.
Is she the one that they call the real life Chun-Li? That may be her, right? Yeah, she's fine. I mean, I think that bodybuilding for females can be fine. I mean, certainly it can be overdone, but it's one of those things where I have nothing against bodybuilding per se, but of course it's one of those things where obviously if you're going to be competitive. If I find it hard to believe that people could do it without steroids. You'd have to have like a separate competition. You'd have to have like a separate competition for natural bulk and then the regular competition.
Well, I tried to friend her, but she's probably thinking, "Whoa, who the fuck is this dude? He's gone." So I don't think that'll work.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, how would she know? To her, all Westerners are gone, right? I mean, to anyone who's Asian, all Westerners are gone. It's just like one of those things. That's just the reality.
Westerners are out of their fucking minds.
Thank you.
That's the reason why in the occult the West is associated with the unknown.
Yes.
Literally unknown territory.
Yes. Or territory.
His wisdom.
Thank you. Or the West is associated maybe with what you don't want to know. There are some things you may not want to
What
know.
would we be better off not knowing?
Right. So let's now that I'm here, I'm going to start munching while drinking, availing myself of this vitamin C.
Oh yeah, it doesn't dissolve. It's just like you just have to shot it. It's like a shot or something.
Oh, well, I put it in the.
Check this out. Giuliani is caught with Borat's daughter with hand down his pants.
Yes, something. Derek Talley said that, right? Something about a Borat joke. What was going on there? Share that with us.
All right. Rudy Giuliani claims Borat honey trap is a hit job to distract voters from Hunter Biden laptop scandal after Sacha Baron Cohen tricked him into going into a hotel room with actress and filmed him.
He's good. I mean, how does Sacha Baron Cohen do it? You know, he's good.
Yes.
He just fucks with these people. Like
He does, and they're so stupid. Yeah. Go on.
All right. So hands down, Rudy Giuliani might star in one of the most awkward scenes in Sacha Baron Cohen's new Borat subsequent movie film, which will be released on Amazon Prime on Friday. The Guardian first reported that Giuliani is interviewed by Borat's daughter, Tutar, posing as a conservative reporter, who then brings him into a hotel room where he reclines on a bed and seemingly puts his hands down his pants, only to be interrupted by Cohen's Borat character. She's 15. She's too old for you, Cohen screams and wakes Giuliani off for his daughter, played by actress Maria Bakalova.
Jesus Christ. But how can
that's
they...
comedy gold.
Yeah.
Giuliani pointed out, I was fully clothed under her tights. He has that weird list. I was fully clothed under the tights. He was merely taking it short, not doing anything outward. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he was trying to fap off.
Oh my God. He deserves it. Of course. That goes without saying, but... I don't understand. How is it that he cannot sue to prevent that from being released? Is what I don't.
That's one curse jar that worked.
Yes.
Motherfucker's going down.
Oh, at any rate, something you would enjoy, Jameson, would be. I'll recommend it to you later. It's the person who actually I think did the best job of Donald Tyson. The occultist Donald Tyson did the best job of portraying.
Yes, I'm familiar with Donald Tyson. There's one of his books I read, but I can't remember what it was because I was so fucking stoned back then.
Alhazred, perhaps. Alhazred is one of his books that is something that would be Jameson's taste. Not many people could handle it.
His Necronomicon is supposed to be good as well.
His Necronomicon is what it is. It's adjunct to Alhazred, but Alhazred is the primary book on which everything kind of hinges.
Nice. I'll check it out.
Yeah, and you would appreciate it. I would look forward to your review. Of all people, there's very few people. Brendan would appreciate it, but Jameson would. It's his world. It would be
I like Tyson's writing style. I know I read something of his. I can't remember what. Right now, I'm still reading the what do you call it? The Voodoo Quantum Leap,
right.
and Magic and Marxism and Witchcraft.
Right. And how's that going? I'm going to go mute while I chew.
Good. I'm enjoying the details in the Voodoo Quantum Leap. Love it. I was reading that all day today when I was on the ferry boat.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back on mute. So, Brendan, now that I'm here, you can feel free to start talking about the ring.
Oh, okay, yeah. There was also another thing I'm just going through the messages I sent you just to reiterate.
Oh, take your time.
Apparently they found Kurt Vonnegut's unpublished World War II scrapbook, quote unquote.
Oh yes,
about the origins.
That's so important.
About the origins of Slaughterhouse Five.
Tell us.
Right?
Yeah.
But Douglas, you've told us the whole deal about
it.
Thank you. He was there during World War II, and they bombed the shit out of him.
And now they're saying this is new.
Yeah. They just found this? My ass. They just found this.
This is bizarre. This is bizarre.
That's ridiculous.
Thank you. This blows my fucking mind. How do they get away with this shit? This is what blows my mind. I've been relating this
And they even have the nerve to put like a question mark or something at the end of it too, so like as if it's like, was this it? You know, like something.
Oh my God, motherfuckers! I mean, for those.
It says features 22 letters from the author to his family, photographs of the razed city of Dresden, telegrams, and news clippings.
Thank you.
So it's like, yeah.
Oh my God!
Like anyone who knew about the story, like knew that already. You know.
Well, most people didn't. This is the problem.
Really?
They honestly thought he was making it all up. Because
That's crazy.
he rendered the narrative as part of a science fiction story involving time travel because no one would publish it as nonfiction, and this is what he was confronted with. And the important thing to remember here, and this is where we're confronted with the conundrum I face every day as an individual, which people maybe, well, I don't think anyone appreciates what it's like. It's how, let's put it this way. The Indian saying is, as an Asian Indian, is the woes of Mahatma are known to Mahatma alone. And when I try to tell people about, okay, here I am, and I'm aware of the Holocaust to a degree that most people cannot fathom, not simply because I'm the biological son of Adolf Hitler, but because of all the records I had dealt with while with the Department of Defense. And what most people don't comprehend is that, first off, the Holocaust was much larger than they think it was. And beyond that...
Right, that's kind of part of the offensive part, is when they say, like, 6 million, but there was, like, probably, like, 20 million people that died or something.
Oh, yeah, at minimum. But that's...
yeah,
the point is...
Totally omitting, like, the gypsies and, like, everyone else.
Like, right. But when it comes to the Jews themselves, they are part of that omission just by their own sense of exclusivity, in that, that according to the National
If you're not from the mother's lineage.
Thank you. Matrilineal lineage. And this is what I've said multiple times, and you'll still won't believe the shit I get from these idiots who write me saying, no, Douglas, it's from the matrilineal lineage. Like I said, patrilineal. Like they can't understand what the fuck I'm saying. Like, I don't slur, I don't stutter. So I think it's just that they don't listen, or they've got, problems with their technology at the receiving end, right? I mean, it's like maybe they're in a car and they're listening or something.
It's the receiver in their head, the brain.
Yeah, the receiver in their brain, more than likely. And so the point that I'm making is that the National Socialists themselves, the way the Third Reich looked at it based on the Nuremberg race laws, was that if you had a drop of blood in you, you were Jewish. They didn't, it's not a question of quarter Jews or half Jews or who your fucking mother was, all right? It was just Jewish blood. So according to the Third Reich documentation, when it comes to Jewish people that were annihilated, it's 12 million. 12 million, but half of that is immediately cut off by the Jews themselves, which is just bizarre to me.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre. But I say, for instance, that's one aspect, one factor that I deal with in terms of my awareness. But beyond that, there's my awareness of dealing with many Jews who have been so positive in my life, such positive influences. And then you deal with the negative influence of aspects of Jewish culture that has permeated aspects of the West. And here we have a great example of that paradox. Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was Jewish. And Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was he was someone who was captured by the Germans, and to his fortune, his captors, and this was the choice of the captors, if they became aware of the Jewish person's ethnicity, was whether they were going to count him as an American or count him as a Jew. Because if he was counted as a Jew, his fate, well, you never would have heard of Kurt Vonnegut Jr. But either his identity was not made known, or the particular people who held him captive decided to just treat him as an American. But either way, he was a person who, like many Allied prisoners of war, American or otherwise, was almost killed at Dresden, but the rest of them died. As a matter of fact, he survived by taking shelter under other Allied prisoner bodies during the bombing of Dresden, which was bombed, of course, by Americans. But he was not Teutophobic. He did not emerge from his experience. Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was never one of these Jewish Americans who raved about the Holocaust, and that's an unfair word, of course. I shouldn't use that word rave, but there are. Let's just put it this way: that and the Jews are well aware of this. A great example is what I said about the film The Painted Bird, which when I brought it up, it was in context of the fact that The Painted Bird, when translated from the novel into cinema, the movie director said, "Fuck, everybody in The Painted Bird is a piece of shit. It was a character in the novel or the film, and the only quote unquote hero is the child victim who's Jewish and is going through Eastern Europe, but it's in Eastern Europe, which The Painted Bird is mandatory reading, and The Painted Bird takes its title from the real fact that there is this horrible occult tradition that is satanic, that is part of that satanic cabal in Eastern Europe, that dark cabal which migrated to the United States, that when they paint a bird in bright, wonderful colors and bejewel it, they literally fasten jewels and glue them onto its wings and feathers, and when they let it fly, all the other birds in the forest are immediately envious of it and fly up to it and rip it to shreds. This is a satanic sacrifice, and so that Painted Bird is an example of the child's experience in Eastern Europe, where he's exploited by everyone. But one of the pivotal parts of the novel, this being a Jewish, it was written by a man, Jerzy Kosinski, who claimed he was a survivor of the Holocaust, and it turned out he was not. And this individual made a career of his survival of the Holocaust because that's what sold his novel. And that's what made him recognized as this incredible novelist. And they said, well, he's a survivor of the Holocaust. He knows the depths of suffering. And then it was exposed by the Jewish community. He was not a survivor of the Holocaust, and he killed himself. Okay, so you have within the Jewish community this kind of like, it's like this so-called stolen valor bullshit. And so here you have this man who did this service to the Jewish community, making people aware of the Holocaust, presenting it just how awful everyone was in Eastern Europe, which is the greatest service you can provide because he's not portraying the Germans as the villain. As a matter of fact, the only positive experience the boy has is with an SS officer. And that is probably what made him the target of the rest of the Jewish community. You see what I'm saying? And so that when he points
right, you explained that the last time you brought it
yeah,
up.
thank you. And so you've got these kinds of like
so he wasn't pushing the narrative that they wanted, and that they basically dismantled him.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And
this is what they and this is pretty much endemic around the world, actually, because this is exactly what we see with this fucking UFO mafia, with all these fucking douchebags and asshats.
Thank you.
Like, oh, my book, I know the secrets of the aliens.
Right.
On Mars, and I went to Pluto, and I fucked this chick on Phoenix, and all this other bullshit they come up. And people pay money for this.
By the way, you have to tell us more.
You're wasting your fucking money listening to assholes are coming up with this shit off the top of their heads.
Well, I want to hear more about what you said about the African experience when I pointed out that Europeans get abducted by tall Nordics and Americans get abducted by Greys. You said Africans get abducted essentially by man-bats. Tell us a bit about this.
There was this, there have been incidents of villagers, I think there was a boy who was abducted by this guy who was abducted by what essentially looked like it looked almost like it's almost like sort of like a Mothman description, but the thing was
I was
gray.
about to say that. Which
Thing's
apparently
gray.
There's been a lot of sightings at this point.
It's gray, very tall, and the thing swooped in and literally lifted him out of his bed.
Cool.
Like it wasn't using any beams or anything. The thing just basically went in, got him, and picked him up and tossed him somewhere. And then it sodomized him and returned him.
Thank you. You had to ruin it. He had to fucking ruin it. He had to.
No. Well, you see, that's the thing about these abduction cases that's intrigued me so much, because I have experience with these alien type beings. I won't call them aliens at all. Whatever they are, these spirits seem to be intent they seem to thrive off of that sort of sodomy. And I do believe that Lam Aleister Crowley's Islam is one of the gateways to being initiated. So what many people think of, when they have these abduction experiences, they're initiations.
Okay. All right.
People are looking at this all wrong. What they really are occult initiations that are taking place.
Interesting. I appreciate that. By the way, Ms. Alim in the super chat says, "Good day. Hey, honey." And Maria Michaela Grigorich, love you, honey. And somebody was in there named Pop Hog and have no idea what his trip was. He retracted his messages, so not quite sure what he was saying that he felt the need to retract, but hi. And Daniel Arola, of course. Tomo Suzuki, hopefully this isn't another Ann Chirashi, says, where do you find your YouTube images? I always wonder who the artist is and where... Has anyone tried? And then says, has anyone tried the new in chat YouTube monetary donations for Douglas? There are so many options, and I was wondering if anyone has tried it. Seems easier than PayPal even. Well, of course, Tomo, you're welcome to try. I don't know what the gender of Tomo Suzuki is. Sounds 50%. It could go either way.
Because we seem to get trolls who sometimes, and I'm not calling this person a troll, but we seem to get people who come in and they seem sort of ambivalent towards you.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, let me donate some money. Then they go into this whole attack field.
Yes.
And again, and it always winds up being Stephen Outram or these all these faggot trolls, and I call them faggots because there's nothing honorable. If you're a gay guy, just come out with it and be gay. Yes. No one's gonna slam you for it. But if you gotta hide it, that's just lame.
Well, worse yet, they not only hide it, they're homophobic. They project the homophobia.
Oh yeah. They condemn it. They're like, I hate gays. I hate gays.
Thank you.
Dude, you wanna fuck later? I hate gays. We're the anti-gay squad.
Right.
Meanwhile, behind closed doors, they're having like a fucking group orgy. It's like,
right. It's so true. By the way, Tomo Suzuki, this is why we're ambivalent, is because when Tomo Suzuki says, has anyone tried the new in-chat YouTube monetary donations for Douglas? Well, thank you for bringing that up, and I do want to point out to people we call it Super Chat now, because we've got the little $ down there in the corner, which everyone is welcome to donate. We've got this stupid chicken shit limit on it for up to $36. So do me a favor and just donate $36 and we can get it over with for the night. but with Tomo Suzuki here, this is why we're suspect, is because you could just donate. See, this is what all a person needs to do is donate, even if it's $1, and then say, oh, that was so easy, I just did that. But instead they're just saying something like that, which is kind of odd. No, I'm not saying people, it's just odd. It's like, you get what I'm saying. It's like there's a tip jar, and it's kind of like somebody saying, hey, is there
look, there's a tip jar.
Yes!
I see you're passing around a tip jar.
Yes!
It's like someone walking into a store, and they see like those things where you put the coins in for the supporting battered women or battered kids, which I don't even know whether they actually give that money.
Actually gets there.
I think they pocket that money, but I'm just saying. It's like someone walking in and looking at it, say, "Oh, I see you. Look here. You see something to support kids who are abused." It's like, what's the point of bringing that?
Thank you. That's what's odd about it. Ragnar Lodbrok says, I think perhaps the Vatican is sincerely wanting to accept gay marriage. It would be hopeful because many of the priests and nuns are fucking gay. Yeah. And he says, not? Yeah, and he says, then he points out, like, Taiwan is the only country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage, yes. And then Ragnar Lodbrok says, and the Vatican is the only country in Europe and one of the few in the world to recognize Taiwan. Okay. So I think maybe Ragnar Lodbrok is either consciously or unconsciously trying to say everyone in Taiwan is gay. Is that what he's saying? Like,
maybe they're saying, well, maybe he's pro-vat. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bizarre circular logic there where I think the Vatican is trying to accept gay marriage because Taiwan is the only country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage, and the Vatican is the only country in Europe and one of the few in the world to recognize Taiwan. Okay, well, that has to do with their understandable anti-communism, because communism is, of course, the first thing the communists would have done if they took over Italy was to execute the Pope. So that's why the Vatican backed Taiwan as opposed to communist China. There's kind of a Darwinian selection here, where if they didn't, they'd be highly autodestructive or suicidal, right? So it's, yeah.
In other words, they'd be American.
Yeah, thank you. But you see with the lack of history, this is what is called e-historicity. It's the historical version of illiteracy. It's basically because Ragnar Lodbrok is either e-historic, and I don't say that negatively. It's like, it's just what is. If you were, say for instance, if you couldn't read or write, it's not insulting you to say you're illiterate. It just means an observation of what is. So since he's e-historic, or he's pretending to be e-historic, then he twists this into a gay issue, which is has nothing to do with the original politics. And he says, maybe the Vatican's going in the right direction. Well, I'm going to think that Ragnar is hopefully sincere, but just e-historic. But you're not alone, Ragnar. Everybody's e-historic. That's why I'm here, right? So don't take that as an insult, please. And so Vicky Johnson says, hey, DDD, with the lips, I so much hope your birthday was special. Best wishes always. Hey, honey. Oh, it's special now, baby. Yeah. Anyhow, enough of the flirtation. Jameson Reese will be right back with us. So, our man Brendan Zogit may want to... by the way, just so everyone understands, and Brendan will help me out here, my son and I are not making love. He allows me to drink his blood. So I'm prepping for what's called supping. We don't prefer the term sucking, and that's something that someone would do with a body part that is more stimulating in nature in a sexual sense. So supping means that my son allows myself to feed. But there's others at the estate I feed from aside himself. But my son and I are used to the process, and he helps teach others how.
The way like a vampire bat would do it. It just creates a puncture and then licks it up.
Thank you. Even that sounds a bit vulgar. Thank you. But
forgive me for making it sound undignified. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. He's helping me to show the others how it's done, since he's the most familiar with the process. Just so everybody understands. And, of course, it being what it is, the photograph attracts attention. But then, again, that's part of, how would I say it, the interesting thing, and Brendan can attest to this, the interesting thing is that what are obviously photographs, Brendan and I puzzle over, everyone asks me about the art. And then, every once in a while, I'll put out an illustration where someone will ask about where did I get the picture, like a photograph or something like that. It's
like something's not syncing up. Yeah.
Right. That's what Tomo Suzuki was saying. It's like so.
And sometimes you'll put up a photo of a biofact, and they'll be like, "Cool painting" or something.
Thank you. That's
it's I don't think they're getting it. They're not getting it.
Right. It's just so everybody understands. I did this more when Lena Shea was with us because she truly appreciated it, and her whole story is so bizarre. One of these days we're going to have to cover it publicly, at least to extent, because she flipped like a switch. I mean, literally, her handler, Zachary Garrett came along and just flipped the switch, and then she it was just literally like an automaton herself, almost as if she were a biofax herself, except worse, because most biofaxes would never be flipped that easy. It would be contrary to programming. But the biofaxes we would display more often, and I may get back to doing that again in the future, but it confuses people, and people don't really know what to make of it. And of course we get the assholes like Henry Wallace's grandson saying that it's all sex dolls. Well, yes, in a sense, but that's that they're more than that, and that has part to do with the evolution. Now, hey, tell us a bit about that anime you wanted Edward and I to review. I'll do that with him the next time I'm at the estate. Tell us a bit about this and what support.
It's called Earth Maiden Arjun, and it was made in like 2001 or so. And if you just like watch the trailer, like it predicts like a lot of stuff that's even going on now. Like there's like a scene where she sees the Earth dying, and there's like tons of like there's like forest burning and floods and stuff happening. But basically, this anime is one of the best, like most spiritual animes. Like in my opinion, it's the best anime. Like it should be required. Like everyone should be forced to watch it. Like actually, because it explains like the whole reason why you should care about like, you know, the environment, the whole reason why you should, you know, care about the earth, and like it just puts it into such a simple way of just describing it and just like critiquing society in the right points at the right time. That it's a masterpiece, and it's obviously censored because you can barely find it, and every time you find a copy of it on YouTube or whatever, it's super grainy. And the other day I told my friend about it. He was watching the English version, and I was watching it with him at one point, and I was like, dude, like this is totally chopped up from like they totally fucked up shit from the Japanese, like localizing it into English. And then I showed him the Japanese one, and the first 5 minutes he was like, oh wow, like they didn't say that and they didn't say this. So it's like it's one of those animes that's so real, like so true, and you know it explains like that, like the Men in Black, quote unquote, you know, like the black helicopters that come through, like those aren't about aliens or anything. It's about like, you know, if you're, you know, overtly spiritual, then they'll like come after you and shit, you know. It's but it's based obviously by the name, it's based off of like the Vedic, like Arjun, you know. Arjun is like Arjun and Krishna, you know. So but the Japanese put all of that into a palatable medium for most people. Like you don't have to go through the Vedic, like you can just watch that and be like, okay, this is the point, like why you shouldn't use pesticides, like why you shouldn't fuck with the earth, and like how crazy society's gotten. Like it just puts it all into perspective, and I definitely appreciate the Japanese for that, because like, you know, it's hard to explain to some people, you know. So that to come out,
this is why the Japanese this is why the Japanese are truly the anchor civilization for humanity, really.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, I want to thank Ragnar Lodbrok. He says I don't take being e-historite as an insult. I do have a lot of history to learn and understand. I do, however, know more history than everyone I know, so most people are ridiculously ignorant of history. And he says the politics of Taiwan-Vatican relations that I related are ring true with him, of course. And he says, fuck communism, I wish my hippie sister could get that. And he says, and I wish my neo-Nazi brother could get that Trump and Putin suck sewage shit. Yes, thank you. Oh, God, I so relate. Yes, and I do want to relate this to people because tonight's going to be rather organic and we'll just come up with things spontaneously. But definitely I will say this. My surrogate son, just so people understand, because many of them might not know this, I'm not going to go deep into this, but basically I've been heavily involved with the underworld all of my life, and I'm not an active criminal now, and there's a difference between the kind of human trafficking we were involved in and the kind of human trafficking that people generally have an awareness of. And human trafficking, quite rightly, is something viewed as a negative, but the kind of people we were trafficking wanted to be trafficked. We were rescuing people from very dire situations. Asians were...
Wouldn't that just be like people smuggling?
Basically, it's kind of like just smuggling people, and it's
trafficking has, like, to me, it's like more negative connotation.
I understand. You could call it just people smuggling, but at the same time, there was trafficking in the sense that we were helping people who were prostituting themselves retain their profits. Basically, there was far more of a voluntary aspect to this, but for people who are unfamiliar with it, there was horrible human slavery going on of Chinese people in the American Marianas Islands, and I've gone into that in depth before. By the way, it's a horrible sound. Who is that?
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
That's fine. So long as we know the source. So long as we know the source. In terms of, we were helping to smuggle people out of the Marianas Islands from what was essentially industrial slavery. And of course, many of these industries, like Levi Strauss, that were utilizing Chinese slaves, and I mean literally slaves, working them to death, were owned by Jewish people. So again, it's that paradox.
And that's what's really frustrating about like the whole situation, like the whole conversation about what is it called, abolitionism, is like the world still has just as much slavery as it did 100 years ago. It's just like,
thank you.
It's like they don't call it slavery anymore. It's called like working, factory work or whatever. They have different names for it, but it's the same shit. It's like,
yes,
still like. Yeah.
Yes, and human rights organizations are, for some reason, struggling to point this out. It's not that they're not trying to point it out. It's that the system
people
isn't.
Don't take it seriously, and that's another thing that series goes into. It reflects on how, how like everything you buy is it has its own life, and it's something that. Like, we don't have to live like this, creating all this pollution and all the trash and shit. There's certain ways to go about things.
You're talking about the Arjun anime goes into this.
The Arjun, yeah. Like, that's a main theme of it.
Yeah, thank you.
And the fact that these organizations, won't have the lobbying power to say, to pass anything that will actually stop these practices.
Thank you. That too is part of the horrible.
It's all about lobbying power, everything.
Yes, it's all too much about that, and
but I mean, if people came to a realization, like if most people realize, like, okay, this is what I'm doing to,
most people do know that though. But the thing is, like, there's not a lot of options out there where you can, buy something else, because a lot of these corporations run monopolies on certain things. Yeah. So you don't have a choice to buy something that's slave made if you're getting a cell phone.
Pretty much. I mean, if you shop at Walmart, I mean, like, where do you think that stuff comes from? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's cheap for a reason. It's cheap because people are working for 50 cents a day and shit. I mean, it's obvious.
Right.
Anyone who knows.
What you have for miles is just that one Walmart. Then you essentially don't have a choice.
Right.
And this is what this is what some Americans face. And the rest
I understand that.
The rest of Americans in like cities like New York and whatnot, they just don't give a fuck.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they're just assholes.
I live in an area kind of like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, Ragnar Lodbrok says, "Huge fan. I will be donating soon. $100. Well, thank you. Hugs. Certainly, you'll get the shout out when I receive it. Oh my God. He says, hopefully I can illuminate them. By that, he's referring to his hippie sister and his neo-Nazi brother. He says, but it's been so damaging to our relationships and my family, me trying to help educate them. God help me to harmonize my family in truth and not in conspiracy theories and non-realities. Deeply appreciate that.
I mean, I would recommend just don't engage unless they're going to ask you directly, to avoid those kind of situations. I don't talk about any of this stuff with anyone unless they ask me or they are more inquisitive. I just, even if they are family, I just don't even bring it up.
Right. Thank you. By the way, Mascole comes in. I think his name says everything. I mean, I don't think Ragnar Lodbrok should take him too seriously, or any of us should. And do keep an eye on him. We may need to block him. When somebody comes into the super chat and just says, "I now wear 2 masks. You should too." Okay, there's no point to that. And then he talks about the squeak sounds. We found out what those were.
I'll just hide them anyway.
Yeah,
for the hell of it.
There we are. Thank you. Yes.
Because I can.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying anything constructive. It was just came in and said, "I wear 2 masks. You should too." It's kind of like, it's like no one needs this, right? It's like I wear 2 pairs of underwear, or I don't wear any underwear, or it's kind of like that. And oh my God, then we get this. Travis Moss was there earlier, and yes, he asked that publicly. I did see, I did see your recent question about Miguel Serrano. And he uses the term "the final battalion." By the way, what Brendan Sokit can tell us about Helsing actually did a fairly good portrayal of the final battalion or the last battalion in the Helsing anime. So in terms of, which involved vampires in the Helsing thematic, but so Ragnar Lodbrok said, fuck off, mask hole asshole. So I'll show that comment. I'll show that comment. And so Travis, let's just put it this way. Miguel Serrano, if I remember correctly, you're speaking of either Chilean or Argentinian, and he's been around forever. I mean, like literally around since essentially the end of World War II. This is an individual. Yeah, he was Chilean, and so yeah, he literally was around in World War II. So he lived forever. He must have been like 100 fucking years old when he died, and so Miguel Serrano was he was definitely what you would call one of the National Socialistic esotericists. And these days they would call him an esoteric Hitlerian. So they would just basically say he was a fascist activist or a Nazi sympathizer. So this is how he would be portrayed. So he was one of these people who emphasized, of course, the fact that the war is not over, that the 1,000-year Reich is in exile, and that the war is still ongoing. So he's someone that this is of course where people are just going to take it and run with it. So try and put this into some context where if this person was pronouncedly Judeophobic, I'm not advocating that, but I would say that this individual is one of the few people out there that that is someone you should turn to source as basically a reference. He's probably, along with Savitri Devi, and just out there as a reference that is denied to people. So yes, he is someone to turn to. I don't know if any of his works are even translated into the English, or how many of them there are that may be. I think that I've only seen his works.
Adolf knew about like the Vedic stuff like through Savitri. I mean, obviously, like he was vegetarian for a reason. Like, you know, he understood like the karma and stuff. Well,
that's a very important point, and I'm surprised that Brendan has brought it up before. And it's something that, because of course I myself am so I just cannot imagine life without blood.
I mean, he was using like the swastika, you know.
Yeah, the Asian Indian. Yeah, he was using it in the real sense.
It's the symbol of Ganesh. It's the symbol of beginning, and that's why he used the red with it. I mean, he knew like a lot.
Oh, of course, no. Yeah. My biological father knew, and he was.
In fact, I have a Vedic book, or like it's like written by one of the Vedic authors, and he's talking about like Rahu Ketu, and he has like Hitler's birth chart in there, and like explaining why and like how he knew all this and stuff.
Thank you. No, that's amazing. Now, from what I understand, Miguel Serrano was probably Judeophobic. Now, bear in mind, again, I have to emphasize, I don't believe any of his works are in English. I've only seen them in the Espanol. And so if anyone knows of his works in English, let myself know. I'm sure there's maybe maybe in this day and age, they're beginning to translate some of them. But I'm sure they put like an intro that has all kinds of disqualifiers or disclaimers, rather, where they claim that they're doing this for whatever reason. And it's definitely he knows pretty much. There's very little of what he says that I would argue with. And so the same with Savitri Devi, who was alive at the time of the Third Reich, and of course she wrote the book The Lightning and the Sun, which is translated into the English. And I do remember somebody in chat once, back when we had only chat and no super chat, somebody said that she was caught, or he was caught with that book in school, and the teacher had them expelled. You know, just for having the book, The Lightning and the Sun by Savitri Devi. By the way, explain to people her name in Asian Indian means goddess. Savitri would mean, what would that imply in the Asian Indian?
Savitri is one of the aspects of divine.
Thank you. So an aspect of
she's of the goddess.
Yes, thank you, and she was known as Hitler's.
It means, and of course, as you can tell by what she wrote, it means related to the sun. Savitri is the divine aspect of the sun.
Thank you, and she was known as Hitler's priestess. So she definitely had a very deep connection with the National Socialists and understood them. So yes, her and Miguel Serrano would be recommended reading. Do, of course, understand that this is not a promotion of Judeophobia. And that's one of those things, however, that you're going to run into. People will argue, well, that is an inescapably an integral aspect of fascist or Nazi ideology, and no, it's not. It's one of these aspects of where when the Holocaust took place, it was basically at a time when my biological father, Adolf Hitler, felt he was left with no choice. That's why the term was the final solution. He basically had one struggle that he knew he could win on the surface world before he retreated therefrom, and that was the destruction of European Jewry, which he effectively succeeded in. And that was because he felt that they were responsible for the united front against him of communists and capitalists. And he was, as far as I'm concerned, in a very real sense, quite right. Now, the Jewish people who were responsible for that were not in Europe per se. They were the Judeo-Bolsheviks, who essentially dominated the Soviet Union, had dominated the Russian Revolution, and certainly had a huge influence in the Soviet Union while they were in a state of active war against Adolf Hitler. And they were certainly an active lobby. We come back to that lobbying power of tremendous clout, tremendous power in both England and the United States. So there's no denying he was correct in that Jews were responsible, but he hit the Jews that were available as opposed to those that were in Europe or in Russia, because that was what was available. And he felt he could cleanse Europe of what he felt would otherwise bring about what had happened in Russia and America, which was cultural degeneracy, and beyond that, literal physical degeneracy, which if anyone who listens to the latest transmission preceding tonight's will understand. Both the Americans and the Russians were trying to breed their populations out of existence and replace them with chimerical primatoids. The Planet of the Apes was inspired by this reality. If you ever ask yourself, take a look at the movie The Planet of the Apes, ask yourself, well, where did the apes come from? It's not like people...
They allude to it at some point, that it's like they were created or something? Isn't there like an allusion to that?
They never do.
You don't think... Oh, maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
Yeah, they never do, really. They just basically say, suddenly the apes are in this state where...
Because, like, I thought at the end of the movie it was like, there was like the Statue of Liberty, and it was like, oh, this is Earth or something. You know?
Well, that's in the original film. That's where the guy finds out, oh, I'm on Earth. Yeah, that's right. Like the punchline, but then after that, you basically what is implied is that in the aftermath of nuclear war, the apes come to the forefront, and what everybody assumes, the audience assumes, is that, well, they evolved because of the bomb. But that, of course, is just bullshit. That's not
like radiation or something.
Yeah, well, that's the common.
Radiation doesn't do that. I mean, Chernobyl has proven that.
Thank you.
They just revert back to normal after a while. Nature can like heal even like the genetic damage and shit.
Yes. But what they were alluding to were the old breeding programs of both the Soviets and the Americans. If you take a look at the original Planet of the Apes, by the way, I enjoy and appreciate the Tim Burton aesthetic, not his plot, of course, which is just plotless. Tim Burton should only be allowed to do design and nothing to do with plots. But I appreciate the Tim Burton aesthetic for the Planet of the Apes. But if you look at the original Planet of the Apes, I don't know if anyone's bothered to do this, take a look at them in the original Planet of the Apes series and just freeze the frames and look at it slowly in slow motion, turn off the voices, ignore the dialogue, look at it. Look at the apes. Look at how they're dressed. And you realize they're all wearing communist uniforms. All of them, forget the military aspect of the general and the kind of helmets that he's wearing, which are actually medievalist British helmets. But I'm talking about everybody else who's not in armor, everybody who's non-military. The rest of the apes, the chimps and the orangutans, are wearing this very North Korean style aesthetic. It's a communist kind of aesthetic. They're all dressed in this. They're all dressed in the same clothes. It's like the old Mao uniforms. Yeah, the old Mao uniforms where they issue. Everyone's wearing the same clothing, and so this is because they come from this highly industrialized background where they were all work units. They were treated as work units. That was the original purpose of Robert Yerkes, downbreeding humanity into a labor force that would literally work for peanuts. And that's what Stalin was doing. The only thing that saved Russians and Americans from being wiped out, because the entire point was, if you take a look at the actual objectives of business, forget military objectives, look at business objectives in America, and you look at Stalin. If you listen to my last transmission where I say Stalin and America were in this race of races, this race of degeneracy, who could downbreed the workforce into animals the fastest, was because their understanding of world struggle was the fronting of labor forces. It was who could outproduce the most. This is why they always tell you World War II was a war of production. This is why they emphasize that. They keep saying
they say that.
Yeah, they always say that World War II was a war of production.
Well, we had mass production first, and that's why we were producing more stuff, and then Hitler got it, and then it was the Blitzkrieg. Like, they literally say something like that.
Yeah, they'll always present it in this manner, and they'll say this is a war of production,
as if the Germans had no idea what production was like before or something.
Oh yeah. It's just part of the
when World War I had happened. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously you get these skewed narratives. But if you listen to the narrative, and the overwhelming emphasis of the communists and the capitalists is production. They keep saying this: production. And so before World War II, this was their obsession as well, and their idea was that the wars of the future they didn't think of as necessarily military. They were saying that we're going to be fronting labor forces. So the Soviet Union was trying to produce a industrial army that was literally inhuman and would not exhaust in the human sense, and the Americans would do the same.
I mean, if they had that objective, why would they kill all their population? Because they thought we're just going to replace them.
That was their thought.
They were that's probably why they were cool with just losing 10, 15 million.
On
the front, That makes sense. Why maybe Stalin wasn't that crazy. He was just overconfident or something.
No, well, I'll take it to a direction most people don't understand.
Well, obviously that was a crazy idea, but I'm saying.
It's crazy by our standards, and it should be crazy by anyone's standards with a present sense of perspective. But believe me, Stalin and America thought the exact same way. See, with American corporatists, with the American industrial leaders, and these were the captains of industry who led America, they thought that, look, we've got unions, and the unions are going to kill us. The unions are going to kill us because these workers are going to ask for all these things that if we provide them, we'll never be competitive, and the world will outproduce us, and we're going to die. And so they said, and the next thing will come after that, revolution. So they said, we've got to get rid of these people, and they're obsolete, and they've served their time, and now it's time for the next step, and they were going to create a subhuman species that would not unionize, that would literally work for peanuts, and that's why they got Robert Yerkes, Yerkes, Bobby Yerkes, to start breeding Cuban women with apes to produce these chimerical hybrids that would work.
I mean, that makes sense. Yes. That's they took it from
and
perhaps the Atlanteans were doing that too, and that's what happened to them,
Yeah.
That's part of the storyline of Atlantis.
Yes, and so the Americans were trying to do this, the Soviets were trying to do this. The only thing that saved you fucking Americans, the only thing that saved you fucking Russians was the war. Otherwise, had there been no war, Stalin would have gone on to kill all the Russians, which he was doing. and just replace them all with apes.
Right.
Had there been no war, the Americans would have wiped out the majority of the Americans and replaced them with apes. By the way, there are science fiction short stories that that were based on just this theme in the 1930s that were exposing this agenda, and I'll see if I can find them.
Right.
But
It's like the mind programming and like the television wasn't fast enough for them. Like they had to like, you know, they were like, fuck, like we just have to kill them all and start, you know.
well, back then all they had was radio and shit, and
I know, I'm just being cynical as far as from like the Illuminati point of view.
don't even use
It
that
was
term.
like, oh,
you could say the elitist.
The Deluminati.
Yeah,
Because these guys aren't illuminated. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. These guys aren't even illuminated. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, the deluminated. I like that. That. And
well, one of my gurus calls them the desperati. Like they're just desperati. Like.
Yeah, I like that.
The generati.
Yeah, and
Generate.
thank you. And when it comes to, let me see if I can find this. I'll look this up. But there was a short story about this in the 1930s that was published, and it was about this very subject where they were talking about the industrialists and unionization, and how the people, the human beings were the threat.
Now, like, what stopped like the Chinese from doing this is like they were just like a higher culture, and they were like, we're not gonna like sacrifice our genetics like for that.
It's just,
is that like why the Chinese didn't want to do it?
Well, the Chinese weren't even at the stage of industrialization, so it wasn't.
I
like,
see. It was like a different time.
Yeah, it was just a totally different time. For if you take a look at the Chinese communists now, I'm sure. What do you think they're trying to do now? They're adding human genes to monkeys. I mean, so
That's
was
true. Yeah, actually, yeah. Now that you think about it,
yeah.
They were, like you showed us the ape man that one time. I remember watching that.
Yeah, thank you. And this
like
is,
so if they know that guy existed, then like obviously they've tried, you know.
Oh yeah, and oh god, the stupid things people would say when I put that out there. It's like
I watched that. That was a real deal.
Thank you.
Video. Like it was from a Chinese news. Like
thank you.
You know?
Yeah.
It's from Chinese news. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, and I would point out to people.
And it's like local news here. Like sometimes they report crazy shit, and like it never, you know, it's not a threat. It's just like people don't ever take it seriously. You know?
Yeah.
So that was probably real. That was some real shit there.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely real.
Like our news out here reports like Bigfoot and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So that people understand what our man Brendan is referencing. He's talking about footage of a Chinese primate human hybrid who was a product of actually a woman who was raped by their version of Bigfoot. And so they just.
What was the name again? I would have, if I remembered the name, I would have said more about it. It was
They just call him Wild Man in the Chinese, but
yeah.
So in the Chinese they say Wild Man, and but in terms of you know, this was a product of that kind of rape from one of these primatoids, and the woman is obviously an unhappy mother and stuck with this, you know, grotesquerie, and he's hideous to look at and hideous in his behavior, and but it's not that people were disbelieving the footage. They were just saying stupid stuff, like when I was pointing out, notice that he has no neck in the sense of a human neck. I was pointing out the fact that, like a giraffe, he really can't bend his neck. Right. You know, and they couldn't get what I was saying.
And anthropology comes in handy here. It's because the foramen magnum, the spot where your spine goes into the skull, is different on apes and humans. Like,
thank you.
It shows if you're an upright. If it's directly center, that means you can walk with two legs. You're bipedal.
This, because there is a birth defect where people are born with like almost no neck.
Oh yeah, but this is different.
That's something different. That's that's some kind of missing vertebrae or something.
Yeah, if you saw this person, you would understand. This is like a complete package of.
He was the ape man guy. The wild man was like moving.
Find him though.
Oh fuck! It should be easy, really. I mean, let me go to
ape man.
Chinese ape man. You know, I mean, just take a look it up. It should be easy. I'd be surprised if you couldn't find it.
But like the way he was moving was like a chimpanzee. Like they can't look directly up. Like they just can't like stare up. Like
okay, let me put this so people can understand it. See, this is the problem: is that when apes stand upright because they're built so that they're knuckle dragon troglodytes. if they stand up upright, they're stuck looking at the sky all day, okay? Because your head is basically stuck. If you're an ape, you're hunched forward, so your head is always pointed forward, as if you're if you're leaning in a chair and looking up at the sky from the park bench. That's an ape's skull is in that position forever, okay? Right. That's where it's stuck. So this guy, of course, since he was half human, he wasn't stuck looking at the sky all day, but you wish that he was, because his face is so fucking ugly. And, he's otherwise acting like an ape and eating bananas and shit. And that was the point, was that he had this whole social infrastructure around him, which I only found out about later, because I pieced together the story about this guy over a period of years. And the footage was out there, but nobody was telling...
Find a dump load of deformed people with really deformed faces. Oh my god!
No, that's not the right one. You'll know when you see it.
Yeah, you'll know when you see it. It's a naked Chinese guy. He can't wear any clothes.
Chinese ape man, and there's something called the ape man of Amazon.
Okay, don't want that. I get this image of the ape man of Amazon books and shit. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Is like.
They censored it after Douglas talked about it.
Yeah, they probably did. They probably
knock it off the search engine.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Use you don't have to use Google. You can use it's called Swiss cows. I mean, there's one from Switzerland called Swiss cows where it blocks the sites from tracking you. I mean, fuck Google. You don't have to use Google. Look into alternative search engines.
I should probably use another browser.
Let's just try.
It helps a bit. Well,
let's try YouTube. Let me see YouTube here. I'm going to put in. Okay.
On your old Facebook timeline, of course, that's where it was posted. But
yeah, Chinese.
They had to scrub that. Yeah.
Wild man hybrid. I'm going to put in Chinese wild man hybrid on YouTube, and see what we come up with. Okay, here we are. So I'll put the link into the chat bar.
Some of these deformities are horrible. Holy. Oh man, I gotta stop, because I get into this whole medical trip, and then I'll just start looking at fucked up things all night.
Okay, yeah, don't want to do that to yourself. So here we are, people. Let's go to the Jameson Reese call right here and just enter this into the chat room. Can you both see that? Can you both see that link?
Oh yeah, there's a squad approaching. I have to be watching out, but I see the link. Yes.
Okay, there we are. There we are. So
the link. And I'm going to check this out. Oh, all right.
He's going to identify it as some former schoolmate or some shit. You just watch.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he hangs out on Fifth and Mission. Yeah.
But, looks like a guy with microcephaly, though.
Yeah, he's saying that the man looks like what they used to call an angelic cretin. Okay, that's but the guy's acting like an ape.
No. Microcephaly, people born with those tiny heads.
Right.
People
microencephaly. The tiny head. Yes, that's what microencephaly means. Yes, it's people with this. They used to call them angelic cretins. That was the
really.
Yeah, that was the popular name for them, and I don't know why, but that's the such is what it is, right? And yeah, well, look at how he's acting. I mean, fuck, hand him a banana. Look at what he does. Just because someone's got.
He wasn't very intelligent, but he was he could function and stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's saying these Chinese people are saying that they took measurements and he doesn't have a human bone structure and stuff.
Yeah, thank you. And so
they're definitely identifying that it's not a deformity, it's definitely.
Thank you.
Okay. So
then it shows the apes, Yeah.
Oh shit! So he actually is a hybrid.
Yeah.
For sure. They identified him as such.
Yeah. But by the way, they were going to show that in the Planet of the Apes, a ape-human hybrid child. That was the original intent for the sequel to the original Planet of the Apes, but they thought it was just too controversial, so they chicken shitted out on that. But my point was about Stalin. Stalin died in 1953, and what people don't understand is that had he lived, and I only wish he had, He was going to launch in 1953. At the conclusion of the Korean War, he was not satisfied with that conclusion at all. And so he had two plans, Operation Pincer and Operation Sandown. Not Sundown, but Sandown. Sandown. People can look this up. And he had intended to start new fronts in Europe and the Middle East. Now, if he had lived and done this in 1953, the West could have won that war so easily and ultimately just pushed back the Soviet Union. There never would have been this horrible Cold War and all of the horrible things that happened. It would have been so far better to have lost millions of deaths then all at once than the millions of deaths we lost thereafter, and the horrible poisoning of people's minds who are products of Eastern Europe, like Pavel and shit, all of these mind-controlled, drones that came over here and just acted as agents of chaos for the cults of the kings of Edom and shit. But, would have been better off had he lived and taken the Soviet Union down with him. But that's what would have happened, and this is what the Planet of the Apes alludes to, is what he and the Americans were both trying to produce, only the fact that these creations essentially got loose and reproduced because of the nuclear war, but not that they were produced by the nuclear war. That was the point of the Planet of the Apes. And that was the point that Pierre Boulle had made, was trying to make. And for people who don't get it, it's something that hopefully they'll get in context. But I know it's very difficult to get because otherwise it's just a kind of it's an uneven narrative. It's an uneven narrative, and people get caught up in the time travel bullshit, which is unfortunate. But
that's time travel stuff is not even relevant. What's relevant is that they just want to replace human beings with fucking hybrids. That's pretty alarming right there. I don't see how anyone could even care about the time travel.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, there you go. And
you realize that you're disposable, and that we could just use some downbreeded piece of shit to do whatever we want. We don't need you. Then you realize what the real
stakes
the agenda is, and you realize that this isn't funny anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, Maria Grigorich says good night, everyone. Good night, honey. Love you. And
and that's what you were saying. What your father was thinking when he did what he did.
Yes, this is what he was trying to prevent, was the downbreeding of humanity. And
so, in that context, it kind of makes sense almost,
Thank you.
All the crazy shit that happened after that.
Since many of the people responsible for what was going on in the Soviet Union were Jewish, and because these were the commissarocracy, so to speak, or the elite, what we would call later on the nomenclatura of the Soviet Union. Essentially, it's kind of own upper class at that point. Later on, the nomenclatura would be the replacement for what the original commissarocracy was. But and since the Americans, many of the Jewish people were industrialists, then he felt the Jews were responsible for this downbreeding. That's where the Jews become identified with downbreeding. But many people don't understand what Hitler was confronting. And now, hopefully, people understand it. And
it doesn't make sense without that.
Thank you. And
that's probably why, that's why people in the West think it's so crazy, what happened.
Yes.
They don't understand, the point behind it.
Yes, if they understood that he's saving them from being downbred into fucking apes or replaced by people.
Because you've gone into the history. I mean, that's what they did to the people in Canaan. I mean, it's it's happened on history multiple times. It's but you don't ever get the context. You just get the aftermath, and you're oh, they did this.
Thank you.
And then the Romans killed the Carthaginians, insulted, but you don't get any context typically. I mean,
right. Well, for people who don't know what Brendan is referencing, he's referencing the fact that
it's the different genocides and stuff that's happened in human history too.
Well, beyond that, when you speak of Canaan specifically, just as the Christians had crusades and the Muslims have jihad, the term that was used by Jewish people for their religious warfare was Holocaust, and it was a sacrifice to their divinity. And with Canaan, they did just that. They burned it to the root, as they said, in the name of God. in the name of God, and killed everyone who they didn't enslave, and just kept the land for themselves. After they didn't salt the ground because they kept the land, of course they wanted the land to be useful, right. But the Romans salted Carthage because they wanted to make certain nothing would ever, it was like nuking it. That was their version of nuking it. They wanted to make certain the soil would not produce again, so that the civilization could not regenerate. So people have been conducting mass destruction for forever, and there we have that, and so try
there's some degree of karma.
It's putting it into context as opposed to like.
Thank you. Yeah. I didn't want to go there, but yeah, I mean, the problem with going there is, of course, it's just so easy. Yes. So what Jameson Reese brought up was, in terms of Hitler's Holocaust against the Jews, there is a karmic aspect to that. If I say that, though, most people would interpret it as I'm just going too far. They'd say, "Oh, it
becomes like offensive when it's like."
Well, no, we're not.
Probably.
Well,
I know, but
what I want the audience to understand is that this isn't being stated as something that's anti-Judaic, but there is some degree of irony that the people who started the campaign of genocide would be a product of it themselves,
or a victim of it themselves. Yes. Thank you.
That's a cosmic irony right there.
Thank you. And I say this now, since we've broached the topic, it is something that that there's a historical karmic aspect to it. That the problem or the challenge is when you present that, then people assume that you're rationalizing it. In other words, that I'm justifying it. So, without justifying or rationalizing the European Holocaust.
Well, that's the problem with the American mind, is that they make that assumption without taking anything into context.
Thank you.
If we're looking at it from a purely rational standpoint, then we're not trying to justify it. We're merely looking at what happened from a detached perspective.
Yes. And that... Right. Hopefully can be taken in good grace, though I know that that's going to be impossible. It's going to be good.
This is the land of the brainless, so I mean,
yes,
we do the best we can.
Well, it's worse than brainless. It's people who just don't want to. They just don't want to hear it, and they'll assume, of course, the worst, that we're rationalizing or justifying mass murder, and that's not the case. We're contextualizing it, which
that's what I was trying to say earlier. It's
oh my God!
But I mean, like, humans have been doing stuff like this for
funny.
Like a long time.
The guy on Magic the Gathering who has like his deck is themed. He has like a certain theme with his deck, and his deck has like the American flag design on it.
There you go.
Fucking lame.
Oh my God, that's so sad for Magic the Gathering. I do want to get this out before I forget, and we'll use this to segue to the ring, where I'll listen quietly and gnaw on my various munchies while Brendan Zoget tells us about an aspect of Charlemagne, and that leads to the First Reich of the Holy Roman Empire. And he'll tell us about the rings and the curses of various rings, but and of course the Lord of the Rings. It brings that up quite well. But so. My surrogate son, he was, of course, a girl. He was born a girl, but suffered from what is called gender dysphoria. So eventually was able to get a sex change. This is why I was talking about the human trafficking. And my son was originally being prostituted as a runaway by a pimp because his parents could not tolerate his gender dysphoria as a girl. And because of that, unwillingness of his parents to understand, he ran away, wound up being exploited by a pimp who I purchased him from off the streets. Now, I don't know what age he was, but he was certainly under 18. And when I purchased him, I tried to take him to get an ID, or basically I took him to just try and find shelter and get him into what they used to call clinics back in the day on Polk Street on Chicken Hawk Lane, where the young prostitutes would walk, male and female. When I purchased him and I took him there, he had no ID, he had no birth certificate. There was he would have possibly have wound up being quote unquote deported if they had identified him as a foreigner. That because he had Asian blood in him, this was possible. and there was no way he could legally deny it. And even though he was quite acculturated and spoke perfect English, then so we took him into our organization, our network, where he was, as a girl, able to prostitute herself and maintain her earnings in a safe environment, and ultimately was able to afford the sex change. Shortly after that, he married someone who will not be named for the foreseeable future. And there's multiple reasons for this. The obvious is the blood transfusion, which you notice when Mr. Moon brings it up, that Silicon Valley is rife with the what he calls kind of like an aspect of vampirism. There's no denying that, and it can be seen in a sinister light. However, Sugar Daddy, as we refer to the man that my son married, is not particularly sinister, and I'll try and put that into some perspective right now. One thing you can understand about someone at that level of money is that they're no longer on the sense of moral standing that any of us operate in. I'll try and put this into some perspective for everyone by letting them know there's 3 different words for money that are generally used. When it comes to the poor and the upper middle class and relatively wealthy, and then the elite or the truly rich, these terms mean everything, and they define one's ability to interact with the world around them. If you're poor, you use the term money. Since majority of us operate with that term, we know where we're at. When you get to the point where you have portfolios, where you have investments, where you actually have properties, that term is never used. People at that level of operation, or shall I say existence, use the term currency. When you hear people speaking with that language, you're talking about people who are trading on the market. At that point, you understand you're in a different level of existence. When you are at the elite, where the world is not as it is for the rest of us, when you're looking at a completely different experience in life, the term that's used is monetary. At this point, we're talking about billionaires. The term monetary is used because at that point you don't deal in money anymore like a credit card. When you're dealing with people who are operating at the level of money, we have cash. We have actual cash on hand. We are using bills. We are using money, as in printed paper. When you are talking about people operating at the level of currency, there is none of that ever changes hands. Everything is credit. When you are talking at the level of monetary, all the money you have ever dealt with in your life is virtual. It is numbers. It is units of trade. You have no idea what a credit card looks like. Try and comprehend that. At that level, you are not using credit cards. You basically walk in to a facility and people hand you things. You cannot imagine what it's like to be that. To give you an example, George Bush Sr., I brought this example up before. When America was going through all kinds of shit under George Bush the Sr., and he decided, naively, I'm going to show the Americans that I'm out there buying too, because I want Americans to buy, I want Americans to participate in the economy, so I'm going to show them I'm going to go out and buy something. He went out to a store, and he said, I'll pick up some of these socks, some of these t-shirts. It's just normal shit. And he went to the counter because he saw people going there, and then the person at the counter looked at him expectantly, and he said, what do you want? And the person said, what do you have? And he said, I don't understand. And he had no idea what to do. He had never bought anything in his life. So the Secret Service man had to come up behind him and said, Mr. President, I'll handle this. And he brought out his credit card and he purchased it for George Bush Sr. And George Bush Sr., quite honestly, without sarcasm, said, what is that? And the Secret Service man had to explain, that's a credit card, sir. We use this to exchange money virtually so that we can buy these items. And the president had no idea what he was talking about. And finally, the president just said, thank you. And he just walked out with the stuff. And everybody was just left handling that the best they could. But this is where George Bush Sr. was at. Growing up, it's just there were servants all around him who would refill the box of cigarettes. There were servants all around him who would bring him a new pair of socks. There were servants all around who brought him everything he needed. He had no idea what to do to purchase something, even with credit. That's at the level of the elite. So now you have an understanding of the difference between money, currency, and monetary. So
is it true that with that level of currency, those people don't actually have to actually spend their currency on anything?
No, they don't. They really don't. This is what people don't understand. At that level, you're talking at the level of literally the wealth of nations. These are people who, like, they have no concept. This is why I try to educate people not to think of those people as a threat. Those people are essentially helpless. Those people aren't a very... I'm not saying that your heart should go out to them, but I am saying they're not a threat to you. These people have no idea what's going on. They are truly the victims. This is why people search for the secret cabal. They search for the secret power behind the power. They keep saying, okay, well, who's running them? There's got to be somebody running them. If they're that naive, they're that dysfunctional, that there is no one behind them. You don't understand. That's it. The system is off the rails. The system's off the rails. It's what it is. What you see.
There is no system.
Yes, thank you. What you see
they essentially just do as they please. What makes them harmless is that they don't know anything.
Thank you. Thank you. These people.
So the real people running things are the people in the middle.
To an extent, basically, if we're looking for someone who would represent the enemy, it would essentially be the military junta in this sense, to a great degree. But then again, take a look at, say for instance, when you take a look at someone like George Bush Sr., who, unlike his son, was not an idiot. George Bush Jr. is more harmless in the sense that he truly is retarded. The man truly is not functional. I mean, like literally, when you see him holding books upside down, literally, the man cannot read or write. This is like, no joke, not being sarcastic. Everyone around him does it for him. People like this, I'll give you an example of the French Revolution. At the time of the French Revolution, oh my God, what was it? The gardens in France that are a wonder of the world. And let me enter that, and so I can get that out there. Versailles, thank you. Versailles, there we are. And that was built just on the eve of the French Revolution. And what happened was this wonderful woman who was, Marie Antoinette. Marie Antoinette was this incredibly naive, noble woman who was, it's like one of the ancient Chinese stories. The ancient Chinese stories were like this one emperor had this wife who would not smile. And he would do anything to make her smile. And so the ancient Chinese story, and this is all supposedly based on history, was that nothing would make her smile. And then one time when he was holding a test of the alarm system in the empire, where he called everyone to rally to the capital if it's under attack. And the woman was watching with him when they set the alarm system off, which was a series of smoke signals and mirrors and a high technology for its time that sent the message throughout China that all of the noblemen must rally with their armies to the capital. It was under attack. He ran a test of the system and everyone responded. And when everyone responded with all of their war horses and chariots and all the men in armor, then the woman beside him thought it was so funny that she laughed. And in order to keep her happy, he did this multiple times with these trial runs, like fire drills, except they're war drills for an attack on the capital, that people said, well, this costs so much money for us to come up here to respond to this in time, and we have our own, we'll stop responding. And so they stopped responding. And then the capital came under attack, and nobody responded. And then that's how that dynasty fell. This is what it was like with Marie Antoinette. You had someone who was just this childlike, naive, noble woman who was raised in this environment of intense privilege. And what happened was, in her case, it was the middle of July when the Garden of Versailles had been completed, and the King of France took her for a carriage ride around the garden, and she said, "Oh, this is so wonderful." And he says, "Yes, it's for you. It's for you." And he said, What can I do to make it perfect for you, aside from what I've already done?" And she said, "Oh, if only we could see all this through a sleigh ride. I'd love to have a sleigh ride through this." And so he said, "We'll make it happen." And so he had all of the army respond by ransacking all of the warehouses containing all of France's sugar and salt. And they destroyed the national economy overnight by raiding all of the salt and sugar from national storage and all private stores that they could raid, plunder. And they confiscated everyone's sugar and salt, which, of course, is a large part for people who don't understand today. Before refrigeration, salt is how you preserved your food. That was how you preserved your meat. That's how we get shit like bacon. That's how we get shit like, what do they call it? Corned beef. Corned beef is just salted beef. This is like, otherwise it rots. So he broke the national bank in terms of sugar and salt, and poured all of it onto the Versailles gardens so that Marie Antoinette could have a sleigh ride. So this wonderful, completely innocent woman was viewed as the ultimate villainess by the French people, who instantly called for her head for what are obviously sane and rational reasons, but really the wrong target. And when she was presented with the fact that the peasants were coming for her head, and she said, "Why?" And she said, "Well, they have no food. Your husband took all the salt. They can't preserve their meat, and it's spoiling. And now they have no bread." And she quite, without any sense of vindictiveness, in her naivety, said, "Well, let them eat cake." And that went down in history as this infamous, just vicious, kind of like dismissal. As if, oh, see how heartless she is. See, this proves how heartless.
Wait, so that's really how it happened? It was like...
Yes.
She didn't say that out of like some... Because they kind of portray it like she was like...
This is
like
how they portray it. This is how they portray it. That's not the reality.
But that makes so much sense that like she was just some like, some normal like, rich chick or something, and she didn't really know.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man.
If you ever watched when I used to have Netflix, there was this show they did about Bill Gates. And if you really pay attention to how he speaks and the way he looks at the world, it's almost like he's a boy in a man's body.
Thank you. What do you know? What if you want to hammer that home?
They vilify this guy as being the scheming mastermind, but he's really essentially a boy in a man's body.
Thank you. If you want to drive that home, the Microsoft offices for Bill Gates are a complete, accurate restructuring of the Star Trek Enterprise bridge. That is his offices for himself in the Microsoft headquarters. Is that his personal offices are a restructuring in exact detail of the bridge of the Starship Enterprise. That is not the mentation of anyone sinister. This is the mentation of an idiot. This is the mentation of a child, at the very least.
There is something good about all of this, and this is something that I would... this is something I think... I don't know how accurate I am with this, but I'm fairly certain that these people who are elite, I'm fairly certain that some of them can see Trump as being a threat, even in their naivete.
Well, I'll bring that up now. This is the point that I'm going to make. And so understand that what I'm pointing out is people who have inherited their wealth. And this is very different. This is extraordinarily different from people who have earned their wealth.
Yeah, there's people that work for their money.
Yes, and those people are predatory. Obviously.
Yeah, well, they had to be predatory to get as powerful as they got to get from being a peon like me to being like someone who's super wealthy, like the guy who owns Amazon. Yeah, you have to be as cutthroat and ruthless as they come.
Right, and
You have to be downright vicious.
now, just to emphasize this, people might ask, well, if you know this multi-billionaire, now bear in mind, I don't know him in any conventional sense. I know him because my son married him and because he wants something from me, which is my blood and my sperm. And therefore, we have a kind of relationship or an understanding. But here's the difference. Understand that people might ask, well, why would he marry someone like a former prostitute who had a sex change? Aside from the fact that many of these people are gay, that people just don't understand this. Gay people are some of the wealthiest because gay people just don't worry about having kids. And because there's no concept of the family and sending kids to colleges and everything you have to do with children, which is essentially like everything, and you're making the sacrifice of everything you've got for your child's future. If you don't have that to worry about, you've got it all. You really have no excuse not to become wealthy. So the majority of these self-made predatory wealthy are gay. They just may not say it. But beyond that, what many people don't understand is the people born into wealth, the people I've been describing so far, they don't intermarry with the nouveau riche. Like Tom McAn, who made his multi-millions back in the day off of producing quality shoes, was never accepted at gatherings at Carnegie Hall. So these people are viewed as gauche, the nouveau riche, the robber barons, the people who, quote-unquote, earned their money. By the way, there you have to put that word earned in quotations because after a certain point, you're not earning the money, you're basically stealing it. But you get a point where you're stealing it legally. So when it comes to the old rich, they've already done that. So they inherit it, and they have this feeling of they're better than the ones who are doing it now. That's why the Kennedys were gangsters and bootleggers who were always viewed as pieces of shit by the old rich. And that they were Irish Catholic, they were immigrant. It would be like the Kennedys are just the side of if Capone went into politics. That's what the Kennedys are. They're just basically an Irish mafia as viewed by the elite. Now, this doesn't mean that so people understand my position here. I'm not saying that the elite are any better, mind you. I'm just telling you their perspective. People never get this. They think I'm like siding with the elites against the Kennedys. Obviously, the Kennedys think they invented fucking oxygen. But obviously, nothing good ever happens to them. So why would you want to be one of them? It's like all the money obviously doesn't bring them any shit but grief. But all of that's said, to get back to kind of the points at hand, I think people are beginning to get, hopefully, some context of wealth. However, so people get a different context, a more in-depth context. Obviously, at the point that all of these people are operating at that level, then we get to the real rapacious financial rapists are the people maintaining their wealth. These people have lost all control. At that point of wealth, you do not control your money, especially if you inherited it. Your money controls you, and the people controlling that money are the ones that are actually in charge. So we're talking about, for the elite like of the Bush dynasty, it's the accountants, it's the financiers, it's the investors. These are the people who are the true sociopaths and psychotics. These are the people who are truly without any heart or any soul, that are maintaining that wealth and skimming everything they can through their salaries. Those are the truly evil people that people should take their aggressions out on should the system collapse. But as for the wealthy themselves, hopefully I've put that in some perspective, because if you have a repeat of the French Revolution where you're just beheading people like that, that's not productive either. And it really doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything other than make the revolutionaries the villains, which is ultimately...
I don't think Americans are that sophisticated to reach the point where they'll start to go after the wealthy. I think they'll just attack everyone they can.
Everyone around them. You're just basically saying, everyone around them. I understand that.
Just basically go berserk.
And I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So when it comes to Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, we are talking about someone who is predatory to the level where he has succeeded and therefore has retained a good deal of control over what he's doing. So, being a creature of business, he is normally, as are most businessmen generally, apolitical, meaning politics really is meaningless other than how it impacts business, specifically his business. But this is what I discovered on my birthday in the time that I had with him. He has expressed that the line between business and politics has never been bright and has grown fuzzier in recent years, and that business leaders feel compelled to take strong stands on issues once considered the realm of politics and government. Climate change, inequality, racial injustice, and, most recently, public health. Meanwhile, he has observed himself that President Trump feels free to personally intervene in individual business decisions with unprecedented abandon. His role in the TikTok deal being only but the latest example. So he has been forced, Sugar Daddy, to reflect on the coming American election. Now, he's noted that some business leaders are tempted to vote for the man who managed to achieve the unachievable by rewriting the corporate tax code, which previously penalized American-based businesses relative to overseas competitors. And, of course, Trump also rolled back the regulatory tide of the Obama administration, which to the corporate heads of state is seen as a positive credit on the Trump ledger from their perspective of profiteering. But he is in an environment where an ever-growing group of corporate leaders also recognize that society is demanding a different kind of leadership. And today's leaders increasingly embrace purpose beyond profit and provide their employees connection to a cause bigger than themselves. They spend less time telling people what to do and more telling them how to do it. They empathize, they inspire, they motivate, and urge their people to do, as one of Sugar Daddy's social engineering experts puts it, one of his consultants, not just the next right thing, but the next right thing. Or rather, I got that backwards in a sense, not just the next thing right, but the next right thing. Which sounds disturbingly like Spike Lee, but it's what they're trying to come into, at least as a new sense of consciousness. So, whereas before there was an obsession with profiteering, there is now a sense of stakeholder capitalism, where since we at all levels hold a stake in breathing air that is not so polluted that it shortens our lifespan, where we don't want to walk out in the sun and have it burn our flesh right off because the atmosphere is thinning, then that term, as much as I hate it because it sounds so bumper stickerish and just plain cliche-ish, next thing right, not just the next thing right, don't just do the next thing right, but do the next right thing. It kind of summarizes in a way the public can absorb where we're at now. And any way you measure it, Donald Trump has failed that test of leadership. So whether it's his denial of science, his disregard for data and facts, his flirtations with dictators and violent extremists, his mismanagement of the pandemic, or his alienation of an amazingly broad array of talented people who worked for him, Trump is the very antithesis of what chief executive officers, like my son's husband, tell me that they value in leaders that they encounter on a daily basis. So, if companies can do better, at this point, my son's husband himself has reached the conclusion, so can the country. And all of the incredibly overreaching issues, the problems I've just articulated, have been confronted as insoluble without a partnership between leaders in business and government, as recognized most certainly by my son's husband. And I suspect, based on what he's asserted, by many others at that level of monetary privilege. Now, they don't know yet if a President Biden can ever rise to that leadership challenge, because it is literally historically unprecedented. The human species has never encountered this level of challenges. There's probably no single human that can rise up to them. But they do know one thing: President Trump cannot. So they know it's time to try something new. And that way, I at least can take comfort in a multi-billionaire's vote going for Joseph Biden. And, of course, whether you agree or disagree with what I've just expressed in terms of articulating, rather relating to yourselves, conveying a message from a man who cannot be named, I hope you will all agree with this. Every business leader has a responsibility to both enable and encourage their colleagues and employees to do their civic duty and vote, because low participation rates in American elections have allowed the extremes to have outsized influence over both political parties, and higher participation rates would advance the common good. This is one of those elections where I never vote, and I'm forced to. It's literally, at this point, there is no choice. So, yeah, and honestly, I'm glad to be able to relate that, and with that, we can turn towards the ring and the curse.
Right. I mean, it's like there's a reason it's like the judgment. It's like, like divine is like actually seeing like, okay, are you gonna put up with this crazy shit, or are you gonna actually try and change? I mean, like, it's really a test from divine. I mean, that's how I see it. It's like even the people that are, all they care about is profit, or in a sense, that's because that's like, that's what business is. It's just about that. So like even those people have to actually assess like, is this worth it? So that's important. I think that's good. I mean, that's good news, of course, obviously.
Thank you. And honestly, it's something we can all take heart from. Really, it's probably
right, seriously.
Yeah, it's probably one of the more serious gifts I got on my birthday, was at least that. And so we can take some faith in at least that those who are operationally
at this
wealthy,
point, like, people need to make the choice. I mean, like, you're either with like divine and living and like, helping out the earth, or not,
Yes.
Like, there's no other choice. I mean,
yes, thank you. I mean, really, and
it's not simple.
And the problem is, it's incomprehensible to people like you and I how people cannot see that, and yet there are those that don't. And at that point, this is truly a life versus anti-life matter at this point, and the sides now represent either.
I mean, there are like prestigious like anthropologists that they're basically his this one guy, I forgot his name right now, Jared Diamond or something, but basically he says that the reason why we haven't discovered ET life, quote unquote, or this is just one thing that he puts out, is because at a certain point, like, the civilization will get to a point and it'll just like self-terminate. And so it's like, yeah, like, of course these guys are crazy even putting that theory forward, but it's like, you know, that's the kind of mentality they have, like, oh, it's just destiny, like, you know, they're just gonna fucking kill themselves, you know, or something.
Well, let's put it this way: when it comes to the what these people are all ripping off, because he probably thinks he's just ripping off the Fermi, Enrico Fermi, the physicist.
Yeah, after like 100 years, like, society would terminate anyways or something.
Right, well, Enrico Fermi was the guy who first, quote-unquote, asked, where are all the intelligent aliens? Okay, all of these people are ripping off without any knowledge whatsoever. Fermi may have been ripping it off knowingly because he was alive at the same time and was there to see it, and was a whole part of the whole process of America's effective surrender. But he was just ripping off Hirohito, who was the first man who said back in the day when it was reasonable to assume there was alien life, and just to put this into some perspective for people as briefly as possible, in the old days, in the days of World War II, everybody had an opinion on the hard sciences and, quote-unquote, the soft sciences. And the hard sciences, where men were men. I mean, believe it or not, there's an intellectual version of machismo bullshit that is just as bad, just as onerous as what you get with sports or any other kind of bullshit community. But in terms of what you had with the old sense of scientific machismo, it was perceived that if you were not in the physics or the physical sciences, you were just basically some kind of intellectual wimp. And so the soft sciences were the biological sciences. And the biological sciences were considered the soft sciences because they were not dominated by hard mathematics. And that was supposed to be the dividing line. And so when you got into chemistry and engineering and the applied aspects of mechanical physics, this was all viewed as where production was, where weapons were, where the men were at, because there was no immediate perspective that you could harness and produce with biology. These were soft sciences because they were viewed as immediately unproductive. And so James and Ass, aren't females better at math than males? It depends. I mean, there's different studies where the female brain excels and the male brain does not. But in terms of the and the other way around as well, just depending on which things we're discussing. But this was because it was prior to DNA, and once we got DNA, everything changed, because then the biological sciences became immediately a hard science. At that point, you can now engineer and interfere and control evolution. But so everything in biology is a DNA, or after deoxyribonucleic acid, which is the age we grow up in, or B DNA, which is before deoxyribonucleic acid, which is the age Hirohito grew up in. So as a marine biologist, Emperor Hirohito was world-renowned and recognized, but at the same time, nobody appreciated the damage he could do. And so when he presented the Americans with the factors that would force them into effective surrender, this is the paradox he presented, was essentially, where are all the intelligent aliens? Because he pointed out, based on the biology we knew at that time, that because we saw everywhere on Earth, give life any chance in a million and it'll grab a hold and never let go, then it was safe to assume that throughout the universe, there must be life. Because why would we be the only life? This is actually the pre-DNA legacy or anachronism that people carry with them to this day when they keep insisting that there's aliens, because they feel it is counterintuitive, or it just doesn't make sense that there's no aliens, because why all that space when it's just us? But they don't understand how precious we are. This is why people just basically dismiss ourselves And they feel that this is maturity, and this is what the Americans were coming up with in the 50s and the 60s, because DNA had not yet been rendered a public intellectual property. And so when it came to that old world is dead. With DNA and all calculations done on life, you realize there can be no other life out there, that it is only here. And any scientist who is telling you otherwise is lying through their teeth. Someone like Michio Kaku is lying through their teeth. They know there's nothing out there, but they insist on propagating that myth because that's how they get their funding. Without you being driven by, I want to meet other people from other planets, there's none of that funding coming in. But at the time that life was conceivably out there and made sense, then Hirohito said, where are they? And they should have been here, many times over. Hundreds of times over, thousands of times over. And so what Hirohito said was that every civilization that reaches a point of development where they war with each other at the point where we're warring now must destroy themselves. Only he presented the accurate way, the only way that made sense. Not by spending billions and billions of dollars and building bombs to throw at each other, which is enormously expensive, requires total mobilization, all the economy bent to it, whether it was Cold War or Hot War. He said at the point where it gets to one man, and in that case it was Hirohito, where you just produce enough germs and bacteria where you can wipe out the species of intelligence on the surface of the earth, which he was at the point where he could do that. And when he confronted the Americans with the actual evidence he could do that, with his delivery mechanisms for enough biocidals to wipe out effectively life in North America, then he made his point. And at that point, the Americans quietly surrendered. You went into this development of technology in the nuclear physics because they claimed the bomb had won the war, so they went all the way with stealing everybody's money to keep making bombs. Then Enrico Fermi said that bullshit about, where are all the intelligent aliens? And now, if Jared Mason Diamond is coming up with that shit, where he's just saying, societies get to this point where they destroy themselves. I mean, this is a canard. This is what is intellectually called a canard. This is like basically saying this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. By the way, Jared Diamond is the same motherfucker who said geography doomed Africa. He's the guy who wrote the book Guns, Germs, and Steel. Yeah, and he's the guy who's...
Yeah, it's that guy.
Who's influenced...
He was on the Japanese television. They had him as like a free masterclass on NHK, and I was watching it, and I was like, this guy's full of shit.
Thank you. This is the guy who has comped the brain of Bill Gates.
These are the people that teach the people at Stanford, like the rich, the elites, the rich
Thank
people.
Thank you. This is the problem.
For standards. Those are the people teaching them. Yeah.
This is the problem. Yeah. This is the problem. Is idiots like this, and he's comped the brain.
Like, how can you say that? Like, any time a society gets civilized, it terminates in 250 years, or it was like within. So basically, within 10,000 years, it self-terminates. Like, that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah. And this is what has comped the brain of Bill Gates. If you want to blame, instead of blaming Bill Gates, you need to take the life of Jared Mason Diamond. It's Jared Diamond who is the brain behind Bill Gates. Bill Gates is just a parrot who just regurgitates everything Jared Diamond says. And Bill Gates himself has said
is his middle name really Mason? That's
telling. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, and. So, and so this guy, with his book, The Third Chimpanzee, which is what Jared Diamond wrote, The Third Chimp and shit, and his collapse, how societies choose to self-destruct. And by the way, it's a viable title in the sense that societies choose to self-destruct. And you point out to something like, what he says is they choose to fail or succeed. But yeah, it's viable enough in that sense. I mean, we have a choice. Either we're going to vote Donald Trump or we're going to vote for Joseph Biden. And it's not that either one of these people he
was also acquiescing that there was no life. Like, he was saying that because the evidence is there that there is no life, this is why. That would explain why.
But but you don't understand. You see, what I was saying was that Emperor Hirohito, in the time before DNA, when everybody knew what they did about biology and nothing more, Emperor Hirohito was completely rational to assume life must be everywhere. And when he said that, it made sense to everybody who received that information saying, yes, he's right. Why life should be everywhere. And we haven't even heard radio signals. And back then he was pointing out our radio signals have already reached the stars by an incredible diameter. And no one has responded, so they must all have self-destructed. So what Hirohito was pointing out, however, look at the logic. What he's saying was at a time before DNA, we could make that assumption rationally and it made sense. In the time that before DNA, if that life was all out there sensibly, where did it all go? Why aren't they responding? He said it basically comes to the point where just one individual, he's not saying civilizations or societies. What Hirohito said is that all it takes is one man. And in his case, it was him because he had the resources of an entire nation. He said all it takes is one man to produce enough bacteria, germs, and viral agents to wipe out the species. And that's what happens. And he was saying it was at that point. Now surrender or die. And that's when the Americans essentially surrendered. That was so that was how the Japanese.
He was saying that's where that point. He took it to that point is what.
Yes, that was the point.
He knew it, and he knew it. Like
Yeah, and Jameson Reese says that's what Stephen Outram is doing with his own body. Yes, he's self-destructing. Yeah, but with all the bacteria he's carrying because he doesn't bathe. Yes, but in terms of the cheap shots aside, as enjoyable as they are. So what Hirohito did was he took it to the logical point. I am that man. I am that Alpha and Omega. You are at that point now where whether you worship me as my people do as God or not, I am effectively your God. That essentially, this is what he said. This is why when the Americans concluded the peace treaty, they made certain that it reached its conclusion on his birthday, Eve Day. I mean, the Americans effectively surrendered not only to the Japanese nation, but to Emperor Hirohito as a God Emperor. This is what gets Americans the most. Probably that would be the most offensive to them, but everything does not make sense until you see that in that context. So that is the important point to be made. So when he did that, then you get a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals who, after Hirohito succeeded in doing what he did and remaking the world effectively in his image. I mean, take a look. When you take a look at all of the major popular cultural innovations that come in the West, the overwhelming majority are sourcing out of Japan. That people are saying, oh, anime, which Americans bitch about, but they can't get enough of, Godzilla. Look at Godzilla. I mean, Godzilla is ubiquitous. But these days we think of course, the monarch monsters, that they've got in the new Godzilla thematic. And King Kong that they're measuring into that, etc. So, but by the way, this is so sad about King Kong and Godzilla just taking forever to come out because of COVID-19, and all we get are fucking bizarre ass like logo changes and shit. I mean, swear to God, every time something new comes, there's something new from the new King Kong versus Godzilla, and then you get this like, oh, they redid the logo, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah.
They can't film, so they got to do something.
Yeah. Oh well, I suspect that they filmed most of it, right? They just can't release it because they know if they release it, it's going to be a bomb because nobody's going to the theaters, right? So they just got to wait, right? I think that's
that's got to be it.
Yeah, that's what I think is it. And so they just keep throwing out, shit to keep the interest up, but it's just that. It's just shit. I mean, they can't give away. If they keep throwing out trailers, they're going to give away the film, right? So this is what we're stuck with. They changed the logo. I swear, they changed the logo, and I'm like, whoa. Anyhow, so there you go with that. And another stupid thing. What was the original name of the? Oh God, they call it Warbat or something stupid like that. It should be Terror Serpent or something. Of course I look up Warbat and I get an Arabic pastry, Shabiat. But this is supposed to be what I'm talking
it's
about.
Iranian.
Thank you. I'm talking about one of the, I'll have to put in, there we are, Warbat Godzilla. There we are. Warbat, which had originally a much cooler name. Let me put in original name, and they took it away for some reason because they said it was too much like. It was originally Ozuki, so it was supposed to be Nozuki, but they said it sounded too much like something. You probably know what it sounded like. It probably sounded like some kind of like character from one of your anime or something.
Nozuki.
Yeah,
I mean. It just probably wasn't like something Americans could remember.
Oh, that's so stupid. That's just awful.
It sounds cooler than whatever.
Warbat, yeah.
Warbat.
I mean, if they were trying to, they should have called it.
But that's what I'm talking about with localizations. Like they fucking destroy the original content. Like,
thank you.
Just destroy it. It's just like annoying.
Thank you.
It's like they need to become more culturally sensitive or something, or like it's like they don't have a good. Yeah, how I put it before is that like they hire like voice actors that do cartoons,
yes.
But it's like it's because they don't understand that it's not a fucking cartoon. Like if they hired actual actors, like it'd be, you know, like you know what I'm saying.
Thank you, yeah.
Like they're hiring like cartoon voice actors, like for like children's cartoons, but they're like they don't understand the concept of the anime. I don't think.
Yeah.
The people that are hiring these people and doing the translations.
There we are. Thank you, and that's so important. But so there we have. Going back to Jared Diamond, of course.
God.
Yeah. Basically, the point that we made is that you get these so-called experts, and what they're doing is they're now using canards from the. This is the problem. We're using anachronist. This is obsolete thought. This is obsolescent thought. We cannot.
He was teaching this as it was a class. Like they were like sitting in on one of his class lectures. So this motherfucker's teaching this shit to people.
Yeah, he's
crazy.
Instead of teaching, the word is he's indoctrinating people. He's indoctrinating people into an anachronistic and obsolete, self-destructive thought pattern that is self-defeating. And that,
like telling that, just imagine that, like it's just everything that comes out. I swear, it's just to make people feel like the shit is shit.
Yeah, that's
like human beings are scum. Like you have to be an alien, or you have to be a fucking get bit by a radioactive spider, or like you're just shit.
Yes,
like,
thank you. No,
but like humans have all the power. Oh, imagine that.
Yes,
the divine way is real. Like the inside out way is more powerful than anything else. Yeah.
Thank you. And this is the tragedy. This is the tragedy is that humans. This was the point I was making as well. When Hirohito said what he said, and it all made sense with the science of the time. Once biological science is hardened after the war, then everything changed. And Hirohito himself, I'm certain, though there's never been any evidence of this found anywhere in writing or anywhere. I'm certain that Hirohito changed his perspective and probably came to the conclusion that there was no life elsewhere based on DNA. But by that time, he had already used what he used to win the war, to make his point, just as the National Socialists were propagandizing that they had through being the first state to basically pioneer statewide television, as in statewide throughout the Reich. They propagandized that the aliens had responded, and therefore that's why they had such advanced weaponry. And because of this, then the Americans and the British backed off and let the evacuations take place to Unterland. By the way, I'm just confirming now that that Jared Diamond, of course, with his last name, this should have been obvious, was born to Jewish parents. Yeah, 1937. So he was born in World War II. I mean, this is a fucker who was born before World War II in the European sense, but he was born in World War II while it was going on in Asia, and he was born in Boston and to Eastern European Jewish immigrants. I mean, this guy is a living fossil, people. This guy's a fucking relic. This is, he's old. He's pushing old ideas. The fact that these sound exciting and new to people is beyond me. So when you get this guy that says, geography doomed Africa, he's basing this on this incredibly biased. This is a Eurocentric perspective.
That it was perfect for slave trading or something somehow.
No, basically what he's saying is that, okay, if everybody takes a look at Europe, which obviously became what we have to acknowledge was one of the most devastatingly damaging forces in human history, just because it unleashed a wave of barbarian migrations that we call the Age of Discovery. And these barbarian invasions invaded the true civilizations of the world in India and China, which were stable civilizations, which is why they weren't expanding. Yes. They were stable. They had reached what we would call today homeostasis. The Europeans did not have that homeostasis. Okay, what he says, and this is kind of, oh my God, Jameson Reese says, some interesting news, a water sprout hit the area where the Beirut blast had taken place. So that sounds like, yes, of course, that's got to be really motivating. The poor people of, Lebanon needed yeah, if all the things they're suffering from, I mean, at this point, probably there's numbers.
There's definitely like a rift in time from like the Canaanite times for sure.
Thank you.
Or something.
Thank you. Yeah, and or as Jameson says,
there's got to be an occult artifact there or something.
Maybe
something's on that.
I mean, they have like Baalbek, like the Temple of Jupiter and Baalbek, like the biggest stones in the world. I mean, there's definitely stuff there.
It has me intrigued now because it can't be this can't be a coincidence. This is.
I mean, that's where the city of Byblos was. I mean, like where we get the word Bible. Like, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there.
Yeah. And just to summarize this as much as possible. So Jared Diamond is essentially pointing out that if you take a look at the European peninsula, you realize, of course, he doesn't say this geographically, but I can tell you as someone who's intensely passionate about geography, what I can tell you is that there's no true Europe. Europe is simply a peninsula of Asia. So we call it a separate continent strictly out of respect to all the damage it's done to the rest of the world.
Right.
And so because of its enormous impact recently in human history, we say, oh, it's a continent. But in reality, Europe is simply an extensive superpeninsula of Asia, and hence we have the term Eurasia. But Europe is a peninsula of peninsulas. And because it's a superpeninsula which has all these separate peninsulas on it, Italy and the Balkans and the Iberian Peninsula of Spain and Portugal, these are just peninsulas of Europe.
And Norway is like its own thing.
Yeah.
They're just sticking out everywhere.
Yeah, Scandinavia is simply another peninsula to the north, and that has its own Mediterranean, the Baltic Sea. So we take a look at the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and we take a look at this jutting super peninsula of collective peninsulas. And so because of all that water and all that ability to reach each other with rivers, that is the argument that, this is why Europe was destined to, quote-unquote, rule the world, was because they had all this water availability with so many peninsulas that it enabled everybody to communicate via water routes and river routes very accessibly, whereas Africa has none of that per se. Africa has just this huge coastline and this vast interior, but no way to effectively communicate via river systems or coasts with each other. So that's what he means by how geography doomed Africa. Of course, this is blatant ignorance, in the sense not of ignorance like he doesn't know. This is worse. It's willful ignorance in the sense that the guy's just not looking at the vast African civilizations that existed in that interior. So all of the civilizations that did exist there that we don't know of now were the ones that were written of by men like Robert E. Howard, who was not disrespectful at all. If you take a look at Robert E. Howard, who people know for writing Conan, you're talking about a man who actually wrote of the black African people with great respect, acknowledging that they had civilizations that were around at the time of Atlantis, and that the last remnants of Atlantis were...
In South Africa, they found buildings that dated to like 150,000 years ago, like buildings and stuff. So it's like, yeah.
Thank you. And I take the argument that let me see, Atlantis, the Andes solution, is essentially the required reading. And so let me look up the author of that, because it's had a profound effect on my perspective. The Andes solution is written by J.M. Allen. Let me look up author here. It's funny because these books are like, sometimes you don't get the author. J.M. Allen is kind of like no wonder I can't remember it. I mean, what the fuck name is that? Guy's last name is Allen, A-L-L-E-N. J.M. Allen is the author of the Andes Solution, and apparently he's got it into a trilogy at this point. But I bought the first book, but definitely that's impacted me profoundly. I recommend it to both Jameson and Brendan Zoget to read. But basically, he pointed out, I think with the accuracy that's needed, where Atlantis is, and basically it's South America, and that South America was what invaded Europe at the time of the Sea People, or rather, no, not at the time of the Sea People, but rather at the time that Plato was at the time before Plato, at the time that it was being chronicled, and then Plato took it and translated it. That was later, but it was a long time ago. Really invaded Europe a long time ago, a real long time ago. But
I mean, I have the passage for what he said. I mean, scope it.
Yeah, and yeah, he's the man who I think has really found the solution when he says what he says. And by the way, that brings us right back to. I'm tempted to say Pagan Serrano for some reason. I confuse his name, but Miguel Serrano. That brings us right back to Miguel Serrano. And by the way, if you ever take a look at the original feminist literature, it's all very Aryan oriented, and it's stuff that most people wouldn't even get today. But the stuff's available now as public domain, so people can read Herland, for instance. Herland, Herland, and the original name of the place. Oh, by the way, it's exactly what was portrayed by this woman who. Let me look at Herland. Oh, I had recommended it to Lena at the time that she was going batshit and flipping. She never followed up on it at that point. Her mind was up her ass. But Herland was written in 1915, before the Americans entered World War I. And you know the best way to understand it is the speech that, if you take a look at that little speech that Steve Rogers? No, not Steve Rogers. That's Captain America. Who's the guy who's always with Wonder Woman? Poor bastard. He's always emasculated because he's with Wonder Woman. But in the film, he's the guy who's...
I forget.
Oh, God. Man with Wonder Woman. Look that up. Wonder Woman. In the film Wonder Woman, where it's World War I, and they do this fucking total fuck up on history where she actually kills a German general who's a real historical figure who actually served in...
was it like Steve Richards or something?
Steve Richards, yeah, something like that. It was like I'm looking it up and they don't even give it. It's like you really have to be, in fact, partner with Wonder Woman, something like that, and you still don't get anything. I guess there's been probably so many reiterations at this point, but yeah, he's the guy who, let me look this up, he's the Secret History of Wonder Woman's Love Life. Nothing's given it directly. Anyhow, everybody knows the emasculated dude is with Wonder Woman, who's supposed to be the pilot. I think it's whatever. But he gets lassoed. He's on the island where they're lassoing him, and he's trying to describe World War I. And he says, the world's ending. I've never seen anything like this, and millions of people are dying. When he gives that scene in the film, that's probably the only worthy scene in the film where he's describing how everybody felt in World War I. This is when I described, so much so that the Vepr, or the vampires of Iberian Europe, felt they could actually expand, actually started reproducing in greater numbers to the point where they were actually noticed and people began exterminating them, was because World War I was so destructive to humanity. This was like a natural response. It's kind of like Chernobyl, where the meltdown has caused massive reproduction in all the animals. For those of you who don't understand what happened at Chernobyl that Brendan Zoget was alluding to, where, yeah, that doesn't cause apes to evolve, it just causes them to change. What he's talking about is the fact that all the mammals in Chernobyl have radically shortened lifespans because of the radiation, but as a result, they produce far more children. So even though their lifespans are compressed, they produce far more kids that have far more higher reproduction rates. And so if you go to Chernobyl, it's teeming with wildlife. You can look inside the nuclear reactors and they're loaded with giant catfish, not mutated, but growing.
They've even been studying the bugs in Chernobyl, and they've noticed that there were changes in some of the patterns of the spots. And this has actually fascinated researchers.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And the point is that it just goes to show that radiation is far less toxic than human populations are.
It's probably more toxic to humans than any other animal, I think, which is good because that means that human beings have a weakness.
Well, there you go. Well, we've got plenty. But in terms of what I was saying, the reason I brought up Wonder Woman was because in 1915, while all this devastation was going on, and people were very much under the impression the world might truly come to an end, there was this woman who wrote the novel Herland, and in terms of Herland, it was prescient of what the man J.M. Allen, who wrote Atlantis: The Andes Solution, would later on expose. And what he pointed out was, when he takes a look at Plato's Atlantis and he reads into it and tries to find out exactly where Atlantis is, he points out why he feels it's in the driest place on Earth today, at a point when it was before a major port, and is now the driest place on Earth today. This is kind of part of the Atlantis.
The Atacama.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah. The Atacama in Bolivia and Chile. Bolivian, that was once part of Bolivia, but is now part of Chile. That's essentially where.
In Peru too. It's like it's like a border region or something.
Yes, right? Yes, yeah. An area like the Tibetan Kashmir region where all these nations collide. Yeah, and so this is where the Charlotte Perkins Gilman was writing that this Aryan all-female society was left isolated, and the way she presented it was that the men were the hunters and the gatherers at a time that these were the remnants of Atlantis, that they were all Nordic Aryan. They were the men were out either at war or a massive hunting. Obviously, in certain situations, that's kind of a combination of both. When you get a primitive enough society, the hunting and warfare is combined. That it was something like that was ongoing, and the men were all wiped out in a decisive battle, and the enemy didn't bother to follow up with an invasion because they had simply destroyed the expeditionary force. And then this was a slave-based society, and she portrays the slaves as more indigenous, and the slaves had many men among them, and the slaves took opportunity of that time to hold an uprising, and they were going to take all the women as their prize, and the woman fought back, and because it was a warrior society where the woman had been trained as much as the men had been trained, only they didn't go on expedition, they were held as a defensive force, the woman wiped out the slaves. And therefore, because they had no men to reproduce with, the woman wound up developing basically a in vitro fertilization technology where they reproduce via parthenogenesis. This was written in 1915, where it was before DNA, but they knew enough about biology where this was considered possible. And because they were the remnants of a civilization like Atlantis, they had still enough memory to do this. So she has this totally female society that is being portrayed as discovered of Nordic Aryan woman in this area of Atlantis, which is identified by J.M. Allen as being the core, or the heart of Atlantis, facing the Pacific, even though they later attempted to invade the Mediterranean through their outlets on the, what to them was their west coast. And so when you take a look at that combined with what was said by Miguel Serrano, then you get this entire, reinforcement upon reinforcement of this strand of occult knowledge, which is simply, unknown to the majority of the population. So these are all works that that essentially interlock, really. They reinforce each other. But the Herland story is obviously, if people investigate that, you can read the entire novel for free. It's online because it's public domain at this point. So there we have that, and now we'll go to the ring while I go mute for a second, go back to munching, and I'll listen while Brendan Zokit enlightens us. Yes?
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't have too much more time, but I'm gonna tell this part because this was important too. Yeah.
Oh, please, yes. And you will come back to tell the rest, right?
What do you mean?
You will come
tonight?
back. Yeah, well, you'll come back to tell the rest as soon as you can. If you can't finish it tonight, yes. I mean,
I should be able to if I don't go through all the stories. There's a collection of ring stories that I was interested in, but
understood.
Actually, yeah. I'll just go through all of them now.
Sure,
it shouldn't take too long.
Let's do that. Yeah.
But it's so the first one was, I brought it up before, of course, Solomon's ring, and this was his most mythical possession, of course, or his item, an enchanted ring that said was made of gold, of course. but it could supposedly control spirits and demons and jinn. As I brought up before, it was like it could actually like control jinn, and it was bound to the jinn somehow. But it was saying that in this story, which was interesting, why it was important, is he lost his ring in the River Jordan, and then later a fisherman finds it and like hands it back to him, and he regains his kingdom. So to me, that's like where like Tolkien possibly got his story from, you know, where like the ring falls out.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, like it's the same story. Like the ring falls out of like Isildur's hand, and like he dies, and it gets lost for centuries, and then someone finds it, and it starts the whole journey, you know. So that was inspired. And Tolkien, he knew about, like, he was educated in all the mythologies. I mean, the Bible especially. He was like Catholic too, so he knew all these stories, of course.
Well, but he was essentially trying to. His Catholicism, I'm not quite sure if he was practicing. He seems more to me like he was creating. His real objective was to create a kind of British myth that would be like the Germanics people said, that Britain really didn't have its own. This is why he was so influential. He gave the British a culture they didn't have.
Right. That's definitely, yeah. Like, I almost certainly, and he knew about Atlantis too. There's some, you can find the interview on YouTube where he's talking about how he had like this dream, and he basically had like a past life recall of being in Atlantis, and like he says that, like, oh, he saw like the flood waters coming in, and you know, he talks about that. So he definitely knew about Atlantis. That's like what the Numenorians were. Like you definitely brought that up before, and then so that was just something interesting about the Solomon ring, because that's a pretty interesting story. Like that explains like he was the Lord of the Rings, like Solomon, you know, like the original version. But
yes.
Also, if you go further in history, you have like Howard Carter, of course, the Egyptologist that uncovered Tutankhamun like burial, and he was one of the only people to like resist the curse of the pharaoh for like years, and some people attribute it to a type of ring he had.
Wow.
And it was called an Atlantean ring or something, and it was called the Ring of Ra. And,
amazing.
It was designed by the people of the lost city of Atlantis, and the Egyptians are regarded to be the descendants of these people, etc. So that's why it was able to protect them, is according to this article here. And if you see the design of it, it has a very strange, like geometric design. There's like two triangles and like lines and dots. If you look up the Atlantis ring, you'll see it. Like people sell them, like make them and sell them. But that could have protected him, you know, from certain forces for sure.
I agree.
But
go on.
But this brings us to like Charlemagne.
Do you know how it came into his possession?
Oh, let's see. It says it here. He found. Let's see. Carter had a ring that he found in Aswan in the tomb of a priestess called Jua, and the ring was bought in 1860 by another Egyptologist. So it was found by. He bought it from another Egyptologist, basically.
Wow.
Somehow he obtained it, but it was an Egyptian ring.
Amazing. That explains it. That really does. So he was protected by an Egyptian relic.
And there's a photo of him wearing it. You can see the ring on his pinky right here. Look at this photo.
Amazing.
Yeah. So it's like that was a real thing, yeah, for sure.
Cool. Okay, go on. Yeah, thank you.
It says the design was meant to protect persons from danger, curses, and black magic.
Holy shit.
And I just recently, yeah, exactly. So he knew what he was doing with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, he obtained that specifically because he knew he found like the tomb, right?
Shit, there you go. Oh my fucking god.
But like the magic ring works. I mean, like recently I got like this amber, like Baltic amber ring, and I like consecrated it like in the ocean, and like, you know, just, you know, understood the energies of it and stuff, and like it actually has like, you know, like it definitely has a power or like a vibe to it. That's, you know,
cool.
Enchanted jewelry is real. It's not just like some video game, like you find an enchanted ring, like you're playing a video game or something. It's like it can be real, you know.
Understood. No, believe me. And, of course, my mind takes it.
And I have that whole book about it, you know. Yeah. It's called Rings of a Finger. Like I brought it up before.
Fabulous.
That like out of print book. Yeah. So.
How much would it cost on average for a person to find a copy of that on eBay?
The reason why I bought it is because I looked, like I found it at like this esoteric kind of shop, and it was like it jumped out at me, and I was like, this seems kind of, you know, different. And the author was Frederick Kunz, he's like a very famous like esotericist slash gemologist. He's famous in the gem world for discovering kunzanite and like various gems. And so I recognized the name, and I was like, like maybe this book's worth something. So I looked it up, and I found the first copy I found was an out of print copy from like the 50s, and it cost like $300 like on the used market. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna buy this. And so I basically got like a reprint of it.
You are so fucking lucky. I mean, that reminds me, all these occult books, they're incredibly expensive. I mean,
yeah, like off the charts.
Yeah, knowledge is not free, people.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
And my friend the other day, I don't know if I think I said it, I mentioned it, but like he bought a copy of Timaeus, right? And the company he bought it from sent him like all 10 of his other books, and they didn't send Timaeus. And he had to like email them like 4 or 5 times for them to actually send it. Like they're like actively suppressing it. Like in my opinion.
Yes. So
So it's like
tell people what Timaeus is. That is where they describe the fall of Atlantis. So yeah.
Yes, that's the actual dialogue that Plato wrote. Like it's called Timaeus and then Critias, which is unfinished. But like those are the two that like where he outlines like the War of the Gods or the War of Atlantis between the Athenians and the Atlanteans and how it all happened. And I can read an excerpt that I have like posted here just so people get an idea of it.
Yeah.
It says, "Let me begin by observing first of all that 9,000 was the sum of years which had elapsed since the war, which was said to have taken place between those who dwelt outside the pillars of Heracles and those who dwelt within them. This war I'm going to describe. The combatants on one side, the city of Athens, whose leader was said to have fought in the war, and the combatants on the other side were commanded by the kings of Atlantis. And they were, as I was saying, was in an island greater in extent than Libya and Asia, and when afterwards sunk by an earthquake became an impassable barrier of mud to the voyagers sailing from henceforth to any part of the ocean." And that's just like one excerpt. So this is why it's suppressed. I mean,
yes.
It just has like, and then it explains like why God created the universe and why everything's in perfect divine proportion and why all the humors work with each other. It just explains like reality basically. So like, of course you can't have that. Like, you can't have people like, but my friend was even saying, he was like, this is like reading Shakespeare. Like what person would be able to read this? Like not many people can. Like, so what's the point of even suppressing it? It's like, it's at that level where they're that scared. They're that scared of people getting this knowledge. Like,
honestly, you have to wonder.
That's why I call them like desperati and shit. Like, because they're that desperate that they have to actually hide the shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And still, you wonder why. I mean, most people can't do anything with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like so hard to read. Like, I have to do it in chunks, like paragraphs. Like, it's very poetic, and they wrote differently too. Like at that time, it wasn't just for entertainment. It's like actually explaining something. It's for a reason.
Yes.
But anyways, I'm gonna talk about like the Charlemagne ring, and the title of this is Charlemagne and the Love of a Magic Ring. And I have no reason to doubt that this actually happened because it kind of fits like the timeline of what happened like after he conquered all he conquered. So it says he was said to be influenced by the power of a magic ring. He fell deeply in love with a Germanic woman. He loved her so much that even he began to neglect affairs of state to be with her. And one day she died. Charlemagne kept worshipping her dead body, which he refused to bury. And one day, while Charlemagne was away, the Archbishop Turpin entered the bedroom, and he noticed a precious ring on the corpse, for which he took with him. As soon as the ring was removed, the dead body began to rot, and upon Charlemagne's return, all he found was an awfully decayed corpse. He had the body buried, but another strange thing began to happen. Charlemagne began to direct his passion toward the Archbishop. Turpin had the ring and thought something was not right about it, so therefore, in order to escape Charlemagne's advances, he threw the ring in a lake. And according to this legend, Charlemagne then fell in love with the lake, and this is where the true part gets, this is kind of spooky, and ordered a magnificent palace to be built near there. And the city was Aix-la-Chapelle, where Charlemagne was then buried upon his death. And if you actually, in art history, like you actually look at the architecture of that, like he definitely like felt that place was important. Like he basically threw all the rest of his money and power into building that spot. So no reason to doubt that that's probably what happened.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Yeah,
that's
right. So
well, especially the
somehow
part
he
where
ended up with
especially the part where he's going after the archbishop, because the first thing I imagine is this old fat white guy with a balding head. That's just awful. I mean,
Right.
you know, you think of Friar Tuck, right? I mean, that's what we think of.
Right.
It's holy shit. I mean, that's just
so like obviously like he was spellbound or like put under the spell of that ring. So that would explain why the last years of his life he was doing crazy shit like that, like building entire churches, exhausting all the money just to build, and you know,
right.
It just falls in line, you know.
Oh my God.
So history has been shaped by these items. Like, it's not a joke. Like,
yeah, that's just tragic. And again,
right.
what's brought to mind is the Homer Simpson cartoon with the guy who works with Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, he's got this sexual fetish for Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
Oh,
with
Mr. Smithers?
Mr. Smithers, thank you. That's it, Mr. Smithers. I couldn't. Yeah, why do I confuse that with Mr. Burns for some reason? There's something similar with another character, conflating him with. But it's there's the guy who works for Mr. Smithers who has.
Wait, no, that is the guy that works for Mr. Burns.
Oh, that is. Oh, Smithers works for Burns.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
That the two become interchangeable to me. But you get the
Right,
guy with the glasses is Smithers then, and Burns. That's
Right,
it. And
yeah.
Burns is the So Smithers, it's like Charlemagne becomes Smithers, going after.
I mean, that kind of like illustrates too what you were saying about the rich people. How like Mr. Burns doesn't know shit about how the shit's run, and he just tells them, "Oh, do this crazy shit," and like he's like, "Are you sure you want to do that? Because that's not how it's supposed to work." Like it shows that he's out of touch with like reality, you know. Like,
yes. Yeah, they do a good job with that. Yes, and,
right?
So and that brings us to the time when Homer Simpson ran away with Mr. Burns to Cuba and shit, where they tried to steal the national treasury and shit. But anyhow, aside from all that,
right.
Yeah. So go back to the
Yeah, my phone's dying, but I'm gonna get through this last story because it's important.
Yeah.
So also, out of all the great rulers, which I would include possibly even, what's his name, Alexander. He even possibly had some artifact from Egypt, which I've talked about before. But I think this one's interesting as well. This is about Genghis Khan's magical ring. He knew how to take advantage of the Mongolian magic, and in the 12th century he reigned over the empire, of course. But some say that it was due to this powerful magic ring. It had a ruby engraved with a magical symbol, and it was worn by both him, Genghis Khan, as well as his nephew Kublai Khan, and they always wore it on their right hand on the forefinger. Historians wondered how a man without education was able to lead nomads, etc., etc. As for the ring, it was engraved with a mystical Indian symbol. Some claim that it actually came from Hyperborea, the long-lost continent. The symbol is Dextroger swastika, which was believed to have positive effects. Yeah, and then they were just saying, oh, Hitler chose the opposite because it was evil and he wanted it to be evil, but that's obviously bullshit.
Thank you.
And then, but it's saying Genghis Khan, and as well as the politics are still, and Asians, it says Asian archaeologists as well as politicians are still looking for this ring. In this way, treasures are not always large gold hoards, but they could also be artifacts, including, and they name all the good ones: Sword of Nottawa, the Holy Grail, Spear of Longinus.
Well, I think the most important thing they point out is it's not only archaeologists, but politicians searching for this item. Right. Tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, seriously. Because, I mean, that's what,
Yeah, that's so
like important. Perhaps if someone had this ring, they could rule the world.
Yes,
that's what these people think. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's magnificent. I really appreciate that.
And this is like the joke. The joke part was that they were saying, oh, by Hitler, he reversed the swastika and thereby got negative effects from it. I'm just gonna tell you right now, in the Hindu, it's like it can be either way, and it means good.
Yes,
something good. It's a swastika.
Oh, of course.
Su means good in like Hindi / Sanskrit, and astik means going. It just means good going. Suastik.
Thank you. Going. Thank you.
So it doesn't matter what direction, flip sideways, left or right. Like, it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
It's a positive symbol, which is what's so frustrating about people hating on it nowadays.
Oh God!
But it's obviously used by idiots. But I mean, they don't understand what it really means.
I think that
Yes.
you know, really, that's wearing out with time. Hopefully, people get tired of this bullshit. It's reaching its
Right,
insane
yeah.
apex, of course, where you get it censored on YouTube and everything. But you know, it's
Right.
you know, with enough education, we'll overcome that. I mean,
It's funny because like in the Indian jewelry websites, like they literally have to put in parentheses like swastika ring, and then they have to put not World War II. In, like, all
interesting.
capitals. It's like it's so stupid.
Oh, it's
Like how are people that retarded? Like, come on.
thank you.
Not World War II related. Like, of course it's not. It's an ancient symbol from like 5,000 years ago. Like, what the fuck? But yeah.
Well, a lot of times I have to put that up as well to try and say this isn't a Nazi memorabilia. They're saying, "Oh, this is not Nazi memorabilia." So,
But but they're like jewelry items. It's like with like a Ganesh on it. You know what I'm saying? It's like
thank you,
clearly not World War II.
thank you,
Related.
thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just part of the stupidity of our world. Is
Right.
oh
It's
God,
terrible.
well, don't get me started. I'm chewing, so I'll let you keep talking until your phone dies.
Right. Well, my phone's about to die, so like if I cut off, you know what happened. But I'm just gonna go through a few more items here that were relevant.
Please.
Oh, one of them was how like Berlin, because of what the Thai government is doing, Berlin, because you know the Germans, like they're able to, you know, they're you know a superpower. They basically told the Thai king like, hey, you can't stay in Berlin if your country's like crumbling and shit, and you can't just rule from Berlin. Like they actually told him that they would revoke his whatever permit or out, you know,
Oh my God.
his diplomatic like license to stay there or something.
Do you have any
So, like,
idea what's going on in Thailand that led to this?
Yeah. The people are sick of the military junta, and the king, because his country's like such a shit show, he's living in Germany, like on their money and shit.
Mhm.
Like he lives in Berlin and like you know manages his country from there. So it's like
I had no idea
but
Thailand was that
is
bad.
they're protesting.
Yeah, and I noticed that. Let me take a look at
They're
the
currently
Thailand.
having protests and
Right. I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad. Thailand. I had no idea it was that bad.
Well, I'll just put it into perspective. There was some lady that came into my work, and she was like, "Oh, I live in Thailand for a year or so." And so I asked her like, "Why did she move?" And she was like, "Well, basically, like they don't have any human rights. Like you basically wake up and you see shit that like you can't do anything about, and it's like so fucked up, like that you don't want to live there for a long time. You know, especially coming from the West, like they don't have any human rights. Like you know, like if you have money, then like you can get protection, but other than that, it's like you have no human rights. Like you can get like sold and bought and like you know stuff. You know, it's not a good place to be. You know, for like just the average person.
Right, and you know,
Yeah.
but we know you could say the same thing about Singapore, and Singapore has no fucking human rights. I mean, you know, as we perceive
true,
them.
that's
So,
true.
so this is what I don't understand. I mean, Thailand. I'm not denying what you're saying. I believe everything. Well,
that's what this lady was saying. I was
Yeah.
saying that's what that
No,
lady
no,
was
no. I believe what she's saying, and I believe you're relating it
Right.
is the right thing to do. I mean, we need to be made aware of this. I just had no idea
Right.
the situation was that bad. This is tragic to me.
Right.
But yeah. So
Well, it's like who knows what the military government's doing? I mean, I'm sure they're corrupt.
well,
you know,
well
like,
most of the
who
time we
knows?
think of the military junta, we think Burma, which is right next door. I'm
Right.
sure the military has an enormous.
Myanmar, all right? Like,
Yeah, Myanmar, and I'm sure the military has an enormous influence in Thailand. But I never realized just how you know the king
Yeah,
was so well respected for so long that it's just tragic to see that happen to a monarchy. You know, I'm always generally
Right.
pro monarchy, so sad
Yeah,
to
that's
see
what's
that.
strange about it is like the Thai people aren't going against the king; they're going against the junta and the
Oh,
government.
okay. Then why is the king
But it's
fleeing? Because he's so identified with it, or
the king is like he's technically not a ruler. Like they have like a constitutional monarchy, right?
Mhm.
So he's just like seen as a venerated figure, but the Germans are basically telling him like your country's like fucked up, like you can't just like administer it. So apparently he has some sway, you know, if the Germans are telling him to stop. So
right? Okay, I
so
get-
obviously he has some kind of he can, you know, because if he tells the people like, oh, we don't want this government, then the people will just like probably like get rid of it, you know.
Mhm. Okay.
Like they'll listen to the king, I think. Because at the Thai restaurants out here, they have like portraits of him and stuff. Like they take him seriously.
Right. I was about to say this. That usually was the case for so long, and so,
Right.
but definitely glad to hear you, you know, put that in context as well. But it is of course sad that he fled, and sad that he's, you know, now.
Well, it's not that he fled. He's just living in like the highest quality of life in the world.
Oh, good point. That's what it basically comes down to.
He's just living there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not like exiled. Yeah,
Okay.
he's just chilling.
Yeah. Good point.
So that's why they're telling him like, you know, like you got to go figure this shit.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. So Germany is essentially now, in a sense, they're asserting themselves. Is what you're saying?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I get it. Okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. So he's basically in Germany because the quality of life is so much higher as opposed to okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's incredible. And we knew that, of course, but I mean, it's not surprising,
Right.
but still, it's surprising.
I mean, they're rich. I mean, you know, like the royal family's rich. Like they have like gold-plated buildings and stuff. Like all their temples are like gold-plated in Bangkok.
Yeah.
So it's like, they have cash, like. For sure.
Oh yeah. And no, thank you for sharing that. And your phone seems to be holding up, so keep talking. And
It's like on like this is like the edge, like the cliffhanger edge, because like my headphone plugs into where I charge it, so it's like. It's like, but I have to go get food and like sustenance anyway, so like it's a good time.
Well, we're sad to see you go. Obviously, we love you dearly. I love you like a son. And my man, Mr. Brendan Zoga, sent me a wonderful gift of this vitamin C supplement, which I'm drinking right now. And as he says, the effects are felt immediately. So thank you so much for introducing me to this.
Like take like 2 or 3 of them at a time, and you'll feel like okay, like I'm cleansed.
Really, 2 or 3 of these packets at once? Cool. Okay.
Yeah. You can take it. Yeah.
All right.
Basically, what it is it's like vitamin C, but it's 500% bioavailable. It goes like directly into the cell.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
amazing. I mean, truly. And we wish you the best with everything at work.
Yes.
I know this is a nightmare, and like I said, he's in hell with the Cenobites, butchering people and hanging them on meat hooks and shit. And
basically,
oh my God. What I want to do in the future is, again, in the near future, we'll talk more about that whole situation of industrial slaughter, but definitely, it's truly a moral consideration. It's really a moral challenge. And again, dear Brendan, take care, and hope everything else is stable with you, right? As stable as can be.
Currently stable, yes. Getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I'm in like the essence of like evolving and improving, and it's like things are getting better.
Right.
With divine only, like praise higher and divine, like for assisting,
And working with all these people, you haven't gotten sick. You haven't gotten COVID-19. So there you go.
Multiple times.
Uh-huh. But by that
I actually, I don't want to really talk about it on air, but like I had a situation with my stomach that was like so painful, I almost went to the hospital, and like it was probably like COVID, but the vitamin C killed it. So there you go.
Oh my God! So there you go. We have the secret.
But even like Dr. Fauci came out and said that he does preventative, like he takes like zinc and B vitamins and stuff. Like, like it's well known by people like doctors and stuff. Like they know about this.
This is
in
incredible.
fact, that nanospheric vitamin C it's like recommended by like a cardiologist. Like he's basically like all about vitamin C. Like his whole thing is about vitamin C. But he was originally like a cardiologist, and he realized like, if you just give people nutrition, like you don't need to do all the procedures and stuff, So that was helped develop by him, like that stuff that you have. So
incredible.
Like
thank you.
Like
God
rich
bless.
people use that type of vitamin C. Like,
there we are.
And like bodybuilders and stuff. Yeah.
There we are. And yes. Oh yes. And almost said Lena Shea. Selena Khan has reminded me to give shout-outs to the people who have donated, and one of them is Stephen Myers, of course, who I will give a shout-out to. What I'll do as soon as Brendan takes his leave, I'll give the solicitation, and then I'll struggle to maintain myself on bandwidth for, whilst trying to say something of substance. But what I'm going to have to do is fall back on Jameson Reese. Oh my God! Thank you. Well, I'll try and drag Selena on. She probably will refuse to come on. Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but love you dearly, Brendan, and you have yourself a blessed night. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good night, everyone. Much love, and I appreciate the time.
Yes.
Yeah. And don't forget to acknowledge the goddess and just understand that the earth is here to support you, and you should connect with that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Good night.
Yes. Thank you, sir. That was wonderful, and that was Brendan, and we appreciate him too. So, James Reese, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And so let's see if you can cover my ass for a bit. Oh, yes, and don't forget, please, I give you a message in the... Oh, there he is. You got it. He entered it. Perfect. Perfect. I like the way it comes out with that big orange. Yes. So, yes, everybody press that button. There we are. Oh, what was... Tony and Rose has been here before, right? What were they up to? What were they trying to say?
They said, hello, Dietrich, what's the deal with these meaningless face masks? I didn't even know what he was referring to. Or she or whatever I assumed maybe they were trying to critique one of your banners or something.
That's the first thing I would think, yeah. I would think that at first. Oh, God. So I appreciate your bringing up. Yeah, it's just stupid shit about the face mask again. Like, oh my God. Why, what an issue to bring up. Like, oh my God, isn't there anywhere else to go where you could say that? I mean, people talk about that everywhere, right? Why would you talk about that here? I mean, it's like, that's kind of like heading into a bar and just saying, hey, how about them face masks, huh? And it's just like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's ubiquitous at this point. It's everywhere. There's the thought of face masks. Anyhow, all right.
It's like, could there be anything more interesting to complain about?
Yes, thank you.
A face mask.
Honestly, really, it's like.
And some of us actually like wearing the mask, honestly, because I don't like breathing people's stuff, their biological stuff that's left in the air. It's just gross. So, I mean, why the heck not have a face mask? Seriously.
Oh God! I can understand you. Actually, with me, it's because the city of San Francisco, unfortunately, as advanced as we are in so many directions, and bizarrely, but this is, of course, because we've been very militant about the masks, which, of course, Peter Moon noticed while he was here. We have advanced by a huge leap to. The tier yellow, or the yellow tier level of on the alarm scale from condition red to condition yellow in San Francisco. So that means there's going to be more openings. So we'll see what happens with that, and hopefully that all progresses well enough. Cross yourselves and knock on wood. But San Francisco is, thanks to the fact that we were so aggressive about the masks, we're in a much better state now. At this, while with the rest of the country, they're seeing, incredible resurgence, the highest, numbers, case numbers at levels not seen since the summer. And, meanwhile, there's been 14 states where they're reaching record cases of hospitalizations now.
Yeah, those are your Bible Belt. Give Trump 3 more years states. We're not going to notice them missing.
Oh my God!
I don't mean to sound cold and heartless, but honestly, at this point, why not?
Thank you. I mean, they're heartless enough about us, and
yeah. Well, they would be more than happy to drive into our cities and just start shooting everybody up.
Thank you, and
let your people too.
Yes.
We must protect our guns.
Yes. And yeah, there you go. And so Selena has backed myself up by saying that San Francisco is not going to be. Now, what's remarkable about this is that in so many ways, San Francisco is, of course, filthy, and so that's why I've been glad about the masks and the goggles and the acceptance of them. But it's it is what it is. It's San Francisco is a filthy city because we cater to the homeless, and not to condemn the homeless, but this is what happens. It's just filthy. So it's amazing that with all the masks and everything, we're at least preventing COVID-19. But I feel I need the masks anyway because the city is a shithole. That's so.
New York's any better in that regard. And the thing is, we actually have really bad air quality out here, specifically on Staten Island, where people are more likely to make fun of people for wearing masks.
Yeah,
Ironic.
Yeah, and yet not surprisingly, right? I mean,
well, these are like the downbred, I guess the people. I at this point, I have no reservations bashing them. I really don't care.
Yes, I understand. Past the point of caring. I mean, I'm there myself, right? I mean, and like when I'm talking about that John McKenzie freak, Richard K. Cole's new lover boy, his new.
Gosh, these fucking old ass World War II era pieces of shit. Got nothing better to do. I mean, why don't you just go play golf or retire in Florida and die in the sun like a fucking prune like everyone else your age?
Yes, that's right. Die quietly.
I'm not trying to be Cronus. I'm not trying to be a Cronist here. I'm not trying to be ageist, but I mean, seriously, those two guys, their entire, how many, what has it been, like 20 years now? More than that they've been literally harassing you for...
Actually, it hasn't been that long, though. It feels like it. It's only been, how long have I been public? It was somewhat shortly after that Richard K. Cole Jr. started. But by the way, I'm just getting different notifications now from different music channels that I subscribe to. Like from right now, I'm getting a notification from Horror Music World because, of course, horror movies have produced some themes that have been musically outstanding. And so in this case, they try to incorporate on that and talk about different developments in horror music. And so here they're saying Gothic Storm, Don't Go In, epic, dark epic horror sound design. So I get notifications like this. This is what I thought was going on when I got the weird notification from this weird John McKenzie dude leaving his comments on my channel, which are, of course, an attempt to draw attention to his channel. He didn't leave it as John McKenzie. He had to leave it as points on the curve, his own stupid channel, which shows you that these people are just parasites trying to, leech off of...
What he could have at least done is he could have done the dignity of trying to edit his video so we didn't have to see his ugly ass face.
Actually, I think that's funny as hell. I'm glad we see his ugly ass face, so I'll know what the fucker looks like when the car he lives in is driven all the way to California to try and harass me because I exposed him for being just an old, dirty old white trash faggot, like I said. But definitely, what a loser. And this is what these guys do. And the guy thinks he's hot shit because he sits in his car with his little camera on, his little mini cam, like he's some, sex cam girl jacking off in front of the camera and shit. Only people pay to see that. Nobody's gonna pay to see this son of a bitch. And he gets on there and he raves and rants, and he thinks he's contributing something. It's like that's what's fucking funny. And the fact that he shows his face while he's talking, people look at that and is that a selling point? Hardly. And so there you go. And these guys are lost in their own. They're just lost. You can't even think what they're thinking because they're not thinking.
I don't think they're capable of thought.
Yeah, thank you. It's just what it is. So I'm gonna try my best to try and look around. And look, I just want people to know this. I'm just looking around right now. Remember, I had 48 hours where in the middle of that 48 hours, I lost all sense of time, and I was just appreciating the pretty colors, okay? It was just the world was a splash of colors to me at a point. Now I'm getting some kind of incoming notification on Facebook or something. I just heard a big noise which showed that there was an incoming message. Boing! Oh, it was Selena sending a photo. Let's see now. Oh, there we are. Lovely young lady. And yes, I've got to do the solicitation. And I'll tell you what. Do me a favor and look up what stories are out there on Derek Talley's timeline and what else you can gather together while I do the solicitation. And then when you kind of come back and you can, burn bandwidth for a while, I'll look around the internet and see what there is to analyze. I probably am not going to do.
I got these weird ass people who are always sending friend requests, and because they always seem to friend somebody I know first, and then they try to friend me, and I'm just going to delete the request because this person has absolutely nothing on their wall, and that's how I know that there's someone who's just a troll who's going to just try to spam because I'm affiliated with yourself. It's quite obvious.
Thank you. And this is what happens to people who become affiliated with me. I noticed that in the past, what people used to know was that when they became affiliated with me, they would get all of these friend requests from what were obviously paper pussies, just virtual women who were obviously very attractive photographs, but empty timelines. And or a few photographs of, if people could find the same girl, photographs of her, maybe a few, but then obviously it was a false timeline. And just so people know, so people can get a bit educated on this, if you don't know it by now, it's really sad, but most men, for some reason, are just emotionally underdeveloped. They're infantile. They never grow up. Really attractive chicks don't normally have a timeline where they show themselves. Because that would bring on stalkers. Okay.
So, I think really attractive women don't usually even need to use Facebook.
No. They wouldn't be on social media in any sense where you'd have a bunch of guys hitting on you. No, they got enough of that wherever they go. They don't need more of it. And yet guys are just, they just don't get it. They think that they see a picture of a pretty girl and they're just like it's real, and I can.
Oh, what's hilarious is when you get those thirsty guys who start posting on their walls like, "Hey, what's up?
Oh God! Well, what's
your number? Let's hang up."
Oh yeah. Oh my God! It's awful. It's awful. I get that all the time from this. There's this. It's so sad. There's this old drunken white guy who writes the Sora Aoi timeline every once in a while saying, "Hey, beautiful, I love you," and it's just so sad. And he's a train wreck. And it's like, what do you think? Do you think I'm going to respond to that? Do you think whether I'm me as I am or the girl that you're fantasizing with the right equipment, what on earth makes you think I would respond to you? I mean, it's not, I've never blocked him or anything because he's not a threat, but I mean, it's so, oh my God, it's like, what state of mind can a person be in where they would think that someone would respond to that? And it's just sad. But such is life, right? That's Darwinian selection or something. And so let me see now. What am I? Oh, yes. Anyhow, if you've got anything to bring up from Derek Talley's timeline, you can bring it up now because I'm not even really ready.
As long as it's not from Fox News or any shit like that,
Yeah, I can't believe the guy puts that shit up there. Sometimes he does that. And
yeah, it is what it is. Some people have a little less discretion with whom they source for information. I have to actually look for his profile first.
All right. I was impressed and happily so that Peter Moon was almost apologetic that he had sourced some information from Fox News when he brought that up. So that was a good sign. So let me see here. What am I looking for? Oh, yes. Okay, how could I forget? All right. So adding this here, looking around for something to add on to the solicitation, and let me see now.
Yeah, I don't see anything as far as news is concerned that he has a.
Oh God. Well, what does that tell us? He's not.
It's only because I don't think he's friended me. I tried to send him a request. I don't think it
He
went
said he
through.
was going to send you one. I'll talk to him about that. It sounded like he had every intention of doing that. Maybe he got caught up with something.
Yeah, it could have been. Well, it could have been the whole Bible Christian thing too. It doesn't really make a difference to me. I'm pretty much indifferent to really connecting to other human beings at this point.
Right.
So long as I have the data I need to be able to, progress with my arcane studies.
Right. Okay. So I hear you, and so there's at least that, and let's see if this works. Why didn't that generate? Why didn't that generate something? Okay, I need to wait for it to generate something. Let me remove that. Okay, let me try this again. There we are. Okay, now it's right. Okay. Okay, so that takes care of that, and so now I will add that to solicitation, and okay, and let's see now. What about your there must be something that you can think of that you can
Yeah. I'm just looking through things, but
I mean, I could get you started. I could talk about
what I was gonna talk about was gonna be the this chromium-6 stuff in the tap water, and it's a carcinogenic thing.
Oh wow. Oh well, wow. Okay, tell us a little bit about that while I go mute for a second and chew. This.
And all right, I'm just gonna read straight off the thing. That's cool, right?
What Tally does.
All right. The conflict over chromium-6 is not over. A new EWG analysis of federal data from nationwide drinking water tests shows that the compound contaminates water supplies for more than 200 million Americans in all 50 states. Yet federal regulations are stalled by a chemical industry challenge that could mean no national regulation of a chemical state. Scientists in California and elsewhere say it causes cancer when ingested at even extraordinarily low levels. The standoff is the latest round in a tug-of-war between scientists and advocates who want regulations based strictly on the chemical's health hazards, and the industry, political and economic interests who want more relaxed rules based on the cost and feasibility of cleanup. If the industry challenge prevails, it will also extend the Environmental Protection Agency's record since the 1996 landmark amendments to the Safe Water Drinking Act of failing to use its authority to set a national tap water safety standard for any previously unregulated chemical. Basically if the chemical is not regulated, they don't need to screen for it. That should bring up alarm bells right there. In 2008, a 2-year study by the National Toxicology Program found that drinking water with chromium-6 or hexavalent chromium causes cancer in laboratory rats and mice. Based on this and other animal studies in 2010, scientists at the respected and influential California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment concluded that ingestion of tiny amounts of chromium-6 can cause cancer in people, a conclusion affirmed by state scientists in New Jersey and North California. The California scientists set a so-called public health goal of 0.02 parts per billion in tap water, the level that would pose negligible risk over a lifetime of consumption. A part per billion is about a drop of water in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. But in 2014, after aggressive lobbying by industry and water utilities, state regulators adopted a legal limit 500 times the public health goal. It is the only enforceable drinking water standard at either the state and federal level.
Wow, that's actually
Yeah.
pretty fucking grim.
Yeah. Oh my God. It reminds me of the water in Flint, Michigan that they do nothing about. How do people even live there anymore? I mean, it's like Pac One Morales is in Flint, Michigan. I don't hear him complaining about the water. So,
Well, they're literally forced to buy drinking water from the corporations who get fresh drinking water from a water source that isn't contaminated like the reservoir of Flint, Michigan.
wow.
Because the people who have the monopoly on the fresh water supplies are the corporations like Pepsi, who make Aquafina, Coca-Cola, and all these other corporations. So the stuff that we drink out of the tap is shit water, basically.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And that's definitely that alarming. It's disappointing, sad. Everything you can think of.
Well, America's not much different from Rome in that respect. I mean, they built aqueducts out of lead.
Yes.
How is America any different?
Oh, your point's well
We have
taken.
our own Nero in office. It was
Yes.
just fucking nuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's nothing more than history repeating itself.
Yes. It's true. It's true, and it's the West again. What has the West wrought upon itself? And when it comes to all of this, it's obviously. I wish that Brendan were here to talk more about some of the health aspects of this because he really gets into it. But I know that you've investigated this yourself quite a bit, and of course, people might ask, "Who are you to talk?" because of your own abuses, but it's given you an insight that other people don't have. Certainly,
Well,
yeah. Go on.
being someone who has issues with substance abuse, you realize that you have to eat a little healthier than you ordinarily would. And you have to consume things that are a little fresher than you ordinarily would, because I realize that my liver is taking a beating. And so for that reason, I have to do everything I can to prevent it from taking even more of a beating from American shit food. So I have to be health conscious. I don't have a choice, because if I die, how the hell am I going to enjoy my next high?
There we are. There we are. So,
Of course, I don't want to sound like that's my personality, but, everyone's going to say, oh, he's black, so he must be associated automatically with drugs. I don't even want to go into that, that social thing. Yeah, that seems to be the predominant thing after they shoot black men. Well, the dark string said he was intoxicated, so he must be shot. Because there's nothing more threatening than a drunk, or rather, there's nothing more threatening than a high black man walking around. He is such a danger to himself and everyone else when he's stoned out of his mind, right?
oh well.
That's America with 3 Ks in its name, of course.
Yes. Just.
Let's go play another Magic the Gathering round with someone with American flag.
That is so
on their
bizarre.
deck.
That is so bizarre. But all right. What I'll do is I'll start reading out the solicitation now, and do me a favor, and while I'm doing that, take a look around elsewhere and see what you can find to kind of buy me some time when I'm done. It takes me a good 20 minutes, literally, to get through this, especially since I've added what needs to be added about, telling people to call in about Richard K. Cole to the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General. And the funny thing is, what's that?
I sent the FBI report and the thing to the Veterans Administration. So
Thank you.
I hope everyone else did the same. I'm not sure, but hopefully he winds up suiciding himself off.
All
Or
I
if
can
not, he'll get into a shitty car accident and we'll never hear from him again.
Yes, that's if the fucker has a car. I mean, a clown like him probably has just if he's got a car, it may well be on Tinder blocks, in his front yard. like all of them white trash yahoos up there in bumfuck upstate New York, and it's like this is where they're at, and you can take a look at his new lover sitting in his car. It looks like that thing doesn't move either. For all we know, that fucker could be on Tinder blocks, where the guy just gets in and sits in his car and just goes vroom vroom vroom. Right? I mean, it makes perfect sense. These guys are such fucking losers. I mean, like really? I mean, come on. It's like it was different when I saw the white guy called Takedown Man do that, because I got it when I realized what had happened. And if you've heard me tell this story before, let me know, because I still find it funny. It's entertaining no matter how you look at it. But at the time, both Judith Ager and Laura Lee Solomon were still very much friends, and they would speak to me at the same time with each other. It was only later on, and it actually was mostly the fault of Laura Lee Solomon. I'd have to say that detachedly, that they became enemies, and it really was just sad. But it was Laura Lee Solomon really was basically kind of an elitist. She really was kind of, and that was representative of some personal insecurities. I don't want to beat up on her, but because she had a lot happen to her, and ultimately attempted suicide a few times herself. But when it came to the time that they were still copacetic, and actually listened to me, and both went together on a Rex Bear show one time. And this was after they were, like, enemies with each other. They actually did it for me. They went together to on a Rex Bear show together, and so that was cute. That was touching that they would do that. Anyhow, when it comes to the situation at the time, I was talking to them both about Takedown Man on YouTube, which was this guy who may still be on, and I'd have to look him up, see if he's there. And but YouTube's Takedown Man was a guy who went into the deep web, and he would just investigate different things on the deep web and tell you what he found. And so he would say, like, oh god, there's this fucked up shit on the web. You can learn a lot from it, but it also has its downside. And oh, here we are, Takedown Man. And okay, so he's still around. And with Takedown Man, it was totally different. I mean, you look at the guy, he's kind of puffed out now. His sinuses, this is what happens to some white guys as they get older, is their sinuses puff up. Does that happen with black people? I mean, because I noticed...
What do you mean with the sinuses puffing up?
It's like around the nose, you get this kind of puffiness around the nose. This happens to a lot of white guys as they get older.
That's from drinking. That's from heavy drinking.
Oh, shit.
That's what that's caused. That's a sign of that's a sign of liver damage.
Oh shit!
So when it becomes really red around that nose area and it looks all like meaty and weird, it's just because the guy's just fucking slamming down vodka like every other for a few seconds.
Oh my god! It may be just the way it looks, poor bastard. So with Takedown Man, it just kind of when I see him on other photographs, it doesn't look that bad. So hopefully those aren't just old photographs or something. And I think it's just the shape of his face. It's not like it looks like red. It just looks like puffy. But I noticed that white guys and black guys, they have different things that happen to their body as they get older. With black guys, white guys, they get a spare tire around their waist. With black guys,
well, this guy looks like this guy looks like he is a spare tire.
I was gonna say, yes. There you go. He is a spare tire. Yeah. Well, yeah. Like I said, the white guys get the spare tire generally around their waist. With him, it's systemic. But black guys, they get the spare tire around their neck, and you notice that it's like black boys probably grow up thinking.
That's also a sign. That's also a sign of like diabetes. So that actually also probably comes from an underlying health condition.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
I haven't seen that on many men who are African.
Okay.
So
interesting. That's right. So
I tend to think that's an attribute of the fucked up American diet.
Thank you.
Which is why I was going into the whole water spiel, because that's not helping anybody either.
Thank you. I mean,
any color.
Thank you. That's so true. That's so true. I mean, honestly, by the way, everyone probably notices I'm doing this to avoid going into solicitation because I hate doing solicitation. But anyhow, yeah, black boys, a lot of black young men probably grow up looking at their dad thinking that that's a normal part of growth and wondering, hey, Dad, when will I get those big layers of fat around the back of my neck? You know, like it's like natural or something. But yeah, you know, no, it's not, and you don't see that.
I don't have that,
Yeah,
and I'm getting near 40, so.
Well, I can see you don't have that just by looking at the frontal photographs. You can look at the frontal photographs of Jameson Reese, and he's built like a Chippendale stripper, so he's not going to have that on the back of his neck.
I got like one of those anime character builds.
There we are. That's true. That's true. He would be a good illustration model. And with someone like, you know, your average black guy who's a little more overweight, then you can imagine that easily. But Jameson Reese is exactly right. You do not encounter black African men with that, at least not often. You know, you don't really see that. I remember now when I was in Africa, I didn't.
Around the neck is indicative of like something wrong systemically, and that's also that's when you know that the person has an underlying condition that can also be caused by things like hypothyroidism, which is also very common, sadly, in the black community because of malnourishment.
Right.
Which also stems from the fact that in neighborhoods, you know, in the hood, you're not going to find very many organic vegetables to buy, and nobody's going to have the money to buy them if they could buy them.
Right, so sad. So sad. By the way, Tammy Millar says, hi, y'all from Georgia. Hi, Tammy. Mwah. So good to see you with us. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier. And so what I was going to say about Takedown Man was that Takedown Man was going...
Outlaws. Wow, this guy really makes himself... I love how they market themselves. And then someone has a picture here where it says "Take Dick Man." so they have his face, and they have like a top hat on. And they have like some. It's photoshopped. With
oh my God!
Dude in the background.
You know, I'm sure there's people who hate him because of his practice of polygamy, which will bring me to the punchline. Basically, it was with Takedown Man. He's as far as I'm concerned, he's a cool guy. I mean, he just does what he does. But I often wondered, why is this guy in his car, you know, kind of shouting at the camera? It's kind of like he was venting and releasing, and I would see him do that kind of in the middle of the woods too at night. And it was just this: he'd set up the camera and just kind of shout at it, kind of vent. And I thought this was because of what he was seeing in the deep web. And this is when Judith Agert and Laura Lee Solomon were both, let's just put it this way, ragging on me, and they would, and as a lot of ladies in my life were doing, and it's kind of like a bizarre dynamic that I get into, and I get into this dynamic where it's like I'm married, and I'm not even married, and I get this kind of nagging that comes from a lot of women in my life, and you know, I'm not complaining, it's just kind of odd, it just kind of happens, and but when it comes to both of them, they were, when I brought up Takedown Man, said, yeah, he's going into the deep web and he's coming back with some stories about it, of what he's seen, and they said, wow, I'd like to see what he saw, and I said, I don't know about that, it seems to be impacting him, it seems to be affecting him, because he's, you know, sitting in his car and shouting at the camera, you know, out in the woods at night and shouting at the camera, and then I found out he was a Mormon who practices polygamy, so he's got multiple wives. That's when I told both of them, and of course they both laughed because they knew exactly what I was referencing. Was they're ragging on me constantly, sometimes together at once, and it says, "Yeah, now I know why he's out in the car shouting."
That's the only place he's free.
Yes, it's the only place he's got where he's free from the.
That's only self. That's his only time he's got to himself.
Yes,
that's. I wouldn't even want to have one person I'm married to, let alone many. That just isn't. No. Whatever happened to just, you know, being a fuckboy for some rich woman who has billions of dollars and says, yeah, I'll pay off your student loan.
Yeah,
That's a hint for some of you ladies out there.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. I've been looking for that all my life. Hopefully, it's becoming more common now, but it was an extreme rarity, and there's so many reasons why. I mean, honestly, again, I'm avoiding solicitation here, but to take that tangent for a few minutes. By the way, this I'm sure this vitamin C stuff is great, but it like coagulates to it kind of looks obscene in the tea that I put it in, where it looks, I don't know, like somebody jacked off in the tub or something. It's kind of like that effect, and something boys would understand because they've grown up,
He was tucking in his shirt.
Yeah.
That's
at any rate, so in terms of what was I talking about? I was talking about, oh yes, the boy toy thing. In terms of with the problem is we're in a patriarchy, and because we're in a patriarchy, the men tend to have all the power and all the income, and the women are very dependent on just being in the man's good graces to get at the point where he dies and they get that amount of income. Because obviously when a man truly has a large amount of income, the entire family is like vultures and they're all there when he dies. And so the distribution of that income really seldom goes completely to the wife. And so most of the time, especially in the old days, they would get rid of the wife by saying she was incompetent and foist her off to an insane asylum and lock her away while the family ripped at the legacy. So that's what happened to Abraham Lincoln's wife, was that, I don't know if you're aware of this, or if I've said it before, but I don't know if you remember it, and I don't expect most people to because I talk about so much, but when Abraham Lincoln died, when he was shot through the head, his wife became the target of the Lincoln family, and they tried to have her institutionalized in an insane asylum so that they could take the Lincoln fortune. And so she actually fled to Europe. Honestly, it's like, isn't that horrible? I mean, did you know that?
Yeah, that's very horrible. And at some point, well, that's now you know why I don't want to have a family, because well, not only that, I wouldn't have anything for them to parasitize off of. But
I was about to say, what the fuck do you have to fight over except the drug stash? Hey, he's got some good shit. Yeah, I mean the really good shit.
Yeah, cough medicine. Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, it's as cheap as you could get as far as the substance is concerned.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Well, I mean, I could, if I wanted to really go low, I'd just buy $1 packs of Benadryl.
But So my point is that in America or any Western civilization society, in fact, most places in the world, there's very few women who have that level of income where you could gigolo or become a boy toy. Then there's the added factor, which of course it's easy enough for a woman to actually latch onto a man and become the man toy. And basically what you have is a situation where, all a woman has to do is fake an orgasm. Really. She just, pants, heaves, and moans, and, the guy says, oh, I'm getting her off. Yeah, I'm still doing it, even though I can't get it up anymore. Yeah, I'm doing it. And, and then the woman, just does that, and the guy, she gets her money from the guy, and it just goes on. So there's more of a chance with a guy, he's got to build an erection. Okay, how is it since men, and it's worse for men because men are completely visual. With women, their mind works completely different. They can excite themselves with aspects of a man that are intellectual and financial, and the man could be a fucking yeah, and they could excite themselves with other things and learn to even like him. But with men, it's not that they may not like the woman, but it's like try to get sexually involved with someone who's just is not physically attractive. For most men, it's just not possible to get that erection. So it's just
yeah. It's the equipment. The equipment performs differently. Yeah, there's more of a psychological complexity that women have that men don't, and that honestly has always been one of the reasons why I used to in a past time, and I don't have this desire anymore. Where I was like, yeah, if I come back, maybe I'll experience what it's like to be a woman, so I could just think myself to orgasm all day, every day. And now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, no, I don't want to come back here. I don't want to even I don't want there to be here to come back to.
Oh my god!
Shit.
Well, let's not get too morbid about it. But oh my
Yeah,
god, this vitamin C is morbid enough. I'm looking at this vitamin C, and I've got to find a different way to intake this. I mean, honestly, I swear to God, this looks like someone jacked off in a tub when I've got this stuff into my tea and mixed it up there. It coagulates. It congeals. It congeals like it's expended sperm. Oh my god, this is so gross. But it doesn't taste bad. But that it's what it is, right? I'm going to.
Here's something. Here's an article that looks like I could call bullshit on it right away, and I'm sure you could probably too. Vanessa Guilin, I'm sure I'm fucking butchering her name. Fort Hood soldier who went missing in April died in the line of duty. Quote in quotes, Army says. In other words, we know that her end was probably something else.
Yes, horrible. Gang raped to death, no doubt, and it just and the military's covering it up. God damn them. Let me down this congealed sperm in my tea and get this out of the way so I don't have to look at it anymore. Oh my god.
Oh wow. They're actually saying that. They identified a 20-year-old specialist, Aaron David, who is suspecting her disappearance and killing.
Well, at least they got that much down.
Yeah.
And okay, got that out of the way. Oh, and glad Brendan wasn't here to hear that poor bastard. How well I thought about his vitamin C. I'm sure it's great stuff. It's still great stuff. I'm gonna find a new way to ingest it. Maybe just suck it straight out of the. He says you got to put it in water or something, but it's almost empty.
Technology. Fake nude photos of thousands of real women are circulating online.
Well,
A bot messaging app, Telegram, is able to virtually undress clothed women to create more than 100,000 deep fake nude photos, according to a new report. Are you fucking shitting me? This is what technology is being used for?
and this is
Fucking serious? That's like something a high school kid would do.
of course. Well, that's the
Grown fucking men
base.
with
Yeah,
technological knowledge doing shit like this with artificial intelligence.
yes, this is what we're down to. Yes, this is the lowest common denominator, the LCD.
The human race, man.
Yes, the lowest common denominator. Okay, let me go into solicitation. So do me a favor, while I go into solicitation, search for stories to keep up, burn bandwidth until I'm able to come up with at least a little analysis to keep us going through the night, and I'll probably end fairly early. I'm going to try and, promote, of course, Ben Estenius. And, but what I'll do is I'll, look around while our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, helps keep us afloat. Hey, let's see if Noreen helps. You want me to bring her on to help with the conference?
I'll find a way to make this not so boring. Even if I have to go into, my personal spell book. Do not bring.
Oh God! Don't do that.
I would never go into my personal spell book.
Understood.
Just saying.
Yes. So I'll.
I mean, unless you want there to be a shitstorm, and I'm fairly certain that might bring more viewers. So I mean, we could weigh it, but if we weigh it, I'm going to be detached as I try to deconstruct just about everything she says, which is going to.
Yes, that's. Oh my God. I was surprised she was still wishing me a happy birthday after that. But definitely one thing that we can get our man Jameson to speak about, which would of course be he knows quite a bit about so much of the occult, more so than you've impressed myself as a person who has been, in the company of Michael Aquino. I can tell you what is...
According to Stephen Outram, I'm a poor researcher, so I suck.
To Did he say that, or was that woman? He was in his drag. Was that him in drag as?
That was him in drag. Yeah, that was him in drag. You poor researcher.
Oh God, what a fool!
Yeah. I am a poor researcher because I'm not telling the enemy my secrets.
Thank you.
That's what we call strategic intelligence.
Right. So just to get Jameson prepped for when I'm done with the solicitation, while he's looking around for other stories as well during the solicitation, when he returns, one of the things I want to bring up was we were speaking about Kenneth Grant earlier, and for those of you who don't know, the published works of this individual began in 1972 with the Magical Revival, and it is in that work that he first presents the idea of H.P. Lovecraft as a Magikian and of his Cthulhu mythos as occult revelation disguised as fiction. And it's there that Grant begins to draw parallels between Lovecraft and Crowley, attempting to show that both men channeled their work from astral sources filtered through their subconscious minds. So, in truth, some of Grant's Lovecraft-Crowley parallels, they do seem too close to be coincidental, and that was pointed out to be by none other than Michael Aquino. Lovecraft's Al-Azif, the Book of the Dead, sounds similar to Crowley's Alvel Legis, or the Book of the Law, and also to Crowley's The Abdul Diz Working, or Liber 60. And Lovecraft writes of Kadath in the Cold Waste, while Crowley uses the name Hadith to describe himself as the wanderer in the waste, for those who don't know. And Lovecraft's Yog Sothoth sounds like Crowley's, which is actually Grant's Set Thoth. And Lovecraft's supposedly pentagram-like elder sign carved in the gray stone is similar to Crowley's Nuit's star, the five-pointed star with a circle in the center. The list goes on. Now, this, of course, is something just to kind of get our man Jameson started, and I could go on and on about it myself, but
generally, I'm tempted to say that there's plausibility in, but I wouldn't go. But I would say that calling Lovecraft an adept is a bit of a stretch.
Right.
I only say that what's plausible about it is that both men had weaker, had basically whatever filter there was, whatever psychic filter there was, it was much thinner for them, so they were able to pull from the unconscious collective. So on an archetypal level, it's very probable that both men had different interpretations of the same thing.
So yeah, there you go. And with that, of course, that doesn't mean that they were friends.
It doesn't mean that they met each other. It doesn't mean that they were smoking buddies. It doesn't mean that one had a wire and was talking to the other one through like a fucking styrofoam cup.
Thank you. I honestly think that the only thing that would have come of their physically actually meeting each other face to face would have been
repulsion. They would have been repulsed by each other.
Yes, would have been a fist fight. So
Crowley would have been like, he's such a fucking block, and Lovecraft would have called him some kind of brutish degenerate.
Yes, no, it's true. I mean, literally. Anyhow. Trying to educate the body politic about anything is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it, though, brother in battle, John, well, we ask it of everyone, moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you could friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, you can subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof. as well as Team Dietrich's Art Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no faheen, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magatur. And that is spelled MAGGOTAUR. So this is, of course, because he took it on his own initiative to download into his personal hard drives nigh everything I published on YouTube. And for that reason, he served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the material world, helping to rescue my legacy online the 3 times that it was entirely scrubbed from the net. Since he, in that sense, enabled me to return to you with a legacy behind me, he serves in one facet of my being, that which interacts with you via the electronic medium as my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it's of my legacy from the net or all life on Earth. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you'll find the meaning of my biological father's Adolf Hitler's name, the name what made the man. Just take it upon yourself to spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Before people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they could do to fight the paedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online and thereby, of course, not just help myself, but yourself by helping the world using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. We're no longer in condition red. We are now at condition yellow. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much of the Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone had established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially donated delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. You can find these when you subscribe to youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, and of course you will find trailered there his video under production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanebut Technology. And of course he's working on production. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvia's son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Talfush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, and above all else, subscribe at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. The sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Okay, remember, the so-called Lance Corporal, the United States Marine Corps dropout, Richard K. Cole Jr., whose gaming avatar is Gunner65, and with the male homosexual stripping stage name of Stuart Allison, is a resident of upstate New York, Prattsburgh, New York, to be specific. And remember that you need to report him to the FBI. This is a domestic terrorist who's using your tax dollars to terrorize myself and ultimately yourself. He's being paid to do nothing other than harass me, terrorize everyone affiliated with me, and physically threaten us all day long. This is all he does. You need to report him not just to the FBI, but to the Veterans Administration, specifically their Veterans Affairs Office of the Inspector General. The way that you file that complaint is to submit it at www.va.gov/OIG/hotline. Once again, you will enter a complaint that you're tired of your tax dollars paying for the full support and the aid and abetance of a domestic white male supremacist terrorist named Richard K. Cole Jr., who says that he is a private investigator and a crack journalist and a professional historian. Since he's all of this, he needs to go out and find a job, because he claims that he's doing all of this professionally. That is his stance and his assertion. And you're paying for him while he doesn't work. So he has to do work to earn his pay. Tell the VA that at va.gov/OIG/hotline. And you will call them to tell them this at the Office of the Inspector General at 1800-488-244. That's 1-800-488-244. Once again, that's 1-800-488-244. And the FBI is 1-855-/tell-FBI. That's 1855-835-5324. Once again, call the FBI to identify Richard K. Cole Jr. as what he is, a domestic white male supremacist terrorist planning violence against Douglas Dietrich and all his affiliates, and of course, colored Americans in general. Report this to 1-855-8355-324. And with that, of course, we move on to a shout out for the positive people on this planet, and that would be Stephen Myers in New York City, who donated $250 United States dollars, and Pac-1 Morales, who donated $100 United States dollars. Both of these brothers from another mother are wonderful human beings, and of course, they're the people who make life worthwhile in light of such terrorists and gang stalkers. So, Stephen Myers, so glad you're still alive, was thinking about you, very concerned about you, in what was long the epicenter of COVID-19, and whether you made it out alive from, of course, what's going to be the third wave everywhere in the world. And Pac-1 Morales, we know his situation, and in the middle of that, he still manages to contribute. Truly a brother from another mother. And, of course, all these men are Stephen Myers, Derek Talley, And of course, all help will be welcome from those who say they plan such. One of those men, of course, is Ragnar Lodbrok. Hopefully, he carries through. At any rate, for now, the thought be what counts. And with that in mind, I'm going to do a little check around the web, which will give me some indication of what's going on. I noticed that the chat room has gotten very silent, but that's, of course, it's very late at night. Got a good number of people watching, and very happy. We're maintaining numbers. Actually, our numbers have grown, which is, guess there's a lot of people out of work, and so definitely appreciate what Travis Moss was bringing up recently, and so all of that hopefully brings people a little bit more of a perspective on the world around them. With that in mind, I'm going to, well, I'm not going to go silent, but I'm going to kind of withdraw for just a moment. I'm right here. I'm going to be listening, and I will be talking, but I'm going to let Jameson kind of, take center stage for a bit now while I see if I can cobble together, enough subjects to perform an analysis on with what, obviously my brain is what it is after 48 hours of nonstop partying and drinking about everything. And of all the things that I drank, I know it's good for you. Nothing against the product. It just doesn't dilute very well in my tea, and it looked like somebody jacked off in the pool. It's like that is. It just looks gross. Hopefully there's something I can put it into where it will dilute better, or I'll just suck it straight out of the packet, which is I got to get my head out of the gutter. But it's just like I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I am. So at any rate, that was a gift from our man Brendan Sogate, and I received an incredible gift from our wonderful Selena Khan, which is a full bottle of champagne of all things. Oh my God! I honestly, I got to talk to her about that. That's just pure sugar. That's like rum is like cane sugar that's just turned into fermented alcohol. Champagne is really more like, it's just sugar, right? It's like a sugar high. So Brendan says, you just use a little water and take it like a shot. Okay, I get it. Oh, I get it. Okay, so it's kind of fake. It's kind of like it's kind of like the way Sugar Daddy takes my sperm, right? It's like I remember when Judith Ager was talking about, he wants the nanites in my sperm and in my blood. By the way, whoever doesn't believe in the impact of the nanites going through my blood or sperm into somebody else, honestly, people like my surrogate son, who I had a lot of sex with while he was a girl, picked up something he should not have picked up, which is my Kawasaki syndrome, as have a few escorts that I've used regularly over the years. That cannot happen naturally. So Brendan says it doesn't dissolve in water. The vitamin C he provides. Yeah, there you go. It doesn't. Yeah, it's like sperm. And so because it's known that my sperm transfers traits like Kawasaki syndrome, which should be genetic. This is not something that is transferable by sexual intercourse in any normal situation. It's got to be the nanites. This is why, because of the benefits they've had for me over the years, Sugar Daddy wants my blood and sperm. So, now when I take these shots of vitamin C, I just think of that sperm in the Dixie cup that I jack off into. And it's like Judith Ager was saying, well, you go through this like sperm donor routine for him. That must be really awkward. I told her, honey, it'd be a lot more awkward if I just ejaculated straight into his mouth. It would be awkward for all of us if that were the case. But fortunately, we don't do it that way. My imbibing of blood, on the other hand, from my surrogate son and many of the other people who are, for lack of a better word, in the harem of Sugar Daddy that he maintains for blood transfusions, etc. That is something that is much more up close and personal. And now, well, there you have that. And hopefully I put that in perspective with the photograph for tonight's embedded image in thumbnail of our live stream, and people understand that in some context. The feeding is very sacred, and it's something that I hope people look at respectfully. And there we have that. And as for Brendan Zoget, let me give him a nice big yes, thumbs up with both his a teary eye for the fact that it doesn't dissolve in water. And we'll move on to our man, Jameson Reese, for a minute, and I'll just kind of hang out, look around, and see what there is to bitch about. And
Well, I got a lot to bitch about.
Cool. Now remember, try and not make it too apocalyptic.
This one isn't cool. This is worse than apocalyptic. All right, so I am legally able to get marijuana to sleep.
Okay, is this new?
And to in order to do that, I use what's called a vaporizer, which I paid for with money, and the thing is stuck to the vaporizer, and I cannot recharge it, so the cartridge won't come off, and I am fucked.
Wow.
I am not going to be sleeping for a while.
Oh, well, I mean,
that's not good for anybody.
Well, isn't there some place you can take it to? Obviously, not necessarily right now, but isn't there some place you can take it to get it fixed?
Nope. Absolutely not, because I don't. Because I have to wait till next month.
Next month for to get a new one?
Yeah, it's a financial issue.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, the vaping is not supposed to be good for you anyway, from what I understand.
No, I could try to just take the liquid directly from the syringe, but that stuff hits harder.
Oh shit! Yeah, you don't want to do that. Look,
the point is, I don't want to hit the point where I hit a psychosis.
Yeah. Oh yeah, don't do that.
Which is why I'm not a fan of marijuana.
Yeah, no, I'm not either, personally.
Because the psychosis is usually very, very uncomfortable for me.
Oh, I can imagine.
People who get stoned regularly, they could deal with it. I can't. Yeah. I cannot.
Yeah. So, what about what about pot? Have you ever just tried smoking it through a pipe?
I don't get it in that form. You know, if you're able to get it legally, that means usually you have to get it in. You could get it from a dispensary, but when you get it from a dispensary, you get it in the form that they have it. They're not going to give you a baggie with the actual plants.
Wow, that sucks. Yeah. But is it legal to buy in that form? Could you go out and buy yourself some pot? Like, I mean, it's legal to do that here in San Francisco, or California, rather, you know?
No, I don't think so. I wish it was. If it was, I would rather do it that way than deal with the vapes or all this other crap, because the actual plant matter itself is a lot more better as far as, you know, the effect. But the problem is, you know, with me, with the way they do it so that it has to have a certain percentage of CBD in it. Like CBD oil and stuff. So
right.
Yeah, New York's kind of weird like that.
Okay, all right.
But there's no shortage of things to cover. It's just it seems I'm going to be. I now am really regretting having that third energy drink. That was very
my God,
thing to do.
What
Yeah,
is?
what happens is there's this eternal emptiness I have, and I have to fill it with something. Because if I don't fill it with something, I get irritated. And that's I don't know if that's just addiction in general, or if there's something else at work there. Could be too much dabbling with the void magic. I wouldn't say dabbling, but I would say immersing oneself into the void is not necessarily a good thing for that reason.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I obviously it just pains me to see that happen. So, but these things happen to me as well. I get these, frustrating little things. There are different types of drugs, but honestly, yeah, that sucks. So tell me, what about what else is there to bitch about? Which are, by all means, go ahead and cut loose.
No, I save the rest of the stuff for the ritual chamber, because that's where I find releasing, all that shit towards a certain, group of targets or target per se, seems to be effective.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah, I could just run down some interesting news.
By all means.
I'm looking at Yahoo News here. U.S. says Iran, Russia obtained voter registration info. Russian and Iran. Wow, did they really have that typo? Holy fucking shit! Who the fuck is writing this stuff? That's pretty bad.
Oh shit!
Russia. I have to correct what they should have had corrected. Russia and Iran have both obtained U.S. voter information and taken actions to influence public opinion ahead of November 3rd election. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe announced Wednesday. Ratcliffe said Iran specifically had sent spoofed emails to Americans designed to intimidate voters, incite social unrest, and damage President Trump. Well, no, President Trump damages himself. He said Iran had also distributed a video that implies that people could send in fraudulent ballots, including from outside the United States. Ratcliffe said both Iran and Russia will seek to communicate false information to registered voters that they hope will confuse, sow chaos, and undermine confidence in American democracy. Anyone who had confidence in American democracy at all in the past is a fucking idiot. These elections are desperate attempts.
Wait a second. We do need to be careful with that because both you and I understand how flawed the system is. At the same time, we don't want to discourage people from voting. So qualify.
Yeah. I don't mean. Well, what I mean is by if. All right. There are people who are fucking naive who believe that politicians and people in office will take care of things for them. That's the idiocy I refer to when they say confidence in American democracy. It's the idea. I mean, well, again, yeah, you're right. I could pull that in.
Yeah, thank you, and that's appreciated. Yeah, go on.
These actions are desperate attempts by desperate adversaries. The announcement came after the registered Democratic voters reported receiving personally addressed emails in the name of the Proud Boys armed militia group and from an internet domain linked to the Proud Boys. A number of voters in Florida and other key states in the election battle between Republican Donald Trump and Joe Biden said they had gotten the messages, "You will vote for Trump on election day, or we will come after you," the email said. "To Republican and let us know you received that message and will comply. You will know what candidate you voted for," they said.
Oh shit!
I would take this seriously if I were you. The message ends, adding the voter's address. Good luck. Why the fuck would they add good luck to it?
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? What the fuck is that? You'd think they'd add something like "fuck you," and it's oh my god.
Good luck. What the fuck is that supposed?
Yes. So I'm sorry. Go on.
Ratcliffe, with the FBI Director Christopher Wray beside him, did not explain how the Russians and Iranians have had attained
the voter information, or how the Russians might be using it. Of course, we know how the Russians might be using it to steer voters towards Trump, but they won't just come out and say that. Undermine. But the U.S. voter information is widely available, with some states allowing anyone to access it, while others restrict it to political parties. U.S. intelligence has repeatedly warned that Russia, Iran, and China, to a lesser extent, had taken part in social media disinformation efforts at influencing U.S. voters. So my question is, why the fuck we don't create a firewall? Isn't the Air Force supposed to be doing that stuff? Didn't the Air Force have this whole thing where we monitor cybersecurity? What happened to that?
Yeah, thank you. You mean wasn't that the fucking Space Force? We're supposed to be doing that shit too.
Yeah, the Space Force now. Yeah, now. In other words, nobody's doing it. That's their publicity stunt. That's their publicity shit. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's, anyhow, so there you go. Well, the Air Force is, and of course you would know, you were in the Air Force, and it's just, it just goes to show you nobody's doing anything.
Well, you just have a bunch of man-boy recruits who are just like,
yeah.
some are PhD nerds, and the other are just like your pop culture high school kids, and it's like, some of these guys are in their 20s, 30s, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
These guys are going to be defending the United States.
Oh yes. Yeah, that is pretty lame. Oh my God. So there you go. And obviously we're facing intensive security issues. This is again a part of the Trump effect in the most negative sense. And I can't believe that the guy is like touting the economy. I'm looking around for things to analyze, and the guy is touting the economy as one of his great success stories. And people buy this shit. I can't believe it. How are they buying this shit when everybody around them is in an unemployment line? I mean, the only reason people aren't in bread and soup lines is because we don't have them.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's actually something I have seen, actually, in Manhattan.
What?
In fact, I saw a line for, like, I think it was like some hospitality place or something. It was something like a shelter. But I saw a line that stretched around the block. Oh my gosh, this was like right off of Canal Street, Lafayette, I think. Oh gosh, it's like, yeah, Lafayette and Canal. Holy fucking shit, man. I never saw that many people lining up outside of a shelter.
Oh my God.
So it's bad in New York. It's pretty fucking bad. The thing is that what people don't realize is New York has some clever ways of trying to hide the homeless population. That's what they do.
Yeah. And
they hide the homeless population so that it's like heard of, but it's not seen. And the police have like units that go around to try to keep, I don't know. I guess they give them like go to jail for a little bit. You at least get shelter in a bed and something to eat.
Oh my God!
Give you like moldy bread or some shit. I don't know.
Oh God! Let's not say that.
What they were doing is for a little while, I heard they were taking people who were homeless, and they were giving them like vouchers, and they were sending them to other states in New York.
But yeah, everybody's infamous for that. They all tend to send everybody here to California. By the way, from the chat room, this is interesting, so I'll bring it to your attention. Chris Collins, thank you, Chris. Definitely appreciate this. Let me see if Chris Collins, because of course this could be female. I can't ascertain whether it's male or female, but I'm grateful enough where I would send them a kiss if they're female.
Travis Moss is saying, it's Nicholas Schreck. Who the fuck is Nicholas Schreck?
By the way, I understand what Travis Moss is saying. He's talking about Nicholas Schreck is this weird-ass Satanist, and he says, I asked Nicholas Schreck about Aquino, and he said that while he found him a despicable person, he stated that none of the pedo stuff about him was true, which makes you wonder about that guy. Well, I mean, come on, it's Nicholas Schreck. I mean, what do you expect, right? I mean, it's like you ask a practicing Satanist about, another Satanist, what are they going to say? it's
Well, yeah. Well, they're probably both into the same thing.
yeah,
So
yeah, that's what I would assume.
one hand's gonna, even if they hate each other, one hand's gonna have to cover the other.
Right, right.
It's like asking a Democrat or Republican to implicate the other one in pedophilia when they're both doing the same thing behind closed doors.
Yes.
Oh, he's a horrible politician, but no, he's not a pedophile.
But by the way, well, this is true, and like I said, it's at the point where Biden, for all intents and purposes, looks like a fucking pedophile. He certainly behaves like one. But we're in a situation now where
He looks like one of those old animatronic robots.
Yes. I mean, beyond what I've said, yes, he does not look real. He doesn't even look.
Do you remember the original rat from like Chuck E. Cheese? Like, if you.
Yeah. No. I mean, Joseph Biden does not look human. He looks like literally, like his face looks like it's rubber. It looks like it's poorly fit over exactly what Jameson Reese said, an animatronic robot. This is what we're stuck with. I mean, the lesser of two evils. So, yeah, I mean, we just got to be careful about, dismissing both parties. We've got to understand that right now, whatever its flaws, the Democratic Party is our best hope in this situation, in the sense that, there is no other choice, literally. At this time, Travis Moss he points out that Biden looks like a marionette with wooden teeth. Yes, I mean, I agree. The guy just is.
That's a very astute observation, actually.
Thank you. And Crystal River had this wonderful cartoon of Kamala Harris pushing Biden in a wheelchair and then rolling him off a cliff, and that's pretty much hopefully what happens. Really, not that I'm effusing over Kamala Harris either. Other than for the fact that she is a black female, she may be horrendous as a person, but at least it would do something for black females in general, which is needed. I mean, God knows we need that. At any rate,
wow.
So Travis Moss admits that he feels that Nicholas Schreck was just covering for Michael Aquino. That's what he felt. And but I like what Chris Collins said. Like I said, if they're a member of the opposite sex, I feel like I owe them a kiss. If they're a member of the same sex, certainly a hug. But they said exactly what I'm trying to describe. Yes, I know exactly what you mean about the vitamin C. The same consistency as sperm. Yes, I mean, basically, yeah, it's fucking gross. Yes, yes, it's fucking gross. Oh my God! Yes, it looks like ejaculate. Yes, that's what it looks like. Ejaculate would be the term for it. Okay, I gotta stop repeating that word.
It seems that Japan is going to be ramping up so something's in the air. Basing Japan's missile defense system at sea may cost at least twice as much to complete as its now abandoned plans for Aegis ashore ground-based sites, and delay it to Wait, who the fuck wrote this?
I noticed that. Yeah.
Reuters. This is from Reuters?
Oh my God. A lot of...
How is this on Reuters with such, spelling and grammatical errors?
I hear you. I wonder about this all the time. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. I noticed that a lot of journalism is just subpar these days. It's not... It's just not. It's just how do I say it? There's no way to describe it. It is so subpar. I can't believe that it's published. Thank you.
These were definitely kids who grew up with cell phones in their hands.
Okay, why don't you? I'd like your opinion on this, and I wish Brendan were here with us for this, so we can bring it up again the next time he's with us. But honestly, this is something, Brendan, if you're out there, I want you to chime in any way you can. I want people to understand that here in California, I'm going to try and look up which city it is, because I know that I was talking about this with friends and they brought it to my attention, and but they're guaranteeing income to 800 residents for 2 years, a city in California. And so this is no strings attached.
Really?
Yes, and so I want people to understand that the experiment is taking place in Stockton, California, and Compton is doing this as well. So Stockton, California became the first American city to experiment with the idea by giving $1,000 debit cards every month to 125 residents who were earning less than $46,000 annually. But Compton, California is now guaranteeing an income program that seems much more substantial. And from what I understand, this is under a black female mayoress. So look this up, and there's a black female young lady who is now running Compton, who has run this program out, and I'm just so proud of her. Honestly, this is what the entire United States. This is why we need a black woman in charge. Honestly, if you don't understand, no matter how much of a cunt Kamala Harris may be, if she did something like this, everybody would love her, no matter what. Now let me get something here for River, and Crystal River will love this. Somebody brought to my attention that in Virginia there is a young girl who is corresponding with the fairies. So this is something that hopefully we will get the young lady Crystal River to speak about when she's with us on the 28th.
Oh, I did get some good news, actually. I have some good news.
Good.
This is good for me, only because, I've been experimenting with some things. More than 2,300 people evacuated after explosion at munitions depot in Russia.
I hate to say it. That's awful, but it's funny. It's yeah. I mean, it's like, oh my God, and it's so typical. I'm sorry. It's like
this happens. Well, people need to realize in Russia this happens all the time.
Yeah, it does.
This is the norm in Russia.
Yes, thank you. No, it's true. It's true.
It's like every other week. I remember like a few months ago there was that there was that explosion at a fucking gas station.
Yeah. And
so I mean they always have shit falling apart. They so for everyone who's walking around saying who has Putin's face tattooed on their chest with a fucking guitar. Please go! I worship you, Putin!
Oh, shit.
They just get their shit together and realize we should just send them over there.
Yeah. No, it's true. Well, this is what I've been advocating for quite some time, is to basically take the majority of the Republican Party and deport them to Manchuria, which would include elements of Russian Siberia. And it's basically would create
more than 20 buildings burned down in 2 populated areas. At least 14 villages were evacuated.
Holy shit. That's big. That's big?
Yeah. The depot store up to 75,000 tons of munitions and housed 113 storage facilities with missile and artillery munitions, with some of the high explosive ammunition contained in open storage.
Oh my God. It's like this is like this is Beirut blast size shit. So
yeah, I got to see if I can find the explosion online, because that would be pretty interesting to see.
I'm sure it's got to be spectacular.
That was actually in October 8th.
Good
wow,
God.
so this is actually old news, but this was on CNN. I was looking at the article with the what do you call it? With the pilot program that you were talking about, and I saw that, and it was just irresistible,
No, definitely. This is flabbergasting, and of course it's again one of these karmic. I'm sorry, it's just one of these things that it just it's par for the course, and at the same time. It's hard not to take some kind of satisfaction from it, considering the damage that is.
Oh wow! Yeah, that blast was big. I'm looking at it right now. Explosion at Russian munitions depot.
I take it with that the cause was some drunken sot throwing a cigarette to the ground or lighting it up. I mean, it's really impossible to imagine otherwise. honestly. And you said open air storage, which is like, you can imagine all this ammunition exposed to the rain. I mean,
Well, what people need to understand is that when they have open air storage of nuclear stuff too.
yeah, there you go. I mean, now, granted, just so people understand this, what's going to happen to most of the nuclear stuff when it's exposed to rain and water is it just rots. The radiation will leak out, and everybody in the area will get radiation poisoning. But it's more like a toxic spill than what we saw here. I'm just surprised that, of course it doesn't work like that. You don't blow up nukes with setting off other bombs. They actually would pretty much immolate the nuke. But,
what happened is if something blows up near a nuke that's not detonated and it burns all that stuff up, you get something worse than setting off the nuke. Because all that fire, all that smoke is going to be carrying all that nuclear material in the air.
Yeah.
So that's actually worse than setting off the nuke itself.
It's dirty bomb shit. Yeah, it's dirty. Yeah, you basically set off a dirty bomb by doing that. So everybody forgive all the noise that's going on here with my microphone. I'm trying to shift, and as I said, I actually run this off my mattress, which was provided to me by Lena Shea, bless her black heart, when she was basically infiltrating and doing her best to sabotage everything. So, while I'm shifting like this in position, then I knock things down because everything is precarious. And obviously I've got two computers running when I wish it were one, and we'll get it to the point where we've got it like that at some point in the near future. In the meantime, I'm still looking around and trying to find things to analyze. And I'll go on with that. Our man, Jameson Reese, is doing a fine job of finding other things to help keep us, aflow. Burning bandwidth.
There's some interesting science news. They found beetle armor. This is AP. Beetle armor gives clues to tougher planes. Not as in airplanes, but planes. It's a beetle that could withstand bird pecks, animal stomps, and even being rolled over by a Toyota Camry. Now scientists are studying what the bug's crush-resistant shell could teach them about designing stronger planes and buildings. This beetle is super tough, said Purdue University civil engineer Pablo Zavaratri, who was among a group of researchers that ran over the insect with a car as part of a new study.
Oh, delightful. Animal cruelty. But by the way, what about what was going on in California? You didn't really go into the article, so it's like certainly there must be.
I seem to be just drawn to like the fucked up things, or the weird stuff. But yeah, that sounds like a really good. That sounds promising. It's not enough to get me to want to move out there.
No, I understand that, but was I correct? It is a Black African American female.
Yes, it is. It is. Oh. And this is one of the things that what this world needs. That's going to be what redeems the human species. In the end, is going to be Black matriarch.
Okay, there we are, and certainly we need that here, and that will help with what we've come down to. I mean, this white male status is just we see where that's taken us, which is pretty much.
We see where it's taken the entire world. It's where we've got like 10 years until we're at a climatological just massive omnicide.
Yeah, that's pretty much the word for it. I mean, the death of everything. Yes, the extermination of everything. So it is definitely, we're in perilous times, and we really need to change. Obviously, it's not working. What we've got going now, and the whole thing about the reactionaries who try and pretend that it is working, that's what's killing us. So it's them or us, really. And the most we can do right now is vote, and then, when it comes down to it, if they don't accept the results, should we win, which hopefully we will, because if we don't, God help us, then they're just going to refuse to accept that victory, then there we are. We're back to basically war, civil war. So
well, we're probably going to go into civil war the minute the results are announced. I think is people are going to die once the results are announced. I'm fairly certain of it.
you know, I'm the first person to use that same. I'll say the same thing, really. You know, people who've listened to Jameson Reese will basically say, "Oh, this is kind of like on par with his usual negativity." But honestly, I'm shoulder to shoulder with him here, because this is what they're saying they're going to do. This is what they themselves are saying they're going to do. By that I mean the radicalized right is honestly, we're in times now where you know, this is like what people were saying before the last American Civil War, only at that time it was just so much easier. I mean, it's easier in the sense that you knew who was who. You knew where your stance was. Obviously, it's not like that now. We're in this period of time where everything is up in the air. It is it's horrible, and so you don't know who your friends are, who your enemies are, in the sense that they are everywhere. So please, go on while I try and, you know, recover myself into some frame where I'm going to analyze something, probably as soon as our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, has, you know, exhausted what he finds as informational and educational. One of the things I might do is go straight into advertising for my sponsor, Mr. Benestenius, who I've got a right to, of course. You know, I keep forgetting to call him to remind him to pay me, and so this usually comes in once every 2 months, and I should be, you know, calling him monthly, but, you know, I just get so lazy about it, and, you know, it was just one of those, you know, the one thing that I will say about Noreen's astrology was when she predicted what a horrible time it was going to be going down to Australia and going down to Arizona. Man, she proved one thing: astrology works. You know, don't anybody doubt it. And so, what is your sign again? Maybe it would tell us a lot about you know.
Well, my if we're going by traditional astrology, I'd be considered a Gemini, June 3rd.
All right, so the twins. And by traditional astrology, are you also implying that you're open to what I've pointed out before, the 13th sign, Ophiuchus, being added to the zodiacal, you know, itinerary, or are you talking about other types like Vedic, or what do you mean when you say traditional?
Traditional is like the you know, the Western astrology. Sidereal astrology, I would be like, my ascendant is in Taurus. So I figure, you know, what the fuck? Why not just merge the two? So I got two faces that are constantly butting heads like bulls. That should explain to you why I am the way I am.
Okay.
I figure if I mix the two, it makes perfect sense why, you know, I'm always tormented on the inside.
Huh. Okay. And okay, so that was interesting. Thank you. And well, what can you say? Are you someone who follows astrology regularly? Like, do you have any?
No, I usually don't. It's like I take an interest in it sometimes, but most of the times it's not something it doesn't pull my intrigue.
Okay.
Because my tendency is towards, you know, I can see how, I don't know, I have to take the sort of stance that Carl Jung did on it, which is, you know, he didn't see how, you know, the human unconscious is influenced by, you know, really the movements of the planets and things like that.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And the thing is, I'm not doubting him, but I do see that the astrology has some merit. It has a lot of merit, actually. So there's something more to it. Apparently, I think that there are people who are strong enough in their mind and themselves that they're not influenced by it. And then there are people who are just like masses who are just mindless. And so, something else has to have control over them.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you. And aside from all of that, by the way, I'm surprised that with the research you've done into the occult, I'm surprised you haven't heard of this Nicholas Schreck. As a matter of fact, let me look him up to see that I'm remembering the correct individual, Nicholas Schreck. And of course, Schreck is there we are, Nicholas Schreck, American singer. Yes. Oh, Collective Radio Werewolf, which was supposedly, neo-Nazi. So there we have.
But that's why I haven't heard of him.
There
he's a Nazi.
There we are. So that's
yeah. I'm very selective about what I get my information from these days. And yeah, you can have people who are complete assholes who know what they're talking about, know what they're doing. But the thing is, like, I wouldn't use their system, or I wouldn't experiment with it. And usually, I'm not looking to use anyone else's system anyway. I'm just looking for the information. But yeah, I've seen this guy in pictures of what do you call it? I actually saw him in a picture with Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino.
Okay. Now, what's interesting is I'm finding out, just looking him up, that he produced the first full-length album by the British actor Christopher Lee in Christopher Lee Sings Devils, Rogues, and Other Villains, which was released on Shrek's Wolf's Lair label. So that tells us a lot about Christopher Lee. That is something I'll have to bring up with our man Brendan Zogi. And so there you have that. So, oh well, it just goes on and on. It's all incestuous. It's amazing that how much these people, that they all know each other, right? And
what I don't seem to get about the supremacist is what is the supremacy over? Just destroying shit?
Pretty much that's what it comes down to.
The world seems to be that's the ultimate outcome of what seems to be happening to our world.
Yes, very much so. I mean, our world is going to fucking hell in a handbasket, and it's like they aren't doing anything about it that's constructive. So it's definitely.
Oh, okay. Travis Moss says, ironically enough, the Radio Werewolf getup was done as a shock jock thing. He was actually Jewish himself. He was also a high-ranking Temple of Set member.
Well, doesn't that tell us all we need to know? Thank you. That's
not a surprise.
The funny thing is that I never ran into him personally that I consciously remember, but I do remember his name only through the Radio Werewolf, and I remember that quite clearly, and I remember that through Boyd Rice. So when it comes to the Boyd Rice phenomenon, he of course was a very much a white supremacist, neo-Nazi. Again, I've brought up before that he was always actually quite cool with me. He never was anything other than shall I say, civil and actually friendly. So it was simply, I had nothing personally against Boyd Rice. Obviously he's like part of that kind of subculture because he was very much how would I say it, he was very intelligent, and his intelligence was never appreciated, and I can understand how bitter that can make someone. Well, you just take a look at Jameson Reese. That's what you've got.
Good point.
Yeah, so it's the really, how would I say it? Birds of a feather in a very, very real sense. Different colors, different camouflage, but kind of the same personality types to an extent. To extent, of course, there's always limits to. They're not peas in a pod by any means, but in terms of let's just put it this way, I've never disliked Boyd Rice. The Nicholas Schreck guy, when I look at him, he just looks like, the typical bald villain you'd find in a film. So if he's doing it just for shock value and it's all, I'm not quite sure if I buy that. It's like you do get some of these Jewish people who are fascinated with the Nazi and fascist trip, and they just how would I say it, profit from it by doing this kind of trip, this kind of like the music group, what were they again, the one named after that horrible accident that happened where the planes crashed at a military air show, and so you've got this rock group that went to North Korea that is part of this this kind of neo-fascist aesthetic that everybody finds controversial. And but they're a Western European rock group or something. I forgot. Ramrod or something.
Rammstein.
Rammstein. Thank you. Yes, I couldn't get that out. In terms of just Rammstein, it's kind of like that, where it's just shtick, supposedly.
Yeah.
It's just after a while, it's like
it's like the high school kids, who had to, really goth it up, and then you meet them like once they're out of high school and they're just like your regular Joe types.
But these guys.
What's all that about?
Yeah, but these guys aren't that. It's obviously that Shrek is still what he is. So if he's a member of the Temple of Set, I'm rather surprised that he's Jewish, because there's kind of was a undercurrent of Judeophobia with the Temple of Set. So he must have been just totally agnostic and non-practicing. And,
yeah, he was probably not practicing. He probably grew up to a Jewish family.
Yeah,
and decided, fuck the faith. I'm done with it.
Yeah,
which is not unusual for people who are occultists, because most of us have our gripes with religion and the religion we were brought up in, and it's just like, it's not a question of rebelling against religion anymore. It's just now there's something deeper out there, so why do I even want to bother with that stuff anymore?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is kind of the attitude of many modern people, where they're postmodern people, where they're just they've pretty much acknowledged that they're irreligious, that they've simply abandoned religion completely. So aside from all of that. Let's see now. Still looking around, and I'm not finding much. I'll tell everybody this. I found this wonderful article for Our Lady Crystal River, and she was very happy about it. And it was about this 9-year-old girl, Maya Gebler, who is writing letters and receiving answers from fairies in Virginia. And so that's adorable, and we will get her feedback on that and what she thinks about that. And she'll be on with us on the 28th. Hopefully Brendan will be able to drop in for just a few minutes to talk about the California situation, where they're guaranteeing income. And because he has been an individual who's been saying that this has been needed for quite some time, as, of course, have I. I'm just so glad to see these things happening, and so glad that to see the people who are making them happen are of like this young black American female. Really gives me hope for the future. So let me just get that out there and get that out of the way. I'm trying to look up, say for instance, some things about the protests recently. By the way, that idiot who was named Zachary Garrett, and he had this, well, everybody knows who he is at this point, but he was supposed to be doing a report, like in, his little protests up there in Portland, Oregon, or rather, he was doing his little trip up there in Portland, Oregon, where he was like recording the protest. He had him up on his little chicken shit YouTube channel, which has been around forever, and he puts almost nothing on. It did nothing with it for years, and it was called Truth Bombs for Your Moms, and appropriately enough had a kind of a logo or an image for its icon of a man with his head up his ass, which I think represented Zachary Garrett himself. But yeah,
that's what he does in his spare time.
Yes.
That's why his head looks so deformed and shit.
yes.
He has it up his own ass too often.
Yes, there we are. And so here you have, he had this little video up about the protests in Oregon, and I made certain to put a thumbs down on it, and there was someone else who did as well, and there was only like 3 thumbs up because almost nobody saw it. I mean, maybe his immediate relatives. But honestly, the reason, aside from the fact that nobody knows him and he's got the, I don't know what he's trying to do. I guess he feels now that he's, activated one of the assets just by, flipping the switch like he did with Lena, that it's his time to move out and come out and, be accepted by the public to, to revel in the accolades of, being a white supremacist. And then when he comes out there and does what he does, of course nothing's going to happen because, everybody knows about the protests in Oregon. What new thing could he present them? That this is the point. Yeah. It's like, so what that he was there? It's kind of like, Jameson being on Staten Island and trying to say something that I don't know. Think of a parallel. It's just like
It's like me trying to report on the I don't know the fucking display that the Seventh-day Adventists had walking down Bay Street. But I just saw them in passing, and I didn't pay them any attention.
Thank you.
I was trying to hand out stuff, and I'm like, leave me alone.
Yeah, and the reason you didn't pay attention is because that's the same way everybody else responds. It's that nobody cares.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the protest is just at that level of the forefront of people's minds. The only people who are really bitching a real fit about it are the alt-right people who just don't have jobs, who don't do anything, but fucking
bitch,
rip the government off of disability,
yes,
and for things they don't have while they're out being sleuth reporters on their free time.
Thank you. Yes, it's literally this is what is so offensive. It's these are the people who are out there telling you, and they think what do they think they're contributing to this world? Well, it doesn't matter. But one of the things I noticed was years ago, just to give people kind of an example on this, and it's where this horrible beating happened, where a bunch of white supremacists jumped on some poor black guy and they beat him so severely that he was paralyzed the rest of his life. So he was left paralyzed for the rest of his life, and he's in a wheelchair, and he confronted them in court. And this is a relatively young black American who had served in the military, for God's sake. So it's honestly, it's the worst thing that you can imagine to happen to somebody. And his mother was with him, and so you see his mother just weeping while he's in court, and he's confronting these men, and he's saying, Who taught you to hate so much? This is what he's saying to them. And I was thinking at the time, why would you
even ask that question?
Thank you. Why?
That's about the most asinine question you can ask. If I was in his shoes, I'd be cursing every fucking obscenity I can name, and I'd be calling up every fucking ancestral spirit to rip them to shreds.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to be moving for the rest of my life. I mean, fucking shit.
Yeah,
Where's the rage? Where's the rage?
Well, at that point,
this is the fucking problem.
Oh my God.
We don't show enough rage, and we're wondering why we get stepped on by white people all the time. Well, gee, maybe if you were to fight back, maybe if you just say, I'm going to fucking kill you for fucking trying to kill me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I hope I'm not taking this too far, but I'm just saying, shit.
Yeah.
Are you going to say, oh, you shot my family member, but I forgive you?
Yeah. Thank you. No, I mean,
fuck out of here. I mean, what? Are we just? Oh, God teaches us to love. God teaches us to be punching bags.
No, that's awful. No, you're right. I mean,
that shit. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, we just can't have that anymore.
No.
Yeah. But when he was confronting them, you're almost left with that kind of. In his case, I'm sure it was just, how could I say it? He was probably exhausted from rehabilitation. I'm sure just all the rehabilitation he was through was probably exhausting, and he was just left with that. But it's not enough. They were going to jail, yeah, sure, and they were going to jail for a long time. But they can still move. And, but in terms of that's kind of, how would I say it? You are left puzzled. You're taken aback when you were confronted with someone like that John McKenzie freak who comes running. Obviously, this is something he's doing for his gay lover, Richard K. Cole Jr., because nothing else even makes sense. That if you don't see it in that perspective, there is no perspective otherwise to see it, because it's just, nobody who claims there's some kind of, independent journalist, obviously he's just a crazy man raving in his car anyway. But the fact that he would feel obligated to come and run to the defense of this guy because he feels that his income is threatened, which is, of course, just not even earned, but a gift from the American public on the basis of his quote-unquote being a veteran when he's never seen a day of combat. All of this is the kind of bullshit that we're confronted with ourselves on a daily basis in terms of people threatening us, where if these people could pull the trigger on me and stop me from getting anything that was beneficial to my life, like my Meals on Wheels, they would stop it in a heartbeat, and then they come screaming for mercy. But the way that they do it, where they can't help themselves, and even when they're saying, "Oh, you shouldn't wish ill on anyone," and then they just keep cutting loose.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I will not. I'm not going to wish ill upon someone who does some fucked up shit to me. I'm going to cause it to happen.
Thank you. I mean, we're at the point where we need to do this.
It will occur, and they will wind up suffering immensely.
Yes.
Because, again, this is one of the reasons why, an individual like myself, I'm what you would call a minority in the minority. So it becomes a little more difficult. And this is another reason why I seem to be, a little jaded, because even amongst my own people, I don't see eye to eye with them, because a lot of the things the masses do of even my own individuals that I'm supposed to, or people I'm supposed to belong to, I find completely idiotic. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Yeah.
And it seems to me at this point that, if this is the case, then maybe the entire species doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well,
why do I want to be part of it?
I can relate to an extent too, as I know what you're saying, honestly, and there are other people who have obviously reached that conclusion. So it's definitely by the way, just so everybody understands what our man Jameson Reese was referring to earlier, American officials say that Russia and Iran have obtained voter info. So I mean, this is where we're at now. And like Jameson was reading, desperate nations with they're going to do something desperate. So with nothing to lose, they're going to try and do something to the election. But what I can't understand is
what I can understand is what's the point of reporting this if the government's not going to do anything about it?
Thank you.
So what? So they're going to fuck up their election. What else is new?
Yeah, well, the other thing that I would feel compelled...
There's no reaction on the U.S.'s part, so it seems like they're obviously... They're telling the world, look, you can take whatever you want from us. We're not going to do shit to you.
Yeah.
Come and get it.
No, I get what you're saying, and believe me, I'm right there with you. At the same time, I would think on the part of these two nations, Iran and Russia, they're both under sanctions. And in terms of Iran's biggest problem, it's Donald Trump. And in terms of Russia, Donald Trump hasn't been able to help them get out from under sanctions. So you would think they would use this voter information to work against Donald Trump, to actually work in favor of Joseph Biden, if they had any sense of sanity. Oh, certainly I would give Iran credit enough to actually use the information against Trump.
Well, that's what they're doing.
I would hope so. In which case, all I can say is, well, more power to them. I mean,
Yeah, we might actually see Russia help them as well, because honestly, at this point, Putin did seem to have more of an interest in having man meet who's a challenge, which is Biden. Because Trump's too much of a bend over and take it.
Maybe. I mean,
Putin's not attracted to that anymore.
Maybe that's maybe. All we can do is hope. We can only hope. Now, by the way, for anybody who says I'm a hypocrite because I'm bitching all the time about foreign interference and what it did with Donald Trump, I mean, obviously, well, this is what we're down to. I mean, this is what we've been dragged down to. We've been dragged down to this level. Honestly, it's not me. It's them. I can say that. It's look at where we're at now. The third coronavirus surge is here. I mean, we're just over two.
Wait a minute, we're on the third? I thought we were only on the second.
This is what I'm trying to clarify. We're just over 2 weeks out from Election Day, and the pandemic is accelerating. So I'll try and put this into some perspective. Basically, again, the context. We've reached the final weeks of the Trump-Biden race, and we've got this troubling bellwether. Hospitalizations are up in many states. And this week's COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations make it clear that the United States is once again sinking deeper into the pandemic. Now, this is something that I've tried to avoid talking about because obviously everybody has heard more than enough about COVID-19, and there's fatigue level. There's a fatigue level. But let's take a look at this so people can have an understanding again of the gravitas of the situation, though I'm sure many people do understand it's serious. But basically, this week's data made it clear after a month of warning signs that the third surge of the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States is underway. The outbreaks have been worsening in many states for more than a month now, and new COVID-19 cases jumped 18% this week, bringing the 7-day average to more than 51,000 cases a day. And though testing rose by 8% nationally, that's nowhere near enough of an increase to explain this steep rise in cases. And meanwhile, COVID-19 hospitalizations, which had previously been creeping upward slowly, jumped more than 14% from a week earlier. And since last Wednesday, the states reported 4,796 COVID-19 deaths. That's an increase of about 3% over the previous week. And since the start of the pandemic, we have typically seen reported deaths lag behind reported cases by 3 to 4 weeks, although reporting delays seem to have worsened in some states, including Florida and Texas. So, basically, the Atlantic Magazine analysis, which is based on the official data they've compiled from every state in the Union, the District of Columbia, and all 5 U.S. territories, has given rise to a pattern that looks like separate waves that are smaller but more frequent. So it's not like the traditional Spanish influenza type wave, where you've got the big seasonal waves. Rather, it's like impacted by our behavior. And the behavior was, we had the first wave, and everybody clamped down and shut down, and then Trump said, fuck it, everybody take off your masks, and, stand in a daisy chain and fucking suck each other, basically. And everybody in the red states went and did that. And this produced another wave. So this is a third wave that is after that. And say, for instance, the New York Times, which collects official data at the county level, confirms that the entire country is in trouble as we head further into fall. Basically, they warned this morning that the United States is headed towards a new peak in COVID-19 cases. So on the federal level, this week's White House Coronavirus Task Force report, which is still not made public, except by certain states, I don't know if people are aware of this, puts 26 states in the red zone based on new cases per capita, and an additional 19 states and the District of Columbia itself in the orange zone, which is below us in San Francisco. We're near the clear here. And as of this week otherwise, no American states are in the task force's green zone. That's why we're in yellow. We're not green in San Francisco. And this week's spike in new cases was spread across the country rather than being concentrated in just a few states, as we saw in the Northeast in the spring and in the Sun Belt in early June and in the Midwest over the past few weeks. 17 states instead posted peak new case days in the past week, including 9 of 12 states in the Midwest and 6 of 11 states in the American frontier West, where, of course, I reside myself. So, basically, the single day case numbers, they've limited value because some states don't even report consistently on build-up backlogs. So nobody's really keeping track, and this is part of the problem and why we have 3 waves. It's not because of some kind of statistical malfeasance, but rather there was the surge, the shutdown, the surge when we reopened, and now the more organic surge that's coming. So it's basically a 3rd wave. And
okay. I see. So I mean, this is basically American what do we call it? Indifference in a nutshell.
Well,
which
stupidity.
is something that I think that's like the biggest problem that the United States has, is a generalized it's a generalized indifference towards shit that seems to be really critical.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it's of course.
So in a sense, Trump is like Trump, as horrific as he is, and I have to give I actually have to give credit to Travis Moss for pointing out that he's basically an adult Eric Cartman. That is a very good analogy.
What Eric Cartman? Which?
From South Park.
Oh, from South Park. That is so weird. How do they spell his name? Eric Cartman, because you know, of course, Eric Cartman historically was the great Luftwaffe pilot who had the highest score of kills in human history. so
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's weird they took that name. I don't know whether they did that consciously, whether that's some kind of Jewish conspiracy or something. You know, quote unquote. They couldn't resist that. Or whether that's just, it was an accident. But Eric Hartman was the man who had well over 300 kills in World War II. And so it's definitely, how do I say it? I find that rather offensive that you've got the idiot in South Park who's got that name. But
actually, the character of Cartman in South Park.
Oh, Cartman. Oh, it's Cartman. C-A-R-T?
Yeah, Cartman.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay,
C-A-R-T.
yeah. Okay, so it's not Hartman. Okay, so that's fine.
It's not Hartman. It's
okay.
Cartman.
Okay, Cartman.
So, well, the thing about Cartman though is that Cartman has like these brilliant strategies though.
Oh.
So he's always so his schemes are like too smart. But the thing is, I could see how I could kind of see how he is like Eric Cartman in a way, because he's just like he's just a fucking asshole. So in that sense, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's a dead-on analogy.
Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure if it is, but it's something that yeah, I'll take it for what it's worth at the moment. And
the thing about Trump though is that, you know, Cartman, you can tell that the only problem is that Cartman is sort of clever,
right,
in some schemes he comes up with, whereas Trump, you can tell that whatever's going through his head is going through his head like he's channeling something. He's like literally not in control. You look in the guy's eyes, he's not there.
No, it's right. He's not there.
Nobody's home. And I don't know how many people can get that. this is why I've always said you can tell somebody's intelligence through by looking in their eyes. You can also tell how present they are.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you look at his face, he's not present.
No, it's true.
I don't know
not.
where the fuck he is.
Yeah, no. Well, he's just he's in his own
I think
mind.
I think if anything, the Necronomicon egregore has taken over.
Yeah, it's really something like that. It's just the guy is everything about him. It's just awful.
He's vacant, completely vacant.
Yes, yes, he is. It's just awful. So when it comes to the situation we're dealing with because of him, we're going to be dealing with this for effectively forever. I mean, just for what he's done now, we're going to be paying the price for it forever. It's wretched.
Decades and decades to come if we have that long left.
Yes, I mean,
If we have that long,
yeah.
I'm more critical about the idea of us having that long because, even if we were to have, all right, for what technological prowess we're sitting on top of, it doesn't seem like Elon Musk is even if we had a million Elon Musk, it doesn't seem that's going to do anything because they're just
Elon
sending
Musk
cars into space
yeah,
and mine fucking asteroids for gold and shit.
Yeah,
So
well,
we're not
Elon
going to
Musk
have any viable solutions.
yeah, he's such a fucking joke, and the truth is, all that shit is great, but we're not at the point where we can do any of that.
Well, the thing is, as brilliant as he is, as he may come across.
It's just
I
all
have to choose
self-marketing.
my words
It's
wisely.
just
As
hype.
brilliant as he comes across, there's something about him that seems like he's vacant as well.
Yeah, he's just a joke. I mean, there's no
When you
hope.
look at him, he looks like somebody who's just on a lot of speed.
Yeah.
And if Kanye West somehow becomes president, we're screwed.
Yeah, who was
Well,
that black guy? By the way, who was that black guy who said, "I don't mind that Trump hates black people"? Did you see that guy? He was a rapper, by the way.
Oh, what was it?
Ice-T. It was Ice-T. Yeah, he said, "I don't mind that Trump hates black people."
Ice-
Yeah, what was that shit about?
Ice-T. I don't know. All right. Ice-T seems to be he seems to be in the point where he's questioning. Well, who's really good for our country? Are you going to be good for our country? Is Biden going to be good for our country? Why the fuck would you bother even asking that question?
Thank you. I mean, at this point,
nobody's going to nobody's going to, either way we look at it, black people lose. That's just what happened. That's what America is.
well, hopefully that does change in the sense that things did improve somewhat with. I mean, obviously there was a lot left to be desired, but
With
things,
Obama, yeah.
yeah, with Obama, but there was a lot left to be desired. Of course, that goes without saying,
Well,
but it wasn't. At least it
what
was.
happened?
Yeah.
Well, what happened with Obama, and this is something that I was always critiquing, and nobody paid me any attention when I said it. People were always like, "Oh, you're too negative," because I am mostly, well, I don't really think I'm that negative.
Well, you're pretty negative, yeah.
What I was saying is, what I always told them is, dude, people are getting too relaxed. We're going to be fattened up. We're being fattened up for the kill. Sure enough, Trump took office,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what we've seen.
Yeah. No, it's
And-
true. It's true. I mean,
As an ethnos, we got overly too complacent with the fact that he was in office, and we were like, "Oh, things are gonna be good from now on. Everything's gonna be fine." Nope.
yeah,
No, it's not.
no.
Nope. This is America. Don't you ever forget.
Yes.
Look, I don't give a fuck if I couldn't give a shit if everyone in office was black. This is still America. We're still gonna be fucked.
It's incredible.
This is the way everything is designed.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the mechanism
yeah.
behind the very country itself.
That's
That's the idea of the country. That's the identity of it.
Yes, and that's what we were pointing out with the systemic nature of racism. As a matter of fact, white supremacy is the actual term to use. The systemic nature of white supremacy. It's such that it is the system. So
And the thing is that a lot of even people of color cannot see how they themselves are playing into it. When I walk down the street and some black guy, some young black guy, I'm not even paying him any attention, has to get there and flex off and scratch his chin and make all these gestures and shit and start scratching his chest like he's gonna. I'm like, dude, what? Do you have a fucking itch there or something? You better address that. I mean, like he's itching to fight and all this other shit, and I'm like, I'm like, dude, really? And these are the same people who are like, oh yeah, we gonna stand up for our community. Dude, you're a fucking piece of shit in your community. What the fuck are you standing up for? It's the fucking hypocrisy. You're being the slave they want you to be.
Yeah.
It's the idiocy of it.
Yeah, there's that. Well, but by the way, I want to let people know I'm getting the flu shot on Friday. I just wanted people to understand that, because my understanding, as I've expressed it before, and this drove Jameson Reese to actually say he's not getting the flu shot this year, which I can understand, was that my medical cosmetologist, V. Clark, now this is a marked difference from the experience of Beaver, my gang brother, but my Beaver gang brother is comparatively huge, whereas my V is very small. She's very mousy. And nothing happened to Beaver when he got the flu shot. With V, it effectively gave her the flu. And she was very sick for days and essentially just in bed and out of it. She, by the way, just so people understand this isn't like something, how would I say this? A casual, in the sense that she's not a casual experiencer. In other words, she is medically trained. So she has someone who has a medical degree as a medical assistant, an MA. And as a result of that and her other training, she's considered an essential worker. So we're not talking about like an office worker level. She has practical medical experience, and she was able to confirm through the medical offices that she works through. So she does work with medical offices, primarily chiropractors, and that they are, however, covered by insurance with Kaiser. Unfortunately, my general practitioner has no faith in them, and he won't give me permission to see one. So I can't get it covered by Kaiser myself with my current general practitioner, but, such is life. But in the case of V, she did confirm that they doubled up on the vaccine because the flu is so bad this year. And we're not talking about COVID-19. The flu and COVID-19 are totally separate phenomenon, but they converge only in the sense that they make each other worse. And I have no doubt they'll make each other worse throughout the winter. I mean, if you can imagine the nightmare of having both, of contracting both at once.
You might as well be considered dead.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That strikes me.
And and now that you bring it up, I might just take that risk and get myself a flu shot, because just to get the shit out of the way.
Right.
Rather than, because I I take too many precautions to get COVID. Uh-huh. I mean, a woman would have to mace me while I'm walking down the street and knock me out with chloroform and then rape me to give me COVID, because that's the only way I get it.
Thank you.
Essentially.
Thank you.
Well, but then of course, she would have to. Then again, she would put herself in the. I'm not even going to go into that fantasy. I don't know why I have this absurd. This is the problem with a hyperactive imagination, folks. This is why I have to do art, and this is why I do magic, because I too much of the stuff builds up, and I'm just telling these crazy ass stories.
I hear you. So let me influence everybody else in your direction. I want people to understand that even if you want to maintain social distance, honestly, and you don't want to come into contact with anyone else in your daily life, leave your bubble to get the goddamn flu shot. This is probably the most important flu shot you will ever get. This might be your most important flu shot ever. Basically, it's important to get one every year, but even more important this year because we're probably going to have a convergence of both flu and coronavirus this fall. So anything.
I did hear that the mutation, that the flu, that this mutation of the flu is probably more lethal than the last one.
Yeah, yes. And anything you can do to reduce flu is going to be really important. So, I will advocate that getting a flu shot is a safe and inexpensive way to stay healthy. But in a typical year, less than half of Americans get the vaccination. As a matter of fact, yesteryear, because of all the Russian anti-vax propaganda, less than half Americans actually even got one. Just 45%. Rates in the United Kingdom are comparable, where just about 44.9% of registered patients ages 6 months to 64 years old got a flu vaccination from 2018 through 2019. In the European Union, when I checked out the statistics there, they committed in 2009 to vaccinate at least 75% of residences ages 65 and older, and yet only 45% of people in that group received vaccinations in 2018. And the number is even lower for people of color who have been especially vulnerable during this pandemic. In the 2017 to the 2018 flu season, which I've been looking up, just 28.4% of Hispanic people in these United States got vaccinations against influenza. And with the COVID-19 pandemic spreading rapidly around the globe, distributing the flu vaccine has taken on a new urgency. Now, honestly, Dr. Susan Bailey, the president of the American Medical Association and an immunologist herself in Fort Worth, Texas, has gone on record to say that since hospitals and doctors' offices are going to be very busy caring for COVID-19 patients, a flu vaccine can help decrease burdens on the healthcare system and make sure that those who need medical care are able to get it. So it's not just to free up resources for COVID-19 patients, of course, because many of you, of course, are so lacking in human empathy, you wouldn't give a shit, but influenza is a deadly disease in its own right. In the 2019 to 2020 flu season, there were between 24,000 and 62,000 deaths from influenza in these United States, according to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, with elderly people, young children, and pregnant women all at elevated risk. Getting a flu shot not only reduces the odds of getting sick, it often means a less severe illness. And in addition, evidence from last spring proves that it may be possible to get both the coronavirus and influenza simultaneously. And that's where Dr. Bailey said we saw that in some of the early cases from this year where patients had other viruses at the same time as they have COVID-19. I would find it very difficult if I were asked to place the bets on the odds of someone who suffered something simultaneously like that. It would be very hard for me to bet in their favor. And because
that would be more or less a death sentence.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sure
that's guaranteed pneumonia.
Yeah, thank you. And because flu symptoms, including fever, sore throat, and cough, look so similar to COVID-19 symptoms, it's going to be impossible to rule out a coronavirus diagnosis without a test. And that means a case of the flu, even if it turns out to be mild, can cause substantial disruption of your work and your school, if it hasn't been shot to hell already. But you get my point. So they're trying to get out the vaccine in a pandemic year. And this is a critical year for us to try and take the flu as much off the table as we can. And of course, according to Dr. Robert Redfield, the director of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, he conducted an interview with the American Medical Associations, the AMA's JAMA network, which is the journal of the American Medical Association that I reviewed. And he confirms that this has required an unprecedented effort to boost flu vaccination rates. And he hopes to push U.S. vaccination rates to at least 65% because the CDC is projecting that between 194 million and 198 million doses will be available this year, an increase of nearly 30 million doses from the year before, which is good. But to help get vaccines to those in need, the CDC purchased 9.3 million doses of adult flu vaccine and 2 million doses of pediatric flu vaccine. That's a massive increase over the 500,000 doses the federal agency usually buys for uninsured adults. But the pandemic is making distribution much more complicated. In past flu seasons, many Americans got vaccines in their workplaces. Amid concerns about large gatherings, that is one less venue for providing flu shots. And in addition, the pandemic has ushered in an overall drop in childhood vaccinations. And while those numbers have rebounded in some places, pediatricians remain concerned. So state and government agencies and private companies are stepping up to support the campaign. This is part of a corporate responsibility that Sugar Daddy was talking about. Now, for those of you who think I've become a shill for corporations, I've said before, this is where fascism steps in, where you have the state control the corporations, not the other way around. And I am a fascist. But when it comes to corporations, if they're people as they legally have gotten the right to be, which I can go into how that was a fraud and a sham and how that shouldn't be, but since it is, well, try and treat them like people. Here in California, PG&E, our utilities monopoly, is a recognized felon and mass murderer on patrol. But we live with him and we deal with him. But at least, well, we've got him under the microscope. So when it comes to companies, they're helping with this now, or some of them are. So, and that helps in places like where Benestenius is at, where the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System is enabling certified pharmacists to administer flu vaccines to children enrolled in Medicaid and handing gift cards to members who get their shots. Now, to reduce contact and risk of infection, Michigan. Now, the reason Michigan stands out to me and why I checked into it was because that's where the governoress, Gretchen Whitmer, was going to be abducted and gang raped to death on camera by a group of weenie white boys calling themselves the Wolverine Watchmen. And while I was following up on that horror story, I found out she got her flu shot without flinching, and the way she's made it possible for others to get their flu shots without flinching, she basically, she contracted a private corporation, Spectrum Health, and they're now offering curbside flu vaccines in Grand Rapids. So this is drive-through shit. So you're not getting near anybody. Drive-through flu shots are available at some Kaiser Permanente locations, and flu shots are currently available at many chain drugstores, including CVS and Walgreens. But think about what the governoress of Michigan did. This was the woman these white weenie boys like Richard K. Cole and this John McKenzie motherfucker supported. This is the woman they wanted to gang rape to death on camera. She's made it possible for people to just drive up to the curbside and get a shot so they don't even need to get out of the car. I mean, come on. This is female leadership. As Daniel Larola said, these are people who care. They have a biological imperative to care that men do not. Men pretty much are programmed genetically to destroy. So the residents in any state can find out where to get vaccinated using the CDC's Vaccine Finder website, which partners with local health departments and clinics. Check it out. And do not proceed without a flu shot. Flu shots save lives. For some Americans, vaccinations are also a stipulation of in-person work and schooling this year. So you don't have a fucking choice. And I hate to take or derive any satisfaction from that, but I do. So The time has really come for all schools to require the fucking flu shot, as far as I'm concerned. But that's another subject. Now, I know that employees and students at the University of California system will be required to get flu shots by November 1st. That was announced by UC, or the University of California Health, in August. It's a decision that affects more than 500,000 people. And flu shots are also required for children and youth at Massachusetts education facilities, beginning with child care and preschool, going all the way through university. Massachusetts is the first state to introduce such a ruling. And, of course, the decision sparked a protest from the weenie white boys, the Richard K. Cole, John, what's his goddamn last name again? I keep forgetting. It's such I try to forget it.
McKinsey?
Yeah, McKinsey, thank you. I couldn't even, the guy who lives in his car, we'll call him the McKinsey motor vehicle dweller. Anyhow, there's a pending
Richard
bill.
K. Cole sure loves his Johns.
Yes.
Sure.
And there's a pending bill in the New Jersey legislature that would also make flu vaccinations a requirement of enrollment. Now, Vermont is considering a mandate as well, as I confirmed with the state's health commissioner, Dr. Mark Levine, August 28th. He confirmed that with the world through his press conference, but I did call the offices to follow up. Now, it's not all bad news. While the prospect of a double hit of COVID-19 and influenza is alarming, it's not all doom and gloom. Flu season in the Northern Hemisphere, which generally starts ramping up in October, arrives on the heels of the Southern Hemisphere's winter. And because the Northern Hemispherical flu season tends to follow trends from the South, scientists scrutinize numbers in Oceania and South America for clues to what's coming. And so far, it's looking pretty good. Lauren Sauer, an emergency medicine expert and the directoress of research for the Johns Hopkins Biocontainment Unit, has gone on record to say that the low levels we're seeing are actually unprecedented. I guess COVID-19's just, hogging it all up. So, while we still remain really vigilant and we're still concerned for flu season, we are hopeful that we will have a similar experience when it comes up here. Now, influenza rates in Australia have been lower in 2020 than recent years, and that's mirroring drops in Chile and South Africa. In part, that could be due to an increase in vaccination rates. A record number of flu vaccines were made in Australia this year, and in Buenos Aires, flu shot clinics sprang up in repurposed daycare centers and in churches. As a predominantly Catholic nation that gave us our latest pope, that meant a lot. But the downward trend of influenza infections also likely reflects the precautions taken to combat COVID-19. So obviously, with coronavirus, you wear a mask, you try and keep physical distance, you're washing your hands as much as possible, you're doing all the things to basically make it harder for this virus to jump from person to person. The same things that work for coronavirus are also going to help decrease the chances that you'll get the fucking flu. So hopefully people maintain these habits forever, including the goddamn masks, which will make both Jason and myself more comfortable, not only because I live in, a very filthy city like San Francisco, unfortunately. It's filthy, not in the moral sense, but in the physical sense, sadly. And I'm quite satisfied to go the rest of my life wearing a mask outside, but also Jameson and I derive satisfaction that it protects us from the appearances of most of the ugly people that you're going to see anyway. That's all. Honestly, most people, unfortunately, they're not worth looking at.
Yeah. It's actually been a godsend, and the ones who refuse to mask up are even worse to look at.
Thank you. You notice it's the ugliest motherfuckers that refuse to wear the mask.
Yeah, and not only that, they make a sport out of trying to heckle those who do. They'll go out of their way to laugh at people who are masked up, and I'll look at them. I also find that trend a lot in guys who are extremely over 6 feet, 3 inches. They're just like, why am I gonna wear a mask anyway? I'm big and tall.
There you go. They're full of themselves. Wait, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Believe me. Yeah, and Honestly, another bright spot is creative solutions to giving vaccinations in a pandemic, which of course will likely, we're going to see that outlast COVID-19. It's making it easier for people to get the flu vaccine, and that's incredibly important and a valuable thing that I hope we adopt. Honestly, I can cite efforts to provide vaccinations outside of traditional healthcare settings, but I already have. And the mandatory flu vaccines are a very good sign and an important step in reducing influenza deaths now and in the future. In fact, flu vaccines have been required by Johns Hopkins Medicine, where many of the doctors at the CDC work since 2012, and it's worked out quite well. It's such a beneficial approach. It's beneficial for the system, but also for the individual who gets that vaccine, and the patients who are subject to the care of such care providers, just the entire community. So, honestly, it's something that if that isn't enough to sell you, what I can tell you as a person who could professionally work as a medical journalist, and of course, for those of you who don't understand my situation, as it's different from, say, my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., in my case, I am required to do what I am doing. What I'm doing right now on bandwidth, I literally have to do this because that's how I keep my Medicare and Medi-Cal. Basically, I am on SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which gives me Medicare and Medi-Cal conditionally until I'm 65. So until I'm retirement age, I have to work in order to maintain this. And it's called 250% disability, which is a very bizarre enablement program which enables me to be insured as one of the most insured people on earth, but I have to work to maintain it. And this is what I do. So when people say, oh, why aren't you working? Why aren't you employable? I am. In fact, I have to maintain my SSDI. Richard K. Cole's case is pure welfare. He's getting paid because he's supposed to be unemployable, but he's presenting himself as totally employable. That's why he's committing fraud. That's why you've got to call the VA Office of the Inspector General to reopen his case and ultimately remove his disability. That is your tax dollars paying for a guy who does nothing but stalk me and parasitize off myself, who has to work like you. Now, that's clear, right, Jameson? Is that clear enough for everybody to understand, hopefully, what I'm saying?
That's clear. That's clear.
Thank you. Now, for those of you who aren't sold, as I said, I could professionally work as a medical journalist, and in a sense, that's what I do here. So I'm almost obligated to provide some civic updates on the situation of COVID-19, the influenza, and if you're not sold on getting the vaccine based on what I've said, consider this. The flu vaccine significantly lowers risk of heart attack and stroke among high-risk groups. That's been proven by the researchers. So adults over half 100 years of age, like me, I'm over 50, who got flu vaccines during a hospitalization had a 28% lower risk of a heart attack the following year. This was from a meeting Monday opening this work week. This is new and it's exciting. This news came out just 72 hours ago, and it's what researchers told the American Heart Association. So let me reiterate that and drive that home to those of you who are slow out there. The flu vaccine significantly lowered the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and some other cardiovascular conditions for people at high risk. This was reported by researchers on Monday opening this work week. Yet these high-risk adults are the least likely of all of us to get the vaccine than others. That was confirmed as well by researchers when they reported this to the American Heart Association. So, again, the stupidity. Is it ignorance? Is it... Let me go on. Adults over half 100 years of age, if you're 50 plus years old, who got the flu vaccines during a hospitalization had a 28% lower risk of a heart attack the following year, but they also had a 47% lower risk of a mini stroke or transient ischemic attack. A TIA is what may well have taken out Cousin Luce, our friend, the mentor of Pac-1 Morales, or some kind of series of mini strokes. And these same people who got the vaccine while hospitalized had an 85% lower risk of cardiac arrest. That's a heart attack, people. An 85% less chance of a heart attack. That's astronomical. Anyone who wouldn't want a flu shot after that, you're out of your mind. Not only that, to clinch it all, you have a 73% lower risk of overall death. This was proven by guys and gals who got vaccinated while hospitalized. They had a 73% lower risk of overall death the following year, whereas others who didn't get it, they went back home and died. So the researchers analyzed the rate at which the flu vaccine was administered to hospital patients who are at high risk for flu and its complications. This includes people over the age of 50, HIV/AIDS patients, people in nursing homes, and those who are obese, which I think is pretty much every American outside of modeling agencies. Now, only 168,325 patients were vaccinated during hospitalization out of more than 7 fucking million high-risk patients hospitalized. That's insane. How does this even happen? This is, of course, based on the 2014 national inpatient sample that was sourced. That's the largest database that American hospitals have. And about 1.8% of hospitalized patients over the age of 50 were likely to be vaccinated during hospitalization, and that's like fucking nothing. Literally less than 2% compared to 15% of the general population, as confirmed by the researchers involved in this. So the vaccination rates were also lower for other high-risk groups. Honestly, Roshni Mandania, a medical student at Texas Tech University who led this study team, said, "The results we found are staggering. It's impossible to ignore the positive effect the flu vaccine can have on serious cardiac complications. These groups should have the highest vaccination rates because they are at the most risk of all of us. However, our findings prove it's just the opposite. Flu vaccinations are so underutilized as to be practically non-existent." And these preliminary findings only looked at immunization in the hospital setting. It's possible some patients received the flu vaccine in outpatient care, but honestly, the results just aren't in for that. There hasn't been enough funding to follow up on a study concerning that potential. But what we do know now is that the flu shot does more good. It turns out that the flu and pneumonia shots may also reduce a person's risk of developing Alzheimer's disease in the future. And that's according to 2 separate abstracts presented at the Alzheimer's Association International Conference on Monday, opening this work week. Now, there's no cure for Alzheimer's yet, but getting proper sleep, nutrition, and exercise may influence a person's individual risk. That's been shown by research. It's possible that getting vaccinated falls in that category. So if getting flu or pneumonia vaccinations can reduce the risk of Alzheimer's, that's important to get out to the public. That was something that I confirmed in a call with Alzheimer's Association Chief Science Officer Maria Carrillo. So, honestly, if at this point you're not sold on getting your goddamn shot, you're basically far more of a nihilist who wants to see the human race annihilated than Jameson Reese ever was. But one thing I will recommend, get a goddamn full night's sleep to increase your flu shot's effectiveness. Before you get a flu shot, get good sleep, or you might pay the price, like what happened to V. We all know how much better we feel after a good night's sleep, and it turns out that sleep may be vital to arm us in the fight against influenza and COVID-19. Medical professionals are recommending that people make sure to get their flu shots this year, of course, in part because some COVID-19 and flu symptoms are they're identical. A flu shot reduces the likelihood that your symptoms, if you get sick, are from the flu, so we can almost assume outright you've got the COVID. If you've had the flu shot before and you start manifesting the symptoms, then you've got CV-19 more than likely. And that makes at least that easier to start dealing with. Now, to make that flu shot effective for what it's supposed to do, which is protect you from the flu, the sleep specialist, Matthew Walker, the best-selling author of the book entitled Why We Sleep, that V was that V was toting under her arm, he basically was saying that practicing good sleep hygiene is important. That's the message I got out of that book when I skimmed through it. You see, insufficient sleep in the week before getting a flu shot can lead to the production of less than 50% of the normal antibody response, a reaction that would render the flu shot largely ineffective. So my man Jameson Reese is saying, I'm fucked in the sleep department. This is why we've got to make certain he gets something to help him get a... You know, honestly, my parents, I would take them to the Lakeside Senior Clinic for the gerontologists, the doctors who specialize in treating senior citizens, to get their flu shot on Halloween of every year, October 31st, when everybody would be dressed in their Halloween costumes to administer the shots. And I would recommend that, even though everything's hitting us early this year, by October 31st, or the day after, you should be able to get yourself something to help you sleep, and then get the shot maybe in the first week of November. Is that possible, Jameson?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll make that a plan. Make that the plan. And so it's not too late at all. Look, fuck, we've only got a few days before Halloween anyway, so I'm sure you'll make it.
Dude, you forget one thing. Time for me is extremely slower than your average person.
I get it.
So what seems like a few days for one person is for me actually like a week.
I hear you. I know it'll be rough. I have every confidence you can make it. At any rate, again, when I speak of this guy Matthew Walker and the book I was skimming that he had, he specializes in the relationship between sleep and human health at the University of California, Berkeley. So at some point or another, I was going to run into this guy one way or the other anyway, either personally or through his work. He's right across the bay. But just remember what I said. Insufficient sleep in the week before getting a flu shot could lead to the production of less than 50% of the normal antibody response. And that's a reaction that would render your flu shot largely ineffective. So Walker cited a 2002 study published by the Journal of the American Medical Association, the JAMA, the JAMA, and a 2020 study in the International Journal of Behavioral Medicine that supports these findings I'm articulating to you now, suggesting that sleep on nights prior to vaccination are probably quite critical to vaccine efficacy. So the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research does have ongoing studies investigating the relationship between sleep and immunity, and future planned studies to investigate sleep and vaccine efficacy. For Walker, the examinations like this could represent a huge breakthrough for our resistance. Jeez, are you all right?
Yeah. Sorry about that. I got to.
Well, for Walker, examinations like that could represent a huge breakthrough for our resistance to the coronavirus. We then need to study, is there that same relationship between sleep and your successful COVID immunization? Because if there is, then that could also be a game changer. But overall, whatever the case, sleep strengthens our immune systems. Lack of sleep doesn't just reduce the effectiveness of your flu shot. That's because your body is actually repairing and restoring itself on a cellular level while you sleep. So, like Walker's book was teaching myself when I skimmed through it, individuals who are sleeping less than 7 hours are 3 times more likely to become infected by the rhinovirus, or the common cold. We know that individuals who are sleeping 5 hours or less a night are 70% more likely to contract pneumonia. We're supposed to get between 7 and 10 hours of sleep each night, depending on our age. A variety of health conditions, including mood swings, paranoia, depression. Jameson said he gets 3 to 4, which is just fucking sucks. But since he was a kid, oh my god. Well, there you go. Again, we're supposed to get between 7 and 10, depending on our age. And like I said, a variety of health conditions. This includes mood swings, paranoia, depression, high blood pressure, a weakened immunosystem, weight gain, and lower libido, the depression of your sex drive, have all been linked to lack of sleep in multiple studies that are cross-referenced. It's also linked to a higher risk of some cancers, dementia, diabetes, stroke, and cardiovascular disease. That means heart disease, people. And sleeping less than the recommended amount on a regular basis can even double your risk of dying early. That's according to a longitudinal study of 10,308 British civil servants. People who reduced their sleep from 7 to 5 hours or fewer a night were nearly twice as likely to die from all causes, but especially from cardiovascular disease. So ask yourself if it's hard to sleep right now. It can be hard to get good sleep right now. There has been reported uptick in people sleeping badly throughout this pandemic. A study by the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 36% of Americans reported difficulty sleeping this summer due to stress about the pandemic. It's clear that the economic instability and anxiety about catching the virus has significantly contributed to an increase in sleep disruption. But it's not all bad news. Some people's sleep has actually increased. A survey conducted by Monash University in Melbourne, Australia, suggested why this may be the case. Initial results taken by around 1,600 people from 60 different nation-states around the world showed that 42% said they were getting better sleep, reporting a sleep-wake behavior more in line with their body clocks. These findings haven't been published yet, but they will be published later this year. With the second wave, well, the third really on the horizon, and the new normal of our routines at home, many people no longer have to wake early to commute to work or get the kids up early from school. If there's flexibility, people start to drift closer to their natural tendencies. If you're having trouble sleeping, there are some steps you can take, but remember, it's worth consulting your doctor if you're worried about your sleep. It's that important. So if you need more sleep, you can train your body to get more restful sleep with a few key steps. Make it certain your bed and pillows are comfortable and that the room is cool. Between 60 and 67 degrees is best. Don't work or watch television in your bedroom. So your brain knows that your bedroom is just for sleeping. It's like when you're trying to study or do some work in the kitchen and you find that you keep stopping to eat. That's because your brain associates the kitchen with food. If you want to get anything done, get out of the fucking kitchen. Make certain that your bedroom is associated in your brain with sleep. Get the TV out of it. And don't do any work in it. And avoid coffee, tea, and other stimulants after 3 p.m. and any fatty foods before bedtime. Now, of course, there's people out there like me, and we have what's called a paradoxical effect. You know, if doctors say this, where, you know, you avoid the coffee and tea after 3 p.m. and all that shit, okay, none of us are going to do that. The reality is that I can drink a Coke, a big 16-ouncer, and go straight to sleep. Because that's the way I am. I get what Jameson's saying. He's basically... Let me read what he's saying here. He says, comfort, nope. Bedroom, nowhere else to work. Stimulants, nope. Damn, life expectancy 40. Jameson Reese is probably going to live to be 90. You just watch and wait and see. Guys like him hang around bitching all day. It's like the Boondocks. Who was that guy who they said, I forgot what he was.
Stink meaner?
Yes! Yes! I see it. You're like stink meaner. You'll be around, just bitching everybody out. Yeah, so there you go with that. Thank you.
Man. Yeah. You literally just cursed me right there. That's good.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Condemned to live to 90.
Yes, I condemned him. Yes, he'll hate me forever now. Yes, he's trapped on Earth in a body he never wanted. Actually, his body's you've got a body people would be envious of. So
yeah, I actually do want to have this body for a very long time.
There we go.
I'd like to keep it in this particular shape.
There we go. For
maybe a good 1,000 years.
There we are.
And I could reign the earth and bring everything back to order that makes sense.
Well, there we go. He'd start by, of course, eliminating the humans from the food chain and leaving it with the animals.
We'll start by opening the 7 seals and just, let everything else play out.
Yeah, well, the apocalypticism aside for now, for the sleep, don't
worry, I won't call myself the beast.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, the white boys always do that. That's the the Aleister Crowley trip and all that. One thing that people need to do: eliminate the blue light of cell phones or laptops and all other lights for bedtime, and dull the sounds too. Use earplugs or a white noise machine if you have to. But you can also get a white noise effect with a humidifier or a fan. So you don't need to buy one specifically. But it's
you can also use radio static.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And honestly, the moment you turn that goddamn computer screen on, you have flooded your brain with all the chemicals that respond to light. And it's subconsciously your brain reflexively, physiologically, reacts to that as sunlight. So, don't turn on the goddamn computer anytime during the night if you're trying to sleep. And get good exposure to natural light during the day, since that will help you regulate your circadian rhythm. Again, I'm not baseline human. I'm not saying this like it's some kind of joke or self-indulgence. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I can drink blood in fairly large amounts. There's no human being can do that, all right? So I'm not you. I don't need the sunlight or the daylight. I can whack off to porn on the goddamn computer screen and go straight to sleep if I wanted to afterwards. I'm not you. Don't do as I do as I say. And establish a nightly bedtime routine. Taking a warm shower or bath, listening to calm music, reading a book, meditating, or doing light stretches. They're all good options. And finally, honestly, do some research. Look up what you can do to help yourself sleep. And you notice I haven't mentioned drugs. And, but honestly, I don't see why people have problems with taking something to help them sleep. But I notice that most of the people I talk to, when I say, oh, why don't you just take an Ambien? Judith Hager couldn't do it after a while. She just said she wouldn't do it because it's so, how do I say it? She said it was just she noted that many people had violent effects on Ambien, and this is true.
Ambien actually had some very interesting effects on me. It caused me to paint in a different way, and the paintings I were producing were just much. There was something about it that I found, like, once I entered that state, it became really hard to walk or do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would force myself to sit up and paint for hours doing it. And, dude, there's something interesting there if you're an artist.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
I'm not going to deny that. I mean,
you got to write the state. You have to write the state, like, right before you go to sleep. You know, if you write it, like, you edge it, you try to pull out as much as you can, like try to push yourself super hard to still draw and whatnot, and you will be able to get some really trippy shit, man. I actually kind of found myself hallucinating on this stuff. When I would, like, close my eyes, I'd get close-eyed visuals, but the sleep was all right.
Uh-huh.
I averaged about 4 hours.
Oh my God. Well, I'm
5
not.
hours.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, honestly, it's I mean, you do know that some people have done a kind of sleepwalking where they've gotten into the car and were sleep driving and, went over to their mother-in-law's and murdered her.
I knew someone who did that.
Yeah.
I knew, yeah. There, in a substance abuse program, I knew someone who was like, he was prescribed Ambien. He wound up going to the program at like 3 a.m. Then he, like, figured, like, why is no one answering?
Oh shit!
Then when he finally woke up, he realized he drove all the way there.
Oh my
in his
God!
sleep.
That's so scary.
And the doctor I have, who's responsible for monitoring me for the sleep apnea, tells me that sometimes people on Ambien, they'll get up and they'll walk to their fridge and they'll just start eating. And they won't remember themselves eating while they're in their sleep. That
is what Judith Hager was scared of. Now, Judith Hager is this thin little waif, and like all women, women worry about their weight the way men worry about their hair. And
well, I actually worry about my weight just as much as they do, to be honest with you.
Well, I hear you. And if I had your ripped, cut, buff, yeah, I'd be worried about it too. But that's on average, most men don't fucking care. And when it comes to women, however, they obsess about their weight, and to a pathological degree, and that's basically what that is. And so she didn't want to eat at night. That's why she won't take the Ambien, and because it drove her to eat at night. She wants to maintain her weight down. I mean, oh my God. So there we go with that. And honestly, but if I don't understand why more people are just not taking advantage of drugs. So it doesn't sound like the Ambien did anything negative. So why aren't you using Ambien to help you sleep?
After a while, it just didn't work.
Okay, and then that's not surprising.
After a while, and then I think the thing that helped me the most was probably the THC. And I might decide to, like, take a drop from the thing instead of. But the stuff is, like, super concentrated, so I got to be careful. Mm-hmm. So if I start bugging out and I start seeing the room spinning, and I come on air and I'm like, my heart's beating 100 miles an hour. I got to go to the hospital. You'll know that I took too much.
There you go. Oh my God.
But for some reason, like, there's this weird pain that comes in the stomach, I find, on THC, and I think a lot of people are tempted to eat because of that reason. But if you don't eat, the trip will be a lot more intense.
No doubt. Yes, that is true. That I can believe. And so, There we have that. Thank you for the. By the way, I'm not being facetious towards you. I'm honestly, it's one of those things where it's like people can't help themselves. It's like what they do, right? I mean, this is like it's like asking somebody when they drop some acid. Most of the time the experienced drug abuser will say, don't waste it jacking off. But this is what they do. They turn some pornographic experience into a 3D movie trip or something like that. It's just what people do.
The best thing to do is to just go blank, like literally close your eyes and just like turn on some music. And after a while, when the synesthesia kicks in, that's, it's the synesthesia, I think, that's the most addictive aspect of any of these experiences, the synesthesia to music, And I've noticed that, I had this trip, like, I don't know, I think it was like a few days ago, where literally I closed my eyes and all of a sudden I saw like this centipede. And then it was kind of like I was on this roller coaster, but I was like this centipede simultaneously, and it just stretched on forever. It was totally fractal.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know if you had a chance to talk with Mr. Pac-Man Morales, and I don't know how deeply he went into it. Both of you were talking about something while I was taking a break. Pac-Man Morales hasn't been with us that often, or on with us that often, but when he was on, I know I had to take a break to do something, and you and he were talking for a while. So I don't know if you guys talked about magic, but he had some very similar trippy experiences.
We were talking about I think we were talking about the sleep paralysis in the show, because we sort of shared that sort of similar experience, where all of a sudden these like really deformed, ugly looking gray-like beings that are super dwarfed and short would like all of a sudden be sitting on your chest.
Mm-hmm.
But then, that period happened to me, and it lasted for 5 years. And I think that was more or less a sort of forced initiation that I had indirectly thrown myself into when I had decided to do the Cult of Lam, meditation exercise. Mm-hmm. And so that was like the dark side of it. Whereas the astral voyages and meeting these tall gray-like entities was like the light side of it. So it's sort of like going through the Sephiroth and Qliphoth at the same time, and then you start to realize that they're both the same tree. Mm-hmm. But then, reading what I'm reading about the way reality works in the with the voodoo quantum like connection, there, I'm starting to realize that this is not the densest layer of reality. Malkuth, and this is where I think Michael Aquino might have found something, and that's how I also think he might have found it, because I was thinking about this while I was walking through Manhattan, that with the probabilistic nature of this reality and the fact that things seem to be able to exist in two different states at once, a particle and a wave, that's not completely dense when you think about it, because you can be either one thing or the other simultaneously. So in other words, there will have to be something denser than this, right, that we have stumbled onto as far as like the Kabbalah or occultism is concerned. And that's where I think he might have bumped into that wicked tree that you were talking about.
Okay. Yeah. So that's thank you. That's important. I appreciate your bringing that up.
And the other thing I think that provided some that pointed me towards that conclusion was the fact that you said that if you were to use the Vaksarka, what would happen?
Right.
And when I realized what would happen is that sort of reality of being static and stuck, that would be far denser than anything that this reality represents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, definitely.
So it makes perfect sense.
Okay, and yeah, that is the case. By the way, I appreciate the fact that you're having a good ongoing running conversation with in the super chat, and I encourage more people to join in that. Travis Moss and Jameson Reese have been exchanging the messages with each other. And again, deeply appreciate it. And of course, yes, don't forget to stick in the PayPal Douglas Dietrich link again. And of course, we do invite anyone to use the $ down below and push it to the limit, which is hardly a ceiling. I mean, actually, it's too much of a ceiling. It's too low of a ceiling.
He asked an interesting question though. This is what I was always curious about. He said Kino certainly had a grandpa monster look to him. Were his eyebrows natural?
Well, yes and no, in the sense that they were naturally very bushy, and what he did was he exaggerated and accentuated that into the horned brow. He had a natural tendency towards that formation in his eyebrows, but he did everything he could to exaggerate that.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, everybody who was a member of his cult that could do so also did that. And
I mean, I got bushy brows that sort of have like this slight horn to them, but I don't accentuate it. I just don't groom them. I don't have a reason to groom the eyebrows. Just let them do whatever they do. I figure.
Oh no, I hear you. You know what's
it's
really
kind of odd to see somebody who like takes the time to like get gel.
Right, but you know what's interesting to me, just as a total aside here that sounds totally whacked, there was an excellent film review of the Incredibles, was that Pixar film, and there was an excellent film review done by a white guy who intentionally was making himself look like a Kino. He even had the same voice. He even had the same presentation mannerism, but he wasn't dressed like a member of the Temple of Set. He was dressed, rather hokily, but just kind of like, if I remember correctly, more like a Captain Kangaroo type figure or something. But he was, he had a very sardonic humor, and he had his eyebrows, well, beyond grotesquely exaggerated. It was obvious he was wearing, fake eyebrows to that point. Where he was trying to make himself look like a Kino. No, the interesting thing is, I don't know why he was doing that, but at the same time, I know exactly why he was doing that. He was analyzing The Incredibles from a perspective where he was exposing the film for what it is, which is just awful. I mean, it's just downright, dark and evil, and purely elitist. But he was pointing out the fact that Pixar's Incredibles was that unless you're born to be a great person, literally it's genetic, then you were never going to do anything for the world. And that no matter what you tried to do anything for the world, you were destined to never be anything other than what you are. And that if anyone tried to break that pattern, they would automatically be a villain and would ultimately be punished with death. And this is essentially the message of The Incredibles. If you take a look at it, it was exactly as he said. The Incredibles are born with, we're born with talent.
What's absurd about the entire philosophy is a lot of times great people, normal people, become great by accident. Sometimes, And so they have to make choices that build them up into great people.
Yes, it's
a lot of times people don't have the choice but to be great because that's the only way they can survive.
Thank you.
So there's a sort of environmental pressure that forces normal people to have to grow into something that's abnormal.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. It's oftentimes.
So that's what completely dispels the elitist. That reality is enough to dispel the elitism. And that's one of my most jabbing critiques to people who are ethnic ethnic supremacist of any type, of any ethnicity, is because you can't be born, just because you're genetically born a certain way doesn't mean you can LARP off of everyone else's accomplishments and do absolutely nothing and say, oh, look at what we've done. What the fuck did you do? You sit on the couch slamming 40 ounces all day.
Oh my God. Yes. And so there you go. It's all I can say is that we're in such horrible times now. All I can say is that hopefully people can arise to the task, rise to the situation. But definitely.
I don't see it happening.
I hear you. Yes, I understand your
Honestly, I would
skepticism.
say that the closest thing to something sensible I've ever seen was perhaps, and this is going to sound kind of dark, but the idea of a star child, not in the sense that Parsons tried to do it, but in rather the sense of a sort of hybridization between humans and like paranormal entities. That's the best bet we have, because I don't see the human species existing as a physical construct as we are.
Okay.
That's I think 10 years and that's it.
Well, I've heard that before, of course. Well, we don't want to overdwell on that. I don't personally agree with that. I mean, honestly,
Well,
there's
I,
an...
I'm being optimistic here because I look at it like this. It'd be better to die with dignity than to degenerate into something far, far less and hideous than human.
Well, some may argue we've already done that in many ways. Honestly, take a look at my gang stalkers. I mean, that's an example of what I think we're as low as we can go.
Yeah, well, that's why I say all the more reason for a mercy killing.
I can see the argument for that too. It's very tempting.
I mean, put it down before it starts to just until the future generations start to look like, four fingers and like, just all be monstrously dumb and. I mean, maybe they'll start doing dumb, degenerated things like tripping over their shoes just for, fun or something.
Well, if you ever saw that episode of Family Guy where he said that Tucson, Arizona was the stupidest city in the world, and he gets off at the airport, and everybody's punching each other's nuts, and there's some people punching their own nuts, and it's that's I mean, we're at that now. I mean, we've been there for quite some time now already. It's honestly,
That's
there's
the problem. I think it would be divine mercy to just put it out of its misery. Whatever survives, I would say we could maybe save some genetic samples of the human race, and maybe let the Jinn take it or whatever. Let some other species take it and do whatever they will with it. See what they come up with.
yes.
What if the Cho merged with humans, or what if the ghoul merged with humans? See what else happens. I mean, I would just be honestly curious, just out of I don't know, a nightmarish curiosity to see what else can happen.
What you bring up is kind of like, how would I say it, the idea of a ghoul merging with a human being would have to only be done through genetic engineering, because of course it's one of those questions of who plays with their food to the point of actually fucking their food. It's hard to imagine the ghoul fucking humanity when their chattel are objects of sustenance. But
that's all the more reason why there would be some to some degree of perverse humor in seeing what the outcome is.
No, I hear you. Yeah, you can almost imagine it just on the basis of the perversity is such that you can almost expect something like that happening maybe at some point. But it's definitely how do I say it? We're in very bad times, and we're going to see all kinds of things that people just never believed before, and probably considered phantasmagorical, or in other words, literally fantasy. And
I look forward to some of those things, and I suspect that I'm starting to think more and more that Lebanon and Beirut, that particular area, holds something of significance, because it seems to be really drawing me in for some reason. Not like I want to go there, but like, I would want to scry and see if there's anything hidden there. There's got to be something.
By the way, I apologize for yawning. It has nothing to do with you. It's definitely something that it's just obviously I've been through a lot lately with the partying, and
Oh yeah. I mean, no doubt. No doubt, man. You got to replenish some brain cells.
yeah, yes, and I'll be doing that sometime soon. But do want to
You have the
get.
privilege where you could do that. Me, I don't think I could make up for whatever I lost. I got
It's well well, really, do we need that many brain cells? Honestly, it's like we seem to do well enough without thinking most of the time during our lives. We drive without thought. So
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, what happens when you see what I'm looking for is that in between point. What is there? Because I know it exists, and I know that's the place where like the real phenomenon start to occur. There's a point in between thought and not thought. There's a point between what's conscious and what's not conscious. To just get to that point, to try to see what can be pulled out there. Because I'm certain that most of the success I've had with magic is responsible for that sort of in between state. And I'm starting to realize more and more that the what brings on the phenomenon isn't the altered state itself, nor is it the intention behind it, but it's somewhere in between.
hmm okay, and aside from that, you're welcome to go further. I mean, tell us more about because I'm still looking for things to analyze. I pretty much think I've found what I will concentrate on. I can't promise anything more to the public than talking actually about the election. Really, I'll promote.
For God's sake, that's a dead horse.
Come on, don't say
I
that.
will say
Don't
that
say.
I voted already. I had a mail-in ballot, so I did my part.
And that's good. And that's good. And believe me, it's oh my God, if Jameson Reese cares enough to vote, there's no excuse for anyone else.
Well, it's more or less fearing for my life
Thank you.
because
Yeah.
4 more years of Trump guarantees that I will get shot and hung, and my whole community will be up in flames because and there'll be nothing but people with white hoods roaming the streets 24/7.
Yeah. No, this is true. This is true. Do not think otherwise. Honestly, really, people just don't fucking get it how serious the situation is. This is life or death, and I was appreciative of the fact that Peter Moon said that what he said about Fox, that he qualified it, that he doesn't usually get the news from them, and he also went into the Murdoch machine in Australia. I was impressed that he did that. I was actually very glad that that he went that route. So definitely surprised, but pleasantly so. And for those of you who don't know, of course, the individual who has us going to Mount Shasta, sometime this next year, since we had to cancel it for this year because of COVID, he's he lives on the mountain, and he's like kind of an enlightened hippie. And then what happened was Crystal River had a bunch of jokes up on her timeline about the candidates, and she has roasted both candidates equally. Honestly, we've seen her cartoons about Biden, and they're funny as hell. And then she was making fun of Trump. And William Shalimar, who lives up on Mount Shasta, got on her ass. And bear in mind, she's one of the speakers scheduled for Mount Shasta, and he got on her ass. Oh, don't talk about Trump, and and that was so. Oh, come on, man, where's the spirituality? I mean, but and he and Peter Moon feel a sense of comfort zone with Trump, and we've got to remember that.
What baffles me is this,
Yeah.
and this is what I can't understand is, okay, if you like a candidate, that's fine, but why do they feel the need to defend him vociferously?
Yeah.
I've never seen that with any other candidate. I've never seen someone be like, "You better not talk about George Bush."
Yeah. No, it's
I haven't even seen anyone do that for Obama. You better stop talking about Obama.
yeah. Wait, I actually saw that once. It was on Facebook. There was somebody who was white or something who said I was like some kind of phony because I had said some things that were critical of Obama, and I was like, really? I mean, oh my God, there's just some people who just have a very simplistic mindset, and
What I think the reason why I gravitated towards you was the fact that you seem to be nonpartisan, and that you seem to see the degeneracy of both parties, whereas everyone else was like on one side or the other. And I had grown sick of like the I know the sort of, especially when Trump came into office, the entire UFO community, everyone in the alternative information community, they all sort of just stood in line and was like, well, Trump is gonna do this, Trump is gonna expose the truth about the extraterrestrials. Trump is in such fire because he's the one who's gonna save America. I mean, I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? He's a stooge that's gonna be. They're putting Trump in office for a reason, because he's the quote unquote Trump card. He's gonna make America so fucking bad that everyone's gonna be forced to vote for his opposition, who's going to make America. Well, let me not go there. You and I can have that talk in private. I'm sure you already know where this is going, and you can see that there's validity to it.
yes. Believe me, it's not lost on me what you're saying, and so I definitely appreciate what you're saying. I of course I want to emphasize to people that your skepticism about the survival of the human race is in some ways wishful thinking, because I think you would agree with me on this. Human beings are like cockroaches. No matter what you do to try to kill them, they seem to rebound, despite how...
That's what I'm afraid of.
I knew you'd say that. Yeah,
no, I'm being dead honest with you. I'm not even joking. I'm not being flippant. I'm saying, like, listen, my mindset is this, maybe I'm channeling something that just makes me think this way. Because personally, would I want the entire species to die out when my ass is still alive? Hell fucking no. If that happens, that means I'm dead. I'm guaranteed to fucking die. Even if I become God, I'll be God for like a week, and then by then I'll be fucking so stark raving insane that it won't even fucking matter. Then I'll wind up dying because I'll get gored by a bear or some shit, or I'll wind up with some virus. Somebody save me! I can't save me. I'll be having like conversations to myself, like Tom Hanks in that fucking horrible fucking movie.
Island movie. Oh my God! Yes, it was like yeah, Tom Hanks.
Like
yes,
it was like the worst shit that I've ever sat through.
Did you ever see The Polar Express with Tom Hanks? Did you ever see that animated piece where Tom Hanks is everybody in The Polar Express? He does everything. And the way when they were interviewing him for that film, and he was saying, yeah, all they needed was a great actor. He's referring to himself as the great actor. And I'm like, fucking really? We saw this with Eddie Murphy in the Smutty Professor, where he did every role as well, where he played played the female roles as well, right? Well, there were no female roles in the Polar Express, so people, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't believe the cartoon, the Polar Express, which is what it is, the cartoon, had a single female role. I think maybe the only other actor in it was a child, and I'm surprised that Tom Hanks didn't even try to pull that off with, hey, Sparky, or something stupid, but he did every other role. And I was just saying it's too bad they didn't have a female role in the Polar Express so we could see Tom Hanks fuck himself. But, that's, I guess he did that with the males anyway. He probably did it with a kid.
There's something weird about the guy.
Oh, he's just awful.
Just looking at him, I don't know what it is.
He's.
I can't put my hand on it, but I would say that there's something almost kind of creepy about him.
Yeah, to say the least. And so It's definitely, I can see why people just don't like him. The funny thing I forgot to bring up with Peter Moon with his dream about, George Clooney killing somebody.
George Clooney.
Yeah. Do you remember? What do you remember? Christine Joanna Hart? Were you listening to me when Christine Joanna Hart was going through her George Clooney trips? That he was coming into her home and shit.
Yeah, that was fucking. Oh my god, that's just bizarre.
Yeah. So there you go.
Why George Clooney of all people is he like a special? I don't know. Now I'm gonna start thinking that there's something off about George Clooney.
What can I say? He's just like he's a bit of a wimp. Remember he was saying how afraid he was of his wife. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but he was like,
no.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, I'm the woman I fear most on earth is my wife," and he was going through that, and I was like, whatever, I mean, it was bizarre. I know
was he saying that jokingly, or
no,
was he
no, he was trying to say this in such a way that probably what he meant to say was that he was afraid to lose her. But it didn't come out right. It's a lot of these guys, they don't know how to express themselves really, even if they're actors. You see, because the problem is most actors, they need a script, right? And without a script, they just sound odd. Who else was stuck in that kind of role that I was thinking of the other day? But with George Clooney, I remember when Peter Moon said he was in a very funny comedy. I think I know which one he was talking about, where he was mismatched with some other guy who was driving him mad or something, and it was some comedy in which, another mismatched partnership kind of comedy. But we'll see what happens with that. I can't believe they're going through with the second debate. So it's bizarre to me that this is going through. Actually, not the second debate, but the third. Really, this is technically the third debate because they canceled the second. So I'm looking around trying to look for things to analyze. Of course, the debate.
They need to do satire on that. They totally need to do because everyone did a satire on the first debate. So.
Well, what about the Kamala Harris with, the guy with the fly on his head, Mike Pence, which is all anybody remembers? These things are they're so whacked. You don't even need to do a satire. I mean, they satirize themselves.
They satire themselves.
Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
I mean, I was walking by the TV because I don't watch TV at all. I don't even watch movies or anime anymore. I read manga still, but I spend more time outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
I literally can't stand being stuck in my room for too long.
Mm-hmm. And that's understandable. I mean, you're doing the right thing by going outside and walking around with your scuba diving suits.
Well, walking around is the only time I don't feel this dull, aching pain where it feels like a raging storm going on inside. So as long as I'm physically moving, I'm okay. Once I stop physically moving, if I'm not drawing or writing or playing games becomes angering because once I get my ass whooped, I just go berserk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And tell us a bit about the gaming. I want to hear something about this. What's going on with that lately? The games you've been.
I've sort of grown disinterested in Guild Wars 2 because it seems like more of a game that's based on your reaction time and reflexes, and it starts to bore the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
But I still do find some degree of satisfaction with Magic the Gathering, which I have to sort of strategize and come up with a deck that can beat other decks. The only thing is a lot of people will whoop my ass because they could just purchase cards online. And I'm like, why do I want to spend my money to purchase cards in a game that I'm getting my ass whooped at all the time? It seems like a waste of money.
Yeah.
So it's like, fuck it.
Yeah,
but I can only do it for so long until I just start to feel like, okay, I got to get the fuck out of here.
Right. And by the way, I remember that wasn't this one of the things Noreen jumped on when you were talking about the gaming? It was the gaming. She jumped on that.
Yeah, she was like, not all gamers are the same, and I was like, well, how the fuck would you know?
I was about to say she doesn't strike me as much as a gamer. So yeah, where does that?
It's like if you don't play games, how can you tell me? Not no shit. Not every gamer is the same. Not every human being is the same. We all have different genetic DNA makeups, but there are gamers who have similar traits, or they act in certain ways that seems to be similar. And so you would see a pattern, and you would take that pattern, and you would say, okay, a large number of the community seem to behave in X and X type of way. That's I mean, it means basic statistics. I mean, and so it was baffling when she was like doing that. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, that was pretty. How would I say it? That was pretty. Well, we can move on from that.
Yeah. And again, if she's listening, there's nothing against you personally, Noreen. It's just communication between you and I is exceptionally difficult.
Mm-hmm. It's well, I can understand that as well because she's not in an environment where it's conducive to having any real experience with communicating. She's on Revolution Radio. So it's definitely, how would I say it, just kind of...
Yeah, but, I mean, even when you were on Revolution Radio, though, you still maintained your own personality. It's not like you're in a room in the vicinity of the people, working next to them, breathing the same air. So, I mean, you could still be who you are, even if you're around people who are vastly different than you. You don't have to sort of go with the flow.
Yeah, it's all I can say is that most people can't do what I can do, which is maintain a sense of individuality in an extremely hostile environment. I've been doing that all my life.
I have too.
Yes, that's right.
That's another reason why we relate so well. Because I've had no choice but to.
Yeah,
I've had to fight and defend my individuality amongst people who you would think would be more open-minded due to the fact that the community has been targeted by this, that, and everything else. But no, everyone's as closed-minded as the very oppressors that target them.
Yeah, and it's definitely, how would I say it? We're in a situation now where at least people are now forced to turn more and more towards people like you and I, and so we'll see what comes of that. Definitely, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm looking around and I see that we've got the debate coming up, so I'm going to try and provide some analysis there to give us some kind of potential. I don't want to start it just yet. I need to buy some time, but.
I'm probably going to wind up going to sleep like around 7 because I do have an appointment to go to therapy.
Oh, good.
I've got myself enrolled in a substance abuse program. I decided I don't want to be that 40-year-old guy who can only bring to the table, dude, I was tripping on fucking fractals. It's like, why don't I... Well, it's like, okay, I wear black, I look like this badass occultist. Shit, man, why don't I just do tie-dye and, like, have, like, the dreadlocks and have, like, the 420 shirt and the sandals and the fucking, bell-bottoms?
Now that I haven't seen in forever. Bell-bottoms. Bell-bottoms, the fashion that you don't expect will ever come back. But
you know what impressed me about that era, though? I have to say is that what I did like about it was the fact that there was, to some degree, a sort of androgyny to the styles. And there's something about the 70s and 80s that I respected, that sort of androgynous sort of where people weren't where people weren't like trying to be overly masculine or feminine. People were just like it was like a very short-lived age of Aquarius, and now we're in the age of who knows what the fuck this is.
Yeah, it's definitely it's like you say, there's no categorization for it because it'll take decades to sort this out.
And everyone's overly hung up on, well, I don't want to be a masculine male, but I have to be a masculine male. Well, I have to be a feminine female, but not be feminine. No, I want to be a feminine female, but I want to also be a little androgynous. It's like, what the fuck are you guys on about?
Oh, yes.
Just be a fucking individual.
Yes, yeah. Well, in terms of America, people have so many hang-ups, and this whole thing about
it's gotten worse, though. It's gotten worse over the decades.
It has. It
really
has. And so when you have this kind of how do I place it? How do I say this? I don't think most Americans know what they are.
I think what they're trying to do is they because they don't know what they are. You know, the West is supposed to be philosophically where one explores uncharted territory and experiments. Mm-hmm. But instead, what seems to be doing is they seem to be grafting onto what someone else wants them to be. Mm-hmm. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so
prepackaged identities.
Yes, and so let me see now. In terms of what I can find, there's a lot going on. I'm not quite sure how, because you have to get up early, tomorrow, comparatively speaking. What time is it right now in New York, please?
5:06.
5:06. So, okay, 5, 6, 6, 7. Okay. Oh, well, you don't have long at all. Definitely, I'll have to start talking. So I'll do a promotion for Benestanius and then.
Well, there's something interesting going on with arms deals to Taiwan, like $1 billion arms sales to Taiwan. I'm looking at the Associated Press right now.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they're mostly focused on Trump. And God, I hate the guy because, honestly, I was indifferent to him. But it's like every other fucking day he has to be in the news. He can't live without it. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Stop being a fucking high school bitch.
Yes. Oh God, yeah. And it's you're right. It's pretty fucking bad. It's awful. And he invades our minds and is driving us all to madness. There's
a pumpkin that weighs 2 tons and 350 pounds that won a California contest.
You're gonna. So this is the opening for the punchline about Trump, right? This is right.
I'm being dead serious. I'm hoping they use this to feed people and they don't just decide to chunk it. Because how they do that. They do that wasting food shit.
That's stupid. Yeah, the pumpkin chunk bullshit. Yes, that's... oh my God.
Every once in a while you get someone who tries to chunk a pumpkin and they fire the thing backwards and it hits somebody's face and it's up on one of those gore sites.
Oh my God, yeah. So yes, hopefully they don't do that. But
I bet you this thing was radiate. I bet you this thing has uranium in it.
They did find the mutation of plants to larger sizes around 3 Mile Island, which was never reported throughout the United States. Nobody ever said anything about it. It's
Well, there were also mutations around Fukushima with some of these, with some of the sunflowers.
Well, the sunflowers. In case you didn't know, the sunflowers were planted for that reason. The idea that they planted all the sunflowers was to basically to absorb the radiation. And
I tell you, if it wasn't for the earthquakes and some of the harshest weather and the tsunamis, I would want to be in Japan. I'd be like, maybe I'd be like this. I don't know. Maybe I'd try to be an adult entertainer or something.
Well, that would be the place to do it, really. I mean, honestly, Japan is
America. This place is dead.
no, yeah, and I can understand. Many people I know would much rather live in Japan, so I can relate to that, of course. And so, yeah, I would even encourage it for many people to take that route. Well, what I'm going to do here is just make certain I reach over here and hydrate myself a little bit before I start talking. So give me just a second, and I will get myself get enough in my mouth to go nonstop for a little bit, and get everybody informed for the night about what I can, which is going to be fairly, electoral stuff for the most part. And but hey, you gotta hear it.
Oh, here's a good one. For the Darwin Awards, too much candy. Man dies from eating bags of black licorice.
Mhm.
People don't realize that if you're eating real black licorice, it can get toxic in high doses.
Yeah, it's strange. Licorice is very addictive, and there are people who do that. They overdose on licorice, and you can wind up in the hospital. So it's it's sad. That's do you know what country this was in? America or what?
This is Massachusetts.
Oh shit. I'm surprised because.
Man, the problem is the glyceric acid.
In America, we don't really have much access to real licorice.
No, he got it imported. He had to have imported it.
Yeah, thank you. Because and because the licorice is in America is mostly just sugarized plastic, strips that they melt into a colorized kind of crap, and it's the real licorice is what's addictive, and people wind up sucking on that quite a bit, and to the point where they can wind up in the hospital. So I'm surprised you're familiar with it, but I'm impressed. Could you tell people the difference between real licorice and what we've got here, the shit we got here? Give them kind of a background on
Well,
it.
the shit we got here does not have. It's not made from the licorice root.
Plant, yeah, the licorice root, right?
Yeah. So, in other words, it's just fucking high fructose junk.
Thank you. High fructose corn syrup. That's what it is. It's just high fructose corn syrup.
And you might as well be eating plastic. It's the same shit.
Thank you. I mean, I was just.
In fact, there is a type of plastic that you can digest that goes through your system, and that you wind up pissing out. It's called polystyrenics.
Holy shit.
Because they have certain brands of the cough medicine with the dextromethorphan in it, called dextromethorphan polystyrenics. And so it's the Delsum, and people used to trip on Delsum, and I tripped on Delsum a few times. The visuals are out of this world, but it's just not. It doesn't have as good of a stimulant effect. You see, because my interest is the reason why I abuse this thing is not to trip. It's because if I were taking this, I wouldn't get out of bed. I'd be morbidly depressed.
I understand. Right.
And this is why I have to go to, address this tomorrow, because I need to figure out, listen, I'm going to you guys for help. You guys have got to put me on something that's going to be as good of an antidepressant as the drug I abuse.
Okay. Sounds good. I mean, that makes sense. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to burn through what I'll analyze so that you can get to sleep. Let me know as soon as we start approaching the time you need to check out. Okay? Towards 7.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And love you dearly, like a son. And just get that out of the way, because by the time we shut down, we'll probably shut down pretty quickly tonight. And
I will let the audience know. Good night, everybody.
Yes. And
if you have bed bugs, well, you probably want to get that checked out before going to sleep.
Is that what somebody said in the chat room, that they suspected they might have?
No. You know how they have that saying, "Don't let the bed bugs bite."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is supposed to be mine.
Okay. There we are. Thank you for clarifying that. That was rather chilling. And okay, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, as advertised by Family Guy as the stupidest city in the world. Why would you want to pass up any chance to travel there, especially amid COVID-19? But, take precautions, and everything should be all right. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from productions in cinematographic documentation or documentaries that he's been working to produce, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. The very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson, S-T-U-C-S-O-N. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or phone the Baron Ben Stenius to privately guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, don't forget to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're there in the right channel on YouTube when you see the young white girl with the big tits behind the Green Hardware Company t-shirt, and then you can go visit the videos that he wants you to see, which are all of them, of course, but that would include, especially I would presume, the drone footage of his landscaping throughout the state of Arizona. In the meantime, we were speaking about President Trump's interference with business earlier, how this has provoked Sugar Daddy, the husband of my son, to basically declare his stance in voting with Joseph Biden. One of the reasons for that is Trump's personal vendettas against businesses that he feels are progressive, liberal progressive. And one of the most liberal progressive institutions in America is Google. And so the Trump administration, along with 11 other states, all red states, Republican United Front of Russo collaborationists, has just sued Google, alleging the tech giant has stifled competition to remain atop the online search marketplace. The suit claims Google pays billions of dollars to tech companies like Apple and Samsung to operate as their default browsers, often forbidding any dealings with competitors. Google says its deals with other companies are no different than, sayest, a cereal brand paying for a prime spot in a grocery store. This is the largest antitrust case against a tech company in more than 2 decades, and it follows a year-long probe by the Department of Justice investigators into Google's position in the tech world. It also comes at a critical time, just a fortunate in 14 nights or 2 weeks before an election in which technology's platforms have been scrutinized for their impact on democracy. Google, of course, is liberal progressive and is therefore quite innocent of what we've seen with all the other venues or platforms like Twitter and Facebook, which have promoted the radicalization of the alternative right into the norm for the homebound senior population and the homebound white male supremacist incel or involuntary celibate population. Well, in terms of coronavirus, the United States just saw about 60,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day, triple what the daily average was back in June when restrictions began to ease. It's another sign that the United States is nearing what experts confirm is a rapid acceleration of the disease. In other words, yes, the fall surge will get worse. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, a former FDA, or Food and Drug Administration commissioner, says the United States is about 2 to 3 weeks behind whatever's happening in Europe. And right now, that's pretty bad. The United Kingdom's daily coronavirus death toll tripled from Monday to yesterday, and cities like Paris are dealing with curfews and other new restrictions. The Czech Republic, from whence sourced Pavel Edward, the hacker who tried to not only copyright my name but hijack my life, seemed to have vanished. Well, in terms of the Czech Republic, it seemed like they vanquished the virus in the summer thanks to intensive safety measures. But the Czech government is now bringing back a strict mask mandate as daily case counts are far higher than just after the pandemic began. So, believe me, we're back to the beginning, and it's no place any of us wants to be. It's bringing about an epidemic of pathological grief. Americans are experiencing what has been deemed an epidemic of pathological grief due to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, I confirmed this with Dr. Charles Marmer, the chair of the Department of Psychiatry at the New York University Grossman School of Medicine, but he went public with it yesterday anyway, so it should be accessible by now to yourselves. Between people who have lost loved ones and those suffering more general stress, the emotional toll is widespread. And so Dr. Charles Marmer told such to the JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association editor-in-chief, Dr. Howard Bauchner. He has now since been quoted within the past 24 hours by the JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, in saying, taken all together, 30 to 40% of the general population are burdened with stress, anxiety, depression, and a subgroup of 3 to 4 million Americans are deeply burdened by loss, and some of those quite severely. And that, of course, brings us inescapably to the economy. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin will resume stimulus talks. Presumably, they were supposed to do so today, even though last evening's self-imposed deadline has come and gone. Pelosi said the sides are close to resolving a key sticking point over money for coronavirus testing and contact tracing. The Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, however, is not so bullish and has warned the White House that getting behind a proposal with Democrats before the election could badly divide Senate Republicans. Meanwhile, the pandemic is accelerating machine automation of tasks normally done by real people like administrative assistants, bookkeepers, and payroll clerks. A New World Economic Forum report finds this shift will displace about 85 million jobs by 2025, merely a quarter of a century from now. That brings us back to the election of 2020. Elections officials in Florida and Alaska contacted law enforcement after dozens of registered voters reported receiving threatening emails telling them to vote for Trump or else, as articulated by Jameson Reese, who will give us some more details if I don't provide enough. At least 183 people at the University of Florida got them, and at least one voter from a third state, Arizona, reported getting one, as relayed to myself by Ben Estanius. It wasn't him that got it. Nor was it he who sent the email, just so you know. Meanwhile, early votes are coming in by the millions. In Ohio, absentee ballots are being returned at nearly double the rate they were in 2016. As for the candidates, President Trump and Joe Biden are preparing their final activities on the campaign trail. Trump raised eyebrows yesterday when he abruptly ended a solo interview with CBS News' 60 Minutes and did not return for an appearance he was supposed to tape with Vice President Mike Pence. And before I go into the Supreme Court decision and how this, of course, is so important, is there anything that you remember else that we should know about concerning these threatening emails about vote for Trump or else?
Nothing comes to mind in particular. I think you covered, the rest of the details.
I mean, it's so tacky. It's so that they are desperate. If they're getting to that point, they're scared to death. But thank you for.
They're scared to death because they feel that there's more of a pressure to get Trump out.
Yeah,
that's stooping to such tactics. And while that seems like good news at first, the thing is, the thing is that even if we do see a potential whiplash from this, where they all decide to go off and do domestic terrorist shit, because Trump's not going to be in office, I'm sure the Democrats are going to put people up to the job to snuff him out.
I would hope so, but it's going to take a while to get those people in a position where they can do so. Unfortunately,
yeah, because we still also have to remember the Senate is mostly Republican.
Well, that might get voted out in the election too. We don't know if it's going to stay Republican. We can pray that it gets flipped, but even then, it's going to take how many years to fill in all the spaces that are empty. I mean, it's not like the government is oppressive. There is effectively no government. It's like what we said.
No, there is no government. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And the problem is that everyone believes this propaganda that the government is after everything you got. There is no government after you. It's just a bunch of greedy motherfuckers who just want your money.
Yeah, thank you. And as for the government, there's too little of it because all the positions are empty. Trump has devastated the government. He's emptied it out. Well, thank you. Definitely appreciate it, Jameson. And blessed night, hugs, and of course, stay with us and tell us, when it gets. Jameson will be telling us when it gets closer to 7, when he needs to go to bed. But thank you.
Well, the thing is, even if I fall asleep, I'll keep the computer running, so you can essentially just keep doing the broadcast as long as you want.
Oh, thank you. But I'll try and end it around the time you take off because
Dude, you could run it to 12 in the afternoon.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Actually, we can't because remember the limit provided by YouTube is 12 hours. That's effectively. But we'll probably end it a little earlier tonight because of course it's I do need to rest after all the partying I did. So
if you could go that long, I would say you have to recommend whatever you're taking.
I hear you. No, I get it. It's some pretty heavy stuff, but
you'd have to be on like modafinil or some shit.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yes, Jameson is the expert. He's the man. So a major Supreme Court decision has likely transformed election night with a huge break for Democrats. But it comes with a chilling warning of how the reactionary majority might decide future voting disputes. The court deadlocked 4-4 on Monday night on a bid by Republicans to overturn a Pennsylvania court order that mail-in ballots received within 3 days of November the 3rd would still be counted. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the court's 3 liberals, meaning the lower court ruling stands. Since more Democrats vote by mail than Republicans, the case is likely to boost Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden in this crucial swing state. In practical terms, the extended vote counting also means that a tight race in the Keystone State could turn election night into election week. But the victory cometh with a bitter taste for Democrats. Trump's two confirmed nominees, Brett Kavanaugh and Neil Gorsuch, sided with two other reactionary justices to bring back, or at least to back, the Pennsylvania Republicans. It's easy to imagine that had Trump's latest far-right nominee, Amy Coney Barrett, been on the court, the conservative justices would have won 5-4. Of course, it's unwise to extrapolate too much from a single case, and Barrett might not play to type if she joins the High Court. Casting a swing vote amid the furious heat of a disputed election would risk triggering an uproar, would define her own tenure in its infancy, and would certainly fuel Democratic demands to pack the court with new liberal justices, a move that ultimately may concern reactionaries more than Trump's own fate. Her position has been made all the more difficult by the president himself saying he needs to rush her onto the court in case he disputes the election results. So, court watchers see Monday's order as a pivot to a new era. It is one of the last cases where Roberts will have the option to go against his own reactionary instincts to shield the court from politically explosive cases. And it suggests that future Republican challenges to voting rights will always find 5 friends on the top bench. So, ignore Trump's Twitter. This is how the election could actually be stolen. Early voting has begun across the country, and in key states like Georgia and Texas, voters were forced to stand in line up to 11 hours to cast their ballots, and images of shockingly long voting lines in heavily black precincts rocketed around the internet. This is what voter suppression looks like, and it's only the beginning. In fact, even more insidious efforts to suppress the vote are underway, and many of those are far less visible and obvious. No legitimate democracy can possibly function this way, and it must be stopped. With the Voting Rights Act largely gutted by the Supreme Court, Attorney General William Barr in charge of enforcing federal civil rights protections, and Trump ginning up phony claims about voter fraud, Republican office holders have a green light to do everything in their power to make voting harder for African Americans, young people, and other groups they don't want to vote. And that's why the Democrats have taken a big lead in early voting. But unfortunately, 14 nights before Election Day, 12 weeks beforehand, early votes have come in from almost every state, and Democrats have a clear edge in ballots already cast. That's according to NBC News' early voting tracker. More than 29 million people from 45 states had voted as of yesterday morning, either by mail or in person. Nearly half of those votes, almost 14.2 million ballots, have come from Democratic-affiliated voters, giving the party, our party, that of Jameson, myself, and Brendan Zoget, and, well, Pac-1 Morales, and anyone who has any sense of human decency. We've got a 14-point edge in returned ballots for which party affiliation is even known. So we've got the early voting advantage. This is well beyond the so-called blue shift that happens as these votes get counted. The blue shift is a blue wave. And that's what adds to the puzzling aspect of Trump's closing pitch, when, for some reason, in his last rally, he said, Biden will listen to the scientists, with this kind of whisper, behind his hand. Biden will listen to the scientists behind his hand towards the audience. What the fuck was that? This is why you need an analyst like me. It appears we've reached the throw shit at the wall and see what sticks phase of President Donald Trump's re-election campaign messaging. So Sunday, ending this last weekend, somewhere between talking up the experimental drugs that supposedly cured his case of COVID-19, and his toilet flushing bit, which was very bizarre because I had my own experience with the toilet when I came home. Totally different story. He attacked, and I mean, like, my eyes go blank. He attacked Democratic nominee Joe Biden by saying, "He'll listen to the scientists." Now, okay, I'm going to breathe. More than 220,000 Americans are dead. Hurricane season is still breaking records. And the West Coast, where from I am burning bandwidth and transmitting unto thee, is still on fire. All largely symptoms of ignoring the scientists. Drawing attention to the cause of your greatest failures seems like a pretty bad strategy to get people to vote for you. But the fact that Trump is trotting it out a little more than 2 weeks before the election's final day of voting really does show the stakes and the descent of the Republican Party a little further toward death cult status. Trump's riff on Biden, turning to scientists, was part of a longer riff on the coronavirus and arguing that states should be opening up more and more now, even as the third wave of the virus begins. Yesterday, that's last week, 17 states hit deadly daily records and 40 states have seen a rise in hospitalizations, according to data from the COVID Tracking Project. The reason for the rise is abject failure to listen to scientists on everything from testing to mask wearing, save a few quacks that have the president's ear. While Trump's riff was about coronavirus, it could just as easily have been about his climate policies. The Trump administration's deregulatory frenzy has the climate on a collision course with catastrophe. The record wildfires and hurricane season, both signs of the climate crisis, are themselves symptoms of decades of science denial, both in these United States and abroad. The inaction on climate has been reinforced by a steady drumbeat from reactionary outlets and entrenched interests like big oil that want to preserve the status quo, and so they have resorted to misinformation and lies that have normalized science denial. The Trump administration has simply taken that denial to new levels and used the denial to set policies. That's in part because Trump is exceedingly narrow-minded, and in part because ignoring science is the only way to further his and Republicans' goals of concentrating all white power on the few. Once those policies, like rolling back clean car standards or even fining polluters, becomest Republican orthodoxy, as in ideological dogma or religious doctrine, they become part of the culture war over science itself. Essentially, we've reached the point of ignoring science to poison the planet and own the libs. That, at its core, is why Trump's pitch may resonate with his base, even though it's absolutely batshit lunacy as a proposition for how to govern. It's why a scientist running on the slogan, "I believe in science," has a chance to flip a Republican-held seat, and why Joe Biden can, quote, retweet an article with Trump's dig that Biden would listen to scientists with a simple yes, and get 432,000 plus likes. And that was the last time I looked at it. Waiting for Trump or the Russo collaborationist Red Republicans to ever turn to science as a tool for policymaking was always a fool's errand. But Trump's naked pitch that using science to make rational decisions is a bad choice sharply illustrates the choice in front of voters and the two wildly divergent paths ahead for these United States and indeed the fucking world. And then there's lid time. If calling a lid enters the mainstream American lexicon, the last week of Yestermenses, or last month, will be the week it all started. Joe Biden called a lid. That's the arcane term reporters use when a politician is done traveling for the day. At 1:02 p.m. Friday, 9:20 a.m. Thursday, 9:22 a.m. Tuesday, and 8:34 a.m. on Saturday, he used that term each time, saying no more. Biden's early turn-ins provoked the Twitter set and professionally nervous Democrats, okay, bedwetters, and notably Donald Trump, to scratch their heads or rain down ridicule. And as Trump himself plunges further off the rails, 13 days before election, Biden is sticking to the slow and steady strategy he's used all year. Ahead of the next and last presidential debate, the Democratic nominee has hunkered down in his home state of Delaware yesterday to hit the briefing books. At 9:32 a.m., his campaign declared a lid, a signal to the journalists following Biden that he was staying home all day. Trump's team has had great fun with Biden's early lids, claiming they be a sign he is too old for the demands of the presidency. Trump himself is barnstorming across the country, holding several rallies a day despite the COVID-19 risk to his cultists. But Biden's low-wattage approach worked when he won the Democratic nomination, and taking debate prep seriously helped him emerge unscathed from Trump's efforts to trample him in their first televised clash. On Thursday, by the way, the candidates' microphones will be muted for the first 2 minutes of each topic area when their rival speaks, in a bid to prevent Trump turning the event into another farce. With typical Trump world bellicosity, White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany said this meant Biden would have to speak for more than 30 seconds and he would stumble into quote-unquote disasters. But Biden's unruffled approach is coinciding with the first signs of a Democratic freakout as the election nears. The recurring condition diagnosed by Barack Obama's former political guru David Plouffe as bedwetting is marked by obsessive refreshing of political forecasting sites and outright panic at any poll that shows the race tightening. Whomever you want to win, election night will be a wild ride of nerves, joy, and despair, so maybe Biden is right to stay low-key. After the turbulence of the last 4 years, who couldn't do with an early lid? But this is it. We've made it to the last big moment of the 2020 election campaign, the second and final presidential debate between President Donald Trump and Democratic nominee Joe Biden. The night after tomorrow's, millions of viewers will tune in to the debate in Nashville, Tennessee, to see if partially muting the mics can produce a more civil exchange than their last brawl in Cleveland, Ohio. And here's what I would assess each candidate should do to turn the debate their way. If I were on the side of Donald Trump, let's try and picture this for just a moment. Indulge me. You see, candidates are often told by their strategists, be yourself. That would be terrible advice for Donald Trump. His belligerent first debate performance was one of the most flagrant displays of presidential misbehavior in postmodern American history. Since then, he has battled COVID-19 and turned the political thermostat even higher with wild stunts and searing rhetoric. His hardline stance, rule-breaking, and trashing of political correctness explain as to why he's widely popular with his party's cult base, but also why he's alienated the moderate voters he needs to win a second term. To widen his appeal, Trump needs to ditch the tantrums and show voters he understands that the United States is on the cusp of painful months in this pandemic. That might involve taking mitigation measures like masks and social distancing seriously, and not overpromising on the pace at which a vaccine will arrive. To win back crucial suburban voters, he ought to show some empathy with their fear and loss, both emotional and economic, and convince the country that he can plot a way out of the worst domestic crisis since the Second World War. But all this would require the president to admit he could have done better in combating the pandemic to begin with. Which is kind of like asking him to not be orange anymore. As for Biden, if I were advising Biden needs to adopt a political vision of the Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. The Democratic nominee is leading the race, and if he can leave Nashville without that changing, he can claim a win however pundits score the clash. The former vice president's biggest challenge will likely be not lashing out at Trump over the president's personal attacks against Biden's son Hunter. Biden's response in the first debate, that he loved his son and many American families knew the pain of substance abuse, was a strong moment. Biden also did well when he ignored Trump's goading and spoke directly to the American people. He could do a better job this time around in using Trump's onstage meltdowns as a metaphor for the chaos and self-obsession in the White House. With the pandemic fast worsening, Biden will try to focus the debate on Trump's mismanagement and downplaying of the crisis. Above all, he wants to leave Americans with a vision of calm, empathy, and leadership to imagine in the Oval Office. And to his advantage, Donald Trump just lost his go-to debate move. So on Monday night, the Commission on Presidential Debates unanimously approved a new rule for Thursday night's final debate that will make it virtually impossible for Donald Trump to be, well, Donald Trump. In other words, he cannot be himself. Which may actually, unfortunately, in his case, actually help him. The rules go as like these. At the start of each new topic area, each candidate will have 2 minutes of uninterrupted time to talk. During that time, the opposing candidate's microphone will be turned off entirely, making it impossible for them to interject during that time, which will make perfect sense after the first debate back in late September when Trump interrupted Biden and moderator Chris Wallace relentlessly, making the entire thing a spectacular failure. The question the new rule prompts, however, is how the hell is Trump going to actually debate under the new rules? Dating back to the primary and general election debates in the 2016 campaign, Trump's only real strategy appears to be interrupting with jabs, usually personal, against his opponent or opponents. His ability to stand and talk about issues for 120 seconds or stand and listen as his opponents talk for an uninterrupted 2 minutes is basically zero. Consider this. Trump interrupted Biden or Wallace 128 times in the course of the 90-minute debate, according to a count kept by Slate's Jeremy Stahl, which is just plain, it's insane. There's no other words for it. That's manic. It's like you're on the street next to a crackhead who's so methed out, they literally can't stop talking. I mean, literally, physically, are logoretic, diarrhea of the mouth. That's what that is. And Trump interrupted Hillary Clinton 101 times. Again, according to Stahl. And believe me, he's right. Constant interruption is best understood not as a thing that Trump sometimes does in debates, but essentially as his entire debate strategy. Trump exploits his nonstop interrupting to throw his opponent off their message, to distract from difficult topics for him, to bully his way through things. The truth is that when he is forced into any semblance of an actual debate, Trump struggles mightily, as his lack of preparation and knowledge about the job has badly exposed. I keep thinking back to a single moment during the 2016 primary campaign that illustrates all of this perfectly. It was December 2015. It was a Republican primary debate, and the reactionary talk radio host, Hugh Hewitt, one of the moderators, asked Trump about the nuclear triad, which refers to the three ways that the United States can deploy nuclear weapons. From airplanes as bombers, submarines launching missiles, and intercontinental ballistic missiles from the CONUS, or continental United States. The airplanes are dominated by, theoretically, the Air Force, the submarines by the Navy, and the intercontinental ballistic missiles also by the Air Force. And, that's the nuclear triad, our three delivery mechanisms. And here's what Donald Trump said in response to Hewitt's question about this nuclear triad setup. We have to be extremely vigilant and extremely careful when it becomes nuclear. Nuclear changes the whole ballgame. The biggest problem we have is nuclear proliferation, and having some maniac, having some madman go out and get a nuclear weapon. That's, in my opinion, that is the single biggest problem that our country faces right now. Now, Trump's answer will be familiar to anyone who has ever been called on in English class to answer a question about a book you haven't read a word of. He clearly has no idea what the nuclear triad is, or even refers to. So he just says some stuff about nuclear weapons like, the biggest problem we have is nuclear proliferation, and having some maniac, having some madman just go out and get themselves a nuclear weapon. Right. You know how easy that is. It's like you do it all the time, right? Or we all know you've thought about it. We know from scads of reporting, in both the 2016 campaign and this one, that Trump does no debate preparation. I mean, any debate preparation. Instead, he brings a small group of people he likes into a room and sort of shoots the bullshit with them. The last time Trump did this, a bunch of the people in the room, including him, wound up with COVID-19. Okay, I'm laughing. Which is a very different thing than the mock debates and studying that most serious candidates for president do in advance of a debate. Biden, for example, has stayed behind closed doors yesterday and today as he prepares for the day after tomorrow's debate. Trump's total lack of preparation and demonstrated lack of interest in obtaining any in-depth knowledge about things like, nuclear weapons, means that his only option when he stands on the debate stage is to heckle his opponent and the moderator. Trump has lots of one-liners, interjections, and snarky asides. It's Mystery Science Theater 3000, and the world is a cinematic display for him to shout invective at. He should have been a professional movie critic. Which work, or rather, the MS T3K strategy, Mystery Science Theater 3000 strategy, works when he can constantly interrupt and ignore all the rules his campaign has previously agreed to. But otherwise, you're shit out of luck. And to be clear, Trump will still be able to do some of that in the day after tomorrow's debate. While the mics will be muted during each candidate's 2-minute opening statement, they will be opened for the longer discussion portion of the issue at hand, meaning Trump will be free to interrupt as much as he can during that time. But he will be able to interrupt far less often than in all of his previous debates. Which means he may actually have to, engage on issues, which has never been his strong suit. Now, the Associated Press has found that everything that Trump says is the problem, which is basically leftist radicals. They found that most arrested in the protests are not leftist radicals. They're just real people. President Donald Trump portrays the hundreds of people arrested nationwide in protests against racial injustice as violent, urban, left-wing radicals. He's going to be certain to bring this up the day after tomorrow. But as an Associated Press review of thousands of pages of court documents has confirmed, the real story is different from anything Trump says, which is pretty much what reality is. Reality is pretty much always different from anything Donald Trump says. Very few of those charged appear to be affiliated with any highly organized extremist groups, and many are young suburban adults from the very neighborhoods Trump vows to protect from the violence in his re-election push to win support from the suburbs. Attorney General William Billy Barr has urged his prosecutors to bring federal charges on protesters who cause violence and has suggested that rarely used sedition charges could apply. And the Department of Justice has pushed for detention even as prisons across these United States were releasing high-risk inmates because of COVID-19, and prosecutors had been told to consider the risks of incarceration during a pandemic when seeking detention. Defense attorneys and civil rights activists are questioning why the Department of Justice has taken on cases to begin with. They say as most belong in state court, where defendants typically get much lighter sentences, and they argue federal authorities appear to be cracking down on protesters in an effort to stymie demonstrations. Ron Kuby, a longtime attorney who isn't involved in these cases but has represented scores of clients over the years in protest-related incidents, has gone so far as to say it is highly unusual and sans any precedent in recent American history. Almost all of the conduct that's being charged is conduct that, when it occurs, is prosecuted at the state and local level. In one case in Utah, where a police car was burned, federal prosecutors had to defend why they were bringing arson charges in federal court. They said it was appropriate because the patrol car was used in interstate commerce. Not to say there hasn't been violence. Other police cars have been set on fire, officers have been injured and even blinded. Windows have been smashed, stores looted, businesses destroyed. Of the more than 300 arrested, there are about 286 defendants. Others had charges dropped. Some live in cities like Portland and Seattle, where local prosecutors declined to bring some protest-related charges. Some of those facing charges undoubtedly share far-left and anti-government views. Far-right protesters also have been arrested and charged. Some defendants have driven to protests from out of state. Some have criminal records and were illegally carrying weapons. Others are accused of exploiting the protests as an opportunity simply to steal or create havoc. But many have had no previous run-ins with the law whatsoever and no apparent ties to Antifa, the anti-fascist network that doesn't exist, the umbrella term actually for leftist militant groups that are in Trump's head, that Trump has said he wants to declare a terrorist organization. Since it's all in his head, his orange pumpkin head should be declared the terrorist organization, but that aside. Even though most of the demonstrations have been peaceful, Trump has made law and order a major part of his re-election campaign, casting these protests as lawless and violent in mostly democratic cities he says have nothing to stymie the mayhem. Or rather, he says the democratic cities that these protests are happening in, which bigger and shit is no coincidence because the right-wing militias are going there to basically attack the protests. And Trump declares the blue cities are doing nothing to stymie the mayhem. If the cities refuse to properly clamp down, Trump says, the federal government has to step in. So, at the NBC town hall I reviewed, Trump said, I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are, and how vicious they are, and I know how they are burning down cities run by Democrats, which doesn't really make any fucking sense, because the Democrats are left as well, right? Right. Anyhow, in dozens of cases, the government has pushed to keep the protesters behind bars while they await their trials amid the COVID-19 pandemic, which has killed more than 220,000 people across these United States. There have been more than 16,000 positive cases in the federal penitentiary system. That's according to a tracker compiled by the Associated Press and the Marshall Project. In some cases, prosecutors have gone so far as appealing judges' orders to release defendants. Pretrial detention generally is reserved only for people who are clearly dangers to the community or a risk of fleeing. In Texas, Magistrate Judge Andrew Austin repeatedly challenged the prosecutor to explain as to why Cyril Lartigue, whom authorities sayest was caught on camera making a Molotov cocktail, should be behind bars while he awaits his trial. Lartigue, of Cedar Park, described his actions that night as a flash of stupidity. Or even the prosecutors actually related that. And this 25-year-old lives with his parents, as they all do, in the Austin suburb and has never been in trouble with the law before and wasn't a member of any violent group. The judge said, there are a lot of people who are doing something stupid that's dangerous that we don't even consider detaining. I'm frustrated because I don't think this is a hard case. I have defendants in here with significant criminal histories that the government agrees to release. We have no evidence of him, at least that's been given to me, being a radical or a member of a group that advocates violence towards the police or any others. We've got no criminal history. What evidence is there that he's a danger to society? This is the judge that I'm quoting verbatim. And so the judge allowed Lartigue to stay out of jail. Everybody clap. While some of the defendants clearly hold radical or anti-government beliefs, like Zachariah Garrett, Laney Shea's handler, prosecutors have provided little, if any, evidence of any affiliations they have with organized extremist groups. In one arrest in Erie, Pennsylvania, community members raised more than 2,500 United States dollars to help with bail for a 29-year-old black man who was arrested after they said white people had come from out of town and spray-painted a parking lot. In thousands of pages of court documents, the only apparent mention of Antifa is in a Boston case in which authorities said an FBI gang task force member was investigating suspected Antifa activity associated with the protests when a man fired at him and other officers. Authorities have not claimed that the man accused of firing the shots is any member of Antifa. Others have social media leftist ties. A Seattle man who expressed anarchist beliefs on social media is accused of sending a message through a Portland citizen communication portal threatening to blow up a police precinct. Several of the defendants are not from the Democratic-led cities that Trump has likened to war zones, but from the suburbs the Republican president has claimed to have saved. Of the 93 people arrested on federal criminal charges in Portland, 18 defendants are from out of state, as confirmed by the Justice Department itself. This has contributed to a blame game that has been a subplot throughout these protests. Leaders in Minneapolis and Detroit have decried people from out of state and suburbanites for coming into their cities and causing havoc. Trump, in turn, has blamed the cities for not doing their part. The Reverend Wendell Anthony of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples, in May went on to say, "Don't come down to Detroit and tear the city up and then go back home. That's putting another knee on the neck of black folk because we got to live here." I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. I'm sorry, that's awful. I apologize. Why do I do that? Oh God. Okay. That wasn't me. That was Jameson. Anyhow, more than 40% of those facing federal charges are white. At least a third are black. About 6% Hispanic. More than 2/3 are under the age of 30, and most are men. That almost goes without saying. More than a quarter, 25% plus, have been charged with arson, which, if convicted, means a 5-year minimum prison sentence. More than a dozen are accused of civil disorder, and others are charged with burglary and failing to comply with a federal order. They were arrested in cities across these United States, from Portland, Oregon, to Minneapolis, Boston, and New York. Attorneys for these facing federal charges either declined to comment or didn't respond to any of my messages. Brian Bartels, a 20-year-old suburban Pittsburgh man who is described by prosecutors as a self-identified left-wing anarchist, was flanked by his parents when he turned himself in to authorities. Bartels, who lives at his parents' house, as everyone does, of course, spray-painted an A for anarchy on a police cruiser before jumping on top of it and smashing its windshield. During a protest in the city, he pleaded guilty last month of September. One defendant who was arrested during a protest in the central Massachusetts city of Worcester told authorities he was with the anarchist group. Vincent Iovakius, 18 years of age, who is accused of possessing several Molotov cocktails, told authorities that he had been waiting for an opportunity, according to court documents. But tucked into the protest-related cases are proof of far-right extremism and racism as well. John Malcolm Bearswell, angry that a local black church held a prayer vigil for George Floyd. I mean, why would you be angry at a local black church holding a prayer vigil for George Floyd? That's kind of like, oh man, they're praying for that nigger that got murdered by the white supremacist cop. I hate them. I mean, what is that? Where does it come from? I mean, what kind of person are you where that... It's not just human decency. Forget that for a minute. How much time is on your hands to even be aware that that's going on? It's a black neighborhood. It's like, you're white. How do you know what's going on in the black neighborhood? I mean, you must be like reading black newspapers or watching EBT or the Black Entertainment Channel. That's BET, excuse me, or something. It's like, how the fuck would you even know? Anyhow, he called the church and threatened to burn it to the ground, employing racial slurs in a phone call overheard by children, as proven by prosecutors. Oh my, which of course, how does that happen? Did the black guy turn it on speakerphone? Listen to this shit, man! I mean, I can see why he would do that. He needs witnesses, right? But, then the children get to hear, fucking nigger! Yeah, I mean, that... Alright, Bearswell is 63 years old, by the way. Oh my fucking God. This is why he's got the time. He's got nothing to do, so I'll listen in on what the nigs are doing. That's like, I mean, if you don't like them, why do you listen? I mean, oh my God! This is why we need a white entertainment network, okay? Oh, well, you got Fox News, right? But, alright. Anyhow, he lives in Virginia Beach, and he faces 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to making a telephonic threat. Okay, he'll get out when he's 75, right? Because it'll take 2 years to process this shit. I can't say I feel sorry for him, okay? This is Darwinian selection. Maybe he just needed free health care, and now he'll get it. Anyhow, 2 Missouri militia members whom authorities have proven traveled to Kenosha, Wisconsin to see Trump's visit in the wake of the police shooting of Jacob Blake were arrested at a hotel in September with a cache of firearms, which, according to all court documents, they were planning a massacre of hundreds of people. And an attorney for one of these men, Michael Carmo, said he is charged criminally for conduct that many Americans would consider patriotic. You like that shit? Yeah, that's right. I'm planning mass murder with full auto. And because I'm white, that's patriotic. Have you ever noticed how few blacks go around mass murdering people? How many blacks pick up a machine gun and go rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat? But you know why they say what he's doing is patriotic? Because authorities have come running to support this white trash piece of shit, alleging his motive was to assist overwhelmed law enforcement. Jameson, now we know what to do when we're caught with our fully automated weapons. Hey, man, I'm helping out law enforcement. Man, I'm here to help the blue line, the thin blue line. I'm here to breach the gaps. I'm just here to stand in the gaps against anarchy and chaos and the rising left. Yes, I'm here for you. I'm here to help the pigs. Now, 3 of the men arrested are far-right extremists, card-carrying members of the Boogaloo movement, plotting to overthrow the United States government, and have been stockpiling military-grade weapons and hunting around for the right public event to unleash violence upon for weeks before Floyd's death, as evidenced by all court documentation. And these are truly domestic terrorists. So after aborting a mission related to reopening businesses in Nevada as the coronavirus pandemic raged, they settled on a Floyd-related protest led by Black Lives Matter. And angry it had not turned violent, they brought carloads of explosives, military-grade weapons, to a meetup about 3.2 kilometers, that would be 2 miles, from the protest site, and pumped gasoline into tanks. FBI agents arrested them right before they could act. And this is documented in a criminal complaint that I'm sourcing right now to relate to you. FBI Director Christopher Wray recently told a congressional panel that extremists driven by white supremacists and or anti-government ideologies have been responsible for the overwhelming majority of deadly attacks in these United States over the past several years. He confirmed that Antifa is more of an ideology than any movement or organization, though the FBI has terrorism investigations of violent anarchist extremists, any number of whom self-identify with the Antifa movement. But the handling of the federal protest cases is vastly different from other recent times of unrest. Now, when referencing the high-profile cases in which black people have been killed but no charges have been filed, just look at Trayvon Martin verdicts, the Eric Garner verdicts. There was a tremendous amount of anger and unrest and activity that was objectively unlawful. There were objections about law enforcement being militarized, but you didn't see, following the quelling of those demonstrations, any significant federal law enforcement involvement. This is why our former president, Barack Hussein Obama, a real president, is telling young voters they can create a new normal in America as he gears up to hit the campaign trail. Former President Barack Obama told young Americans their generation can be the one that creates a new normal in America. This was in a video message released yesterday evening before he hits this campaign trail for Democratic nominee Joe Biden. And in a video he posted to his Twitter account, Barack Obama has said, "Hey everybody, one of the most inspiring things about this year has been to see so many young Americans fired up, organizing, marching, and fighting for change. Your generation can be the one that creates a new normal in America, one that's fairer, where the system treats everybody equal and gives everybody opportunity. We can come out of this moment stronger than before." Now, this message aimed at young voters cometh the night before Obama hit the campaign trail for Biden in the final stretch of this election, starting with a speech in Philadelphia this evening. Obama intends to focus his efforts on early voting states in the final 2 weeks of the race, as Democratic officials previously stated on record. I sourced CNN for that. The former president will not aggressively barnstorm swing states, but rather intends to visit a handful of critical battlegrounds where voting is already underway. These events will be socially distanced, similar to the tactics adopted by the Biden campaign during the coronavirus pandemic, but are designed to garner local media coverage in key areas. President Donald Trump's campaign has dispatched far more surrogates ahead of the election, along with the president's rallies, and the Obama visits are designed to help Biden draw more attention in places where voting is happening. Obama's return to the campaign trail could energize Democratic voters in the final weeks before the election, as the former president remains among the Democratic Party's most popular figures. The Biden campaign believest Obama can help in 3 particular areas: black men, Latinos, and young voters. And so, turning to Biden, in his video message yesterday, Obama said he knows his one-time partner better than almost anybody. I trust him to be a great president. He's different. He's on the right side of issues. He'll get the job done. And Joe and Kamala will want you to keep pushing them to get the job done. Well, that brings us to a brief history of, the job getting done. Or rather, where it got undone. Because that's what we're facing here. As I've referenced quite regularly, the year 1876, but one single century after the establishment of the constitutional republic, the most bitterly contested American election to date ended in a backroom deal declaring Republican General Rutherford B. Hayes president, halting Reconstruction and ushering nearly a century of white supremacist rule throughout the South. The year before I was born, 1965, the United States enacted the Voting Rights Act, finally taking action to prevent racists from denying black Americans and other minority groups the right to vote. And in 2000, Anno Domini, in the case of Bush versus Gore, the Supreme Court halted ongoing recounts in Florida, declaring George W. Bush the president. By 2016, Donald Trump became the 4th American president to win the Electoral College whilst losing the popular vote, in his case, by a landslide. Now, but yesteryear, the 2019 year in our Lord, Trump became the third president to be impeached after asking the Ukrainian government to release damaging information about a political rival ahead of the election. And this year, the Iowa Democratic Party's attempt to run its presidential nominating caucus on a custom app went terribly wrong. Now, we're in a situation where after the vote, but before the result, is where everything has the potential to blow up. The American general election on November 3rd is the most widely anticipated in decades, and likely to rank among the most controversial. President Donald Trump has refused to say he will accept the results, and his allies in the Republican Party are pushing measures to limit access to voting. There we go again. This is the Dietrich system that is just paper clips and rubber bands. But it kind of wakes me up while sitting here on my bed and trying to do an analysis of the insanity of our world. So, to re-emphasize, President Donald Trump has refused to say he will accept the results, and his allies in the Republican Party are pushing measures to limit access to voting, from fake ballot boxes to limited polling sites to alleged sabotage of the United States Postal Service, which is, of course, more than alleged, it's quite evident, on the part of Donald Trump himself. Disinformation campaigns launched at home and abroad have questioned the reliability of American electoral methods, in itself another tactic for disrupting a plebiscite. And of course, there's the added wrinkle of a deadly, highly contagious virus that has everyone fretting about outbreaks stemming from mass action of any kind. If you're eligible to vote in these United States and you want to do your part to make a sense of the madness, the first thing to do is vote. Election chaos is ultimately about confusing and dismaying the public's political power. Don't give in. Let your voice be heard. The second thing to do is remember the world has been here before. When democracy stops being polite and starts getting real, it's not the end of the world. Remember why the power is with the people in the first. Don't concede. Let's try to establish how to manage the chaos. First, the bad news. These United States missed the deadline for a lot of common sense things experts say should be done to protect elections. Clear government warnings about foreign meddlers, additional funding and measures for secure voting, or maintaining paper ballot records. That's all partially due to complacency, and partially because President Donald Trump knows it works in his favor, or at least assumes it does. One expert analysis of election violence has noted it is inherently difficult to remedy election disruptions after the fact. Still, besides making sure you have a voting plan, you can prepare yourself for the madness. Remember your best practices for all media. Consider context, the source of the information, and take that deep breath. You're likely to see claims of fraud, intimidation, or more perniciously, claims that election day has been extended. Can you verify these claims with credible journalists and government officials? Your most important virtue is patience. There's no requirement to know the election winner on November 3rd. even if the cable networks think it so. A red mirage, the false appearance on Election Day that Trump has won because Democrats may be more likely to vote by absentee or by mail, will really just be a mirage, I mean to say. And I'll be shutting down transmission soon enough. The $1 million question is what happens if it's unclear who won. The intersection between the U.S. popular vote and its expression through the Electoral College is a key factor in American election chaos, since a tight race in a populous state could swing the entire result, as we saw circa 2000 Anno Domini. A disputed result in a linchpin state for the Electoral College could be caused by arguments over counting procedures, disputes over voter suppression and intimidation, or really any pretext for a legal challenge. Unlike in 2016, when it was clear that in the waning days of the election that multiple states were too close to call, this year's polling data suggests a more commanding lead for Democratic candidate Joseph Biden if his voters turn out. Trump and other Republicans have suggested the rush to confirm Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court is in part an effort to ensure a full panel of judges to weigh in on election controversies. There's some fear that Republican state legislatures could act independently to overrule the will of the voters by appointing Trump electors wherever, whatever the election results. Democrats, for their part, say as they have learned the lessons of 2000 and won't be sitting on the sidelines during the next Brooks Brothers riot. The real worst case scenario would be Trump refusing to leave office amidst a constitutional crisis. This may be an unfounded fear, but much of the American electoral process depends on respecting norms, and no one counts on Trump to do that. In this scenario, the integrity of the American election itself will be preserved or not by a mobilized populace demonstrating and striking for their democratic rights like activists battling authoritarian leaders around the world. And that's why the 2020 election, this election may be decided by women. A century after winning suffrage, woman voters will choose the next American president. Some white women who loathe Trump will still vote for him. It's because they viscerally distrust Democrats and the media. But the numbers are clear. Even though a white man is at the top of the Democratic ticket, 2020 will be a woman's election. Polls continue to prove a major gender gap, and Joseph Biden ahead with woman. What drives America's political gender gap? Suburban anti-Trump wine moms. The anti-Trump cultist wine moms are channeling anger into organizing. All of this activism has the potential to shape American politics in a much more significant way than their biannual votes. Now, just so you know, a wine mom alone is someone who likes to drink to take the edge off of parenting, and who's willing to poke fun at that fact. So it's usually a mother, a middle-aged female, who enjoys drinking a refined, complex red or white wine, mostly likely bought from Whole Foods. And I would say that the cheeky wine mom trope isn't just dumb, it's dangerous. Dating back to 2015, the wine mom trope has evolved from a meme to a full-blown marketed lifestyle, evangelizing alcohol as a culturally cool thing. But my biggest problem with the wine mom culture is that the message can get absorbed by moms who need real sustainable help and support. Anyone who, like Judith Ager, educated me in this, informed myself how becoming sober made her realize how problematic the wine mom phenomenon is. So more suburban wine moms need to reevaluate, well, their everything. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't stop drinking. There you go. Take a step back from the suburban mom white wine culture. I'm tempted to say white wine, because of course most of them who wine are white. So, are you a wine mom? Well, here's how you know. If you aren't opposed to drinking in the shower, you may be a wine mom, alright? So, mom wine is a dangerous threat to wine moms. And that's the threat of parenting under the influence. You know, does she deserve a drink? Oh, absolutely. Time with friends? Of course. I'm sorry, I'll get off this topic now. I think I've beaten it to death. You get my point. I feel, of course, the point had to be made. So, suburban anti-Trump wine moms are channeling their anger into organizing. And that's the best thing possible. We're behind now. What's driving America's political gender gap? All of this activism has the potential to shape American politics, as I said, in a much more significant way than even the biennial votes these women have been privileged. And that doesn't seem lost on the Republican Party, or even our miscreant president himself. At a rally last week, Donald Trump even asked, "Suburban woman, will you please like me?" There you go. Revenge of the wine moms. On the orange pumpkin with the whiskey dick. Alright, remember. Report Richard K. Cole Jr. to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of the Inspector General at 1-800-4888-244. Report Richard K. Cole Jr., United States Marine Corps dropout, to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of the Inspector General at 1-800-4888-244. Submit your complaint there and at the www.va.gov/OIG for the Office of the Inspector General /hotline. That's va.gov/OIG/hotline. Again, that's www.va.gov/OIG/hotline. This individual prides himself in being a professional private investigator, historian, and ace journalist. This man says he's entirely employable and earning his money attacking myself as his career. Report him. No jokes about it. This is something you're doing for yourself, because this man is doing all of this on your fucking dime. You're paying him to do this. Tell the Veterans Administration you're tired of paying this man to spend his day as a domestic terrorist, and you want it to stop. Stop paying Richard K. Cole to plan your extermination and to take me down as the only thing that stands between yourself and his genocidal victory. He did not serve his 4-year tour of duty and got 70% disability rating, deemed unemployable by reason of violent insanity, and yet earning his money as a professional, spending all day attacking myself. making certain that you report the fact that he is a resident of Prattsburg, New York. When the VA asks who the hell you're talking about, he is residing in Prattsburg, New York. Make certain that you let them know Richard K. Cole Jr. in Prattsburg, New York is defrauding the United States government, and his case must be reopened because he's defrauding the United States taxpayer. He is totally employable. Cease and desist his welfare provided by the Veterans Administration. Call the Office of the Inspector General of the VA at 1-800-4888-244 and submit your complaint, as well as online va.gov/OIG/hotline. Do it now. Call the FBI and tell them about his threat to you and why he must be interrogated by the FBI for his privileged white male supremacist career of spending his life terrorizing those he disagrees with. Call 1-855-TEL-FBI. That's 1-855-835-5324. That's 1855-8355-324. Submit your complaint there and at the fbi.gov/contact-us. Report him on ic3.gov as a cyber bully and cyber terrorist. The need to investigate him is because he's a clear and present immediate danger. He threatens my life on a daily basis to prevent you from getting the information you deserve. As well, make certain that you understand this is Mein Kampf. This is my struggle on your behalf. My struggle against the thousands of cultists of the Kings of Edom, simply represented by Richard K. Cole as the most vile. Be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel at The Maggot Channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who, as also Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can pay him at paypal.me/Magator. Again, spelled MAGGOTAUR. He, of course, is someone who has helped myself by downloading all of my productions, the overwhelming majority of them on YouTube, into his own private hard drives. And that way has he been able to help me reestablish my presence on the internet, in the no less than 3 times I have been scrubbed from the internet completely. He has therefore helped to reestablish my legacy, enable my personality to interact with you in the here and now, and thereby has served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the material data matrix. In that sense, he is my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Anchored for a while there, a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you'll find the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And do your part to deliver the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, convince all those you share the word with to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Maza Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. We've gone from condition red to yellow. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Suchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will the membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 12 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the straits, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. As well, on his channel you'll find trailered his third production, still in production, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, or the Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technologies. And of course, support his channel by subscribing. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, or literally Master D, the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services to dishonorable discharge. Indeed, the last Dietrich Guleves, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, what would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, every Wednesday and Sunday night, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. And finally, most importantly above and beyond all else, subscribe at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Make certain to go and sign in as soon as you've donated. All right, we are going to stop streaming now, and I'll check the chat room first. The messenger, super chat, very active. Okay, good. And David Tartaria, David Dur Tartaria, I think nuclear weapons don't exist. Acid hugs him. Oh God, what do you say to that? Travis Small says, the last debate was like two sixth graders scrapping it out on the schoolyard. The narcissistic bully on the one hand, blah blah blah, the low energy victim on the other, wah wah wah. Your impression reminds me of Chris Farley's van down by the river sketch. Yeah. Mike Ringley provided me that clip as his rendition, or who he thought rendered Lori and Ann Fenton the best. Big and fat and living in her car. All right. My love to all who provide us support. And my thanks to our executive producer, Jameson Rees, who I'm proud to say will be seeking the help he needs tomorrow. And this is as regular as my psychological appointments, apparently, and that's great. I'm proud of him. All right, and recommend anyone seek help who has any problems. I've just talked about the wine moms. If you're a wine mom, get help.